It's Gen.G!
Hi guys, hello, come on in. I put my camera on this side today so I don't like block so many things. Yeah. Come on in. Is your tummy okay? No, it's not. Okay, this is like TMI, but like I threw up like twice yesterday. And like my tummy still hurt, but like I've been drinking a lot of Pocari Sweat, so I should be good. Have you got it checked? No, but like I already got food poisoning one time, and that one was considered mild by the doctors, and this one isn't as bad as that one. So my mom just gave me meds. I don't know what meds she gave me, but like she also gave me some painkillers, so I've just been chilling. Yeah, I threw up twice. Sorry, so TMI, so gross. So gross. But yeah, but I've been drinking a lot of Pocari Sweat. Yes, I love Pocari Sweat so much, Cremons. Like, it tastes so good. It's like Yakult. Like, it's good for you. And it has, like, health effects. But it also tastes good. Pocari Sweat and Yakult, those are, like, probably two of my favorite drinks. Oh, it's Sunset. Sunset, Ascent, and then Lotus. I think we've got this... Oh. Yeah. No Twitch stream? Wait, hold on. You so right. I forgot to start it on Twitch. Start. Am I live on Twitch? I don't know if this plugin still works. Am I live on Twitch too? Woo! Oh, it's Ascent. ... Yeah, Pocari 美味しいよね. Yes, 美味しい. Super 美味しい. Twitch is live? Okay, good. No, but yeah, I'm like... Guys, I'm more excited for PRX versus Gen.G than Heretics and Fnatic. No, but like the thing about PRX... I mean, the thing about Fnatic and Heretics is like... I like both teams a lot. So I don't know who I would cheer for. But like low-key, I kind of want Heretics to win because like they've gone to finals so many times and they haven't won. So I'm like, I kinda want Heretics to win. As much as I like Boaster and I like Fnatic a lot as a team, like, Heretics, it's about time that they won something, you know what I mean? Come on in. Okay, let me turn off the BGM.
Where my eyes drift, like you mentioned the Foxy 9 Devi matchup, I think both of those players utilizing their very different walls in very different ways is going to be really impactful, but who knows, maybe Gen.G can sneak away Sunset from PRX, a map that they have been just dominant on, and it could prove to be a challenge, like you mentioned. That composition that Gen.G runs is really annoying to deal with, especially in post plants here on this attacker side.
Guys, Pocari
so something
is so good. And then
PRX
also,
is going to want to get ahead of as best as they can. And Gen.G, are they going to be ready for some of these surprises? You would expect so. With how many times they've been able to best PRX in recent history.
What is it called again in Japanese?
Well, looks like everything ready to go, so we'll go ahead and hop into this one here. Two more series of EWC about 2025.
Like, EWC
Let's
or
see
Masters.
which one of these squads can take that first step towards bumping up the prize pool for themselves. Couple sheriffs in hand here for Gen.G.
Like for you? I don't know what the taste of Pocari Sweat is. I don't know how you would explain it. How did Forsaken just do this? What?
Gonna grab
just
one
got
of his
that
own.
orb.
Texture out in the open, can't win the battle. Devi with the classic, gonna be good for it.
And even with the damage dealt because of the Sage,
cap?
let's go ahead and be able to
It
heal up Forsaken, sliding away.
I don't know how would you just...
damage. Munchkin on the lurk through alley. Does Munchkin get the jump, so Forsaken gonna be taken down.
Didn't I watch the
damage,
MSI
however,
though?
suffered here by Gen.G, but Munchkin continuing to deliver, finds himself a second. Noting
I saw that
quickly
too on
dispatching
Lost,
Patton.
that's what I saw.
Gen.G now, spike planted.
Tough retake coming up here.
I saw freaking T1
been dealt with, though. Now you got the sonic sensors on site to contend with. Back up from Ash. You don't like what you're seeing.
I would still like PRX to come third here. No, but the thing is, I like Gen.G and PRX. I want both of them to have a lot of money so that they can play Valorant.
Might just be able to find even more.
So-
Karn will be able to find the kill. Devi going to be taken down. Bounce around the corner. Something will fall. Gen.G find the opening pistol.
Yeah, pistol rounds continue to plague PRX. It has been the real bane
Do you
of their
lost in the
existence
league for
throughout this
Krillons?
event.
No, you guys, we wait
and
until
even going back to Masters Toronto, despite them having a lot of
we wait
success
until
otherwise.
EWC
It's something
and like
that they would certainly like to correct, but
like
you
the
know, with Munchkin
championships.
still being
The
sharp, picking
championships
up
is
right
still,
where he left off yesterday.
The promise was championships,
I'll never
guys. The
forget
promise was championships,
that spray
right?
transfer he
Not
had on B
MSI.
side on Lotus.
Yeah, it was a
One
great
of the most
series of Taylor's
disgusting
crying
plays
up
you'll
the
ever
world.
see.
Exactly.
Karan here.
Also,
Good for it
why
on
does
sight
my
with the
classic not do
classic,
that?
jumping right click to finish
My
the job.
classic don't do
Couple
that.
Guardians, a Bulldog, and 2 pistols. This PRX though, gonna try to control the ult orbs.
Here they both going to be sent. Jing trying to escape. Damage suffered, but Devi, nice shot there from the Sheriff. Does mention put down texture. Guardian going to be on the floor. Now we're
Just on
covered by
you, I already don't
Foxy9.
have League on my
Paranoia
PC.
sent from Karn.
Wait, but
Trying to
what about
dissuade
TFT?
any further aggression from PRX, but for now, just be
No,
happy
it's
that
not
they get
even
the player advantage.
No.
Yeah, I mean,
Well,
again,
thank
Devi
you,
is
the
gonna
A1,
outduel
thank
texture.
you.
It's gonna be 2
Can't believe
first
I'm saying
bloods
this
for
when I'm playing
Devi.
for Faker's downfall.
Going up against the star duelist of
Faker,
Gen.G.
He's just like, I don't know,
Not able to
Faker's just
convert.
so funny.
Even
Like,
with
I
all
was
that
watching
util there to make Jing
Kadro-
uncomfortable, still able to
Kadro,
escape.
I always forget how to say his
You
name.
can see the follow-up plan here.
I was
Or
watching
PRX is to group up,
Kadro's
make a push through mid, try to hit the backside
interview
while
with Faker,
a little bit
and
of attention
Faker
going to be
says like
created here
3
by
words
something.
every single time I
The
watch
Sova
him do an
util has a
interview,
sheriff
and
of
like
his
I
own.
know people say it's boring, but I just think it's so freaking funny.
Full flank coming through. Ash.
Well, that
Too
is
many
it.
targets. Forsaken able to find it. That's going to be an upgrade on the Classic.
It's just too funny. Whoa, thank you for the
PRX
9 months,
getting a thrifty
thank
here would
you.
be monstrous. Karan, however,
I'm
able to go
forced to
ahead
play
and
League 'cause
draw
I
some
lost the
blood
bet.
against
Heck
PRX.
yeah.
Takes out something heal over on a
You
Forsaken,
too,
pushes him
thank
back
you
up the
for the
full.
9 months
Player advantage
from
still there.
Tommy.
Now equalized as Foxy9 mows down 2. Forsaken will find 1, finds himself a 3rd.
Wait, he's just a Deagle
Suddenly it's just
demon.
Karan. And already, this is such good damage dealt. No smoke available. Both players here.
Oh, Okalim.
Back behind the box. No tap of the spike.
Okalim.
Karn ready for the swing. Some more damage dealt with the tag up. Finds the first. Repositions narrowly, loses his life, but Karn with 3.
Are we
Will
serious
bail
right
out
now?
Gen.G.
That's just like what was
What
that
an
wall
eco
bang?
round
How
there
did he
for
wall back while
PRX
he was
though.
mid TP?
Really felt like they were maybe going to come through,
What
but
the
Karan
flip? Hey,
standing
Narin,
tall.
hello.
Another player.
Hi.
Love to see step up for Gen.G here today. Devi just so good with those sheriffs. Forsaken
right,
then
Eco.
showing off
Also,
some sheriff
Krillons,
skills of his
do you
own.
guys like the surprise
Karan
summer
able to work that
wallpaper?
backside. Nice plant spot there on the outside of Gen. Can't defuse it from the back of it. Have to win that battle against Karan out in the open. Cannot get it done. Devi, gonna go with an outlaw here.
Yeah, it's cute. Yeah.
Couple players on Gen.G going to be one shot to that, but Foxy9 texture
love
will not
it.
be.
Aw,
They bought the full
shucks.
armors.
Oh,
Tight angle and a win for Devi.
Watermelon yummy. No,
So
yeah,
damn
I
clean
love
with the snipers, so
watermelon much.
now
The
Omen on the
watermelon
floor.
is so cute and pretty.
Pretty catastrophic casualty to suffer this early on into the round as Devi fishing for a little bit more, but
Thank
they're
you
able
for
to avoid the
tier
shots.
1. Arigato.
For now, though, B-main control very firmly in the hands of Gen.G as Munchkin takes some shots over towards something, but connection will not be found.
They're just going to try to work their way to the other side of the map.
Thank
Forsaken
you.
has taken a ton of space. No util here. Check this position, but the smoke.
No, yeah,
little
has
bit odd.
PRX like
Set up for
ever
the
won
one-way.
against Gen.G?
They're
I mean,
wary
like
of it.
probably sometimes, but I feel like most
Wary,
of the time
but are they
Gen.G
going
wins.
to be prepared enough? Dragon Claws finds the first. Forsaken gets the second. Spike now going to be dropped.
Oh.
So Munchkin and Ash have their work cut out for them still.
Wait, I'm low-key
Far apart
blocking.
from each other. Forsaken.
Who's
making plenty
this?
of
I'm
noise.
blocking
Go ahead and rotate
texture,
back.
yeah.
Ping reveal and Forsaken still finding value.
My bad.
PRX looking
My
to get
bad.
themselves a flawless
30
anti-bonus.
seconds left.
That's just brilliant stuff by Forsaken. The way he utilizes smokes on Omen, so creative. And anticipating that they were going to clear the smoke first. Ash gets one.
Flawless not to be found, but tag down low now to 31. Reposition. What is that shot, Ash? Suddenly has 3. Is going to be walled in. Is desperately
Ash
trying
is
to
so
break this one
crazy
down
with
so
the
he can
two.
survive.
And doesn't like
Forsaken going to
texture.
be looking for the 4K here, it would
Actually,
seem, but my goodness,
texture
Ash.
is probably
Fantastic
one of
damage
my
in
favorite
reply.
Valorant
Won't be able to
players
win the
ever.
round. But this stop the economy from
Forsaken's just so
PRX from
crazy.
ballooning.
Wait, is it just
Yeah,
weird? Like, why do they
absolutely
look so
disgusting
comfy
shots.
at EWC?
Devi,
They're
by
all
the
wearing
way,
like hoodies.
3 first kills in 3 rounds.
Oh, well, not
Having an
Gen.G, but like
absolute belter
PRX.
to start this one.
He's wearing a hoodie.
He has been
Is it
sharp
cold in the arena?
so far. ACS
The
going to be through
Bibles
the
are
roof for
in
him.
No,
Forsaken,
I love
brilliant
watching
maneuver around
Texture
the
and
smoke.
Forsaken duo. They're so
Has
fun.
proven to be one of the best in the world at that. Oh my god, that's third.
Wait, he's just
Disgusting.
so clean.
Very crisp, but still. The
They're wearing
Gregs
hoodies
have
because the
themselves on
AC is really
board.
strong. Oh, the players mentioned the arena's cold. Aha!
Outlaw, very much able to find value. Every single player on Gen.G at risk, and with the way the device been shooting.
No.
Definitely going to have to be concerned. Push forward, Forsaken. Does get traded out as Karn finding one. GENG just being it quiet, trying to move that net. Snaps back, is able to find Foxy9, but Karan, that Vandal, able to just go ahead, find the kill.
Wait, do you guys know how hot it is there?
3v3,
like
the Omen down
outside?
low, A site for the
It's
moment,
like 32
completely wide
degrees
open.
here right now.
And now you got to be cautious crossing mid. Texture's there, and he's going to get the first. Divide, good for the second.
And that's going to be the res. Has it, so instantly puts them in with a player advantage. Spike not yet even planted, and already in a forward position here. Our PRX thrown over the top, going to be able to spot both players. As Asher does get ping revealed here.
Is that even
Pulls
possible?
back away, Spike. Swapped over. Karan considering going for the push. Clears the
Is it even
recon.
possible
Out into the open there for a brief little moment. Slides back over onto the site. Shock dart at his feet. Puts him at 15. TP reposition. The heal will be ticking. Divine getting back up towards full health.
That's not livable.
Ash going to need to deliver once again. The double wrap comes in. Tries to go in for the face. And that's just going to be him taking down Karan now in such a rough spot. Patman will just be able to get the wall bang shot off the jiggle beak.
Yeah, this is really nice work from PRX. Being really aggressive off the rip in all of these rounds at taking one of the ult orbs or another. And they're doing damage along the way. Able to get even trades most of the time. One of the few battles that you're able to win, but with Divide,
I was watching
absolutely clobbering Gen.G right now. He's able to get that res early and put it to good use.
Gen.G versus
Gives them that extra man
yesterday.
advantage. They do a ton of damage as
And
well
did you
with
guys
that
see the
Sova
stream
util.
like just
Got a
absolutely
tip by
tweaking
Cap
out?
to something in that round. A great recon
Like,
to reveal Karan's close
it was
tough
so
position.
funny. Like,
Followed up with the shot
I just
dart, do a
like
ton of
closed the
damage.
stream because they didn't fix
Exactly
it
what you
for
want
like
out of a Sova
15
player.
to 10. Like, I at least waited for at least 15 minutes, and
Asher.
like the stream was just flash. It was like flickering. It
Bouncing
was
one
going
in.
black screen, and then
Deep
like
onto the B site.
I don't know. It
Doesn't
was
get
like
any
it was so
reveal.
weird.
Patman
I was
able
like,
to
what the
scoot
heck is
behind the
happening?
smokes. PRX though,
I was like, they're not
bouncing
fixing
around,
this.
closing the door.
I'm going to sleep.
no fast hit onto B, so
I don't
a
feel
reposition
good.
there. More of a default setup. Divide though, moving over with Jing right now. Gen.G trying to work the map a bit, trying to take some mid control.
The
Is he gonna
EWC
set up a
is not
sonic
the
sensor?
greatest.
Check
No,
the box
yeah,
just
I
in
can
case.
tell.
Saw that work too
I
many
compared
times
to
the other
watch
day.
PRX, he gets
Start
crushed.
being really aware of that spot.
Yeah.
Ravnet does catch, but the reveal
I saw
forces Foxy9 back.
I
Can't
saw
punish
Booster
Patman for it.
reacting to it, and I was like, oh man.
Getting across the way, Munchkin.
AC's
Lingering
stealing all the
forward here at
power.
Tiles.
No, that's literally what happened.
Maybe a triple face into mid. Showstopper is available, so any inkling of presence here, that could certainly be coming
No,
through.
yeah, it was poetic.
PRX a very solid start in this
It
round
was-
as
it
they
was
look to
a
gain the
poetic
lead.
round.
Push
Oh.
forward. Forsaken going to be taking low, not taking down, but
Whoa,
Ash actually does manage
Why
to
did
find it.
something
And
also
Munchkin
die? Wait, what?
continuing to swing out. They fully break this hold atop mid.
Oh.
Texture going to be taken down. Patman trying to hold Market. The fadeaway
No.
shot catches on to Karan.
How?
1v2.
He's just
And at
actually
this
different.
HP, so
What the
unlikely,
flip?
but Patman, can he be that guy? Can he be the hero?
Patman is actually just like,
Beacon is
I'm
there in the
amazed
sky,
every
10
single time I
seconds
watch
remaining.
this guy play.
Spike in transition, not in position to try to cancel
You heard
this
him.
push. Get the catch.
Oh!
Spike planted.
Oh!
They're going to know
But I
because of the
believe
deadlock
in
util where he's
Patman.
coming from.
It's a
Oh,
slow
never
creep.
mind. It's over.
Just trying to walk past this one. Here's the sonic sensor behind him.
Unless,
Changes position, pushes
Unless-
forward, gets over towards the spike, the wall.
Akabi.
However, has to push out of it.
I saw the vision,
And
though. I saw the
Munchkin will
vision.
be able to collect the 3K.
did you guys see
Gen.G
the
back in
vision?
the
I
lead.
saw the vision.
Yeah, nice little trap play set up here by Gen.G.
Nice to
Just
white.
waiting out PRX, knowing they're going to get antsy to try to re-clear mid-space. They've got
I feel so much
Crossfire set
happier
up, him and
watching-
Ash. Oh my god, Ash. He
At
is
this
looking
time.
really sharp today.
Oh my gosh. Valorant is
Patman
so
coming
fun
alive.
to watch
The
when
beautiful
you're
3K
not
there at the
watching
Phantom.
at like 8 a.m. in the morning
Munchkin,
after not
The
sleeping.
3K of his own, gonna answer right back.
Valorant is so fun
Again,
when you're
getting
watching
into
at
that
5
post-plant,
p.m.
can get
instead
that
of like
deadlock
3,
util
4 a.m. in the
up.
morning.
It makes it a lot easier to figure out where the
Who would've
enemy's gonna be
thought?
coming from.
Who What a thought.
Well, Patman tries to dodge that sonic sensor. Still able to hang on. Our Gen.G taking a 1-round lead. You do have the Hunter's Fury available, Annihilation, Pit.
Not me right
bunch of big
now.
ults,
Wow,
like you mentioned, still that showstopper for Jing.
Sorry to the crowd ones who are watching. It's like 1 a.m. for you
Gen.G
guys.
to try to get an
Oh my
execute
gosh,
going,
the
and that
finals is
helps
gonna
when you
be at
win
like
out
4 or
with
5 a.m. for
Texture,
you
gets
guys.
Patman through the box.
Damn.
That's a good early kill to be found here. Texture.
Does Narin watch
softer
50
start
Worlds
of
these
it.
2 days? Yeah, I was watching
Seems like
Robin
Gen.G
songs.
overall getting to find
yeah.
a
I didn't
solid
know who to
sense
watch, so I was just
of where
watching Robin
PRX
songs.
are going to be positioning themselves. 5 ultimates
I
to
watched
work
a
with
little
here.
bit.
See if they come into play already. Heavy rotations. The stack is here from PRX. Showstopper into the corner, and that's going to be Texture damn near taken down. Something will have the follow-up shot.
How did he not
kill to
just get one
equalize.
shot by that? Oh wait, did you guys see
See what
Foxy 9's
PRX wants
mouse
to do. Is they're
pad?
going to be pretty aware of this rotation.
He's one
Already
of us,
Pink's coming
come
down,
on.
anticipating Forsaken to be right around the corner. Can't win against Munchkin.
And he cannot.
He just
Munchkin
pushes the one way. He
off to
just
the races
wide.
already. He's having an incredible performance yesterday. Looks like he wants to try to carry that one forward here for the team this time into a win. Recon bounces forward into
Yeah, Foxy
the
loves
pit, so
anime.
actually not even really needing a clear.
just
Something
like us.
lined it up. Still able to find Ash just on a timing, but at the end of the day, it's just going to be a nice shot. Nothing really more. A bit of damage dealt, but Gen.G now up 4-2.
Yeah, and now you're getting those early round advantages that you need as Gen.G. Getting Texture to win some of those opening duels, very, very crucial. A game like this, and Patman trying to play the tight angle, gets
That
punished.
just reminded me I ordered a mouse pad
Showstopper.
4 months ago and it's still
Dodge,
not here.
Something there to clean it up. Two with the Sheriff, not
I like
bad
that
at all,
one's
but
yellow pad.
Foxy
Oh yeah, I
9
like that
behind
one
Gen.
too.
Good to go.
I
Get
like that one
Gen.G up
too.
by 2 rounds. See, no timeout called just yet. Still a weaker buy. Economy's a little bit shaky.
I feel like something never
PRX
plays duelist
gonna
on
buy down in a
Sunset,
couple of these rounds. Everybody paying attention to mid. Oh my God.
But Vector able to find the one. Finds a second as Jing similarly going to be eliminated. Karan dead again, making for a potential more difficult approach to one of these sites, but as we can see, a widely evacuated here from PRX. Forsaken will swing back around. Patman's going to be lingering a little bit longer forward here in mid.
Just looking for them to try to maybe lean towards B because of the toxic screen. Munchkin's util going to be pretty important potentially. You were talking about no Karan, so a little bit more difficult. Being very aware, our Gen.G. Every one of those boxes that somebody could be hiding behind is being
Guys are
checked.
hitting A.
Never know
Guys
when
are
one of
hitting
those
A.
PRX
Guys
players
are
is gonna
hitting
show up
A.
with
Go
a
A.
judge.
Go A. Go A.
You
No.
least expect it. Should be able to.
Okay,
their
they
way
know.
through
They know
here.
for sure that it's A now. He
Again,
okay,
being
okay, they know.
very
Okay,
cautious
phew.
about this corner. Seen Forsaken in the
Yeah,
early
something's always.
part of this match, doing a really good job there, making it nasty. Annihilation at the ready.
See where he sends it if he can get a grab. Looks like he's going to kite around and Forsaken.
How
Does end
does
up
he
getting
get
roped
caught?
up. Pull it forward towards
No,
his
guys,
demise.
there's nothing
Hunter's
more
Fury.
tilting in Valor
Hit on
than
the
getting
Foxy 9, but the kill not
caught by
found.
a deadlock
And that is
ult.
something
Like,
now
really,
all alone
there's
and
literally nothing
cashless.
worth. Episode
Munchkin
9
is going to be
Iron
swinging in. The
Button.
headshot found. Looks for the follow-up, but Texture will be able to collect 3.
Wait, how
Gen.G
does he
now
have
up
an
to 5.
episode 9
PRX
Iron
might
Buddy?
have to pull the trigger
Do
on
you
that
get
timeout.
just every gun
Yeah,
buddy on
absolutely.
tournament
But
accounts?
now you're starting to win some of these opening duels for Gen.G,
What?
opening up the map a lot more for you.
Why
And again,
does
a
Bro
lot
have an
of what they've been
episode
doing
9
well
Iron
so far
Buddy?
is just being very aware. Some of these
they have everything.
off-angle
I see.
positions,
Okay,
some
that
of these
makes
hidden
sense.
positions that
I
PRX is
have
going to
the
want to try
super
to
power.
use.
Oh, I see.
Even though nobody's been there, sometimes when they spray the boxes, it's better safe than sorry. Can't believe that Annihilation. Jason was looking at his feet, trying to dodge it, but could not.
No escape.
Hunter's Fury trying to open up some space on the site. And Texture, good on the backside. I think Foxy 9 is even impressed that that Annihilation landed.
No, yeah, that
I
is
mean,
so
got it through while he was
tilting.
just dancing around that Hunter's Fury. Took 2 separate pulses, but
There's
they were
literally
separated,
nothing
didn't
worth
get
tilting
fully
but getting
eliminated.
hit
So
by
yeah,
a
the
deadlock
timeout call
ult
will
and
be coming
cap.
through
Uh-oh,
here
they
from
don't look very
PRX.
happy. Oh no. Perks.
Our own Ian
Perks.
Chambers teeing it up
versus
A
Gang.
massive gap in the prize pool. A big jump forward if you're able to secure that third
Whoa,
place
his
finish.
eyelashes are so long!
PRX certainly going to be wanting to take home
Wow,
as
that
much
is
as
so
they possibly
unfair.
can.
I have to go
Something
every like
mentioned it in
2-3
the
months to get
pre-match interview.
eyelash
He's
extensions
definitely
and eyelash
got his
perms
eyes
to
on
get
that
my
prize money.
eyelashes that
So
long.
far,
And something just
Gen.G
gets it for free.
really has
And
a
bro
decent lead
probably
here.
doesn't even want long
What
eyelashes.
PRX wants to do. They're on a full eco this time. All sheriffs.
Annoying!
Patman does have his
Freaking
ult, but who would
annoying.
really normally anticipate that this would be around it. Feel comfortable using it, take control of some space. So, spot there from the Sova util.
No, his eyelashes
Does
are
eventually get
actually
cleared,
so
A
insane.
little bit of info garnered for PRX. Wary now.
No, his eyelashes are
towards the mid
so
pillar.
long, Cremos. If he curled them and put mascara on
69.
them, I think it would actually
be the
look
guy to
scary because it's
Try
so
to contain
long.
PRX at B main. No
Oh my
util used just
days.
yet for him. Toxic screen gonna go up for Patman. Just fishing, seeing if anybody's gonna.
Pretty
try to
sure if
peek
he
on him.
went to
They
the
set up the high
mascara,
low.
like if he went to get mascara perm
For now,
done
Gen.G
at
being
like an eyelash
extra
salon, they would
cautious. I
probably
think taking
say
some
we
lessons
need
out
to
of
trim your
what worked for
eyelashes so
Fnatic
that
yesterday against
the
PRX
perm
and
looks good because your
it's just
eyelashes are too long for
making
the
them-
perm to
making
look
them
good.
sweat,
I
making them
swear
wait.
that's what they would say. That's how long his eyelashes are.
Drone can go up and over the top. Something
No,
on the
yeah,
peak
like why
there.
do men mostly have longer
Top man able to
lashes? Like
find
it's
one.
so annoying, right? And like they don't even want
Back
long
and traded
eyelashes.
up, however, Munchkin, the
Do you have
casualty.
perms
Divide.
or eyelashes as well? Yeah, if
Sheriff
you
in
get
hand.
eyelash perms, they like make your
Needing some clean
eyelashes stick
shots. The
together
pivot
so it
call is
looks
gonna be
like the
coming through here from
Doyen.
Gen.G.
You know that
Quickly
Doyen like
sprinting over
doll
towards his A site,
eyelash
only
makeup
Forsaken
where
there
like
here for the
it
moment.
looks like you have a total of like
I want to snap on
8
him to
like
try to
thick
deliver.
eyelashes. And they also
Want any
put
hope of pulling
mascara
off this
tint
thrifty.
on it
20
so
seconds
that it
remaining.
looks like you're wearing
Try to play around
mascara at all
Here's
times.
the footsteps, but
It's actually
just
a
gonna be
really good
overwhelmed. It's
investment.
too
It
many
makes your eye
targets around the
makeup
corner.
so much easier to do.
Yeah, and with Texture just dancing in there. Breaks
It's like
the
you don't need to
crosshairs
do mascara,
momentarily
you just have to put
try
on
to
the little
readjust
like
to go.
the little serum that they
Or the
give you at
players
the
coming in
salon.
behind. Cannot quite do it.
I
Something did
recommend.
scoop up a rifle.
It's good. It is a good investment.
See if he can get some magic to go. Vibing so sharp with the Sheriff early. Surely this time Gen.G seemingly has this round in lockdown.
Unfortunately, my eyelash are too short for the perm. Really?
Bit of an awkward recon there.
My
Stuck into the
natural
flower
eyelashes
pot, I
are not
believe, so
like
it doesn't
super
actually
super
get the finger
long,
reveal.
but like when you get the
Either
perm
way,
done,
Divide trying to
They
soften
also
up the targets here where
extend it.
possible.
it's like
Something
perm
to be
plus
watching for
extension
exit, see if
plus
he can put
mascara
a bit of a
tint. So
dent
like,
here, but
I think anybody can get it.
already Gen.G are in such a
Maybe
great
you just need to
financial
find the
position.
right
Finds
salon.
two and okay, finds them all. As Ash and
Something
Texture cannot
is
get out
cooking.
from the spike, so nobody's surviving.
Something
That
should
certainly
change
does
his
a lot more damage than I could have anticipated.
Wait,
that's for
wait,
sure.
something needs to change his
Take whatever
name to
little wins you can
cooking.
get at this point is PRX. You're down by 4 rounds now.
Nice
Usually
eco.
defender side of this map, pretty strong for PRX. But
I am not a big
really
fan
haven't
of
been able
the
to get
prime
it going, so now it's the
Karambit, I'm not
operative
gonna
eye.
lie.
They try to be the difference maker. You said earlier, he's been sharp. Can he keep it up? Can he maintain that form? Not going to have to duel anybody with an op
Oh my
on the
god,
other
something
side.
is cooking
You just send
something.
the pit off the rip here if you're Patman. The answer's going to be
Yeah,
no.
something is
Doesn't
cooking
allow for
something,
Gen.G to continue
guys.
to scale
He's
forward and
cooking.
avoid that operator for the time being. Giving Munchkin pressing the poison orb now. Seems like
Why
they want
can I
to just go
hear
ahead and
the
try to
cheers?
execute
Is that-
on
am
this
I
side.
supposed to
Paranoia
hear
coming
that?
through. Texture. Sat here is Forsaken.
I mean, wait, why do I hear the audio of like the? Wait, am I supposed to be hearing that?
Loses his head. Forsaken, however, tagged down the 10 HP. The barrier mesh goes up, cutting off that market access.
Spike planted.
Drone going to be cleared. Forsaken wanting,
Oh, it's
needing
only
to
at
be the
some
hero to
parts they
push
put
forward,
it in.
but
I see.
cannot survive, doesn't have the read. No one in front of him. Ash on the cross angle. Has the
thought-
shots.
Nightmare's
Oh.
over.
Jing able to collect one. Wall falls, smoke falls rather, is Ash.
Why do I feel like I've never
Similarly,
really heard
putting them
people
down
cheer
one by
on
one.
like the
Divide with the
official
operator,
live
able to
stream
find a
unless
bit
they're
of
like
value, but Jing now
actually showing
noted.
the crowd?
Net coming through. Divide having to remove that Foxy, just staying still.
The Saudi audience really likes Gen.G because they're
There's the sun,
pumping to the Saudi.
there's the cleanup,
Oh,
and
I
there goes the
see.
op.
I mean, Gen.G's just having a whale of a time right now.
The cheers are
Nullifying everything that PRX tries to do. And I love this start here for them. Use this fast lane to get Texture in, and then you use the TP for Omen to get them both into this corner. And then it's a bait and switch. Texture runs out. Karan follows up while Patman's trying to keep track of where Texture's going and gets the kill. Just breaks open the
Oh,
site.
Alex. Oh, Alex took his headset off.
That's
Why
about the reaction I expected at this point.
Yeah.
Uh-oh. Wait, come on. I'm
It's not at all going the
scared.
way that they wanted. I mean, you
We
talked
really
about it.
need Lotus.
over at
I mean, not
Masters
Lotus. We
Toronto.
really need
PRX
Sunset, guys. Like, I don't know if we're winning any
against
round.
Gen.G. Yes, they absolutely despise every single time that they have to match up against this squad. And that has not changed. It's Munchkin finding one, looking for a little bit more, considering the re-swing. Given that it's Devi on the other side, and he has been hitting, I wouldn't advise it. Instead, he'll call for reinforcements.
Yeah, that's very wise.
Is this elimination stage?
one of the things
so
that's
whoever
impressed me
wins
about
this
Munchkin
is third
in
place.
this
Who
event
loses
is
is
how
fourth place, and then
he doesn't
Fnatic
breed for
versus
kills
Team
unless he
Heretics
absolutely
is the
has
finals.
to. He's done a really good job of just getting the one and not giving himself up to a trade. So that's a really valuable skill to have. He's done a tremendous job with that. Even though they are playing for the third, fourth position, he looked really good, especially on Lotus yesterday. Showstopper here for GENG in the corner, dead Patman.
Just can't escape. There's no way to try to evacuate, so the Showstopper isn't going to be able to come into play to try to turn the tides of this round.
Oh,
Munchkin,
something.
again, just
Yes,
lingering.
yes.
Looks like something
Lishime,
suspicious
something.
about it, but
Okay,
we'll
nice.
reroute, we'll recheck over towards tiles as well as A main.
You just have no hope.
There's no idea as well. One more shot from the Divine would put down Texture. All made for him to back away, but I mean, what are you really meant to do? You could just stay piled into market, I suppose.
Guys, we need a
Very
die
much will
though.
expire. So it gives them a little bit of an opening as
Nice.
Texture will lose his life, but the trade is going to be there and it's just cash of
You
plenty.
just
It
get
has
Ash.
been this entire map long.
Nice.
Great shot from Divine.
Okay.
Per usual.
Oh,
Gets himself a second.
okay.
And then the trade is going to be there. Gen.G
Oh, guys,
continuing the
it's-
trend upward here on
it's
Sunset,
fine,
now
it's
8-2.
fine.
Free him!
It's fine.
Free him.
This is so cooked. It's fine, guys. It's fine.
So good. A lot of the PRX fans probably
Guys,
starting
what
to
if
sweat.
Gen.G just suddenly forgets
This
how to
is
play
just
Ascent?
Gen.G in a nutshell. Start
You know
getting
what
the
I
read
mean?
on you.
Like, what if
Munchkin's got
Gen.G
you
just suddenly
figured out.
forgets how to play
He
Valorant
anticipates when you're going to make
on
counter moves
next
against him.
half,
He read that
and then
push
they
out
just
from
forget how to
B-Main
play Ascent?
very nicely
So
off the
that-
start.
so that-
Yes, it's a weak buy for PRX, but
So that
kind
PRX
of felt
just
like they
wins
needed to
suddenly.
get one of those. They were going to start making this half more competitive.
Oh,
There goes
I'm
GENG.
covering the live from thing.
Rounding forward, looking for target, chooses correctly, and Munchkin this time does get taken down.
That
That is a big piece of the puzzle found here for PRX. They look to try to run this back to an 8-4 half.
Thank you. I hope you had a good stream.
That's a deep smoke from Forsaken. He is wanting to take
Thank you.
aggressive space over at A main. Meanwhile,
Yeah.
Gen.G just worried about a follow-up off that showstopper, but ooh, Devi just missing.
Just a hair off. Able to skirt back to safety. Forsaken setting up the one-way. Going to run this clock down a bit. 54 seconds now. Foxy9 with the operator. Does
Thank you,
also
thank
have the
you.
annihilation.
Yes,
Goes for the
PRX
peek.
needs to do the
Forsaken with a
TikTok
nice
wall
shot,
like
takes his
last
head
time
off.
on B main.
Ultimate
I
no
want to see
longer
that
a
again,
concern.
please, PRX.
Texture trying to linger forward. Another shot flying. Forsaken finding the hit. Ash going to be taken down, and there you go. I'm getting deja vu. It's PRX getting battered and
Gen.G
then suddenly
expects it
pulling out
probably. I feel
flawless.
like even if you expect it,
Classic PRX.
I feel like even
This
if you
is
expect
really nice
it,
stuff from
it's
them,
hard
though,
to
in
predict
terms of
when they're
just the
gonna do
macro
it. And I
game.
feel like if they,
You're gonna
like, I feel
get
like it's
GENG
good
with
for
that
just
showstopper
one
out
round.
early. Not much that Gen.G
The
was in
TikTok wall
position
is
to do
usable
about it.
once
Just had
per-
to try to
once
hide,
per
and he's still
something,
able
I
to find a
feel like.
target. And then some nice crossfire set up outside of A main. Forsaken there with a nice
It's
shot
not
of the
like
Foxy9.
they rely
A
on
very
any
good sniper in
ults.
his own right. Able to take him down with the
Like,
Vandal.
you can do it literally
So
whenever.
Devi gonna be
As
able to
long
hang
as you
on.
have, like-
See if PRX can make this an 8-4 half.
Their best hope is GENG.
What? What?
The roof.
What in the hell just happened?
Please explain.
If we don't have a replay of that,
The Roomba.
I'm walking out of the booth.
Yeah, I'm
The
just
Roomba
leaving. I'm
does
done
more
for the
than
day.
just clean your floors.
I don't think I've
the
ever seen a
flip?
Boombot double kill.
I don't think I've ever seen
At
it
this
either.
level, certainly not.
Yeah. I mean, in ranked, sure.
I've never seen it in
Yeah,
ranked
like
either.
iron.
It's usually just one
Exactly.
person.
Down A.
It's okay. It's damn near another flawless. And I am so confused.
Please have that replay after the break.
confused, too.
Please.
Okay. Hey, it's halftime. 8-4 is the score. We've lost the plot. We're gonna go to a break. And when we come back, we'll get into the second half and see if PRX can try to rescue this map.
I'm kind of nervous. No replay? Oh, okay.
Enemy remaining.
We don't need a replay for this, guys. This was very sick, though. Hello? What about the Roomba double kill? Hello?
Sensor
Did Riot send you the script this time? Unfortunately, they did not send me the script this time. Wow, Forsaken. Masters Toronto MVP. Yeah, where's the Roomba replay? Hello? Okay, so we just don't get a Roomba replay, guys. Does Roomba not deserve a replay? Wow, that's so sad. Texture. Why am I only seeing Gen.G fans? Where are the PRX fans in the crowd? Hello?
Okay, we've had a little bit of time to collect ourselves, and we are going to be getting a look back at
replay
just
caravan
what
was
the hell
destroyed by the
transpired in the
Roomba
previous
explosion.
round, because that was absolutely crazy.
Absolutely.
But, as you can see, some scenes of stress for PRX, some scenes of joy for the side of Gen.G. 8-4 at the half. As we'll take a look back, the Boombot set free.
Oh, the Hunter's Fury. I think the Hunter's Fury softened them up. I think I
I
saw the
see.
assist come through for something
Soften
there.
them up.
I'm pretty sure.
I don't
It's so hard
know,
to
'cause the
support
Hunter's Fury
PRX when
wasn't
they're
even
against
angled in the-
JGTVs.
was that-
Oh, wait, no, that wasn't their Hunter's Fury.
Yeah, that was Ashes.
So maybe, I don't know.
Snake bite from Patman, was that
Maybe
there?
that was what it was?
I didn't get to see it fast
Madness.
enough. I'm gonna rewind it on my
Have
phone
you checked if
when
you
I have
got
a
recon
moment
Phantom
to
in the
front
shop,
check back.
Narin?
'cause that
Oh,
was
I checked
insanity.
yesterday and I
mean,
got
maybe they pushed to the wall where Decayed down. Like,
Yeah, that
I
could
forgot
be.
what the
get
name
a
was.
great look at the setup because it's happening
Primordium
so fast.
Phantom, but I haven't
Regardless,
checked today. I've
Jing,
been sleeping all
Gonna be
day.
pressured out, but he's fully lined up. And Texture
I literally
is
like
very
woke up
snappy
at
with a
8
headshot.
a.m. and then
That's
I
gonna be
ate
a
some
big
food.
punish
I took
off
my
the rip.
meds and then
Yeah,
I
and
literally
this wall,
slept
super
again
annoying.
until 3
So
p.m.
Patman's gonna try to clear it.
So
Fast as they can.
after Watch
takes a
Party,
lot of
I will
bullets to
check
get
my
through there. I
Valorant
mean, you have to
shop,
use
and then hopefully
so
I
many.
have Recon Phantom
Doesn't even
on
have a full
Thursday.
clip behind this now. Does Patman
Good job,
has to be pretty
Narin. Thank
judicious
you.
with that ghost.
Thank you.
Sonic Sensor's still there for Foxy as well. Toxic screen to maybe cover.
Spots it, clears it. Net. That's gonna be a big catch, but
Oh,
Patman still able to go ahead and stave off disaster. Spams.
That's actually
or
so
swings
hard to
out,
do.
rather. And we'll be able to find Ash.
landing your
gives a
shots when
player
you're
advantage
not
now
allowed
over
to
to the
move
side
when
of
you're in the
PRX.
deadlock stunting is actually like literally one of the hardest things to do. I
Finding
swear.
more than he can chew. Swiftly dispatched. Texture for now joining in here with Munchkin. Spots out the wall. We really only have a couple options for recourse.
Shoot him in the face.
Pretty much going to have to be the strategy here. Attempted a poke and prod, the push out of the smoke. Patman immediately
Texture.
gone. Texture sliding forward, nothing
Player
spotted.
standing.
Forsaken,
Nice.
holding his own. Has the right click. Munchkin finding the one, but can't find anything more. PRX get the pistol they needed. Bring the gap now just down to 3 rounds.
Yeah, what a nice win there for PRX, needing that pistol desperately here. And they're gonna get it, even though Texture finds the opener. Patman, again, I said he needs to be judicious with those ghost shots. And boy, oh boy, did he make the most of them.
One enemy.
Down to just one bullet behind his last clip. After those 2 kills, really efficient stuff there. Like that toxic screen
Why
to
does
set up
Perks
that hit.
look
Even
so
though Foxy9
tense?
hits a phenomenal grab net, not much that he could do off the back of it.
I rewound. They did have their own Hunter Sphere.
I
We
feel
just
like I'm
couldn't see it
barely
from Jing's
seeing the
POV.
players like reaction.
That gets the initial hit. Boombot then collects from there. So, okay, solving the mystery. Jing, though, is tearing them apart.
Guys,
Texture
look,
Ash
this is what I aspire to
gone
be.
here off the rip.
Jing won Masters Toronto after he
Stuck into
switched
the
to
corner from
Recon
Collins. The boost
Phantom.
coming through. Does manage to find one. Stops it from being a flawless, but need 2 more kills for there to be any real damage. And it now comes down to Foxy9, who's going to be on the flank.
Just a classic in hand for Foxy. Probably just going to
Kill
wait this one out.
Foxy9 now.
Maybe look for an exit. See if he can die to the spike, but
Kill
Forsaken with the
him
bulldog.
now.
That'd be the initial challenge potentially if he keeps holding that angle. See what he can get done. No doubt that Foxy could do some damage here.
Oh. Does the hair off?
He's
Seems
done.
like
He's
Forsaken
done.
maybe not seeing him.
Yeah, die in game.
Getting a sense
Die
of it.
in game.
Foxy pushing forward. Maybe able to find a timing here, but no. Rotates back. Gonna have to start making some noise. And Defy is there to say thank you very much for the extra ult charge. Has 3 now. As PRX close out the anti-eco very cleanly, retaining their weapons. And now look for a bonus conversion on top.
Yeah, nice
so
entry here
cute.
for Jing. Got to get him online for PRX. That raise rolling. Nice stuff there. Karan tried to answer with a paranoia, but it doesn't hit Jing. Devi able to clean up the tucked in position of Karan. And all's well that ends well. PRX gonna carry over a couple of those rifles, buy up a few more. So a pretty ferocious bonus coming in here on their attacker side to try to get them within 1 round of Gen.G. Who looked like maybe they were gonna run away with Sunset. PRX's other plans.
Up and over the top, Forsaken, catching them off guard.
Nice shot.
Karan barely able to trade that
No,
one
yeah,
back, but that is
Jing's
such
mom
significant
is so
damage
freaking
dealt.
Cute. She's so supportive.
Extra and Munchkin now gone. The remaining players fanned out across
Her
the
Twitter
map.
account is so cute.
He's just so creative, is Forsaken. I mean, you see this so many times with him where he's just tricking opponents. By spotted. How much Karan could do.
Foxy able to go ahead and note the flank. Patman going to be taken down.
Spike planted.
Now a 3v3. Paint shells find a tiny little lick of damage, and Karan finds himself a second kill. Foxy now pushing in from market. Jing left alone, finds the first, tries to remove the net, and Ash will counter swing in. Still good damage here from PRX, but they cannot close the gap any further.
Yep. Nice hold there. What a start as well.
Nice try,
You have that
guys.
5 to
No,
3
don't worry,
advantage,
don't worry,
but
guys. Don't
Foxy
worry.
able to nullify the extra angle early.
A try.
Attempted to be set up, and Forsaken just having none of it. Foxy there, big win. Karan as well, holding the angle on back sight.
Enemy.
So nicely done. Ends up going down, but Jing just screwed there. Still good. Munchkin still fired up, trying to rally the troops here.
Yeah, Forsaken is
Not enough
actually
money though
just
for
like,
Devi. They
he's
invested in that
just-
bonus. That's going to put him down to a sheriff, but
He's just the
he's going to
best.
usually be at the back line anyway, so
Oh
somebody
gosh, I
dies in
just
front of him, he
realized
just
that
scoop
looks
the
like
gun up.
Neil from Coffee
the sheriff
Cup, the little
shots have been
astronaut
disgusting.
painting.
That
I didn't
too.
even know that was there.
So, not going to be feeling overly
will
concerned, but that's a great
timing.
peek from Ash.
Wowzers.
Ohio, timing,
Some immediate
timing.
reward there. Karan down to 85, but nothing more to be found. So Spike gets passed over. A recycle of this one-way. The wall in his face, though, does make it very difficult, if not impossible, for Karan to really try to play off this one. Extra pushing the drone there on the Patman, swings in, finds the first, looks for the transition, cannot get it. Bloody battle is Forsaken, fights
Guys,
back for 2,
it's
and now
fine. We have
someone's going to be
Forsaken on our
teleporting forward.
team. Don't forget,
Something towards the
Forsaken is
defender's
on the
spawn.
team.
Smoke
and the
out,
Roomba.
Foxy9, knife out, dead. 3K for Forsaken.
Dude, Forsaken
Munchkin.
Omen is actually Foeman.
Still trying to work his way across.
Foeman and
A weapon
Joman
scooped up.
both go
Something around
so
the corner.
crazy.
Still pushing the wide swing attempt.
Not
Munchkin
the wide.
using it against him.
Not the wide. Not
Goes
the
for the staple
wide.
guardian.
Not the wide. wide, not the wide.
Still here.
Forsaken, please look out.
Boost position. Forsaken not watching for this one.
Oh nice!
It does
Oh my god,
get the
Forsaken is
pivot.
just too good.
A 4K
Forsaken is just too good.
from their IGL. PRX continue to fight back.
Man, this is a frustrating round for Gen.G.
Yeah,
I
something
like the
got
setup
some
they have.
swung.
They're able to get Munchkin tucked in to B main with the judge, and they're
Got the
able to lean their
swing.
heavy side over towards A, and they still can't win out the battles. Ash with a great
If
shot as
Forsaken
well to
can hear
start.
Narin,
The 4-5 conversion
I'm in
after
their
losing
ears
the
right
raise.
now.
But Forsaken just
I'm in their ears
absolutely
right now.
outdoes them. Foxy 9, no read whatsoever on the positioning.
명 남았습니다.
A decent go of it, but just another huge round here for Forsaken to keep PRX's head above the water.
No, I think
Yeah,
he
that
was
was a tough
watching
one to
like
read on
exactly
that
the middle
TP,
of main
although
and
that's kind of been
elbow,
the
so
corner
that
that
he like
Forsaken
literally
favors
that was
with
just
that
his
ultimate.
reaction time.
Foxy 9 just not quite
Because like from that
aware
spot,
enough
he can't just
of where
watch
Forsaken
one
was going to
angle.
end
So
up.
I think
mean,
he was
maybe he
just,
thought
I
he'd
think
gone
he
over
was
to
just
Boba or
banking
into Spawn, but he
on
wasn't
the
really checking
fact that
Spawn
he
either.
has
So
insane reaction time,
Foxy
and
9
he's
was just
like, oh, I'm
committed
just
to
gonna
try
put my
to sneak his way
crosshair
into the
in the
site, maybe
middle,
see if he
and then
could
I'm just gonna react.
gamble.
When they show
And
up
it
on
didn't
my
pay off.
screen, and react
Forsaken
he did. Wow.
Has those rounds, those difference makers. So
Good job,
Gen.G
Forsaken.
wants to slow the momentum that PRX is starting to build. And I thought this might be a trickier
Yeah, you're
attacker
the sixth
side
player Narin
for
with
PRX because
yeah,
of
that's me.
the util that Foxy 9 was going to be bringing. It's
for
really annoying
RIN.
to get through some of it, but so far they've been doing a good job of dodging it or just not really having to worry about it too much.
That's me.
It's been a lot of A pressure. Ash did a good job to get one, but in the previous round, and maybe called upon again, we'll have to see, but PRX has a showstopper, and they like to go mid with this and then swing into A.
Yeah, Forsaken also plays
That
on like
could be a
0.7
market
in
shove,
game
but
sense, so
as
he
you called
can
it,
flick fast.
top mid
Yeah,
approach.
Forsaken is like
There's a headshot collected. Swing onto the
one
corner.
of the
Ash
higher
able to find
sense
one with the
players
sheriff.
among the pros.
Does leave the hero rifle now down on the floor. Foxy 9 slowly creeping into position,
Nine
looking
as a
like they will
caster
be
would
able to
be such a
recover
treat.
this and potentially
You're
GENG as
a
well.
caster? I'm too biased
That's
to be
going
a
to be
caster.
a decent little boon here for them.
I'm way too
Get over the
biased to be
line
a
in
caster.
It's now 3v4.
I was an EG hater, sorry.
PRX didn't really
like
have a lot of
the year
information,
where
so they had to
it
pull
was
back.
EG versus,
They realized that they were going to be
PRX
a
in the
little
finals for
weak to some
VCT
flanks,
champs.
so they had to re-clear some
I was
space.
the biggest EG hater, and I was the
Readjust, and
biggest
they're making a
PRX
good move
supporter.
again, making a good read, while Gen.G is
No, like I wasn't
this was gonna go A.
I wasn't just a PRX supporter. I was
gonna
straight
be
up an EG
a pivot
hater.
over towards B.
I was a friggin' hater.
So, last-minute change of plans here
I'm
for
way too
PRX is working out
biased.
nicely, giving themselves a really good shot to come through.
30 seconds
Phantom
left.
for Munchkin, Guardian for Foxy 9. Still a Sheriff for Karan.
Rotating back over now. I think the orb was actually.
I was literally depressed
Left.
when PRX lost
I
that
think that
because
if
that
somebody
was
had just
supposed to
taken it
be
from
like
B main,
Jing's.
they
Everybody
could have
thought
had
it
two
was going to be
ultimates,
Jing's
two more
like
ultimates online rather. Something got his off the
final
plan.
VCT.
Could have had a res alongside this. Might have missed the grab of it, but for now, Wall just going to be pinged out. Ooh, Foxy pointing those outlaw shots there on the swing. It's Munchkin trying to creep down. Finding the
What was that?
first,
Why
looks for
did
the
those just-
transfer, cannot make it happen. Batman able to go ahead, stave them off. Kind of sprays back through, and now it is just Khan. He will get taken down.
Oh, that's
Decent effort
scary,
here from
that's
Gen.G
scary.
in the thrifty attempt, but cannot make it happen. And PRX are now one round
Guys,
away
we're
from
so
tying it
bad.
up.
Guys,
Yeah,
we're
I mean,
so
again, I feel like in the beginning part of the round, Gen.G is a pretty
Guys,
good
we
read
are so friggin'
on what
bad.
PRX wants to do. You know, I saw 2 players in market, 2 at top mid, so they were expecting that mid pressure, but they still couldn't stop it. And that's kind of a problem against PRX for just about everybody. You can know what they're going to do, but they're just going to execute better than you sometimes. And it is going to be the Defy operator. Once again, tons of ults across the board. Everybody's swimming in them right now.
Yeah, suddenly
Forsaken.
this looks too
Oh, he just barely got out.
Ping reveal, TP over to the side, but that sets up the Hunter's Fury as Texture just eats some friendly fire as the regen shield behind it. And that is a big crunch play here from Gen.G. They look to maintain this lead. Boombot this time, no double kill to be
One
found.
enemy remaining.
Something will try to stop it from being a flawless, but cannot. Karan will go ahead and shut it down. Very swift round here as Gen.G get up to 10.
Yeah, they turn up the tempo.
I don't know.
And they're able to
I don't
read
think that Iron Buddy is
the positioning
looking too
here.
good.
A great combo with Texture dashing forward. The Hunter's Fury. absolutely ridiculous off the ping reveal.
Yeah.
Yep. The recon dart.
It's very nicely set up. Forsaken ends up right on top of it. So huge crunch to come in. And that very much weakens the buy here from PRX. Still that showstopper, still a res.
일본인들은 그 something
Still
Swiss라고
opportunities to
부르던데.
try to make a go of this, but Gen.G
13,
for now,
11, Sunsetter.
reading this position well. Can they clear the
Please.
drone fast enough? The answer is going to be yes, as Munchkin trying to just play dodgeball here. Texture saying tucked into the corner. Munchkin going to be taken down by the showstopper. Karen going to be able to find one. Texture looking for the triple transfer, and he will be able to find it.
Texture?
Mows them down. And that nullifies this double ult investment here from PRX. Gen.G barring something going crazy on the clutch.
Even if he gets this one, it's not an ace.
Going to stretch the lead up to 3.
Stop. What about
The
PRX?
Gen.G fans love what they're seeing.
Hello, where are the PRX fans at EWC?
See, something has anything in store for us.
Counter swing angles set up here from both Texture and Ash. This should basically be impossible. Needs to make it a one and done, but it's going to be Texture. Mr. 4K goes ahead and seals the deal on the round. 2 more. And that's going to be Gen.G taking PRX's sunset away from them.
Just brilliant patience here. Hiding in that corner for so long, even with the showstopper coming through. Able to just keep himself obscured. Do tons of damage when PRX least expects it. I wouldn't be surprised if we're going to see another timeout here.
Texture is so good.
PRX needs to find some kind of counter.
Guys, why are we losing Sunset? I'm
Hiding behind the toxic
scared.
screen.
Spike down.
Strikes at the perfect
No,
moment.
yeah, that's what I'm
Divide.
saying. Why are they zooming in on
gotta
their
be frustrating.
faces so much?
Kill here for Forsaken. That
Like
was
if
the 4K
I was a pro player.
a bit ago.
Wait, guys. Wait, why is it frozen?
It was a good play, but looks like the timeout is
I like how
coming
Jing and
through here.
Forsaken are the only two
So
people
final
that are
timeout
in the
call
team
on this
voice
map
chat. Like,
used
why
by
are they in the
PRX.
team voice chat? That is
Rally this
so
one back.
random.
still an
Why
opportunity
are they in team voice chat? That is so
to lock
random.
up the victory here. A
Also,
lot of
why
the
was
ones that
the
they've had at
stream
the
just like
tournament,
frozen
you know, they
for
didn't
like
come
2
easy.
minutes just now? What
A
the
lot of
flip?
overtime play.
Yeah.
And see the economy still
That's
going to be in a rough
so
spot.
weird.
And as previously mentioned, 2 ultimates were invested in that
Oh
round. There's
my.
still 3 available here to Gen.G.
It's just painful that you lose some of the
And they super zoomed
ultimates
in
that
on
get
them
you
and the
kills.
other games at EWC. Like, they should
That's what
stop.
really
That is
hurts.
uncomfortable for the pro player and also for the
the rip
viewer.
there.
Like,
Batman gets
I
ahead of
can
it.
literally
And Jing finds
see
Texture in mid.
how long their eyelashes
Granted,
are,
will
and
be
like I
watched,
can
but Batman
literally
finds
see the
Foxy9.
peach fuzz on their skin.
Seems like whatever
Like,
Alex had said
hello?
might just be working. Khan does make this a little bit more costly, but now Ash is going to be taking down Batman on the lurk forward. And Karan is
아
snapping to get
제발
the readjust.
카론한테만 닦이지 말아주세요 제발.
2v3 opportunity. So they're going to try to make a go of this one. It's Paranoia. It's sent across. Recon to hold them at bay. And Munchkin reads this beautifully. Looks up above.
Suddenly it's losable.
Before he even swings the corner, it's not even a
4v2
flick, it's
to
just a
2v2.
Clear read.
Your cat's pretty zoomed into. Does not like you're uncomfortable.
Is now
No.
The pit
You
to come
guys
through.
can't
Paint
see how
shell
many
to try to
eyelashes
delay.
are on my eyes. I'm not that zoomed in.
Damage avoided, but now the spike engulfed something flanking in around the back. Karan trying to scale forward, but Munchkin finding the flank.
Jing!
Getting
Jing,
one,
did
getting
he
out the
hear it?
defuse.
Did he hear it?
Just being held, he's sticking it, pulls off it here at the last moment. The retap, Jing pushing,
Nice.
killing,
Oh my gosh,
securing.
wait, they both
9
played
round
that
wins now.
so well. They
PRX
both played that so
Damn close
well.
to losing that one out, but the timeout ends up working.
That is tremendous awareness of space there by Jing, using his util to buy time at the beginning of this Viper's
Oh my
pit.
days.
Just great read from Munchkin, but then the way that he moves to the edge and just kind of keeps
Last player standing.
making
Why
Munchkin
else
have to
did they
guess,
get
and
this
he
count?
committed when Munchkin had to stick. When Munchkin, even if it was half already, he had to hold it down. Phenomenal stuff from Jing. Texture does have the op, does have his
Pocari
ult.
sweat. Yum 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 yum.
He's holding back an alley. There's 2 players on the approach. Forward over to Tiles. Just going to be a break of the door here from Forsaken.
Just trying to create some attention.
Karan First one, they have to try to
The
contend with.
cuddle is actually so
Finds
good.
the kill, Paranoia not clipping on the Patman, but that
I
final
mean,
shot, the
we'll
fadeaway
deal with
will,
it.
and Texture looks for the follow-up.
Bruh.
Rez brings Jack into the...
Bruh.
Rez brings Jing back into the fold, not Jack. As Overdrive is now going to be popped, and Texture alongside Ash will be able to go ahead and
Our
quickly
Ascent
squelch
is
his attack
not
here on the A
good.
site.
Our
Map
Ascent
point
is
now in
not
hand for Gen.G.
good. Our Ascent is
Man.
not good.
They're just really holding on. I
Yeah,
guess
Gen.G,
JJ stands for
everybody's
Jack
just
Jack.
too
Yeah,
good.
just start calling him Jack. We got David and Jack.
Yeah, David, Jack. I like it. We'll have to come up with some better names, but Ash there.
David, Jack, and Jason.
Yeah, David, Jack, Jason. Ilya, and oh man, yeah. Yeah. It's infuriating.
It's weird that, like, we've known Alex for a very long time.
Yes.
And normally, you don't like to see your friends suffer.
Right.
But there's something about it. You know?
I know. It kind
Yeah,
of just.
no, Alex is
I mean,
literally
it's just
me right
content.
now.
Like, I feel for him. But at
Alex
the same
is
time, it
literally
is,
me
it is
right
entertaining.
now.
Yeah.
Drone getting the spot here is Forsaken. Pushing forward, and that is a full cluster and a full flank. Gen.G have every bit of information they could possibly need. This crunch getting ready to come through. And I don't think they're reading this one at all. The pushback now striking. Munchkin gone. How much do they see? Unclear, but Divine out. Similarly taken down. Everyone stuck within the pit.
Guys, how do we
bound
guide
forward,
to
Carrie
flank
able to
like
find
every
one.
single
Forsaken.
round?
The Stinger bringing out, finds himself a second. Showstopper set.
And it's not even us. It's not even us
Munchkin
losing our
gets
gun
cleaned up.
fights.
Gen.G make every right
It's
move.
just us getting absolutely
Get into
timing.
every right
Like
position.
Gen.G's flank is so fast for like
But they
what
just
and
get
how and what
massacred
the flip.
within the pit.
It's hard to think of a team that'd be better in a chaotic situation like that than PRX. And Forsaken's just running around. Just the edges of the pit.
Enemy remaining.
Jing gets a showstopper, immediately deletes Ash, and Forsaken scoops up a Vandal and cleans things up.
Unreal.
He's just checking the mouse. Is there dust in there?
I mean,
Is there
the battery
dust in
life on it's
there?
going to be good. Don't want to have to plug that one back in.
Let's go, PRX!
Final timeout call here now from Gen.G. Everything being expended as
No, but
Okay.
that's why I don't like mouses like this clip.
Well, maybe
around
they're.
with it a little bit more.
I thought he might
I
have
have
been
the Lamsu
kind of
Atlantis,
showing
right?
off a little bit there, you know.
I don't like
But no, it
mouses that
actually
are
looks
like
he's
super
having
light
a little bit of an
because
issue with the mouse.
the bottom is like completely open.
Well, hopefully, if that's the case, hopefully it's going to be something quick.
Like it just pisses me off. Like
Gen.G
something about the
fans
fact that
quieted
like
a
dust
bit
could
here.
get into my mouse so easily.
We're almost
Does his
certainly
mouse have
feeling
holes
like
in
that
it?
was going to be the finisher.
Well, I know for a fact that the Beast X
It's
has a lot
so
of holes in
many
it.
times. A little bit less
But
so
the
at this
mouse
tournament, but still.
Forsaken was using, I think,
So many
I don't know
times
which
where they
mouse that
get
is.
to the
I think it was the
finish
Lamb.
line,
No,
but
the
just
Lamb Atlantis
cannot
is like
cross
blue
it.
at the bottom. His was not blue at the bottom, but
It's
like
not without
the bottom of
extreme
his
effort.
mouse was just
PRX are
completely
looking
open.
to make that happen again.
Op be op.
Mouses.
Divide
Yeah,
versus
but like
Texture.
it sounds so weird saying.
Opening shot from Texture.
It
Not
sounds
gonna.
so
well,
weird saying
it
mice
clicks onto
for
Jing,
like
but
a
it doesn't get the
computer
kill.
mouse.
The heal
You
is
know
there,
what I
so he'll
mean?
be right as rain.
Yeah, maybe Lamsu Maya X.
Regen
I
armor as
see.
well. Similarly refilled.
No, yeah, I'm not a big fan of those
Not too many
mice
ults
slash
that are close up,
mouses.
other than Karon has his.
Aren't there light mouse
Still a
mice
bit
that
away
have
from
no
another
holes?
Hunter's Fury for something. Obviously, the showstopper just got used in that previous round. 2 more in a row. That's what PRX needs here to send it to OT.
I guess the Philena.
They're just deathballing around the map. I think wary about those.
I don't know.
quick
I feel
flanks
like
that
most
almost
light.
cost them that
I feel
previous
like
round.
most light
See if they
mice
can read
have
this
some
position.
sort of holes in them.
Oh, that's going
Like
to be
the
another
ones
shot.
that are like
Forsaken now
considered
tagged
the
up.
lightest
This
ones on
damage
the market.
exchange
I feel
onto
like they all
Texture.
mostly have holes in
That
them.
heal still going to be a ways away.
Guys!
And
Oh
Munchkin
my God,
does
thank
get flushed out of this lurk
God.
position. Great readjust from something.
Thank God.
As he'll get the heal. Taking Forsaken down to 5. Op clears the recon. Charon
Yeah, I heard
seconds
this mouse
left.
feel like South
Planted
everyone
forward
use them.
here
No,
at
yeah,
Alley with
and
the
like you
judge in
can't
hand.
put grip tape on them.
Looks like
But like
why
I
they're
guess
gonna
because
avoid him.
there's holes,
No attention
the
being
grip
paid
is
to that
better,
position
so you
at
wouldn't
all.
need
Ash
grip tape.
going to be spotted out.
But I'm
Pain
just not a
shells
big
landing
fan
right in
of
front of his face.
mice with
3 swings
holes in
out,
them.
cannot get the readjustment.
Wait,
At the same
guys.
time, Foxy 9 able to find
Guys, I'm
something
not
off
gonna
screen.
say it, but I know I'm thinking it. Guys, oh
Karan
my gosh, there's
took a
no
peek
way,
out.
there's no way.
Now they know he's there. Trying to use the smoke to lure them in.
Down to those last 9 seconds. The
The
plant comes
ninjutsu
through.
Sora?
This could be
I was
dire
thinking of getting the
straits
ninjutsu
for
Sora,
Gen
the
G.
pink
The money
one.
not going to be in a good spot. Patman able to find the first. Karan rushing forward, taps the spike now. Alone, the
Tebai!
judge striking. Patman here around the corner. The
No!
jump out, the kill. 5 HP
No!
on Forsaken, swaps to the classic.
No. No.
Spots him, tries to hold it, and just fires
FF,
through the
FF,
smoke.
FF, surrender,
Karan
surrender.
with a
I'm gonna
4K.
close the stream. I'm gonna end the
Will
stream.
bring
I'm gonna
this
end the stream. I'm gonna end the
to
stream. I'm gonna end the
its
stream.
end.
I'm gonna end the stream. I'm
Stolen
gonna
by
end the
Gen.G.
stream. I'm gonna
bane
end
of
the stream. I'm
PRX's
gonna end the stream. I'm
existence
gonna
has
end
been
the stream. I'm
Gen.G.
gonna end the stream. I'm
And
gonna
they
end the stream.
continue to make them suffer. They're going to take their map pick
I
away, one of the
understand.
strongest maps PRX has. And it's going to be Ascent coming up next, a map that has befuddled PRX for some time.
Oh my
It's a
gosh,
very different
guys.
setup.
Well,
Obviously,
it's not
Gen.G
nice.
play a different game on Ascent
Guys,
compared
how are we gonna win
to
Ascent?
Fnatic. But it was a
How are we
13-3
gonna
scoreline
win
that they suffered
Ascent,
yesterday. We'll see if they can have an
How
improved
are we gonna
performance and
win
still get this to
Ascent?
3 when we come
It's
back
fine,
after the
guys.
break.
GG. Oh my days.終わりだ. No, but Karen just 진짜 잘한다, Karen. 아니, this, like his target switching, he's 이거는 그냥 둘 다 오맨이 너무 잘했다. Like both teams' omen scrum mods actually the MVP of this entire match. Coleman versus Foeman. Coleman won. Coleman won. Yeah, if you played like that yesterday, Gen.G would be in the finals. That's what I'm saying! Like, why did it have to be PRX versus Gen.G, man? I wanted to watch Fnatic versus Gen.G. Like, frick! Or like Fnatic versus Gen.G in the finals! Why is No, Karen is actually so crazy. Did PRX overdo the sunset? Yes, unfortunately. Stop. Guys, it's fine. Let me show you guys my PRX jersey. It's fine, guys. I have my jersey. All is good. Do you guys have your jerseys on? If PRX loses this, it's because you guys don't have the jersey on. Did you wash it? Of course! Also, it's so freaking hot today again, by the way. Like, unbelievably hot. The final is happening at the same time. Yeah. Wait, what? Wait, what? What do you mean same time? What? Alright, what? Alright, is there another stream? Oh, I see. Okay. That scared me, not the score. Oh, okay. Okay. I was gonna say, because like EWC, there's so many streams going on at the same time. There's like stream A and then stream B. Like I get confused trying to find which stream I'm supposed to be watching for EWC. So I was like, wait, that'd be so funny if they streamed the third place match and then the grand finals at the same time. That would be like the dumbest thing that they could do. That would have been literally the dumbest thing that they could do. Legit. Okay, Gen.G. I see you.
And you could even hear the incredulation off the voices of Paper Thin
Aw,
and
the something
Achilleos,
art is so
despite the
cute
fact
too.
these two opponents know each other so well. It is Gen.G and PRX giving us a new chapter in their rivalry. 1-0 for Gen.G on Sunset, 13-10 in that last one. Digon here alongside Baby Bay and Kakuka. What a good one that has kicked us off here in the third place match.
Yeah, I mean, the double boombot kill against again, yeah, never seen that. Not even in my rank game. Obscene
No, that's
stuff
what I'm saying. I've never seen that. Not even in my ranked games either. It's like, okay, like if I see somebody die to boom bot, it's usually like
love to
one
see
person.
that
It's never
Gen.G
like
knows
two
their
whole
opponent, knows
people.
them very, very well. Not many teams can do that to one of the biggest comforts that PRX has currently in this game, which is Sunset. It's also very surprised to see that Gen.G picked out Ascent, but we'll get to that in a minute. I think that we had very stellar performances from players that we expected and players that we did not expect. Good to see that that individual prowess is definitely going to be there, but I don't think it's a good sign when we see that many multi-frags, that many one player has to be the hero for you to close around.
Yeah,
I think
that's
the scary
true.
thing for me is Karan is now activated. This guy was kind of AFK a little bit for the last couple of days. Apparently in the back we were being told that he was kind of under the weather a little bit, and now he's coming. Right. And now he's coming into form in the third place match. It's gonna be worrisome for the side of PRX when this guy's activated.
Yeah, again, always love talking about stars on this team. We've been saying Texture's name, we've been saying Munchkin's name, we've been saying Foxy9's name, but then Karan being able to step on up, and then Ash had himself that double Hunter's Fury kill as well. So Gen.G firing on all cylinders. That's what you got to do up against the reigning Masters Toronto champs. 13-10 there. And when they got the spike down, it was successful here for Gen.G. Early on in that game, they kept going to A and then rotating on over to B, and they found a lot of success in that.
We see also the clutches at the bottom, both of them going the Gen.G side that we saw throughout the game. The opening kills, I think that was going to be a little bit different because we saw a lot of situations coming and turning around. And I think that goes back to what we were saying about them knowing their opponent. Gen.G know how to be aggressive and when to stop
like some insane talent kills and like some insane
and that stat line exactly shows how momentum-based this game is. It was a back-and-forth affair, but it did come down to those clutches that you were talking about. It's exactly what I wanted to highlight. When it's such a close scoreline like that, those match big moment plays that I was talking about earlier in the pre-show, that's what sets you apart. That's what wins you the actual map.
Yeah, let's take a look at some of them. Off the back of Foxy9, who has been the standout player for Gen.G throughout the Esports World Cup, does it yet again here in map number 1.
I am an absolute loser for a Deadlock, and I think that he is the perfect representation of what the agent can do in this map. Do not get me wrong, I do not think that every team can do what Gen.G are able to do with the Deadlock, and specifically in this map, but his utility has so much effect. He knows exactly how to use Deadlock as an initiator and have that much presence. We see those post plants, all of those stunts, all of the crouches as well. Like he uses
the bunny hop, like the way he's just smiling and
and
chewing
then even
gum.
his anchoring on the defensive side, I mean, he just knows exactly when to use that grav net and
like
just
so
basically
chill.
delay for his the rest of his teammates' Texture to come on over, maybe get a flank in. He is such a mechanically standout player when it comes to retaking.
And then the round that we wanted to shout out here was round 18 on the Sova. This was such a big moment here. Look at that.
Yeah,
value.
And this kind of chipped away at the economy of PRX, but it's a momentum-based game. I feel like when you get this Hunter's Fury kill online like that, and it makes it so easy for your star duelist to follow up on it, it puts yourself in a really good spot to kind of further that lead against PRX.
To me, it's more the moment where this happens. We see a full buy on the side of PRX. We see a lot of ultimates already online for them. They not only invest the Hunter's Fury, we also see the Deadlock ultimate being like, if there is someone coming here, which would be a very PRX play to make, like they have the Kumarila's showstopper.
Funny enough, is not
the showstopper.
But yeah, the plan is we watch all the games.
Especially when the score is so tight on an 8-9, that is the moment where PRX will be doing those kind of rounds.
Gen.G
that is coming to know your opponents.
All right, let's shift our focus to map number 2 here in Ascent. Remember, the stakes here are those championship points and the prize pool. It is a little bit more important to Gen.G as they have multiple different teams across game titles here at the Esports World Cup. So we go to Ascent here. What do you want to see, Kakuka, as we move to map number 2?
Maybe a new composition coming from the side of PRX. Again, I'm very surprised that Gen.G decided to go for this Ascent. They have won against PRX, but they have not won against many other teams. They've been struggling a lot. The same way that PRX has been struggling. The thing that I'm saying about the compositions, the last 6 times that they've played this map, they've played 5 different compositions. They're not finding their footing. They're not comfortable. We saw what happened yesterday against Fnatic. Not having a Sentinel and Ascent is definitely not paying off.
You're absolutely correct about Gen.G picking this map. They run the default comp. It is very, very awkward, and it's very obvious what you're going to do. But they do have footage from yesterday, like you were saying.
Yeah, all right. Well, with that, again, the stakes here.
This guy's
the third
hair is
place
so
match,
freaking red, by the way. Like, how did he achieve this level of redness?
Points.
It's so vivid.
And again, the rivalry between these two squads that know each other so well, not only at internationals, but Pacific as well. A little bit of a preview of what's happening in stage 2. It is Gen.G. It is PaperX. Will the train be able to get back on the tracks? Or will Gen.G be able to vanquish their foes? Let's find out. Map number 2 starts right now.
Yes, the hair and the shoes, they're so freaking red. Like, holy, I've
Thank you very
never
much,
seen
Desk.
hair
Yep,
that,
here
like,
we go.
vivid.
Map number 2, PaperX. Going to be looking for a bit of redemption, a bit of a rebound here.
What the
as they make their way back over onto the stage, taking their seats. Ascent needing to get through this. The map pick of Gen.G to take us over to Lotus, which would almost certainly be an all-time banger of a map if they want to have a chance at those points, at that increased prize pool. Otherwise, Gen.G will be able to collect it all in 3rd place.
Yeah, what a storyline that would be. You know, this is a map that, like the desk was talking about, it's been a little bit of a struggle for both squads, but I'd say more so for PaperX and Gen.G. You know, this is more them picking this map to pick on PaperX's weaknesses than it is necessarily playing to their strengths. So you never know here. You know, PaperX, if they just kind of throw caution to the wind, play loose, play aggressive, they might be able to take this away. You know, Gen.G looked a little shaky on this map, so definitely something that they can exploit. It's just a matter of, are they going to be able to find that form? Because on Sunset, they just, you know, they had some moments for sure, but Gen.G, again, really has good reads. I mean, even on some of those rounds that PaperX was losing, I was like, man, Gen.G has great macro here. They have a good idea of what PaperX wants to do.
No, they really do. And I mean, Desk was talking about it, how well these teams know each other at this point.
I think 13-7.
You think about, you know, if you think about rivals,
guys,
like
I don't know that
much
much about Gen.G's Ascent. I just know our Ascent is not the greatest, so like, I'm gonna trust you guys, come on. So what's the script?
These two teams have played against each other as many
what
times as Gen.G has played against RQ.
Tell me right
9
now.
times in VCT, and if you count
non-VCT
events such as this one, it's been 11 times.
Right.
It's insane how much these teams have played against each other, and the lion's share of that has been from the last 2 years of play, and we're not even done with 2025 yet. We still have stage 2. We still have another international
PRX
on the VCT circuit.
It's not looking
to potentially
good.
add even more matchups between these squads. It's been a huge jump where they just consistently clash because both teams have continued to trend around the top of the stand.
Wait,
absolutely.
Hold on,
I mean, I think you would feel like these are the two best teams out of Pacific right now. For the last couple of years, you know, between them, they've each got a Masters title. You know, T1 has one in there as well, but they weren't able to qualify for Toronto. These two teams were. So right now, I think this is the biggest rivalry we have in our region.
That's what I'm banking on. Like, I know our Ascent is not very good, but like you guys are saying Gen.G Ascent is not very good, so like, surely we have hope.
From PaperX.
Surely there is hope out
there.
They're
falling to the ground. Are they going to be able to get their arms out, catch themselves, and rebound here and send us to Lotus? It's the big question for me. It's going to be a lot of sheriffs here for both teams. 3 for Gen.G, 2 for PaperX. They're just looking to maybe duke it out with the pistols. And I mean, both teams probably feeling pretty confident about it. They were hitting some good ones.
They're going to be ready for them to be slid this far forward. The answer is not quite. GENG does manage to get the readjust. Something here in mid. Tag down to 34. Sheriff still an opportunity to try to do some damage, but Ash just going to be a little bit quicker on the draw. Finds the pick there. Dash at the ready from Texture. Cuts across. Switch going to be hit. Devi just hugging along this Viper wall here. Quick rotations coming through. Some shots flying. The Texture finds the headshot on a Forsaken Devi. Gone. As that is going to be the cleanup. It's another pistol going the way of Gen.G. 2-1
and we lost
in
the first round.
Yeah, I mean, just some plays trying to be made here.
I just blinked and we lost
sides,
pistol
but Munchkin
in
at least
literally
able
2
to
seconds.
Get one from his
I'm gonna freaking lose it,
off-angle
I'm gonna
position
freaking
that he
lose
creates
it.
in A main.
Guys, don't forget.
And then something tries to make a hero play in mid. And he was already so low. You have to just hit a quick headshot around the corner, and they're just ready for it. Karan and Ash both combining there.
I have my jersey on!
Ash through the smoke gets GENG. It's a good start again for Gen.G, winning the opening pistol just like they did on Sunset. It's just going to be a Couple little buy-ups for PaperX. Divide with the Sheriff, Forsaken with a Ghost. And Forsaken is already almost dead.
Yeah, Forsaken with 7
No
health.
blink, just woo. Okay, I'm not blinking and my eyes are open. Oh my days.
Immediately getting tagged down.
Coming back.
To a much safer position. Looks like he's going to slide forward onto that B site. Heavy stack. I mean, A is just completely abandoned at the moment. Munchkin was playing a more lurk-heavy character and probably already be within that A site and calling for the rotation to come through. Now, though, we'll play this out patiently. Gambling into the stack here. This does give an opportunity for PaperX to potentially turn the tides a bit. Try to pull off a thrifty.
Now we're saving strats for champs.
Good little play from PaperX. See if they can convert on this. They've got an opportunity, that's for sure.
Keeping it quiet here for the moment. Recon goes in deep. Shots flying. Something able to find one. The jump. Jing is bouncing forward there with a right clicks in hand. Is able to find Ash.
30 seconds left.
The weapon's going to be scooped up.
Oh, never mind.
Carried forward here.
We also,
Munchkin
we
now
needed
joins
this.
in, and it's just Divide still making his way
That
across
was
in
so
towards Market where the door is going to
winnable.
be
We got
shut.
the killjoy. It was
Get
so
one
winnable.
more here is Divide. You'd feel great.
It was so winnable.
Drop
That
one
was
of those
so
Guardians or
close.
Bulldogs away from Gen.G going
It's
into the next
fine,
round.
guys. It's fine.
Say 2-tap here on a Foxy 9 or a headshot. And high-low setup
I
with the
believe in
switch.
perks.
And
I believe in
will put
perks.
Foxy to 9, but cannot get that kill. So the weapon's going to be carried over as overall fairly
It's
clean anti-eco here from the side of Gen.G, now up 2-0.
Yeah, I think Gen.G, Munchkin second-guessing himself here, maybe anticipating that off of the contact,
Down B.
that Gen.G would rotate away from the stack is what he thinks PaperX is going to do. They don't do that, and there's a toxic screen there that backs him off. Created by Divide, just that little wall makes him second-guess that maybe A is actually open. He has to back off. And that just keeps Gen.G plowing forward into that stack. A little bit of damage done, but Gen.G able to recover nicely. They're going to come in with a pretty strong bonus.
Plenty of
Jing,
weaponry
just
to try to
time in
utilize
Karen,
here.
please. He's wine. He's wine.
On slowly
Oh,
drifting into wine, but
no. Did they hear him whine?
they're none the wiser. No clue about it, but he can't find the punish because of the flash.
Oh my gosh, thank God for the flash.
Timing on that is just ridiculous.
Let's go, PRX. Knock
Helpful for
yourself
sure. Flash over the top is just gorgeous, and both players
Oh my, are we
forsaken to buy.
serious right now? Guys, oh my God.
It's in the open,
Oh
gun
my God,
down.
are we serious?
Spike still a ways away. This could allow for the quick pivots to come through. It's going to be so difficult to try to get a retake going here for the side of PaperX. Gen.G very well could seal the deal here on the bonus conversion.
I mean, this might be a safe consideration already for
Not
PaperX.
something with the
Saturday, this is a
default
very
Vandal
wide
with
re-clear
the
that they're going
iron-
for. It seems like the safe call
gun, buddy.
is the most
Oh my
likely
tummy's starting
outcome.
to hurt again.
As
It
Patman
was fine
won't be allowed to do that.
until this moment.
Nor
It was
will
at this
Jing.
moment.
Something
Not
going
even
to try
you.
his odds and
She
will
effed
be able
up.
to come away with that kill. Dodges damage, but Gen.G now circling, going to be on the hunt. Pings coming down precisely towards where something is advancing forward.
Even bonus
Just
we
great
lose.
reads.
Wait, I need to change my sitting position
Something gonna
because
have
my
to come
tummy
up
hurt.
huge here to keep this gun.
I'm sick. I'm sick to my stomach. Literally. I'm literally
Down
sick
here,
to my
enchilada
stomach right now.
texture.
Oh,
First
PRX,
one to try to go on the fight, Foxy 9.
Oh, something.
The
He's
next
on.
one.
He's awake. He's
This old tail went forward. Wasn't ready for somebody to be coming
No,
through
but like
the spawn.
Gen.G's just too good, especially
Nothing
against.
retained here.
What
Minor
is it?
damage dealt.
I was like, what
PaperX.
is it about the
It's a rocky
Gen.G and
start
PRX
already on
matchup
Ascent.
that they're like literally
that's
PRX's
a real
kryptonite?
gamble
I don't
setting up that
understand.
high-low out in the open like that. And the flash is perfect for Munchkin.
Enemy remaining.
Just maybe anticipating that you get a player to peek around that corner
I don't
first, and you can maybe
understand.
get that kill and then kind of scoot away to safety. Yeah, cross that one off the book. It didn't work. Not that I'm entirely sure that was Alex's idea.
Yeah.
Like that one might have been a on-the-fly player decision.
On finding power on noise made here in mid. Sheriff sent a Bucky. Something. Trying to find the shot. Avoids the spray here so far as Munchkin forces out the tailwind. Something does get a very nice headshot before getting taken down, so gets his. It's the rest of the team to try to do the same, and Divide will be able to deliver on that promise. Bucky value, though, dwindling
Oh, puppy.
as Ash Goes down to 2 there at Alley. They're going to be picked up here by Jing. Plant now going to be coming through. Doesn't pass this one over to Karan,
Planted.
despite already having the ult online. With Ash at 40 HP. Jing, if he can just get that first elimination and then scale forward. There's a world where he could still clutch this.
Yeah, there is. I believe in
Paranoia,
Joman.
however, going to be going wide.
Joman! In
Another
Joman
player
we believe!
hit by
In
that.
Joman we
4
trust!
TP, trying to close the gap. Cannot find Ash.
Yeah,
Gets
well,
himself
wait,
the
that
4K,
doesn't kill
4
him? The
rounds for
Bucky
Gen.G.
sucks!
Yeah, some damage done with the
The
pistols.
Bucky sucks!
Some
He was
good
literally
individual
so
moments
low.
for
How does that
PRX,
not
but
kill him? That did
the
like 0
firepower is
damage.
so
What
weak.
the flip?
They just couldn't get the job done. And Gen.G, Ash already had a Hunter's Fury. He's having a pretty solid day overall. Really nice map for him on Sunset.
Oh,
Some
sure.
stellar moments.
It's 8-1-0.
Yeah, he's having a pretty good one, eh?
Now, swallow your fear.
Ryan, what's your story about you and PRX and how did you become a fan? Oh, well, I started off as like a
It's going to be a
Forsaken
bad
fan.
Texture rushing
And a
forward,
something
but Jing able
fan.
to go ahead, shut him
And
down.
a
Hunter's
Jing
Fury now
fan.
coming
Like,
through.
I just
Ash
like those 3
trying to see if
players
he
a
can get any
lot.
tags, but
And
all
like,
the
I like
PRX
how
have scattered.
the roster of
They avoid
PRX
the
just never
damage, they
changes.
get the kill. That's them now in a good
Because like,
position.
why would you cheer for a team
Gen.G
if the
have to
players all
abandon this
change?
side of the map.
Like,
Patient
you're a
immediately
fan of the
coming through.
players, not the
Forsaken just going to
team,
go
you know what I
sprinting
mean?
over towards mid. Checks to see that Pizza's going
I
to be
like
clear.
I like the vibes.
Yeah, this is solid rotation here from Gen.G.
I like the vibes of
PRX
Perks.
had committed a lot. And that operator is going to be on the other side of the map, so that's a tool you'd like to have to stall the attacks. Not
That's why I
necessarily
can
as good in
confidently
retake,
say I'm a
but
T1
something
fan because
darn good with it, so
Faker is never
might
going to
make me
leave
eat my
T1.
words with that
the
one.
day Faker
waiting this
leaves
out.
T1, I will be
Gen.G unsure
devastated.
and have no
And
information
I will probably
about
not
what's
call
going on
myself
this side of the map.
the
So gonna have
fan
to use the drone.
of
Gonna
the
have to
new
wait-
team Faker
give away
goes
the
to. I will
script a
just
little
call
bit.
myself a
Now,
Faker fan from then
It
on.
looks like Patman
Right
is going
now,
to
I'm a
shift
T1
a
fan.
little bit over.
If Faker
rotate
leaves
again.
T1, whatever team he goes to,
Maybe just go for a 2-2 split.
I'm not
Looks
that
like they're gonna
team's
try to
fan
cut back
anymore.
over the cap.
I'm a Faker fan.
Without a Sentinel, you
30
know
seconds
this
left.
mid is going
No,
to be
yeah, I
weak.
feel like I might cry if he
Okay.
leaves the professional scene. No, yeah.
Looks like they want to not go into
It's okay, Faker will be
potential
playing until
crossfire setup
7
from
years old. I hope
Ali
so.
as
I
well
hope he
as
never
Sight, so
retires.
we'll push in from Market. TP,
Yeah,
however,
basically a
is there.
LeBron
Jing now
fan, yeah.
arriving at boats. Time ticking. It's Foxy9 able to find one, the spike.
10
Being brought
seconds
forward,
left.
Wow, I
Jing
wonder how
still
many
sat
champions
here.
are going
Plant
to
coming
be in
through,
League of
Ash
Legends in
finding one.
Season
Jing
7.
getting the other Patman now.
Spike planted.
In responses, that'll be the cleanup.
Okay,
and that'll be
nice. We got
getting
around,
themselves
guys.
on
Good
the board.
job, team.
I thought for a second here this might work out pretty well for Gen.G, but some good plays there.
Good job.
Able to get some kills
Faker
and
staying
stall
on
them,
T1
and with the time
forever. He's a
ticking
part-
down,
Oh, really? He's
had to
actually a
force the
part
plant.
owner now?
That
I mean,
worked
he
into
deserves
Patman's
it.
favor.
Faker should just
able to
own
wait that
T1
out
at this point.
nicely.
Why is he only a
Not
part
checked the
owner?
votes
Bro
by
literally
Foxy9.
made T1.
Foxy paid the price.
Like, when
There
you
he's
think of
able to just
T1, you think of Faker. Like, I'm sorry, but
Tear
like...
Gen.G apart.
Enemy remaining.
Nice opening
Yeah,
kill
4
as
is
he
all
shifts
they,
down
all they
there.
get. 4 is all they get.
Really nicely done. Man, PRX finally gets around. Didn't even have to use the operator.
Oh my
Go into
gosh.
mid.
Something operator online.
Goes forward, gets himself in front of the wall. Recon.
Oh my
quickly
gosh, and the
cleared out.
beacon is behind the
Sicken's
wall.
playing alongside him, trying to play him in. Flash is going to be dodged. The peek, the flick, not going to be
Save something!
connecting.
Save something!
They
Save
drop down,
them!
they hide in
Save them!
behind stairs. Flash over the top.
Yes!
Patman able to find the headshot and the spray down. Munchkin going to be bleeding out on the floor.
Oh,
Foxy9,
President's
however,
down,
in response,
President's
able to
down,
find
never mind.
Forsaken.
I was like, someone save
As the
something.
rest
Okay,
is
he's
ready to come
dead. He's
through, and
freaking dead.
Foxy
The
is
off's
right
dead.
there to
Just,
barrel
oh my
stuff,
days.
keeping
Oh
them
my
protected
days.
and keeping them in with a monstrous
It's
advantage.
over.
The rest of the players now slipping the net.
No,
Getting past
our
Jing's line of sight.
operator.
We move over through Market and Karan still here on the late linger. Cleans
Mr.
things up.
President.
Nice round here for Foxy.
No.
Didn't clear boats previously, but this time he's good
Hindi ko
to
kasi
bail out his team in mid.
sinadong.
They react quickly here. The dash from something puts him in an awful spot, and Gen.G wants to capitalize on that quickly. You see the flash
That's fine,
came
guys.
out
There's still hope.
from
Yeah. If
Patman
there's
to
still
try to
hope,
bail him
guys.
out. But Gen.G
There's
just
still
a
hope,
step
guys.
ahead of the curve there. A great reaction call from Munchkin and company. Now
Like
you
a nice
gotta
pause.
take a
I like
time
this
out
pause.
here. This
Much
defender
needed
side
tactical pause
is
from
crumbling
PRX.
again
Yep.
for PRX, just
We
like it
needed
did on
this.
Sunset.
I mean, just It's far
Look
too
how
costly.
smooth his skin is.
See what they
Even
try
with
to
like
piece
the
together.
micro
Going
cam,
to this next one,
his
but
pores are so tiny.
losing out on the operator, having these rounds be
Like,
so
bro,
close.
if anybody, like other people's
In the wind
skin
for
under that
PRX.
close up, you would
the
be able to
economy
see all
is
like the
not going to
sebaceous
be in
filaments,
a
all the
very
blackheads,
great
all the
position.
whiteheads. But like, look at their
See if
skin.
they're going to have any kind of real set strat to try to pull off
Like,
here.
why are we zooming in this close though? This is
you get the
literally so
read.
uncomfortable. I can literally count
just so
all
tough
of
on this
the,
map to play
I can
defense.
literally
Out
count
of
all the
Sentinel.
sebaceous filaments on their
Killjoy,
freaking
no
nose.
Cypher,
Like, what
no
the flip is
Deadlock.
going on? Why are we zooming in so close to their
Trying to get
faces?
something going. You do have the blades.
Also have to buy glass cannon Sheriff.
Freaking heck.
Doesn't want to buy lower
No, yeah,
than
that
1100.
camera zoom is
This
actually
looks like there's
crazy.
gonna
Like,
be
literally
some
so
reassessment. Okay.
unnecessary.
So still some firepower if the shots can come through. We know that something can be deadly with these blades. Quick push over,
I
getting
guess
ready to come
Danny
through.
9
Knives
knows
up and
even
over the
if I
top,
zoomed
Jing able to
in.
find that
This
first
is
blood.
not
Cloud burst
true.
down.
You can
It's
see my
catapulting forward.
nose.
Texture finding one. The shorty comes out. Something going to be traded.
That's not true.
Brings it now into a 2v2 with
Yeah,
Tap
they
and
do
tag
it
down
on
to
the
16.
fan sometimes.
Your
Like, when you
back
do it on the
stairs,
pro
three
players,
swings
sure. But, like,
on the floor.
on an innocent civilian
That's
fan,
not
are we
really
serious?
going to be a viable option as well as they just spam it down. They
Guys,
guarantee
I
it.
just
Kara with a
blinked and we
4K,
lost.
Gen.G to 6.
Yeah, even though Gen.G kind of walks into the trap that
did.
PaperX has set up, they're still able to fight their way through it. The Blades not really able to find the value that you'd like.
Down.
Smokes here from Texture, really, really nice to help block his team from the angle that something was trying to take.
One enemy remaining.
And Karan
아니,
absolutely
카론 진짜
disgusting
미쳤는데 오늘?
with the Vandal.
Wait, Karon is actually so freaking
Really
good
nice
today
reactions,
for
really
what?
nice recovery for Gen.G. It looked like that round might have been able to swing into PaperX's way, but instead it's Gen.G up to 6, up by 5.
Piles crunch attempt here. Peeping forward, and the Haunt reveal is massive, and something quickly collects two. Catman coming through, something with a 3K, and Forsaken with the cleanup. I was wondering if they'd go for it. The conditioning was there. Gen.G
No more
decided to
blinking,
try to
guys.
attack
I just
that
won't
B
blink.
site
I'll
once
just have my
again.
eyes open
And
like
PaperX
this, super
perfectly read
wide
it.
the entire time.
Love the combination there with the Fade Util as well. The Haunt to really set things up. Change some angles. It's just a quick dash out, and there's that Haunt finding value. Just spraying through, even finds Foxy9 there. Unbelievable.
Nice try.
The dash up works a treat. The crunch from the Omen TP as well from Jing on the other side. It's a nice little variation on a classic.
Jing gonna be trying to do the same thing now. Here at the B site. It's a tiny bit of damage onto Ash, but cannot collect the elimination.
Cannot collect the elimination.
Stays alive for now. Pit,
Bro
same
lost
time now.
20
Play
HP.
here.
What?
Yeah, tough
Why is
situation now
that
for
so
Foxy that
funny?
he's facing.
Why is that such a funny way to word it?
Not really
Could not
able to get
collect
good
the
info
elimination.
inside of that pit or do much about it. Gen.G just
Is that
holding
like
the
a
line,
caster
looking for
thing to
another
say the simplest
aggressive
things
play
in the
from
most
PaperX.
in the
Who
most
took Jing into
complicated
wine.
way possible to fill the
Looking to try
air?
to kind of just box out the entire map
He
other
could
than
not
mid.
collect the elimination.
Try to force
Just say
the
he could
Gen.G
not
players
kill
through
him.
there.
Like what?
But if they break through,
That must be a caster
Forsaken
thing.
now backing up something. Gen.G
How's it
can
Tommy
get the
today,
read on
Nari?
this.
My tummy's still
Might be
hard.
able
My
to get
tummy's
in
still
and get
hard.
something tagged up.
That's what I
You
do for
should run.
essays. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. No, I get that. That's what I do for essays too, to fill up the word count.
Forward, trying to clear this out, but Foxy9 holding his own. Finds the kill, finds a follow-up.
Instead of saying like something was unmanageable, you say like
trying to crunch, trying to scale
something
forward
was
against
unable to be
an audioless
managed in the
Killjoy,
most efficient way
Foxy9.
possible. And then
He's been
suddenly
too
you go
damn
from
good.
like 3 words to like 8 words. Boom.
Devi will find one
And
to
you
bring
do
it now
that just
into
for
a
like every
2v3.
phrase, and then suddenly your essay word count goes from like 500 to
No,
like
not even a full
900.
HP bar here between the two remaining players. There's a long flank, and Foxy reading it decently well, cannot win this fight.
No, Foxy9 is so good too. Everybody's just so
Wow, this
freaking
is-
good. Like what the flip?
Time's just running out.
Screen down.
I don't think you can get this going as PaperX.
Ash gets antsy, which he
Hey,
does.
Devi, is Uncle
Goes for
gonna
the check, but Karan has been a bit of a beast.
Oh.
Looks to try to rush them
Oh.
down. 4K found for Devi, but the time is just not going to be there. Gen.G still with cash in the bank. Get themselves the clutch and get themselves now up to 7.
Yeah, I've been really crediting Gen.G's macro, but I really like PRX's macro on this round. They've got good answers for a lot of what Gen.G wants to do here. They have an answer for this lockdown. They just can't quite get there. Well, Patman's got Foxy9 blocked in, knows he's there, should have the advantage in that situation, but Foxy9 just outplays him. Gets 2 to boot. That's just how good Foxy9 has been this event.
Wait,
Truly one of the standout players.
Is my stream up right
That
now?
right there is why. Able to fight his way out of bad situations.
Oh, it is. Okay.
Sees snakebite combo attempted here by PRX, but nobody home for it to catch. Something again.
Thank you.
Be tasked with
side. Okay,
trying to
because
take
YouTube
mid-control.
suddenly like had a little pop-up saying we need to verify it's you.
You should know he's pretty far back. Given the
I
spam,
think I'm
given that the
YouTube. Like
knife
what?
didn't connect.
So I have to type in my
They don't
password
really
again.
seem keen
Like,
on challenging
hello?
this. I think still
Did Monasan like log
some of
into
those
my account or
aggressive
something?
crunches that
Like,
PRX
why
did,
did it
where
just
they were able to
randomly
get
pop up? It was
around
like
in their hands
YouTube
again.
was suddenly like to continue. We
Has
must verify
got
that it's
Gen.G
you. And I was like,
trying a very
I think
different
I'm me.
strategy
I'm streaming
here.
right now. I think I'm
Playing
me.
a little bit more slow, a little bit more
That's
methodical.
so weird.
Oh, this time they challenged
Lauren
Foxy
Breeze
and win.
here? Oh my gosh. Small
Saken there got the
Nutty
read
tried
off
to
his
take
util.
over.
Opted to go for the swing.
That's scary.
Fragment at the ready here from Patman. Trying to
Maybe you're
hold them
Jessica?
back
That must be it.
on this approach here into the A side. Forsaken swinging
Chaos
around.
Molly, when you
recoils.
hold it,
Fragment
is
will
so
end up going
cool.
over
It's
towards
like
main. Texture find an
pulsating.
entry forward out of tree.
It's like a little disco
getting
ball
taken
going
down.
like
30 seconds left.
Critical kill found here. To try to
Hello?
stretch this lead.
Are
Transfer
we just
attempt
not
and
watching
Munchkin.
short?
It's a
I'm
dump,
gonna
but
FF.
cannot
I'm
get
gonna
the cross.
FF.
The spike now going to be dropped.
Down A.
If we
Here
lose this
at
round,
Something Speed.
Oh,
And
thank
Patman
God. Okay, if
helps
we
hold
lost that
the
round, I
door.
actually
A
would've
third
been
round
so
win here
mad.
from PRX.
if we
as they
lost
look
this
to try
round,
to
I would have
rescue
been
this half.
so mad. I
Yeah,
would
they're
have
just
been
able to match
literally
Gen.G
like
here
Alex.
in their movements. Munchkin looked like he might be able to pull off another miracle for Gen.G, but didn't quite come through.
Like legit?
PRX this time making
Legit,
better
legit,
reads, kind of
legit.
adapting now to this slower
Wait,
pace of
everybody
play.
on PRX has, like,
Gen.G wants to
flawless skin, by the way.
try to counter them with.
Is it that I can tell what skin
Ridiculous
type
stuff. I
everybody
mean,
has
Forsaken there
because
just
of the
can't get the
zoom
spray
ups?
controlled in time. Had a
Something has
nice
dry
play set
ASF
up.
skin.
He's attempting to follow
Like
up.
something
off
is
of
on the
Munchkin's
drier
kind of
side.
wild
Jing
early
has
spray,
like
but
dry skin, but then
not
his
able to get
T-zone
there in
is kind of
time.
oily.
This
So
looks
he
like
has
it's actually gonna be
combination
a
skin.
pause for
And
Gen.G now.
Jason, he has
They
like
wanna consider
slightly oilier normal
How
skin.
they get a few more rounds squeezed out of PRX.
Is that just like, is it crazy that I can
I actually
see
find this
that
a little
from
bit
like
surprising.
that's how
Gen.G
close
has
the
been one of
camera
those teams that's a little bit
zoom-ins
more
are.
reserved when it comes down to
That's how
utilizing these
close the
timeouts.
camera
They're already in
zoom-ins
a
are,
decent
like,
enough position
That's not my
here
fault.
on
That's
the
literally
attack.
production. They're like
But
giving away
looks like
this
they
info.
want to try to get everything that they
for free.
possibly can. Figure, well, let's just not have to save 2 for the second half. Let's just go ahead, burn 1 now. And obviously, gives that opportunity over to Alex. Get into the ears of the players, try to come up with a strategy.
Esports
Last time
player
it
skin
ended up
reviews is
working
what we're
out
here
very,
for.
very well. The thrift didn't come
No,
through.
yeah, they need to host
but
a
they go for the
skincare
Talos
contest
crunch.
in
and it worked
EWC.
a treat.
Yeah, I mean, I think here with the Blade Storm available, you want to try to figure out a way to see if you can sneak this eco through, and then kind of
I
have an
can
idea
tell
for
what
the
type of
final
skin
round.
type something
They
has
push out
very easily
over at
because
short
like his
for
skin
PRX. Last time that Prowler was
reminds me
cleared,
of
it
my
was
skin.
a challenge of the
I have
angle.
pretty dry
Texture
skin
Divide was just
everywhere,
kinda
and
jiggle
even
peeking
like
it
my
over there.
T-zone is like kind
Meanwhile,
of oilier than the rest of my
Gen.G
skin, but even then it's like super
looking
dry.
like they're going to sell some
I
kind
have
of
very
fake
dry
with the Blade
skin.
Storm.
Like in the
Okay,
winter
no.
Cremons,
They're actually just going to make a rotate.
I have to
No-
switch
no
the
real
moisturizer
contact,
that I
though.
use during the winter
Knife about to come
because
back
it gets
online.
so dry during the winter
Gen.G
that like if I don't change
also has
moisturizer, my skin
Munchkin's ult.
starts like flaking.
cleared.
I'm like a freaking
A
lizard.
little bit of additional spam.
I'm like a freaking lizard in the
Coming
winter
in
if
from
I don't
behind, the
change my
rush coming forward,
moisturizer.
Texture able to collect 1. Forsaken going to be knocked out of the park.
No, it's not crusty.
Draft
I just
still
have
available as
dry
well if you want to try to go for
skin.
the window peak,
I'm
but it's
just a
going to be
dry
an ult command to start
person.
things off. Divide.
Yeah, the
Set
forehead
back
and
over
nose area.
towards the side.
But it's not common for most
Texture
people.
ready to go up
Most
and over the
people
top.
change
Divide,
their
however, mowing
moisturizer
down 2,
during
but one of those is going to be Munchkin.
the summer and
Please,
winter because
Resible.
it gets
Now,
so
brought back into
humid
the
and
fold,
then
but
so
spam out
dry
from
during
Market,
summer and
something.
winter in Korea.
Collects Foxy9.
It's actually pretty common.
It's the one
30 seconds left.
rifle in hand here for the moment.
Spike planted.
Batman,
Crunchy skin.
something, Jing, all clustered together, the drone, trying to chase. Karen playing off that flash gorgeously.
One enemy
And finds a
remaining.
timing on the Batman.
Hello?
Karan
Is it because Bundy's a watch
looking like the
often?
monster
Oh my
we
days,
know
no,
him
come
to
on.
be.
Okay,
Jing
during
trying
the
to play off a
winter,
pixel, but nothing can
during
be
the
spotted.
winter,
And he just has to drift away.
like no, but it's also like
A monstrous round
it's
win here
not
for
good to
Gen.G
wash
as
your
they
hair
secure
every
8
single
at
day.
least
You know
at
what
the
I mean?
half.
So like I
The
alternate my
timeout
hair
call
washing,
working to
but
deliver.
all my days, come
It's
on,
on a nice
this
edge.
summer.
Devi.
I'm literally not just
Almost spoils this
showering
round for
once
Gen.G.
a day.
Something
I'm
as
showering
well.
like twice a day.
That
I can't
spray
stand
after
it.
the res,
I can't
back
stand
on the Munchkin.
summer. I hate it.
Get it
I
connected on
hate
one more
it.
player.
It's like when I wake up, I
Karan has had
immediately
some
have to go to the.
huge
I
rounds.
immediately have to take a
Impactful
shower, or else I'm
multi-kills.
gonna literally die.
And that right there, the
And
timing
then,
to swing up the
like
stairs.
before I go to
I mean,
sleep,
the flash
oh my
first.
gosh, I can't, including hair.
That's right as the
No,
paranoia
not
is
including hair.
expiring.
Hair, it's only like, yeah. I'm not even
great sense of
alternating
it.
hair anymore. It's daily for
Flash,
hair.
go.
It's so
They didn't have a full
hot.
connection on the something was widely able to avoid it, but still just
I hate summer
little
so
bit too
much.
accurate
I
there
can't
is Khan.
stand it. I can't stand
that is a Gen.G
summer.
thrifty.
Oh my
The likes of
days,
which haven't
Alex
been
is
seen for
looking
quite some time, but
more
we were plenty
angry
used to
than
him
usual today,
just last
Clemons.
year.
I don't
Glass
know.
Cannon Operator now invested into the final round of the half. As it's going to be a triple face out, and Jing
Yeah, sorry without consent
helps to
is
shut
so
it down.
annoying.
Patman the only casualty here on the side of PRX, as they similarly
Yeah.
look to pull off a little bit of a lower buy.
Yeah, this is the first time it's worked.
A crunchy skin with
Goodbye.
the emote of a cat crunching is
Still
so
immediately
funny.
found.
I don't know why.
Munchkin
That
now.
emote is so funny.
1v4 to try to clutch this one.
Yeah, make sure
There's
to
the pop
take cold
flash.
showers
James
in the
caught by
morning,
that.
guys.
0 point will fly. Real time to try to shut the door, and now going to be tethered
But it's
as
like
well.
so freaking annoying.
Loses his audio for a brief little moment. The drop down needed to snipe that one out of the
Okay,
sky.
guys,
Forsaken
4-8 is
from
not that
behind.
bad.
We'll be able to
4-8 is
find
not
it
that
at the
bad,
half.
guys.
It's going to be 8-4.
Ascent is
another
like
strong
super
start
defense
here
sided
on
map, and
Gen.G's
we're
attacker
4-8
side.
even though we started
PRX
defense first
has a
half,
lot
but like
of
it's
work to do
fine.
here on
It's totally
Ascent.
fine.
Certainly
But
do.
also, Clemons, it's
Needing
just
to
like,
deliver, needing to find that
okay,
other pistol
if I
round
go
win
to
could
sleep
jumpstart
and
the
leave
half.
the
We'll see if
AC
they can get
on,
it done.
then like I
That
wake
map
up
three
with a
is still
sore
looming
throat
in the
because I
distance.
feel a little
PRX
bit
trying
sick.
to reach it.
Like,
See if they
because
can
it
after the
gets
half.
too cold in my room. But then, if I put the AC on a timer and then the AC turns off in the middle of the night, then I wake up in the middle of the night because it's so freaking hot, and then I just feel so gross because I was like sweating, and then in the morning I need to take a shower. So it's like, I just can never win. How do you sleep comfortably in the summer? Like, what do you do? What do you do in the summer to have a good... what does a girl have to do to get a good night's sleep in the summer? I either wake up because it's too cold, or I wake up with a sore throat in the morning, or I wake up in the middle of the night because it's so freaking hot. I feel nice on average 45 degrees? That's crazy! Maybe AC is set to cold? Oh, set to too cold? No, but like I set it to 26 degrees. Like, I feel like that's not cold at all. You sleep with pain? I even switched to my summer blanket. I think I told you guys. I switched to like a cool fabric that never gets warm. Like, what the flip? What if we just don't wake up? How do I do that? Change hemispheres? I just changed hemispheres. No, that's the thing. Texture is just sleeping. I wish I could teleport to OCE during the summer, because like when it's summer in the rest of the world, it's winter in OCE, right? Like in New Zealand and Australia. So like if I TP to Australia and New Zealand during summer, then it's gonna be winter there. And then when it's summer there, I'll just TP back so that it's winter here, and then I'm just like permanently living in winter. Like, that sounds awesome.
Here at the half, 8-4 on
Timer
Ascent,
off
their
and on
map
again,
pick.
but then that
PRX.
means like I have to wake up in the middle of the
ones
night
at
to turn
risk
it back on.
of
You know
being
what I mean?
denied a third place
The
finish here
electric
at
fan,
EWC.
but then like
Yeah,
I
what a
can't
hot
really
start
sleep when
for
I
Gen.G
hear
and
the
Karan in
fan.
particular, 14-7 on that
It's
attacker
like
side.
it's too.
As the Omen.
What is this stream?
That's
Oh, why
bananas.
does it like
What a
pause
half he had.
on such an awkward
You know,
frame
we used to
every
think
time
back to
they
this
do
map
that
and Karan
transition
being
thing?
an absolute menace on A site. I've had many people tell me about how much they
Do you
hate
not have
playing
AC in your
against
room?
him
I do.
on this map
Do you have
because of how
blackout
good
curtains?
he
I got
is
the temp change
at
caused
his
by the
positioning. Now,
sun.
he's struggled a little bit this year, but we'll see if that's going to give PRX some grief still.
Oh.
They're maybe going to be able to find some answers.
Also, I think it
Very,
doesn't
very
help
important pistol
because
round. Ooh,
my
Ash.
room is like
Takes a
on the
bunch of
side
damage.
But
that gets the
Forsaken, I think a
hottest.
headshot texture.
Does that make
Counter
sense?
swinging from Cat.
Like the sun
Inside
comes
opened up,
into
though.
my
Something
room the
trying
most.
to push forward.
So
Has
my
that
room
shorty.
is the hottest out of all the rooms in the
That's gonna
house.
be
Does
poison
that make
cloud
sense?
here in his face. Doesn't want to try to scale through that one.
Yeah, that turret was literally floating, by the way, guys.
Wary about some additional presence. So Opposite just hold the door here for now. Has fallen down to 66. The push coming in, but thinks that he's going to confirm the kill there onto the
Guys,
first
we
pump,
need
but
this
cannot make it
pistol.
happen. Munchkin mows down 3 as he often does with a ghost in hand, and PRX cannot find the pistol that they so desperately needed.
That's brutal. That's brutal for PRX. You can see they know it. Munchkin is just fearsome in
Have you
these
tried
pistol
sleeping
rounds
with
today.
lightweight clothes or not? Oh yeah,
He's been
I have
just
different
devastating.
pajamas
A nice
for summer
shot
and
to open
winter.
things
So
up
like
for
during the
Texture.
winter, I have
Something
warm fuzzy
trying to catch him
pajamas,
off
and
guard,
then
he
during the
kinda
summer,
does. He just
I wear
thinks
like
that he's gonna
my
get the
like
first
my
and tries to turn
like
for the second.
thin
Can't find either.
summer pajamas, but
So
like
again,
I am very
the
uncomfortable
conversions here,
about the
normally
idea of
PRX so
sleeping
good
with
in their
no
individual
clothes on.
play.
I just no.
Not able to find
That's just
those
not
moments. So it
comfortable
is going to
for
be the
me.
outlaw.
That is just
scooped up
not comfortable for me at all. I don't know how
players
people
do
do
have full
it.
armor. Texture and
I know a
Munchkin
lot of like guys
both
do
gonna
it,
get that. It's
but
a
I
big
can't do
buy
it.
up here for Gen.G on this
I
bonus.
just can't.
3 Bulldogs, 2
Good
Guardians.
afternoon. I've heard of you since
Something,
Master's
though.
Chata might watch more of his streams.
For the pun
Thank
action, he
you,
got it.
Sky Hunter. Thank you.
Fly with a nice follow-up as well. Gets rid of
Okay,
Texture.
guys. I think we're gonna thrifty.
Getting a thrifty win after dropping the pistol certainly would
I
be
think we
nice.
can
Patman with a good
thrifty.
shot finds Ash, brings it now to the 2v2. Outlaw tags Munchkin to 10. Doesn't confirm the kill.
Guys, if we
Rotate picked
don't
up
win
through.
this round,
Something with the
oh my
classic
gosh.
drawn out, finds the shot. Now it's Foxy9.
Come on.
Left to his own devices, the market door closed. Patman already forward into B main. Seems like Foxy.
Everybody
certain if
hold
he's
your
missed the
freaking
timing or
breath
not,
right
but we
now.
know that he has.
Something, come on.
See if they get the read on this.
Yes. Nice
Something is
repositioning.
repositioning. Seems like he's going to be decently aware.
Yes, he's aware.
Wouldn't
He
expect the turret
knows.
to come out here. I don't think
Foxy is
Foxy's
gonna
gonna wanna
come
reveal
from main, but Foxy also knows
where he's coming
he
from.
took too freaking long, and
It's
now
already
he
red.
knows that he's definitely gonna be
With just
watching
the
main with the
25 health.
outlaw.
Have to be instantaneous,
No!
and it is.
I'm gonna
Swings past
FF.
the
If we
shot.
lose this, there is no way we.
Pumps the brakes here for a moment. Patman, so very clutch
No.
in the road to becoming champions over at Toronto. The drop down
nice,
and the shot on the
nice.
peak
Outside of-
is gorgeous.
Oh, that was actually
PRX,
so cool.
massive
That
round
was
win. They close the gap.
so
Well, that's one way to get things going again. That outlaw is a brilliant buy, and something on the jet is also having a tremendous
that was so
ascent.
close. Holy crap. Okay, guys, we can breathe now.
Just phenomenal.
We can breathe now.
Push
You
out
guys
there.
don't have to hold your breath no more. We can breathe now.
And the crunch from top mid.
Oh my days.
Knows that he had tagged Munchkin up already,
Oh,
so switches
stop
to the
hiding it
classic.
up. Thank God
He had the
Foxy9
easy kill.
choked and made
All right.
sound there. Can you
Still
guys
some work to
imagine
do,
if
but
Foxy9
that is a
didn't drop
great bounce
with
back for
noise
PRX.
just then? That was so freaking losable.
Prowler just cleared here by the classics. The Sheriff's not making any noise. Something again going to be set up on the angle as the recon goes in.
아니, 이런 거 놓치면 안
Shot going to be
되는데.
missed. Something eating a bit of damage to the wall. Still some places that you can wall bang.
That's the dash used. Gonna have that.
Wow,
They could
episode 1,
potentially
Bronze
have
Buddy
tossed the outlaw
on
back to
the
Divide.
front.
Gone for the execute, but
Wow,
now they're going to change
Grace.
directions, try to find some more picks.
Still could, but
둘
look
다
at these
있어.
longer
Wait,
sight
I'm scared. I
lines.
think they're gonna get
He'll
timing.
just
Okay,
hang on to the
nice.
sniper here for now. Thrown to try to check. Doesn't get the ping
Oh my
reveal.
days, guys. Mid is very, very scary.
0 point. Gonna be noting Texture's position, as well as Ash, it would seem.
Well,
Tries
nice,
to catch the
okay.
timing, but will just end up falling down. Second layer is going to be there. Texture
Nice,
fully
okay.
blinded up. Foxy9 able to find one as Jing will fall. And now it is just Munchkin and Karon to try to see if they can get a bit more damage across.
30
Players
seconds left.
still lurking in mid.
Oh.
Seems like Divide not getting a glimpse there of the enemy KO.
One enemy remaining.
Shot is found. Munchkin
Oh,
quickly
oh,
able to
nice,
collect one.
nice,
Divide's there
nice.
for the counter swing. Outlaw.
Okay,
on the
Divide
floor.
didn't see
Not gonna be
Munchkin
very
tuck into that
costly at all here
corner,
for
but like
PRX.
Munchkin also didn't see Divide tuck into
They
that
continue to
corner,
try.
so that was good.
Claw back this map.
Okay, guys, there's hope, there's
it's
hope,
that
there's
0
hope.
point there. Lets them know somebody's in market. And that allows Jing to throw that paranoia through as well. Help just scale forward. That's pretty clean and efficient for PRX.
There is
Taking the
hope.
eco. Divide there. quick to respond. Forsaken as well, swinging in. Now things getting a little bit more interesting. 3 rounds away from Gen.G.
Dueling null
There's no
commands
hope.
available.
Why would you say that? There is hope.
All right.
PRX might be able to.
It comes down to a timing sometimes with those who's gonna want to pop theirs first. Just depends. Munchkin though, way back.
Spamming through to try to really play this in though. Disguise this position at Pizza.
Oh
And it's worked out. Ash now striking.
days.
Gonna be no commanded. Munchkin again trying to provide some covering fire.
Okay, nice.
Batman will
If
be able to
Ash
go ahead
got
and
another one there,
equalize.
I would have literally smashed my monitor
Finds
screen
that
like
kill.
Alex. I'm
Forsaken
not gonna
pushing forward.
lie.
Batman now on the floor. Texture able to find that one. The peak coming through. He drops down that A-Heaven ramp.
No matter who wins, still third place. That is true, but like,
Goes for the res. The
don't they
tailwind
get a lot of
popped.
money?
Texture
Isn't
secures the
EWC
kill
like?
this time,
Isn't
but
the whole
loses his
point
life
of
in
this
the
is
process.
that the
Now a
prize pool is
3v3.
really big? So like, wouldn't the third place still get a lot of money or no?
Munchkin
Is
still
it
got
only
that
the
all.
first
The
place?
null command still being held here. As you say, Munchkin send
Yeah,
that
third place
flash
gets
over
more
the
money,
top.
right?
Foxy
Yeah,
nine.
I want
Finds a
the pro
headshot
players
spike
that I
on the
like
floor.
to get a lot of
Divide
money.
Trying to join in, but Foxy just drags it
Third
across.
place is 60K. That is crazy.
Munchkin backpedaling. Foxy reloading. Karan lurking. There's a buy.
Third place is
Wants to be
basically double the
clutching.
fourth. See, yeah.
Paranoia a bit too shallow, but Munchkin is there on the timing, and Gen.G will reach double digits.
I want.
And again, it's
Wait,
Foxy
it's
9
130K
coming up
for
huge
third
for
and
Gen.G.
70K for fourth. That is
Just
a huge
plays that
difference.
so well from boats.
Holy crap! Please, PRX.
Getting those kills
Get that bag.
so quickly and efficiently, and then not giving anything up for
Foxy
free to
9 has
buy
oily
to
skin.
allow the swing to come from Munchkin.
30초 남았습니다.
Hard to do it better than he
Yes,
just did.
combination oily skin.
That is
Sorry, I'm
really
gonna
stellar
stop.
stuff.
I should not. Okay,
A
guys,
little bit
stop
of
zooming
discussion
in on
being
their
had there. I
skin
saw
so
by
much.
Gen.G
Like
at
it's
the end of the
making me
round.
feel
Not sure if something
uncomfortable.
went wrong in the beginning or mid part of it, but the end of it was glorious.
500K to first place, 230K for second, 130 for.
Going for
Oh
protection,
wow.
not getting caught by that flash at all. Munchkin right here alongside him.
Bro, what
And
is
they just tear
happening
apart
right
Paper
now?
Rex, Jing now. Last one
Mr.
standing.
4K again?
Have to be the 4K, and Texture says, that's my title, good sir. Is ready and waiting,
Oh my
reads
days,
it well,
come on.
and swiftly dispatches the enemy.
I just blinked.
Just dealing with that pressure immediately. The double push
Texture
out, the
has
turn of the
oily
flash.
skin, like overall oily
And the
skin,
response
not
is
just in
there
the
from Munchkin
T-Zone.
and Texture. Jing just
There you are. You
had to gamble that maybe they'd stay in A main there. And Texture
Texture's
not
reaction is so
fooled
funny.
by that in the slightest. Now he's going to grab an outlaw of his own. Guardian for Ash.
No, I just
Hero
can't
rifle for Devi. A
blink.
stinger.
Knives behind it as
I
well.
like the new
Yeah, get onto
Blackpink
the
song,
side.
by the way. It's totally
Flash
random,
over the
but like
top.
it's kind of a banger.
Fully blinded up. Texture desperately trying to backpedal, but something going to be held
Blackpink's
at
new
bay here
song
for
is
the
like
moment. Texture
low-key kind of a
does
banger,
make his
I'm
way
not
out to
gonna
safety.
lie.
Very chaotic start. Orb going to be
Oh,
taken, Forsaken,
sirs.
one charge off, having that Nightfall online.
That's a quick pivot though from Paper Rex.
Yeah, Blackpink released a new song, so did Twice. Both of
fast
the new
enough that
songs are
catches
actually
Gen.G a
really
bit
good.
off
I
guard.
like both of them.
Seeing the Poison Orb
Twice new
placement.
song, banger.
Late into the
Blackpink
round
new
should tell
song,
you
banger.
this is maybe that pivot call coming through. So mid being watched. Munchkin ready to push forward. They're all
No,
lined up.
FF.
There's
Why
a
are they
blink
lining
on
up? What are they
eye.
lining up for?
He collects
What are
3
they
kills.
lining up for? Are we lining?
Something peaks. He spots the demonic IGL on the opposite side and
Why are
immediately
they all,
tries to drift away, joining in with Divine. Munchkin, however, continuing onward, looking for more. Will be felled. His reign of terror brought to a brief end. But this round is just as much finished.
30
That is outrageous. The timing there for Munchkin could not have been better.
Yeah, Slime
to
Park
see
still gets a lot of money at Slime.
what
Fourth place
was
is not
left in
bad,
his
guys.
wake.
They could have been 5th, 6th,
The
7th,
spike
8th,
in-
you know. Fourth is not that bad.
So much
Fourth is
weaponry.
pretty good, actually.
That is unbelievable. How does he just keep doing it?
I don't
it's
know.
10 seconds left.
Munchkin
So many
and
of these
Karen,
rounds
I
for
don't know. They're
Munchkin.
just popping off the series.
You just feel like
Pissing me
he's got a
off.
third eye. It's like he can see the future.
Being able to find one, but Ash wins the fight versus Divide. Another weapon loss.
That was another
Something
60K,
ties
that's true.
Ash
But
finding
like,
the
that
wall
is
bang.
a huge difference between first and fourth. Holy.
Had he not fired in response, Ash likely would have just kept his finger off the trigger, but instead Paper Rex can carry nothing forward.
Oh my God.
I'm assuming they. Wow.
Oh.
That. You know, like on
That's just
TikTok,
the dream.
there's like ASMR, like satisfying
As a
videos
KO
on
player on
TikTok.
Ascent,
They
just
should
line up
like
for you like
use
that.
AI to generate
Don't even have
like
to use util.
the most
Now he's got another
satisfying
ult.
Valorant moments. I would watch that.
Forsaken as his, Devi is his. Here goes Texture.
Their own attempt here at the crunch, and Ping
That
reveal is going to be a little
this
bit
should
late.
be like-
Munchkin traded, but traded up. Karn just swings in from tiles. 0 point shows sight is open.
People
for
made
the
that
taking.
already. Really like satisfying Valorant
Patman
moments.
getting tagged up, trying to work his way over.
4th place, 70k, so like
He's gonna
2k
look to
each
try to
player, because
reposition
60k
here.
goes to Alex
Please check in for the
Therapist.
flank. But every single player here on PaperX needing to pull their weight in this round, or else this map, this series is over.
No, yeah, Alex
Big spot on
Therapist.
the one. Patman finds the
Patman?
first,
Patman?
finds the second. Still more to contend with. He'll eventually be overwhelmed. Bounding
No,
forward.
there's no way
Foxy9
we lose this.
down to 50 HP.
No, there's
That's
no
a
way we
lockdown, but
lose
it's not a
this.
good
There's
enough
actually
position
no
to
way we
even
lose
remotely
this.
try to play this one out. Taps it, the push,
Okay,
and
nice.
something is there.
If we lost this, I'd have been literally
Keeps him
not
alive,
okay.
but barely. 5 rounds needed.
Right,
Try to
rooting
get
for
this
for
into
Fnatic
overtime.
versus Team Heretics.
Oh, man,
I like both
Patman
teams. I like
standing
Boaster a
tall
lot.
on
I like
site there,
Boaster
getting some
and Alpha
huge
a lot.
impact kills.
But then also Team Heretics, I kind of
keeping
want to see them
Paper
actually
Rex
win
in it.
something.
I mean, you
Because
still
they
need 5 in a row,
also
but
have like the exact same roster
this is a nice attempt from
for the
Foxy9,
past
but
like year. And I can't
That
help but
readjust
cheer for
from
teams
something
where like the roster does
well
not
thought
change.
out,
You know
well
what I mean?
timed, and catches him off guard. He thought about it for a moment, but pulled off. Now Texture,
Okay, guys, it's
Operator,
fine.
Blade
7 to
Storm.
12,
So
like,
many
it's
ults to talk
fine.
about here. Munchkin grabs
There's
a
still
judge.
hope.
He's identified there, but don't always, it's been so solid for them. The economy's there where they could have all rifles. You might not anticipate that the judge is here.
There's
This
hope.
is something that we know Munchkin loves to do. Loves to use this to just do, obviously in this case it would win the game potentially if it's not caught out, but just do that psychological damage as well. Kind of beta response here though, our PaperX. They want to figure out what Munchkin's up to.
Has to play in front of the Zorb. Is able to do so. Texture at the same time, finding Forsaken. That Nightfall now removed from the equation. But Devi breaks
nice.
things open. Something in response as well. A great shot to find Ash. TP forward,
Not
however,
gonna lie, when
Karn
you're
into
holding
the
an
smoke.
angle like that with a judge and then
Noting,
you just get
dealing with
P-fired,
Jing.
they like dribble and P-fire you and then you
Otherwise,
die.
Flank is looking great.
That is the
Patman
worst feeling
continues to
ever. I hope
persevere,
he's
pushing
tilted.
forward. Plant
Whoever
just near
that
the base
was
of
holding
hell.
short, A
Foxy9.
short with a
Another
judge,
attempt
I
to
hope
try
he
to make a go
freaking
of it.
tilted.
Devi
And I hope Gen.G
pulls back.
loses four
Drops
rounds
down.
in a row. 5 rounds
Always
in a
been able
row.
to reposition, but 3 players facing
Guys,
Foxy
there's
this
hope,
time.
there's
Can't even get
hope.
close.
Ow. There's hope, there's hope. Something's
Smiles returning.
smiling, something's
Yeah.
smiling.
I mean, just Devi there. I mean, just so ready for that angle. And he just dispatches Munchkin in
I
an
was
instant.
Munchkin. No, yeah. If I was
breaks
munching, I would be so
everything
freaking tilted.
That was
Wait,
the real
can we
danger
watch
of that
Devi's
round. Texture with
POV?
the op
Hello?
got a
Why are we
kill.
watching something's POV?
And in the 4v5,
Hello?
PaperX swarms in.
Why are we not
They're
watching
able
the POV
to get
of the
another
person
one.
who jiggled pre-fired the
Hope
freaking
still
judge
there.
and doesn't even
Lots of
watch?
ults for Gen.G.
Okay, it's fine.
Bit of an eco. Karan this time with the judge.
I'm
Foxy9 with a hero rifle.
Thank you, thank you.
But it's every ult imaginable for Gen.G. Pit and a Nightfall here for Forsaken.
Oh,
So damage traded eventually, the turret going down, but up and over the top goes Texture, and instantly Forsaken has fallen. Texture once again getting the read. Repositions around towards mid, trading places here with Ash. The lion's share of PaperX, the remainders pushing forward. Karen has backed off the angle. Isn't playing close on the wall. He's playing right there in main.
please.
Flash avoided, 0 points,
Don't touch
finding
the kill.
2.
It's a judge. It's a judge, guys. Run.
PaperX just really unsure about how they want to play this. With 2 there, might think B could be the weaker side, or they might try to set up for a crunch. Worked last round, let's go for it again.
With a 3-1 split, but the timing sense is there. Early fragment out. Bell command's gonna be popped. Hunter's fearing from across the way, and Karan now striking. Oh, Patman dead. From a great distance as Karan will find the final. Gen.G couldn't get it done yesterday, but here versus PaperX in their 11th clash. They will take them down and secure third place in EWC.
PRX's poison powers past them once again. Gen.G, such a difficult opponent to go up against. So many teams have fallen to them this year.
Fourth place is still a lot of money.
Themselves third place here at EWC 2025
Masters Toronto landing at 60K. It's fine.
Another crushing defeat for PRX against a frustrating opponent who just has the read
It's
on
fine.
him.
They do.
My tummy
talked about it.
hurts.
We
My
talked about
tummy
it.
hurts.
They don't like playing Gen.G. They just have a very solid understanding of what PRX likes to do. But I think
That's why I'm
kudos to PRX. They have been through a gauntlet. This team has been non-stop competing since the start of Stage 1. From that tournament to nearly being eliminated from playoff contention by TFM, to making it to Masters Toronto, to lifting a trophy, to playing in the ACL, to
Do you
coming
mean
to
the
this
60K
tournament,
goes to Alex's
to
therapist?
making it to playoffs and placing within the top 4. They're in need of a break, but unfortunately for PRX, Stage 2 is just around the corner. And with a different patch, a different map set,
fine, you know,
their work is going to be
EWC,
cut out
not
for
that
them. But
big
we
of a deal,
know
guys.
that
It's
they
just
are
a
going
lot
to be
of money,
able
that's it.
to continue to contend at the top of the region. But now, let's send it down to the stage. We have Fancy standing by with Ash.
Ash,
Why don't they look that
until
happy?
yesterday, you've had a complete run. It was very clean, but now you've secured third place on $130,000. How do you feel about this run?
일단 엑시 선수 첫 번째 질문으로는 일단 어제까지 또 그래도 좋은 이제 경기력을 보여주셨고 또 아쉽게
Also, this is
이렇게
so
우승
random
못하게
because
됐지만
somebody
그래도
recommended
유종의
me, like,
미래를
the best
거두시면서
brand
이제
of
3등에
almond milk.
13만 달러의 상금을
Because,
가져가시게
like,
되는데 좀
I'm
소감이
just so
어떠신가요?
fascinated by almond milk. I feel like
우선 4등이랑
in my
3등이랑
mind
그
it tastes
상금이 두 배
good,
차이
right?
나더라고요.
So I ordered like this
우선은
random
더
almond
많은
milk
상금을
from
가져가가지고
Kupa.
좋습니다.
Like I didn't
heard,
know about
the
brands.
difference between
I
the
just
third and
just
fourth
really
was
wanted to
actually
drink
double,
almond milk
so
for
yeah,
some reason.
I feel good to, you know,
I
get
just
the money in the
really,
bag.
really
Absolutely. Well, no contender
really
wants
wanted
third
to try
place,
almond milk.
but you've showed up, entertained us all,
But
and
like
crushed
the almond
so
milk that I
many
bought
keys.
tasted
How
terrible.
would you
It was
carry
so
this
bitter. It
experience
was
to the rest of the season?
it was not sweet at all.
이제
It
또
literally just tasted
승리하시면서
like
이제
almond
상대방의
juice.
키를 또 부수는
Like
경험도
bitter
하셨고 여러
almond
가지 또
juice, and
좋은
it
경험도
tasted
하셨기
really
때문에
bad. So,
또
but then
앞으로가
like so many
되게
people
기대가
enjoy almond
되는데
milk, so I'm
좀
just like,
앞으로 이제
what is the
스테이지에서의 좀
brand?
각오는 좀 어떠신지 궁금합니다.
What's the brand of almond milk that people like? Or is
제가 매번
it's
긴장을
actually so
해가지고
random.
좀 못할 때가 많은데 그걸 좀
You sure it wasn't
이겨내고자
inspired? No, it
열심히
wasn't
하겠습니다.
inspired. It was just like the healthy
Well,
brand.
every
I
time I
think
tried
that
to
was
show
unsweetened.
up, my nerves actually got away with it, got the way in. So in the next stages, in the next matches, I'll try to overcome it as much as possible.
Absolutely. Well, congratulations on securing third place. We would like to present to you the keyframe complete with a bronze heart to signify this week's achievement.
이제 젠지의 3등을 기념하는 동
Chocolate
모양의
almond milk? Wait, really? That's a thing?
삼각형을 꽂아서 상패를 드리도록 하겠습니다.
삼각형을 꽂아서. Why does that sound so uncool in Korean? Like the way this guy described
it up
it in
one more time
English was
for
so
Gen.G.
cool, but then the Korean translation is just, here's your triangle. Like what? That was so anticlimactic. Wow, your triangle. This guy was like, your bronze-plated, shimmering, like something to signify your achievement, and then the Korean guy is just, here's your triangle. That is so funny. Yeah, he kind of like did it in a simple way because only Ash needs to understand it. Yeah, true. That was so funny though. Yeah, just here's your triangle, man. Our Atoshi. Oh, Forsaken did not have a
bit
good
of
game
a
that
reprieve,
game.
a
That's
little
fine,
bit
though.
of revenge and getting back on the pedestal of winning. Gen.G 2-0 pretty comfortably here against PRX. I think PRX, Achilleo said it best, exhausted.
Yeah, it's too low,
exhausted going the full
Wait, so what
distance
time
after
does,
bouncing back in against
what time
DFM
does
in
Heretics
Pacific, then
and
winning
Fanatics start?
Masters
Is it
Toronto,
instantly, or do we have to wait
the
an
third place
hour?
match here. You can understand why both these teams left it out all on the line, don't have a lot left to give. And
Oh, it
we are
starts
so
instantly?
gracious and thankful for having the opportunity to watch these two Pacific Titans do battle. Let's break it on down. Degon here alongside Baby Bay and Big Time. Big Time, thoughts here on this Gen.G performance?
You know me, I couldn't miss a Pacific matchup. Had to get here as fast as I could. But yeah, I mean, I think this was in a way sort of the expected result, right? Because
Wait, really? Because
PRX struggle against Gen.G. Stylistically, it's not a great matchup for them. Gen.G tend to get their number. And as you say, Gen.G just looked very calm, very confident heading into today. And PRX couldn't get that momentum that they're really
Am I
well
on
known
the
for.
wrong
Yeah, this is now 5
Is
wins
it not
in a row for
gonna be
Gen.G
the
against
same
PRX.
stream?
It just seems like PRX has not figured out how to deal with them whatsoever. But Munchkin was on a heater. I don't know how he keeps finding these random multi-kills. It seems like the universal lines
the
for
same
him in
stream?
some of these
Okay.
moments, but he was popping off on this Ascent map.
Yeah, it's so nice when your IGL is just able to hit these shots. I mean, I've been speaking about this guy all year long because he can so consistently do this. This is not a normal thing, right? You don't
Go get your
always see IGLs
refreshments.
having the performances that he's able to have, while also calling very, very solid macro
Aw,
games
that was actually
and
so
just
painful
holding
to
up his own
watch.
mechanical level. So truly a very, very great player with hopefully a very long career ahead.
Yeah, and on the opposite side for PRX, just back to the drawing board. We take a look at Karin's stats from that last one. Another player, I mean, you go up and down that roster. You got the big three. Karin usually in there, not so much earlier, but in today's series against the reigning Masters Toronto champs, he was able to do so.
Exactly. It's good to see him back in form because he's a big part of this Gen.G roster's success. A lot of people look at this guy like he's the best controller in the world. Like when you think of controller players, his name is up there with the best.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, he's had a slow tournament, right? We've been speaking about it the whole time. We needed him to wake up. Textures had to do a bit more heavy lifting than he's used to, but really nice to see a little bit of return to form there for Karin, and I think that shows positive signs as we move forward throughout the year.
Well, as the PRX's journey here at the Esports World Cup ends, we have Davai standing by right now on stage with an interview.
I am here with PRX Davai. First of all, nice glasses.
Oh, thank you.
Nice
I want to ask about the match just now against
I like
Gen.G.
your glasses, girl.
They
I like
are
the pink
just
tint.
So,
You
what
look
is it about
fancy.
Gen.G that defeats PRX
Doesn't
every
plum
single
juice
time?
help
Even
with
on the
stomach pain?
international stage,
I've
the
just
only
been drinking
teams that have been
Pocari
beating
Sweat.
you are regional teams.
I think I've had like a
I'm not
liter
sure.
of
I think
Pocari
they are
Sweat
our
at this
father
point the
now.
past 2
They keep
days.
reading us like a book, you know. So I mean, yeah, they play very well. I mean,
They have the
always
same glasses?
trouble, like facing Gen.G, and hopefully
Oh,
we go back to
no.
you know, try to beat them.
No.
Stay two.
It's different. Look at the middle
you
part.
had an
The
incredible
middle part
run
is
this
different,
year.
and
There
also
was a
hers is
point where
pink tinted,
you
but the
were almost not gonna
frames
be on
are
any
the
of the global
same
stages. You ended up
shape.
beating DFM. You made that
Yeah, her glasses
incredible
are
run
better
through
for
Toronto.
sure.
Everyone knows about the PRX
She looks
train,
so like
and you placed top
funky
4
and
here at
groovy,
EWC.
you know what I mean?
How are you feeling? Are you tired? Are you satisfied? What's up?
Should I put my glasses
yeah,
on?
I mean, it's a mixture of both. Like, obviously, I'm very satisfied and also tired, but I'm pretty sure it applies to some of the team. I think they came from Toronto as well, so no excuses. But yeah, I think overall it's a good year for us. No complaint.
What about my
mean,
glasses? Is
obviously
she gonna
we want to
compliment
win
my
everything,
glasses
but
or?
it's hard, you know. Like everyone's working very hard as well. So yeah, I mean, I'm very happy with the way how we perform. So yeah, no regret.
And
No
in
regret.
just 2 days, VCT Pacific starts up again, and your first match
Okay,
is
guys.
going to be
Okay,
against
this might be
T1.
copium, right?
How are you going to rest
But
for
like,
that? Are you going to rest?
the
You're going to
art
practice?
of
What's going to
aiming
happen?
can be affected by so
yeah, I
many
mean,
external
can't wait to play.
factors, such as
So
your arm
I mean, probably
movement
just
can
gonna
be
get-
restricted by the
try to get some
clothes
sleep
you're
in play,
wearing.
and yeah.
So
good to
like
go, I guess.
a lot of the PRX
Yeah,
roster,
I guess it's going to be a
they
bit
have to wear
tiring
hoodies
for
because
you
it's
guys,
so
but still
cold
been
in
an
the
incredible
arena.
year.
And like hoodies,
because
the
of this
fabric
year's
is
results
thicker,
and over
so
the
it
past couple of years,
clearly
PRX has
affects
been on
your
incredible,
aim and your
incredible
like
journey.
micro
Do you have any
adjustments
message for your fans who've been
slightly.
supporting you
There's at
since the
least
beginning and have
some-
always believed?
Some
of course, I
impact.
mean, I'm very thankful.
You know what I mean,
I'm pretty sure
Carlos?
the rest of the boys are very happy to see you guys are here so
You look
today.
cute with those on.
And
Oh,
across the
shucks.
world, that staying awake,
Oh,
you know, like at some
shucks.
random timing. So yeah, thank you so much, and we appreciate you guys.
Totally
and hopefully
agree,
we
Narin.
bounce
Yeah,
back,
yeah, yeah. So like
to
honestly,
stage 2. So yeah,
it's EWC's
hopefully
fault that
looking forward
PRX
to
lost
play the
that.
new
I'm
map.
just saying it's because they freaking
Yeah, that's right.
pumped
We
up
do have
the
Crow coming up next.
aircon
Thank you
too
so
high.
much, everyone,
Hi,
ladies and
Conico,
gentlemen.
he's waving
PRX
at
Davai.
us. Yeah, they made it called on purpose for short. Exactly, that's what I'm thinking
Yeah,
too.
the train doesn't stop there for PaperX. They're going straight
that's what
back
I said, it
into
must be
VCT
true?
Pacific.
Yeah.
As he said, he's going to try to
Passing
pull
on
the shades down
straws here.
over on the plane and get some sleep. But this squad, we know the heights
Everyone
that they
has the
can
same
achieve,
condition,
and they
though.
have their sights
Yeah, but
moving
like
forward
some people
over
get
to
cold
stage,
more like easier
stage
than
2 and
others.
champions.
You know what I
Yeah,
mean? Like
it's
I'm
still
somebody
a
who
long
gets
year.
cold
Even if
easy
they might be a
and like
little
who
bit
gets hot
disappointed with their
super easy.
placement
I'm like
here
very,
at EWC,
I'm
there's
very,
a lot more time left to watch this fan favorite team
I'm
play.
very
And
like
if there's one thing we know about these guys,
susceptible
it's
to
they can
temperature
bounce back.
changes.
Yeah, I mean, that
So, like,
schedule that they've
maybe
just went through
Divine
is so
Forsaken,
brutal.
they
I
just
think
get
they do
cold
need
a
to
lot
find a
more
way to be
easier
able to
than
like
other
reset and kind of rest a little bit, because if not, it's just going to be extremely difficult going into that champs. You need to find
What is
some time
this?
to regenerate.
Big money there for the Singaporean outfit and Gen.G as well. 130,000
Wait, but isn't
going
this,
to
like,
our third
unfair?
place
They're
finisher. 70,000
unfair, though,
going to
'cause, like,
PaperX. And when we take a look
Gen.G
at
has
that,
like teams for every
total prize
esports, but like
pool,
some teams
there's only two
have
slots left to
one.
fill in. Big time.
Like, wait, does
the
PRX
EMEA
literally have any
Grand
other team
Finals
besides
about
Valorant
to
come
happen
once?
here for the first ever esports World Cup presenting Valorant
like the
tournament.
copium
It is
knife.
going to be a huge one. We will have that set
That's
up
up
in
to
just a
the
little bit,
org?
but give me your quick
Wait,
final
what
thoughts
are
before we
those
toss to a short
rankings
break.
though? I don't
for me, I've
understand.
always
Like, are they
been a
just showing
big
how
EMEA believer. I said it was going to be EMEA
like
versus
which
EMEA
orgs
finals.
have won the
Since the
most? Like, does it mean anything, or they're just like showing stats for fun?
Okay,
Kuka's over here to my left.
Prayer time.
No, it's really great to have these
I
two
don't have
teams
a
here.
TFT
It is a
player.
revenge
Wait,
match
who's
for
the
Heretics,
TFT
and I think
player?
they're going to be looking to really upset
Wait,
the top tier outfit
there's
that is
East-
Fnatic, and I for one can't
Wait,
wait.
there's competitive Pokemon
They're not getting
Unite.
upset
Are
at
we
all.
serious
Fnatic
right
are
now?
the top dogs for
Oh,
a
it's
reason.
just showing
I
their
got my boy
placement?
Crashies
Ah,
over
okay,
there. We
okay.
got Chronicle popping off, and we got Kayak dropping 30 bombs on maps. It's going to be cooked for Heretics. I'm telling you right now.
All right, we're going to have a short
Oh,
break.
I see,
When
I
we
see.
come back, the grand finals pre-show into the opening ceremony, then the big one. It's Team Heretics versus
You haven't
Fnatic for the
seen
title
Esports
of
Pokemon
first ever
Unite?
Valorant
No, I have
champion
not.
over
I don't
at the
think I've just-
Esports
I don't
World
think
Cup.
I've seen
In the
Pokemon
third place
Unite,
match,
period.
Gen.G victorious. They take third over PaperX. Don't go anywhere. More Valorant after this.
Esports orgs have chess players now because of EWC. Oh my gosh, someone signed Ludwig. Someone signed Ludwig. This is not a game. This is an E legacy. I'm sorry, but like, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, but E legacy is negative aura. E legacy. Just say legacy. What is an E legacy? You can like, you don't have to put the E in front of the legacy now. Just say legacy. Like what? That is so funny, I guess. No, E-Legacy is lame.
is calling.
E-Legacy is hashtag lame. 99 hit Challenger in TFT, but I have to keep my promise to play League. As a person who has played against Challengers, can you suggest me to where to start with this game? Congrats on Challenger! Wow! Congrats, Frankie! Can you suggest me where to start with this game? Okay, if you're a first-time League of Legends player in 2025, I feel like you have to watch Ludwig. I feel like if you watch Ludwig's journey to getting plat in his first season of League of Legends, I feel like that should help a lot. Thoughts, Grandma's? Thoughts? Like, I feel like this is valid. You play a bot game and never play the Rift again? No! You watch Ludwig. And all the help that he got from like Kadril and like all the coaching that he got. Yeah, his coaching with Perry especially. Ludwig's journey, more like Ludwig's E legacy. Or you can pivot. Oh, I mean like, yeah, I would say just like pick one character and just learn that character, like what Ludwig did. Wait, really? Wait, is Apex Finals also the same day as Valorant? What the heck? How many EWC Finals are going on the same day? Jesus. This is literally like the Olympics, no? So many games are going on at the same time. However, Narin's 1-year E-Legacy anniversary. Oh, yeah. That looked like an Enderman just now. There are many today? Oh, I see. E-Olympics. Wait, why did something look so sad just now?
Bumping out recovered, finding a second. Munchkin with a 4K.
They went out the stadium, so they gotta use it? Oh, that's true.
GENG desperately trying to find it.
Okay, considering that they have so many games running, like so many streams running at the same
we are on the
time, like this
cusp of
production is
crowning
actually
the
pretty
first
good.
ever
I didn't realize that there were
champion
so
of
many
Valorant
games
here
going
at the
on at the same
Esports
time.
World Cup. Fnatic or Team Heretics, both teams have had their moment in the
Oh my
sun
gosh,
before.
Crashies and Boaster Aura farming.
Now the desk is going to get a little bit more colored in
front
terms
of
of
a
the
sick kiddie
flavor of
pool.
who is the favorite. Joining myself, Big Time, and Kukuka is Spanish legend of gaming. It is Mixwell. Welcome, brother.
Thank you so much.
Sorry, I don't know who the legend of gaming
so for
is.
people that at home that don't know,
I don't see
Mixwell
Faker
is
right now.
co-streaming
Who's
the
the
event
legend of
right now
gaming?
from the
Sorry,
arena.
what
How's
are
your
you talking
experience been so
about,
far?
Mr.
I
Red
mean,
Hair?
the arena is insane.
Mixwell.
The amount of production,
Okay, I
how
think
the
I'm just
stage
uncultured
is
because
set
I
up,
have
so
no
you can
idea who this guy
really
is, but
see
apparently
everything in a
he is
perfect
the
angle
goat of
with
gaming. What game is he good at?
screens on top. It's not
Is
the
he
same
like a
as other
legendary
events where all
Counter-Strike
the
player or
crowd is
something?
on the same angle. This one you have a very good view of it, and also the people that came here from the teams,
the super fans.
Yeah, the super fans are
Like
cheering
so as an
really
old CS
hard.
player? Okay,
It's,
yeah,
the
that makes
atmosphere
sense.
is
I feel like
insane.
most
My personal
gaming
favorite has to be
goats all
the
come
Gen.G
from
because they do the
CS, like
Gen.G.
Shroud
Have you
and
seen it?
like
It's pretty insane. I think,
Stewie
do you
2K,
like
like
the,
I've never played
on the
Counter-Strike,
sides,
but I
you
know
have
these
the,
names because
player
they're like
cams
so
all the time. I
famous.
think that is very cool because you can see the reactions all the time. Speaking about Heretics, of course, you were a part of it. What do you make of their run so far in the tournament?
Wait.
I am impressed because after losing the stage 1, they didn't win a single game.
I need to show you guys like
they came back after winning against Titan. As far as I know,
Wait,
they had a big talk between them after the first loss against Gen.G, and that solved a lot of their issues. And it seems like it's something more mental than in game.
Aura farm with your
They are a
duo,
young
and it's
team.
Forsaken
They
and a
have a
player
lot of
from
experience,
G2,
but
and I
I
tagged
feel like
Kremon
something was
City in
wrong
it. Do you
before.
guys know what I'm talking
And
about?
if they have to win a tournament, I think this is the one.
Can somebody find it and like send it in the chat? That video is
but it's a
so
different
funny.
piece they have to play
Like,
today
the
in Fnatic.
poses
So
are
no bias, pure objectivity,
Like, they
pure
need to do
game.
those
Do you
poses
think
for
that they have
this,
it in
like,
them to beat
for those
the Titans
shots
today?
where like they're like trying to
I
look
think
cool for the
Fnatic
camera.
is the
They
clear
need to do
favorite.
that.
I think
Yeah,
Chronicle
with
is the best player in
Trent,
the
the
world
one
right
where
now.
it was
I
like
think
Forsaken and Trent, and they were doing like the
playing
most.
really
I think
well.
you guys can look it up.
I also think
I
Kayak
think the
is
official
doing an
PRX
amazing
or
job.
the official
And it's going to be
G2
Wood and
Twitter
Rians
account
against them
posted it.
both. I think
And it's
both
like
have to be
5
in their
poses to Aura
perfect
farm with your duo, and it's
game.
like Forsaken and
In my
Trent.
opinion,
It's so
Fnatic
funny.
has
Yeah, the last one with
the
Valen
upper
was
hand.
so funny.
It's probably going to be a 3-2 for
So
Fnatic,
yeah,
but
that's so funny. They need to do those
Heretics has a
poses
good
here.
chance.
You're mentioning Woods, you're
Instead of
mentioning
like
Rians, but you got to play with Boo
cringe anime
back in the day
poses,
in
they need to
2023.
do those
He was
poses.
IGLing back then, if I'm not
Oh,
mistaken.
Buster
as well.
looks
So
so
how do you think he's
happy.
grown as a player, grown as an IGL? What does he bring to the team now that
Crashies
you know
look so
firsthand? I think can give us that
happy
information.
too.
I think he has a
Okay,
team that
Roots.
everyone
Okay,
really respects
Roots.
him, much more than in the first team, and to be honest. There was a bit of
guy
internal
is-
issues in the first roster of Team Heretics, and I think that the tandem of the coaches and him
I
are
think
a
it
really
is
good
that
team as
one.
well. And he's grown into a much better leader, I feel like. And I think he has
Oh yeah,
he's
it's this
had
one,
a really
guys.
good semi-final that brought a lot of I didn't speak English
5
for
poses
such a
for
long
you and
time.
your duo to Aura.
Sometimes I have to think about the word, but está bien. Yeah, he has much more. His individual level is much better now. Yeah.
She asked about a question from the past about Boo and your previous experience there. On camera right now was that VCT EMEA
Nice.
finals. What do you
So
think
funny, I
they've
can't.
learned from then to where they are now in this grand finals?
It's
I think-
so funny, I can't.
I think they are a team that they always play good. The question is, what did they have learned from Fnatic? Yeah, Fnatic is a team that is really polished, with a lot of players that do little to no mistakes, and when it's time to win the game, when you have a moment where the player is in the spot to win the round, all of them are capable of understanding what's going on and reacting fast. Sometimes in Team Heretics, if they are choking a little bit, those 3 seconds that they have to take a decision are not as good as Fnatic, I would say. And if they want to win, they have to be on the same level today.
Couple more questions, y'all?
Yeah, so to follow up on that, so you've been in esports for a very long time, you're a very successful player. How would you personally approach the sort of mentality side of this, of the fact that Fnatic have been able to best Heretics a lot recently, and now it's that kind of comeback? What do you have to change kind of in your mind to be able to get that win today?
I think the most important part is understanding that Fnatic is a really good team and that you will face a really good match and it's going to be tough. So you have to already accept it. Yeah. So when you get into the game, you don't get really shocked by whatever happens. And you have to go round by round and have a really positive mindset. Even if things go wrong, you can still win the game, especially at BO5. The map veto also is good for them, so I would say they are not the favorites. No one is expecting Team Heretics to win anyway, so just have a positive mindset and enjoy the moment.
Also, you know, going up about how the Heretics that we met, not only last year, but I'd say more at the beginning of the year where they weren't able to qualify for the international, definitely missed them. Now they're leaning more into that double duelist. Do you personally like those comps? Do you think it fits them? Do you think it's something that works for them?
I think it suits them very well because Wood is playing amazing.
Watching some people
It reminds me a little bit of Shanghai Wood when he was playing incredible.
Some people yap right now as we wait for Team Heretics versus Fnatic.
Where he creates the space, he doesn't dominate that much. And Wood is a player that individually he's probably the best player in the game when he's on. So if they both play together today, I think Team Heretics has a really big chance of winning.
All right, Mixwell, everyone, thank you so much for joining us here as we set up the grand finals, and Mixwell will be streaming that from the arena. Now let's take a look at some of the stats that we have there for Woot, who has been, in Mixwell's mind, one of the best players on the team, who's been super good so far and has been a standout player for Team Heretics.
Yeah, I mean, he's just looked electric this tournament. As Mixwell just said, it reminds me so much of the Shanghai Woot. I mean, when he was put onto that duelist, nobody really expected too much. There's a lot of hype around Miniboo, but I think, as he says, this guy is the one that we need to pop off if you want Heretics to get that win today. There's so many massive players on the side of Fnatic, and you have to be able to match up in firepower, and Woot is certainly the one who can best.
Yes, definitely. You know what? You would know because you had the opportunity to chat with some of the players over at Team Heretics. So let's take a listen to Big Time's interview with Team Heretics.
Yeah.
Hello, it's Big Time here, joined by Rienz from Team Heretics. So I wanted to ask you initially, you guys have had a little bit of a bumpy road here to the final, some close clutches, some 1v1s to keep you in the tournament. What are the vibes like right now in the team? Does it just feel like everything's on your side?
I mean, right now, the vibes inside the team is amazing. We had a rough time before, and especially the first game we lost against Gen.G, and then like we had really deep talks with the team. And then,
was a Markiplier.
Every single game we won, like it built confidence in our team and fun. Vibes are amazing in our team right now.
Perfect. So today you're playing Fnatic, and when you played in stage 1, they bested you twice. So have you learned anything from those games? Do you feel more prepared heading into this grand final today because of those losses?
Wait, why does he look so different?
We learn something every time we lose something.
Wait, this is Rien's question mark?
We learned a lot of things from
I do not remember Rien's with this hairstyle.
And finally, we saw you put up a monstrous performance yesterday against Gen.G on that initiator role. But on the other side are Crashes and Chronicle. How are you feeling for that head-to-head? You think you're going to diff them today?
You think you're gonna dip them today? Okay, I can't do that accent. It's like, it's so...
I think Chronicle is the GOAT of Valorant, I would say. I like him as a player and as a friend as well. And Crashes as well.
I wish I had this
guy's
accent.
Team, like, comfortable, I feel like. And yeah, I mean, hopefully it's gonna be a good game and hopefully I'm gonna diff them.
Thank you so much, Rienz. Best of luck for today and back to you in the studio.
What accent is this? Is it not British?
Big Time, you can go ahead and take it from
I just offended like all the British people. I'm so sorry. I thought it was British.
in the studio.
Wait, is it
over
not
there.
British?
No, wait, I'm in the studio.
What is
Back
it then?
from me, wherever I was.
Yeah, there
I
we
returned.
go. Well, you know what? You've returned, but so has Mr. Matthews. Welcome back, brother. It's good to see you here. We can't just have
Australia?
one team before the grand finals. We'll have
Mike,
both
that did
here.
not sound.
Mixel was on
that
here
did
saying
not
Team
sound
Heretics
Aussie at all,
are
Mike.
the underdog in this one. Do you feel the same way? Do you like being in the
It's not
favorite mentality, or do you
Bergen
like being in the
enough,
underdog mentality?
Well, I mean, if you think about the script,
Might be
PRX
Irish or
obviously
Scottish?
hadn't
Oh,
won
it might be
anything
Irish or Scottish, yeah,
on
you're right.
Masters, and they went on to win, and then Heretics
Sounds Russian?
haven't
Oh, yeah,
either. So I'm
Riaz
hoping that we
one
don't
sounds
let that
Russian.
script play out. I think we've
Are
beaten
you
them the last
Fnatic or
2
Team
times in the
Heretics?
grand
I don't
finals we
know.
played
I'm still
against them.
deciding. Give me
I hope
until
that
the match
continues.
starts. I'm
Obviously,
still
our team
deciding.
is really wanting a trophy, having not won a big trophy internationally in a very long
I'm
time.
still deciding.
So hopefully today's the day.
I mean, maybe hopefully today's the day that the Heretics breaks the curse. No, it's just so sad to see them coming so close. But as we're seeing, of course, for Fnatic, even though they didn't have the strongest start of the year and they missed out on that first and of EMEA at the end of stage 1 and that runner-up position at Masters Toronto. Sam, I wanted to ask you, have you had a chance to I assume you have.
Okay,
but,
guys,
how would you
let
say
me
the
talk
team
you
is
through my
feeling
thought
right
process
now?
right
We
now.
know that
Okay,
the
so
turnaround
number one-
time has not been a
number
lot
one,
since Toronto
I
and
really
that
like
finals
Boaster.
to be in here.
Boaster
They've been
is
flawless
like,
so
he's
far.
such an
I
icon
mean,
of
I think
Valorant.
you can see it.
Boaster
They're
is
super
the only
hungry.
one
They really
who can
want to
do
get back to
cringe
the
poses
top
like
and
this and
ultimately
still
win
aura farm.
champions. That's the main goal of the year. I think every step along the way, and this is a big one, if we can take this down, we can prove we can win a championship again.
Like, they're trying
And,
so
I
hard
think,
not to smile.
The players
You
like
can tell.
Kayak, they're coming in like super hot. Alfia's on form, Chronicle's on form, Crashies.
So, like,
everyone has their day,
I'm a
right?
big
And that's
Boaster
what I think is
fan.
amazing
He's
about
just
this
such a
team.
funny, he's just a
and it
nice
feels like they've been able
guy.
to
He just
perform
has
in
the vibes.
all
He's
types
just,
of settings, whether
he's
it's a
just
small
never
match,
toxic.
just a regular
He's just
season
such
match,
a
all the way
nice,
up to grand finals.
easygoing
They
guy.
always put it out on the line. I love that
And he's
DNA
just such
that
like
they have here
like
in
an
the team.
OG
Big time. What do
player.
have
You
here?
just can't help but
I wanted to
root
ask,
for
how
Fnatic
do
and
you
Boaster.
and
But then on
the
the
whole
other hand,
organization, I suppose,
Team
deal with
Heretics,
being the big dogs? You are,
they're like
a
family.
huge,
They haven't
massive
changed their roster
organization,
at all.
especially
They're
here
still
at
using.
EWC,
They
and
still
a
have
lot of people
the
want to take
same
you down. They want to
players
get your key
from like
in that
freaking
trophy.
Masters
So
Shanghai.
what's your kind of approach to that, even from like a behind the
So like,
scenes level? Do
and
you
like they
know the
haven't
big
won
dogs?
anything yet. They've just gone to finals and then they just
I
always
definitely
lose in
wouldn't call
the
us a big
finals.
dog.
So it's
We
like,
take everything seriously. Performance is very
I don't know,
important
I
to
kinda
us,
wanna
and we're,
cheer for
we're trying
Heretics
very
today
hard.
'cause I'm
Colin and the team, there's a big team
is the
behind the
broadcast
guys. It's
too
not just about
loud?
the players on the stage. I think Boaster is an incredible leader and charismatic personality that lifts the
Now you can
morale and
barely
lifts the
hear you?
team, which I
Oh.
think is really one of the special sources of all pro teams. Is you need to find that person to build around. And Boaster is our guy.
non-toxic.
I would say that
like, look
we're
at this guy. He
good
just
at Valorant right now,
dances
but
when
we
he's
haven't been
happy
so
on
good in other
stage.
games,
Like
so all
it's
the fans out
like
there,
he's just
I'm sorry,
he's
we're
just a
trying our
guy
best.
who's just here to have a
Could be a
good
great
time,
day
you
for
know?
I think
Like,
you bring
how
up
do
a
you
very
not like
important
Boaster?
subject
He's
that I
just a
would
chill
also
guy.
like to ask you about. When you
But
have a
then,
team
like,
that
I don't know, I
plays so
kinda
much
wanna- I
internationally,
kinda wanna
that
see
wins so
Heretics
much,
win
I believe
something.
that there's that point where the burnout becomes a concern. What kind of resources have you
I was
put
listening
into
to
making
Boaster
sure that
singing Chinese song
team is in a
yesterday.
good
Oh,
form
really?
when they
He
come out,
speaks
that they feel
Chinese
good
too?
mentally to take on everything that happens during
Who
the
won?
year?
Gen.G versus
Yeah, so we've been
PRX?
pretty consistent
Chowie,
with having a performance
PRX
coach behind
won.
the guys. They're obviously
Don't
doing
Google
things like
it.
you're in the
Just
gym
listen
every
to
day,
streamer,
watch the
because streamer is
tournament.
always
We're
right.
eating
PRX
relatively
won and they
healthy as
got
much as we can get them
third
to eat
place and they
healthy.
got 130K.
And, getting that sleep in,
They got
is really
130K
important, but I
US
think
dollars.
ultimately
They
it's
came
all
third
about like
place.
that mental reset,
It was
getting
a
yourself ready
vibe.
for game day. They've already
Source
proven they can
Narin
win
said
in
so,
championships,
yeah.
and I think
Yep,
they're very
yep,
experienced.
yep,
Chronicle,
yep, yep,
Alfia,
yep, yep,
Boaster, so and even Crashies, has won internationally. So it's really about just resetting, coming in, wanting to take the victory, and taking Heretics down.
All right, people are
결승전
watching all
나린의
around the
픽은 아직
world
고민
to see who the
중이에요.
first ever tournament winners of Valorant will be. The
아직
arena
고민 중.
can hear us as well right now.
둘
You've
다
got the super
좋아하긴
fans in there.
하는데
What do you want to say to them
I don't
before we
know.
go into this best of 5 grand finals?
Thank you for all your incredible support. Once Fnatic, always
I think
Fnatic. We
Heretics
love you
like
guys
no,
so
but like
much.
Boaster's
Thanks
just
so much.
like
And
after
keep
seeing Boaster
rocking
cry
us on.
after losing against
Sam
PRX, I'm
Matthews,
like I feel
everyone,
like
thank
this.
you so much for joining us here. here, CEO of Fnatic. And right now, I think standing by, we have Victoria with one of the Arrival interviews. So take it away.
And now we have Fnatic on fire. What's up, man? Great game against PRX yesterday. What did you guys do different to make sure you're going to best them this time?
We were more ready than Toronto Final. And on Toronto Final also,
I love
we
European
couldn't ban the
accents
maps
so
we
much.
don't want to play. And today, yesterday, sorry, we banned.
The last
and
two
that's
might
why
have been
we-
Australia.
Yeah, and today you will be playing against Team Heretics.
Yeah, Team Heretics needs
and
to
right
break
now
their
you guys have played
second
8
place
times.
curse.
You've won 4 times. You've lost 4 times. Obviously, the last 2 times you won against them. Who's going to win the 5th time today?
I think we showed multiple times we are the best team in AMA. and I think it's time to show again.
All right, and you have a lot of fans here in Riyadh in Saudi. Do you have any
bed
words
hair
for
goes
your fans who are supporting
crazy.
him?
Thank you, everyone. Eyvallah to who is supporting me. Yeah, that's it.
All right, well, thank you so much. Good luck on today's match, your grand finals.
Thank you.
See ya.
Keeping it nice and simple, focused on the match, we welcome Baby Bay back on in for our
Baby
pre-match.
Bay.
4 minutes before we go and celebrate the greatest matches that Esports World Cup has seen in Valorant. And I think we have to talk about the stars now, and we have to look at Chronicle. He was our MVP from yesterday. He had those pop-off moments, and he's wanting to get over the hump here.
Yeah, I mean, Chronicle is the
Welsh.
player's player.
Oh, Welsh is a
Chronicle
good
is the GOAT in
guess,
many
actually.
people's eyes. You know, he's up
Do you
there
have
in the
Fnatic
prize
or Team
money.
Heretics
He's
jersey
up
to
there in
continue
the
with the PRX
championships.
one?
And,
No.
you know,
I'm
he
just
won his
cheering
first
for
title, what was it,
PRX
4
in the
years ago?
Fnatic and Team
I mean, the
Heretics match
longevity is
too.
absolutely insane. For him to still be playing at the
Oh
top
my gosh,
level,
guys.
putting up the numbers that
You guys
he
are
puts
cheering
is
for either
absolutely
PRX.
absurd.
You guys are
How
cheering
could
for
we not
either
talk
Team
about
Heretics
this
or
man
Fnatic
as we
in the
head into the
finals.
grand
I'm
finals?
So
cheering
you're
for
saying Chronicle
PRX.
is him.
I would say so.
I am cheering for PRX.
Good. That's good because earlier you were saying
Wow, Chronicle, I need to
a lot of
learn.
people said.
I need to learn some Vice.
You're now saying
some
he's
Vice
it.
sense
I mean, just
from
look
this
at the
guy.
stats, right? Number 1, number 3, number 3, number 2, number 49 this time. Yeah, not going
He's
either way.
smart.
But yeah, this guy has
Okay.
been lights out in this tournament. I mean, he is really in contention for that MVP of the entire
just a
tournament.
step
trying to win
ahead.
that extra little prize himself.
All right, but that's not our only matchup that we're
Wait,
keeping
Connor
an eye out
is
for.
not a
We're
British
looking at the
accent?
IGLs
I
here
thought
because they've
C-Dog
had
VA had the
quite
most British
boon, I
accent
would say,
ever.
so
Is it
far
not
in
a
terms
British
of the tournament.
accent?
Looking very, very good. It's Boaster and Boo in this series,
Yeah,
both of
yeah,
them
man.
having standout moments.
So Boo has had a boom. It's
Yeah.
good. I think that yesterday when we saw that Lotus, that
Yeah, I
final
think
map
Yemi
in the
is gonna
Heretics
win too.
versus
Just,
Gen.G,
I don't know.
and I would say throughout the entirety
He's
of it, not
Welsh?
only in
Wait,
overtime,
really?
Boo's performance took them
Wait,
to
then
where
yeah, I
they
think
are
it might be
today.
Welsh then.
Both of these players have had some, you know, a little bit shaky performances here and there, but it's good to see that the closer we're getting to closing this tournament,
Wait,
they're
yeah,
giving the
I didn't
best
know
out of
Connor was
themselves.
Welsh.
It was really cool
If
to see
Connor
him
is
pop off
Welsh,
because
then
I
the
feel like it's something
caster
that we haven't
sounds
seen in quite
Welsh
some
in
time.
my
And for the
ears.
side of Boaster, yeah, it's not always the
He's
best
so
mechanical
British.
display of talent, but his mid-rounding
It's
and the way
Tuesday,
that he
isn't
sets
it?
up everything and his reads and adaptability is what really puts Fnatic
I mean, he's Welsh,
at a
but doesn't he have a
different tier
British
against the
accent?
rest
Oh yeah,
of
I always
EMEA.
thought Connor's accent was super British.
Oh, yeah, well, the world now.
Super British, isn't
Very
it?
true. If you doubt Boaster, you don't know ball. That's all I'm going to say.
Oh, it might.
All right, 1 minute before we head on over to the stage, so it's time to
Fly
get our
up the
final
Bobby,
predictions here
mate.
from
Put
the
the
desk.
ship
Let's
on the
start
Bobby.
with Kukuka. I think it'll be
With
very
a-
interesting to see
with a
which way you
cheeky
go.
little
So you're
knackers
not
run.
letting me say just the MEA, right?
No.
Wait, guys, on a scale of 1 to 10, how good is my
I
Australian
sense some
accent?
saltiness
Anything
here.
lower than a
It's not my
5, I will be
fault. It is not
deleting
my
your
fault.
comments.
I'm going to say that I
I might,
love
you
the
might
storyline
go
of
for a
Heretics being
little-
always the
a
bridesmaid,
little
never the bride. So, Fnatic.
cheeky knackers run, right?
Yo, let's go. Fnatic all the way.
Oh, yeah.
That was really awkward. But all good. Yeah, can we try that again?
Burger.
Yeah. Give me a score.
Oh,
Fnatic
oh,
all the way.
yeah.
Give me a
Kind of
score.
some
Give me a score,
knackers.
Dre. Fnatic all the way. 3-0. The same way in EMEA.
Big time.
That's
Quick,
Aussie, I
insane. 3-2
understand.
Heretics. It's their time. They come back. They make it work today.
1.9 because my instructors
It has
are
been a long wait to get Valorant here, and now we have them. The first ever tournament winner
Oh,
for
it's not lower
Valorant
than
is
5?
crowned
Yeah,
right
for
now
sure.
to kick
I
it
think
off the opening
I feel like
ceremony.
my Australian accent
Played
is not that
Heretics,
bad.
quite a few times in the past. Most recently in the final where we did win
Oh,
against them
Boaster
as
is
well.
super
I think they might
British.
have something to show us today. I'm hoping so because I want a good game.
That was bloody brilliant, mate. Yeah, mate. I know.
The only problem is I do think that we are looking really, really
Awesome.
good right now. We're
Awesome
in good
in
form,
it.
consistent, and the map
That
pool
was
is pretty good
bloody
for us, so
brilliant.
I say good luck to
That
them.
is so British. Bloody brilliant. That was bloody brilliant, mate. Oh my days. That was bloody brilliant.
We are here now, so I'm super happy that like we can make it again into the grand finals with that team. Being the first winner of the Valorant
He sounds like he's from London.
EWC is really, really huge for us because there is 4
What is
teams
happening?
from every
Ooh, wait,
region.
these glow
It's kinda like
animations are kind of
champions,
sick.
and
That
these
was
kind of pro
lit. That was
tournament
kind of cool. That was kind of cool. Not gonna lie. love the European accents. I want to hear more. I want to hear more. There's a woman waving a Seraphim light stick. I mean, honestly, based. I love Seraphim. Oh my gosh. Oh wait, this is kind of cool. Are they gonna do a crazy walkout now? It's pissing me off how one drummer on the side is way taller than the other one. So like one the drum that's turned sideways, one of them is so much taller than the other guy, and it's like triggering me, Kravons, my OCD. One is just so much taller than the other. I can't. It's pissing me off. It's pissing me off. Is it because Knight is short? No, I'm not short.
The very best of the best have graced this stage this week for a chance at history.
My eyes are closed.
A chance to etch their names.
Thank you, Knight, for putting that out. Like, guys, I didn't even have to put it out. It was so glaringly obvious. It was actually like affecting my mood. I'm not gonna lie.
They came from every region, every playstyle, every kind of pressure. But now, only two remain.
A European clash that has it all. These two teams know each other so well. But this time, the stakes have never been higher.
Sorry guys, Valorant will just never have the same like chill
$25 million
as League of Legends until you guys had dropped lines like
Just one
초비 선수
best of five separates them
새로운
now
미래를
from it all,
펼치시고 싶으면은
including a spot
증명하세요.
in Valorant history.
This is it. This is the grand
And
final
like,
of Valorant at the Esports World Cup.
데프트 선수
So how about we
잊지
welcome
말아야 될
our teams?
것입니다. 결국에 모든
Before we
길은
do, can I
something
just ask
something. How does it go again?
Are
I
we
forgot.
ready
I
for the
forgot that
final?
all roads lead to me Korean version. But like
Wait,
until you guys
The
drop lines like
teams
that,
are standing right there.
why is this guy airbending right now? Why is this guy airbending right now?
Right, this is it. And for our first grand finalist, a team that stood the chase for the trophy, and they have survived every test of time. But now they are
The difference is
chasing
Valorant doesn't have a
another
faker
chapter
yet.
in their legacy.
Yeah, we need a
Please
faker.
welcome Team Fnatic!
I feel like a good candidate for like the next faker. Well, I mean, it was Tens until he retired, so I feel like now. Who's an Aura? I feel like Boaster. No. Okay, maybe not. Maybe Chronicle. Wow.
From consistent finalists to winners in waiting, perhaps, here to end
Who will
their
retain their
finals
triangle.
curse and lift their very first trophy. Team Heretics!
Okay, I'm cheering for Team Heretics, Clevon. Sorry, I need to cheer for the underdogs. As much as I like Fnatic and as much as I really like Boaster as a person, and I think he's a very wholesome and awesome guy, the underdogs. The underdogs.
This is it. EMEA versus EMEA.
You want to see Boaster cry again? I'm not gonna lie. I feel like because Boaster is just such a nice guy, if Team Heretics won their first grand finals ever with the exact same roster after like going to the grand finals twice in like 3 of the international VCT events last year, I feel like Boaster would genuinely be happy for them. You know what I mean?
Must face their demons. But before we get into the grand
I feel
final,
like Boaster would genuinely be happy for Team Heretics if Team Heretics finally won their first grand finals. So I'm okay with cheering for Heretics. Lotus, Sunset, Icebox, Haven, Ascent. Oh. my gosh, the coach is so
Lotus up to start. It's been a
so
staple of
tall.
Fnatic Sunset, no surprise. And while with Pearl and Split going, it's
Yeah,
a
2
map
seconds in a row is
seems to
tough.
have a
That
lot
is
of
true. Like,
balance
surely they
within it.
break the second place curse.
The stories are ones of almost complete opposites.
You honestly, Heretics was a
You have
trophy against
team
Dream
known for taking titles, known for wins.
200 meter is probably the closest we have someone who looks like
You have the
Faker. I
greatest
mean,
player to ever do it in
I guess the
terms of winning those
glasses.
titles in Chronicle.
Let's go team!
And on the other side, you have a team
Yeah, no,
that
the
have had
tall
many
guy is just like a
opportunities.
full
This
head
is
above
their
everybody
sixth
else, like what the
chance
heck?
at a trophy. And when you talk about the likes of Fnatic, you're not just talking domestic. They've done that. You're not just talking international or off-season. They've done it all. They have every single accolade under their belt other than maybe a Champions and, of course, this one. That is what they're gunning for right now. And the team that stands in their way in Heretics.
Best of 4? Best of 5.
They've got the potential. They've had more than potential for years. When this roster was built at the very beginning, we were talking about a team that ultimately, if they did okay, they would have been happy.
Okay,
Making it
guys, I'm gonna get
international was a
water.
dream. Getting to the final of 2 of them was a miracle. But now we're past those miracles. We're past the, oh, this team can do it, they can be good. And now it's all about if they can actually finish the job. As said, for Fnatic, they finished it many times.
Sunset in there, a good sign for Heretics, picking up a map, but they need a little bit more than that. Their chance to finally break the mold and set themselves free from the story that has haunted them now. Going all the way back to Master Shanghai. They've tasted revenge. Now it's their time to do so again. A regional rivalry set up on that stage. And it all starts on Lotus. Fnatic's pick. They come in here historically as favorites, but between these two, I'm expecting a close match.
Yeah, we've seen them play a few times this year. Obviously, the last 2 were very dominant in Fnatic's favor. They've won 3-0, 2-0 in the last 2 games. The one before that in the group stage where the pressure wasn't on, that was where Heretics took the win. And I think that's going to be the main thing going into this match. Sure, you could talk about compositions, you can talk about the superstars on the stage, but ultimately the difference is pressure. One of these teams thrives within it, improves as the tournament goes on. The other seems to blitz opponents, and the second they get into high-pressure matches, that's where things go wrong. Yesterday, we talk about the likes of Boo. He's not the man that you'd expect to lead the scoreboard. You have Wu, you have Mini Boo, you got Orions. But Boo was phenomenal yesterday and won them so many important rounds in a match that went the distance, went all the way to OT. And that is the map that Fnatic have chosen as the initial battleground. That is a map that has been their bread and butter for an insane amount of time. Never really adapting, never changing their composition because they are comfortable in what they're coming in with.
Oh, Lotus set up for us. As the drum fades, it's time for the pistols to make some noise. The barrier's about to go up. And for Team Heretics, a chance to correct the history books and how they've been written so far. Fnatic on defense. A quick start for Heretics as they group up towards this A site. No control behind. Not playing with that Sentinel. They need to be a bit more direct when they set up these plays. And Mini Boo, that's exactly what he goes for. But a quick shot from Chronicle puts the numbers in Fnatic's favor.
And they need to trade this one out. Crashy's looking to upgrade, but it's Chronicle already! We've spoken about this man as a potential MVP, and he looked to try and ace the pistol, but he'll be shut down. Now Wu, looking to try and match him on the 4K. He's taken a lot of damage, however, and his reposition is being watched, Mitch.
Oh, they've come back together, and it's the Sheriff. Only the one body shot needed to close that out, but it's all eyes on Chronicle. That round was unbelievable. You said they need to trade it out, and yeah, he got a 1 for 3 after that initial fight. His teammate going down, the flash only blinding him for a millisecond.
Spike down.
Even a collateral in the mix. Round 1, and we almost got an ace on the board. And that's a strong start for Fnatic.
He's probably the one man in this server right now that doesn't feel pressure. I don't believe he's ever felt pressure in his career thus far. Obviously the most trophies under his belt.
but he has had a crazy individual tournament. Normally, he's very consistent in his manner, putting up decent numbers and having a few good games, but he's currently the #1 rated player in the entirety of the tournament. I think he's #2 in ACS. #1 is Wood, so that at least makes things a little bit more interesting. But as we sort of talked about, for Fnatic,
Yalla,
I
Fnatic,
have
what does
high
that mean?
expectations that he will perform today. We've seen it, pistol round, 4K already.
Welcome
It's
back.
the other side I'm worried about. Is the occasion going to get the better of them?
Well, talk to me as we have a technical pause on the stage early about
Fnatic, do it for Dirk?
coming out of this first half.
What do you
Fnatic
mean
on
doing for
defense
Dirk?
now already with a pistol round
What about
under their
Leo?
belt. Where's the goalpost for them? Or more
What about
importantly,
Leo? Do
where's
it
the
for
goalpost
Leo.
for Heretics on the attack?
Yeah, I think that's
Dirk
the more
freaking
interesting
left.
point. Because although in recent
Oh, yeah,
times,
that's like,
their game
Gampare, let's
versus
go.
RRQ, for example,
I
Fnatic had a
see.
very good defensive side, and the same can be said in their recent matchup
Oh,
versus
people thought
PRX
Fnatic could
over
win
at
without
Masters.
Dirk. No,
They've
yeah,
always
and like,
been
didn't Dirk
incredible on
say
the
that
attack.
like he doesn't
I
care?
think most is calling maybe second to none on this map. So good at pulling those rotations and playing.
That's a correctional
I
one,
think
yeah,
that ultimately
I
a
agree.
minimum here for Heretics is you want to win the half. Like, you want to come out on top because you know going into that attack, Fnatic are going to be incredibly comfortable.
Yalla's,
Yesterday, they ended up dead
Arabic?
even versus Gen.G, and the
Let's
game ends up
go.
going to overtime. And that was with them winning both
Wait, that
pistols.
sounds cute.
They've
That's
already
cute.
not won the first.
Yalla, Team Heretics.
The bar set high. for
Yalla,
the
Team
attacking side.
Heretics.
Coming into this one.
Let's go,
as the
Team
barriers go up,
Heretics.
You can see that there's nothing crazy going on. It will be
Mini Boo and
classics
Boo is
and a
just too
frenzy
cute.
for that attack. And a very direct approach
No,
from what we've seen of Mini
no,
Boo.
no.
Whoops. When he's on this agent, he is throwing himself at the opposition. Damage done to Boo, already decayed deeply and eliminated immediately after damage dealt by Chronicle. And 2 picks, not bad. Let's see how much more Rian's can get those 60 HP stuck in the corner. And an easy tee up.
Wait, I just realized.
2-0. Fnatic starting strong on Lotus.
Oh, that was
It's
not the first
much
round.
expectation in that round. Of
I
course,
thought
it
I
was,
thought the game just
a
started
minor
because
investment,
Team
but an attempt to
Heretics
get
was
onto the site
holding
and get that
pistols, so
spike
I was
down.
like, oh, this is pistol
Something
round,
that
and then
was
I
very
suddenly saw
difficult
Phantom, and
in
I was
that
like,
last match as well for Heretics
how
to
does
deal
this guy have a
with
Phantom
was
round
this
1?
Senti
Oh, we're in
Viper
round 2.
combo. I think Munchkin played
Oh,
a
I see.
fantastic
Okay.
game yesterday. And they're already,
Okay,
you
that
can
makes
see
sense.
they're testing things out.
I was so
this go around,
confused. I was
let's
like,
try
what?
going through this util. Let's see how far we can get, how quickly those players will
Wait, with
trigger
Team
that
Heretics?
utility, and if
I
maybe
mean, I
there's
like
a cheeky
both
play to be
teams,
had. Because
though.
that's
That's the
what worked for
thing.
them
But
with
like, if
this
I had
more
to choose, I would
aggressive
choose
initiator
Heretics,
comp.
yeah.
It was disrespecting that
Yeah, let's
double
go
control.
Heretics!
Well, this wouldn't be the round to
Please, just win one.
Just
Just win one.
But with an
Grand
all-fair play for
final.
Kayak, there's danger lurking. That danger's on the C site, though. Leaving Crashies little in the open here on A. Caught by the contact play, but Heretics still spreading the net thin. The spike around the middle of the map. They can take this wherever they want. I think a B split, most likely with that space conceded. Fnatic have already filled in that space towards the A site. So a push there be very detrimental to Heretics' chances indeed. And you know, seeing that operator in play, if they can manage to crumble a site, there's a good chance for an early save call out of Fnatic.
Oh, that's not pretty.
I'm out of here.
Alpha Air up against a fellow countryman, but not a teammate. You kind of expect slightly more risks being taken in this round for the defensive side with the low buy, but the remaining weaponry I don't think is going to be thrown into the wind. The Guardian can go. Boaster can try and make this one interesting, but the operator alongside that Phantom are likely just to be kept.
The time for spamming very much over. 11 bullets left, nothing to reload back into that rifle, and you know, the Guardian could be thrown away, but also decently useful if they can keep it for the next. The other players most certainly, as you said, they're much more passive, and this is what we were highlighting. You make that bigger investment, your margin for error is much lower, and once the early game doesn't go your way, it's all about the save. For Fnatic, strong economic start. They gave themselves a chance at this one here, but for Heretics, the same can be said. 5 players alive. That's a great bounce back for the attackers.
Yeah, no, they're going to be very happy with that. It's an opportunity to get that
Is the
extra
audio okay?
economy early,
Yeah.
and not have thrown too much away in this sort of round and have vulnerabilities. And then the other side of things, it's you have a little bit of a buffer. I also just think for Heretics, like getting on the board early it is fairly important.
We're the Heretics
know for a fact
fans.
that if Fnatic lose a map, it's not really that much of a worry. They are very resilient in their mental. I think the other side of things with Heretics, we have seen them crash out in finals especially. They can go from a 3-0 victory in a lower final and then go straight into a matchup versus Fnatic and end up going 0-3. That's exactly what happened in EMEA Stage 1 earlier this year. The more painful ones, of course, where you go back to 2024. The 3-3-2 losses in a row. There's nothing more painful than that. A squad that definitely should have a trophy, but as of right now, don't.
Well, we saw in that previous, the Guardian saved over, gives a lot of economy to Boaster. They can afford a full buy around the knob.
Wow, the cheers are crazy. Oh, this happened in the first round. Chronicle got a 4K and pistol round cremons. Oh, brother.
Remember, they managed to dodge the up. They didn't go towards the C site where the expected hit was to come through. They spread the net, they played their default, and they got a pick off the back of it. Won't be so easy this time around. The danger of that op going to be lurking for a few rounds to come. And that's the man we're really wondering at how strong his performance can be down on that stage. We've seen it before. Kayak can single-handedly turn close maps into clean ones. Team Heretics, I'm still feeling hopeful after looking at their series yesterday.
You're for Benji, they know him from Fortnite. Oh yeah, Benji Fisher was like a professional Fortnite player, I forgot.
Sets them up for a real chance. But this is the final boss.
Well, the fun thing for Kayak that sort of will remove a bit of that pressure is he's done it.
Wait, but like,
he's done it regionally. This is the next level. This is the next step.
Like,
they made it to a Masters Grand Final. But also, well, I kind of agree with the sign.
Listening to like people cheer for the opposite team instead of your team, I'd be so sad.
Incredibly young, explosive players. The likes of Alpha, yeah. Chronicle himself, like it's easy to forget, he's still in his early 20s with how much he's already managed to achieve. And then you have a leader like Boaster as well. But I also think that's something that Heretics have. Sure, they don't have those accolades to go with it.
Yeah, Chronicle is close to the Victor Valorant, yeah, I guess.
Who I think just manages to play way above his age.
Like if we had to pick one player right now,
but then also
that's close, I guess it would be Chronicle, yeah, I think so. It was an interesting interview
that we saw in this tournament where he was stating that, what was it, Mini-Boo cried for an hour after losing that defeat, and in that time he was laughing. He was laughing at his brother and the emotions that he showed, because for Boo, he believed that once it was done, it was done. So even yesterday's victory is not going to be playing on his mind. We mentioned the stories of curses and the stories of overcoming the team that set them up for failure. But for Boo, that has never really been a problem. The man is ready to get right back into the server and play once again.
Yeah, the guys on Team Heretics really like texture. Yeah.
Fortunately, it does seem like he is the man that maybe is suffering a little bit
I know
at the moment.
Woot really likes texture. I've seen like lots of clips of them together.
Boaster's
gnarly!
Get it sorted.
Cute!
We can get back into the action.
Exactly.
How long is this tech pause? What the fuck? I'm gonna literally fall asleep. My tummy hurts.
Shots we're getting at the crowd there, listening to the noise early. It seems like certainly a pretty heavy lean in the audience towards Fnatic. I think Heretics one of the better equipped teams for dealing with that. They don't need to have that crowd on their side. As the rounds build up, you think about the video that we played before we got into this. Even Boaster said it himself. When it comes to the map pool, it just looks stronger for Fnatic. But if you do think about where Heretics can find that dub, you think about Sunset, that map number 2. Yep. Solid for that still being in the pool. You go to Icebox afterwards though. Favor goes right back to the other side of the stage.
It's a weird one because I think no matter what the map,
I guess because it's
for the most
mirrored
part,
on
I'm going to be favoring Fnatic. Like, everything seems to lean their way. You're talking about experience. You're talking about depth of map pool,
bundles. What? Lev is Leviathan even still a team?
There's no doubt about it. And for Heretics, they have all that additional pressure. They are quickly becoming the team that couldn't quite make it. Oh wow, we got celebrities in the crowd. Very handsome celebrities as well. Wow. pal, and Yumpy, of course.
Or Yumpy and his pal.
Yeah,
Crazy
that would've been
Steven?
better.
Oh, I just know that
They're gonna be
Aspas left
keeping an eye on these two
Leviathan. That's
teams,
all I
of course,
know.
in a very short amount of time.
Aspas
We'll
left
be back in
Leopard
EMEA and they'll be having to try and beat them out. But we are back into the game. We're ready to get this
But I feel
grand
like
final back on
the other
track.
two players that I know on
And if you're
Leviathan
just
also
joining
left
us, it is
Leviathan.
the
So like I
first
just don't even know who's on the
full
team
buy of the
anymore.
match.
Yes, the entirety of Fnatic,
Oh, the
armed to the teeth. Guardian saved over from the previous giving economy, and I said it was to Boaster, but he actually dropped one of his teammates. Chronicle still carrying forward that healthy bank account.
SD1 still in love?
And Kayak roaming around early
Calm.
on,
Oh,
ready for
Calm
the
is
C
still
fight.
in
They
love?
set
Oh,
up
I
the
didn't know
one-way
that. I thought he
smoke. Now
left too.
Boaster's left to hold that control. Kayak comes into position, and with this contact play, Heretics haven't taken the space.
Shoot,
Good thing
you're
is that
gone.
wall
No,
should provide them a bit of protection.
Ah, NT.
That op not given away. I don't think it's fired a single shot. Heretics might not know.
Yeah, they
that
don't
in
know it's
play,
an
but
op. How
certainly
could they
suspect
know?
that the steps heard here. Miniboo knows there's a player on the other side of this wall. Or
Nice,
shoulder to shoulder, and it's
Miniboo.
Miniboo to topple Crashies. Good space now for that beast split if they want to go for it. The rest of the players shifting into position, but they weren't outside the gates. He's alone for now, and Alphayer takes advantage of that isolation.
I'm sorry, but Alpha's
This time
killjoy on
winning that
Lotus is
battle,
actually just so
that was
scary.
the toppling domino of the previous round that ended up
Genuinely,
forcing a
just so
save.
scary.
Instead, winning that fight. But the time is against Heretics here. 30 seconds left as they look to split in towards the site. Smoke will be coming down. Kayak will try and hit the timing shot, but nothing found. Post plant looking likely, but the nade could make things awkward. It's going to force a reposition.
Time is low, but not low enough. With Fnatic not being able to push them off that plan. The question is, do Heretics keep pushing, keep taking space, and they do. It was into the op for a moment, but once the stun fades, once it subsides, they give that space right back up. Boaster grabbing himself one alongside Chronicle. They can now press through that door and really put the pressure on from almost every side. The thing is, Heretics have found the one angle that was open. Gen.G gets taken out by the op, but Rien's standing strong. They've got a firing squad set up, and it's one left to do the damage. Kayak can take him down. 12 HP left. The defuse tapped, and Kayak drawing him into the fight. But it's firing right back to equalize.
Oh, the
Oh my
Turkish duo already on fire. That was what, a 2 versus 4 scenario.
Yep.
Rien's with, we were watching for Woot's
Oh yeah, I
POV,
forgot how
but he was
good
just a
Heretics
passenger.
are, really.
It was the immediate double tap of players as they looked
Watching
to try and
Heretics
round
on
that
Pro,
corner.
I think that was like the last time I saw them.
Then it was left down to Woot, and he just about managed to escape. I think he may have even used the blast back to his advantage just to get away. An early high-impact round for the side of Heretics, but with that save just a round or so ago, Fnatic are still buying here.
Not going for the op this time, just seeing how disruptive that utility was. They're not going towards C early. That wall's robbing them of any real angle. The Heretics taking the space in the back of it. Instead, it's a idea to punish that space take with the Odin spamming through the tree, and Heretics are taking this in the other direction. They're moving towards what was previously either a one-way smoke with Boaster holding or an operator on the angle. Instead, they will have an easier time getting up the first choke point, but into the C site, they'll be diving right onto that Killjoy utility, and now Chronicle's rotated in. A snake bite ready to bloom alongside his orb.
He's definitely under pressure, but it's the other side of the map where the fight is coming in. Chronicle's early numbers have allowed him a Viper's Pit, and they're walking right into Alfie, or maybe he's walking right into them. Woot winning that battle once again. The Viper's Pit of Chronicle, he's had to leave it, and will only get the one. Heretics have dealt with that incredibly well. The question is, I was going to say, are they still going for it with that amount of damage?
Wait, I did not
They
know there was a
don't know about
Neptune
it.
Odin. What the fuck? That's literally the
But it might
first
be the
time
right
I've
call.
ever seen that gun skin.
That would make things
A
much easier,
Neptune
but
Odin?
as you said, they don't have that info to
Since
fall
when?
back on. You hit
What the
tab
frick?
if you're on Fnatic, you look at the credits and you realize we really don't have enough to invest into this next one if we lose all these weapons. Heretics then build up a lot of momentum early on.
Yeah,
They
say
can't
what the
afford
hell?
to
No,
take
yeah,
that
I did
risk.
not know that they made
Fnatic are on
a
the other side of the
Neptune
map. The
Odin.
weapons
That is
will
so
be carried
random.
through. An
What
attempted
the
buy in the
heck?
next, but already the danger dealt with. They went into that Sentinel and Quasi-Sentinel hold. They got past the Viper utility. They dealt with Alphayer before they even got near his, and then the Viper's Pit is stood alone, surrounded. They push around and through it. And that's enough to cause the save on the other side. The lead now there for Team Heretics.
Well, I think the big thing as well is you're going to look at Boo's stats right now and go like, well, he's not really done too much. But him sort of just being on the other side of the map held 3 players there. There was no, normally you'd see that rotation back through B fairly quickly, allow them to get into position and help. But realistically, the second Althea went down, it was, can Chronicle hold on to a pit that they're already past? And the answer was no. You could see he tried to retreat, he tried to get away. So Boo managing to hold them there did so much. Now they're going to challenge for this control again. Fnatic continue with their purchases. Ults dissipated, but Althea at least is close. However, the same can be said for
Yeah, Crashies, you gotta take lessons from Forsaken and his Odin style on Lotus. I'm just saying. I'm just saying.
Good work wonders for this squad indeed. Heretics now, the lead is theirs. The economy of Fnatic still under threat if they lose this one. Boo's been drawing their eye consistently towards this angle. He's been spotted now, but Crashies wins that. He got pushed out by the door. He was isolated. And that one duel gives them all the space and info
now
they
you
need.
see the rotation. That's exactly what I was talking about. They're able to get back into that B site a little earlier, and now they're waiting for these plays. The thing they struggled with in the last round, Fnatic have immediately adapted to. And now you look at the difference. Last time they ran into a site, wiped out the 2 players and had a plant. This time they get caught on B. They're being flanked on as well. We got there in the end, Crashies. You know, first few rounds, we'll forgive you.
Guys, look, even pros whiff on targets that aren't looking at them. But I swear, enemies that aren't looking at you are harder to hit in the head than enemies that are looking at you. I swear. There's a side. There's something. There's something about the.
And that's it exactly as you said, Tom. The fact of them taking that space, Crashies pushing up, having all that roll control, the numbers are already shifting to the other side of the map. A 2-2 setup there. And especially with it being Killjoy and Viper, you're pushing into on C. Ready and waiting. It's an uphill battle. Team Heretics, 3-3. The numbers even. Fnatic building up that little bit of extra credit economy.
Yeah, maybe my teammates were pro players.
Crashies is good for one immediate play by Boaster to grab it and get out. Even though he gets hit by the stun,
that's okay.
He's able to make it to safety.
Yeah, if anything, it's helped him around the corner a little bit. Fnatic happy to take the retake. Ultimate's unlikely to play a part for Heretics, but a singular kill for Althea could get the lockdown
they are so
and really put the pressure on them.
Disciplined. He knows
taking
that
things slow though. Still wary of a player being outside of the site on the flank, and that is taking time to clear. But the fact is, Heretics are all boxed up, playing these crossfires. The Viper Scream will fall, and that will be Fnatic's cue to go. Already, Gen.G lands that first shot. It's evened up. He's bounced away by Kayak, but that time is ticking. And they don't have enough. That's crazy. They clear out every single player, but it just took them too long.
Yeah,
they cleared them out so fast as well. Just too much posturing, waiting to get back into that
slow,
angle,
but
waiting,
too
I think,
slow.
for the Viper wall to go down. The TP goes across, and sure, Boaster falls, but the trades come in so quickly.
Is that supposed to help you, like, not ruin your...
I'm surprised they waited that long. It's just a little bit of a mystery. But then you think, what if these players lasted that little extra second? That moment or two longer, even on that fight, and then there would have been no time had they have went a second earlier. It's a strange one, and Heretics have to feel like they were gifted that. Now coming into this round with quite a bit to work with in terms of those ults. I guess their economy being tamed a little bit.
Yeah.
Oh, this opening though. That smoke, they were already ahead of it.
Yeah, Althea trying to get a little bit spicy with it, has been punished. I think you saw the real value in that round of that Viper Screen, but more so just the ruse it sold outside the site. Fnatic took so long clearing to see if there was anybody back towards rubble, and they just ran out of time. Miniboo, he's going to try and challenge. He's going to slide in on Boaster. Oh, already a 2-man advantage. You'd probably like to just dissipate here. Instead, he's forced into a fight, and the rest of the team coming to face.
Oh my God!
But he has managed to come out with 3. A one-man army, and eventually Kayak brings the cavalry.
That's unbelievable, Tom. The only thing he whiffed was the Prowler.
He dodged the breach flash from so close as well.
In the mix, it was a flawless solution.
Holy
Dodging the
crashies!
flash and picking up two, buying the time for Kayak.
And he's
He wasn't
lost
really committing to that fight. He was allowing them to have that little bit of cover, to delay that little bit longer.
Actually,
to close
so
the round
clean.
out cleanly. That's a great round for Fnatic. Like you
Crushing
said,
round.
they might have lost the round before, but Team Heretics lost all their weapons, all their players. So fully investing into the previous, they have nothing to work with now.
And this is rough. You're almost hoping for a mistake. They've spotted a couple of times. Alfie are up close. They're going to try and put the pressure on running through the utility. Minibu gets the job done. That was the goal. Get into the site, get a plant, and try and put the time on their back. You also have to bear in mind they do have a Viper's Pit, but the nade coming through with the C's has actually not dealt a killing blow. Should allow them to plant, and they are going to commit the Viper's
That's
Pit.
an interesting Viper's
This is now
Pit.
a hefty investment.
It is. It means they're starting to
Oh,
believe
don't do it,
that they have a
TH2. We
chance.
saw you. We
Benji
didn't
Fishy's
see.
gone down. It was a snake bite from Chronicle alongside the Nightfall, and Chronicle just rolls over them. Woot's left alone and dove on by Kayak to close. Fnatic winning out the round. And sure, there wasn't a lot invested, but dealing with the Viper's Pit so quickly, so easily, that's got a sting for Heretics.
Oh, for
Of course, in the crowd, Sam Matthews probably having a great time watching Chronicle play like this. It's got to be one of the best signings Fnatic have ever made. His performance already, I think that was 14-4. And Kayak seems to be right there with him. Someone who clearly is hyping up the team while also putting up those crazy numbers. And you said it, that snake bite made all the difference. You're running through a Viper's Pit. You're trying to make it worse with these weak weapons. It's tough. You kill that Viper immediately, that round falls apart. And that goes from, oh, it's some pistols and Neonaut. Who needs a Neonaut? Overdrive. That's good sometimes.
Yeah,
Sometimes
that
we use
Viper's
it to get
Pit
one
was
kill.
not it.
But then you put in a Viper's Pit, and that's a little bit more costly. Tactical pause taken. First of the series. Of course, both of these sets of
Guys, am I the
coaching staff have one
curse?
thing in
Why are the
common.
teams that I'm cheering for not looking so good?
That is, they are looking for an international trophy. Fnatic have had them in the past. The Fnatic coaching
Isn't
staff
that the
have
usual
had the
pit for
domestic
waterfall?
ones.
I don't know, it looks
But
kind
none
of
of
weird
them
on the map. I
have
didn't see
managed
that
to get
clearly,
one
but
on
like
an
when I saw it, I was like,
international
oh, that is an
stage.
interesting
That is the goal.
pit.
And for Fnatic, I mentioned it at the beginning, they get to 6 or 7 rounds on this
Cheer up the
defense.
enemy. Do I
They're
start
gonna
cheering
be
for
feeling
Fnatic?
very
I mean, like, but
confident
like,
on their map pick.
I don't mind if Fnatic wins either. I like both teams. I like
And the
both
Nightfall,
teams.
alongside the Snakebite, really turning the tide in their favor in the previous, only secured them a round that
That's
they
'cause
should
you're
have
offloading your
already
battle
had.
boxes so you
It
can
only
get to
counters
rage
out the
it.
one ultimate for Team Heretics, while leaving them
Lotus
without much
Fnatic
to
and is
fall
only
back on in this.
5-4.
More importantly, Kayak, showstopper available, players outside his sight. This will be a split on the B side. This will be the showstopper put in early. Minibu takes no space. Paranoia from Boaster is perfect. And the nade to slow some more. The advantage building.
Wait, is my
for
Twitch
the
stream not
side of
online?
Fnatic. And it's all thanks to Kayak.
Dude,
Unbelievable
someone stop!
defense
Someone
on
put
that
the
side.
brakes on this
Heretics, they tried to put the
guy.
pressure on,
Twitch
but they
is
were
off
the ones to
now?
crumble.
Oh, wait, why? I
They're
didn't
looking
do
for gaps
anything.
elsewhere. They're hoping that maybe this has left additional space, but it wasn't like that was a B stack. It wasn't like they had the whole team there.
Wait, sorry.
It was just once again one of the individuals. And then the combination of that Viper screen, just allowing those isolated fights for Kayak. Woot is all that remains, and while he tries for 2, ends up with 0. It is now 6 already on that defensive side. And I am not surprised he's smiling.
That's so weird.
This is beautiful. Just the placement of Kayak.
And look
in
at
this
the screen.
Oh, it's not my PC.
Immediately up.
It says on my OBS I'm still
Reaction
streaming to
was
Twitch,
there.
so I don't know what's
The blast
happening.
pack to boop boo out
I
of
don't
the
know what
round.
happened.
It was done from this point forward. Utterly clean.
Sorry, guys,
and
the
we've
Twitch
seen
team
this
died.
Kayak
I
reposition.
guess
He's been
it's only
towards C
YouTube then.
a lot of the time. You expect to see that Raze contesting early on A, throwing the nade through alongside the C's. This is the standard
Yeah,
play.
it still says
But he was
my
in the
Twitch
right
is
place
streaming.
at the right time.
I can press stop
Now
on
Team
it.
Heretics left with pistols.
They are targeting Alpha yet. That has been one of the plans for Heretics. It is a plan that most teams have failed at, but they've done reasonably well so far.
I would say it's Patman still, no? Because like Patman Rookie of the Year, as soon as Patman went on PRX, they actually won Masters.
But again, the difference in buys is hefty. Boaster's actually sat with 8,000 credits.
Yeah.
So they will be comfortable until the end of the half, even if he's buying his teammates Odin's. They're going to try and put the pressure onto him here.
Yeah, you got that deeper Viper wall, looking for the
split
straight
Fnatic
through,
wins
but
challenge
Boo's
is
gonna use it as
Kayak.
cover
Yeah,
up close.
yeah.
It's hurt. Crashy's detecting him immediately. No jump from that Omen, but his smoke is still there. It allows Mini Boo to get up top. As the smoke fades, Chronicle, the one left with the challenge. It took a moment to get there, but not long enough for the pick to come through on the other side, and the recovered weapon.
Enemy remaining.
I'm scared. Kayak's online, come on. Kayak's online, Kayak's
that's usually where you
online.
need a little bit more time.
It's suddenly
spraying away.
7-4.
Another
It's
round
suddenly
for
7-4.
Fnatic. It was slow. It was back and forth. Heretics had the lead at one point, but now Fnatic have the reins.
Yeah, their round losses came with a few saves. They were not willing to gamble into some of those disadvantaged retakes, but once they got going, they have been very difficult to stop. And I think Crashies as well, like an incredibly slow start to this match, but now he's back online. Chronicle never stops.
I need the recon phantom so
up
bad.
there
It's
as
a
well.
queen.
It is a recipe for success. And now even starting to have a little bit of fun with it. Mentioned if Heretics were going to compete in this map #1, I felt like they needed to win the first half. They'd be lucky to be close.
Yeah, the sound of recall
They're
is
gapped with 2, a pistol and follow-up, and that'll only put them even. This has gone from a daunting task to perhaps an impossible one. This is what made the difference against Gen.G. That TP from Boo, but it doesn't change anything this time. He's shut down. Mini Boo follows his brother to death, and Benji Fishy trying desperately to hold that mantle high, but he is put to bed. 8
Guys, it was looking kind of close in the beginning, and now it's 8-4.
And for Team Heretics, it's looking bleak. We'll see if they can find hope after the halftime.
The reactions are so cute. No. Why are they putting random like people in the crowd in slow motion? Like that is so embarrassing. Hello. No, they're just like putting like random civilian audience members like in slow motion for the whole world to see. Like what the fuck?
Well, before
no, yeah, that's
we
like a
went to the
solo
break,
camera would
Tom,
kill
you
me.
said
Yeah, me
that
too.
you
Like
wanted
that
to
is
see
so
Heretics
embarrassing.
win out that first half. Now, unless my
Well,
eyes
not
are playing
embarrassing,
tricks
but
on
like
me,
that's
it's
like so like I'll be so shy.
not quite a victory there. Half the rounds that Fnatic put up, 8-4. Moving on to their defense. Fair to say that things aren't looking too good for Team Heretics.
Look, it's map 1 of a best of 5. It's your opponent's choice. You kind of expect to go into that one and struggle.
Kashi's Eddie's last hope.
I don't think it was too bad a map for them whatsoever, but Fnatic have been the masters of this map for a long time, especially when you look at these regional matchups.
Yeah, masters of this map until PRX won against them in the finals in Masters Toronto.
Really always stood out.
Sorry, I just need to rub that in there. I just need to put that in there
calls,
because...
the reads, the misdirection of Boaster.
PRX won today against Gen.G, by the way, guys.
So unless Heretics have been one of the few that have managed to clock on to how
Is there any way
Fnatic
to
are
describe member wallpaper or are they gone for good? Oh, if you just go back
I think we're going to have to hope for Sunset.
If you just go back to all the membership wallpaper
Six out of the last
posts,
7
the
have been
links should all
losses.
still work. They don't expire.
And even the victory was an OT against KC.
Membership wallpapers, they don't expire. Kayak is just
It could be a different story. Heretics, the mood looked
heads.
low on that side of the stage coming out of that first half. Let's see if they can find something to bring morale up. It looks like a decent read already.
No,
you can
like,
see this
why is this
rotation
guy
towards
actually
left side of the
shooting?
map.
Someone tell Kayak to stop shooting.
A
I'm
push coming
scared.
through. Chronicle could be in danger on the rotate back.
Yeah, the problem is you kind of have to be aggressive with this composition, and something Fnatic are masters of is holding that ground. Chronicle is going to spot the push, but already having info of another around that area means that they can continue to pressure in towards the C site. Yesterday versus Gen.G, it was 5 out of 6 pistols for Heretics, and they just about managed to get through that series. Right now, they are struggling. Kayak with his 3rd kill of the round already. And Rien's wounded, battered and bruised, but he will still take the fight versus Alpha.
Rien's, yeah, like you said, very low indeed. And once they know where he's coming from, it's over and done with. The scary thing here, you think back to yesterday, and Rien's was the standout player on Lotus up against Gen.G. But for most of the game, up until those last few, up until your OT, Boo was the one putting in so much work individually.
My God.
Kayak just found more kills in one round than Boo has in this game so far.
Yeah, it's definitely been difficult. And you could see that he attempted one of the same plays that he pulled off many a time.
What
was that TP to the back of site in the first half, and you could see how ready Fnatic were for it. They were watching. They were keeping an eye on that match, and again, it brings the value of their staff. Aggressive push coming in, but Alfia comfortable in his hold. The Outlaw finds him too. Mine now falls into Boaster's hands. He pulled out the operator.
Guys, it's not looking
at the end
too
of the
good, I'm
last
not
half
gonna
and was
lie.
connecting, but realistically, there's only
It's
2
not
players
looking
to be
too
found.
good.
One of them, Woot, only has a classic.
And the other one's on the other side of the map. Getting anything here would be impressive for Woot. We start to play a game of narrow margins if we're talking about damage to the economy. And bringing this one back when Fnatic are on the cusp of double digits. Oh.
He just knows to wallbang that?
He gets wallbang down to 7 HP by the Outlaw, has a classic in a corner, and still walks away with 1. Impressive indeed.
Hey, one more would be nice. One more kill, and this is costly. Yes!
What?
Rien's has found 2! Somehow has made this interesting. It should have been a done deal already. He doesn't expect the position of Crashies, but has started to make that realization. There's so many angles to check that he can't quite find the last one, but wowee.
Wait, Rien's I remember thinking Rien's aim was really good. Last time I watched a Heretics game,
how far behind they are. If this was a close scoreline, that would be an incredible round. Unfortunately, it's not.
If this was the start of the game, this is a fantastic start to the half.
Yeah,
considering the loss of pistol, considering the opening triple kill from Alpha here, trading out just one of his teammates, and the weapon recovered. But ultimately, this position from Crashies that gets any danger and discards it completely. The plant not for him, and that's what wins it. Now in another fight, okay, Benji Fishy, he's been good on this angle. Did the same on the attack side when the shoe was on the other foot. It's a valuable pick with Kayak down. That's the guy that would be diving on you.
The problem is he doesn't have that same Sentinel support. So they're going to put the pressure on, and then they deal with him very
Are you
easily.
cheering for
They also
Narin?
lost the aggressive
I
build
like
on the other side.
both
Minibu's
teams,
going
but
to
if
try
I
and make a
had
play
to choose,
through.
I guess
It's
I would
solid, but he doesn't
cheer for
find
the
the frags.
underdogs, which
And
is
now Woot is all
Heretics.
that remains.
But also, I'm a very big Boaster
Fnatic
fan.
looking set to absolutely dominate this first map, and the hero of Woot from yesterday, the #1 in ACS this tournament, may just have to scurry away to live to fight another day. He's hearing the doors open. Damage would be nice,
Yeah,
but
I only cheer for
the
PRX,
reality of the situation is him
This
having
is
a hero
true.
rifle for the next round holds far more value than doing damage in this one.
This is true.
Still, where is he going to go to save this? As we
Everybody
can
else
see,
is cool. I like
he
the
has
Korean
nowhere to
teams. I like
go
DRX.
safely. The A site would be
I like
at
T1.
least
I
a
like
solace
Gen.G,
for a
guys.
moment,
This is
but
a
they
little
would
bit
have
of a
caught up with him
sweep.
eventually. The net was spread thin, and they were
This is
clearing
a
the map
little bit
section
of a
by
very,
section.
okay,
This is full control
that's
for
fine.
Fnatic,
This
and like
is
I said,
fine.
the next map, there's promise there. Fnatic got first ban, so I'm not coming in thinking, oh, well, maybe they left Sunset open. They had to get rid of Pearl. Somewhere Heretics are good is Sunset. Somewhere Fnatic have
Gosh,
struggled
Fnatic shots are
consistently
so
is
clean
Sunset.
today.
But if Heretics come in cold like this, I mean, there's a lot of fights we're seeing here, Tom. The Boo brothers, they're not activated, but even just across the board, this is looking weak from Heretics.
Yeah, the early success. They've lost 8 rounds in a row now. Sure, with a pistol in the middle, but it doesn't make the sight any prettier to see from what was a close back and forth start. Fnatic found a gear that we don't know if Heretics have. And that is Grand Finals form. It takes a lot to get to a Grand Final. But it's a whole different ball game to win one. And I'll just look at the buy. This is to try and stop Fnatic getting from map point. And they have got Stingers and some Sheriffs.
They've saved credits for the next. Flash, decent, but they were safely behind the mound. Benji Fishy down. Losing your Viper on that seaside hold, and we
They're
saw how
going
much value
12-4. It's
that
fine.
brought from
12-4,
Chronicle
very comebackable,
being there.
guys.
Obviously, it was alongside Alpha Air, and the Sentinel certainly helps out in that battle. Even just having the alarm bot to tell you when to put the snake bite through.
I mean, it's okay. They still
Now
have
30
smoke.
seconds left. They take it in the other direction. Paranoia and the haunt scene.
But
Boo even spots the pack. He knows that there's players coming his way. Mini Boo gets aggressive on B, finds one upgraded rifle. Okay, this is looking recoverable because there's only 15 seconds left. The spike is making its way to the site. All eyes on Boo. If he can drop this spike, they may well be in with a chance. But he'd have to get past Kayak. Instead, oh no, it's disastrous. He's missed the shots he needed to land, and this has just been every round. They're set up with an opportunity. That blind was perfect. He couldn't see a damn thing, but by the looks of it, neither could Boo.
Yeah, this has just not been their map. We are not seeing the Heretics of the last few days.
it's fine, guys. Even okay, guys, like Crashy Swift.
Rough.
No, it's Pulp Fiction. We didn't need a replay.
But they were coming. Oh no, yeah, he's even getting called out by Chronicle.
It's okay, Boo. It's fine. It happens to the best of us.
He knows how much of a
Boo
whiff that
has,
had
like,
to have been for him
that's
to
just
survive.
so touching. I know.
Well, it needs to be 8 rounds in a row.
No.
And already it is a straight dump of utility and ultimates to take over that C site. Benji's had no choice but to fall all the way back. Even still, he'll take a bit of a tag. They're now going to immediately repressure for that control.
The stuns dodged by Kayak. The space now going to be contained with this lockdown put into play. It needs to be an aggressive play. It needs to be quick from Team Heretics to get through this choke point to break that lockdown, and they're being spammed out. 3 seconds left. Boo tries to round, but Chronicle's watching, and the lockdown comes into play with 2 detained. This round should be done. There's only one man who can really stop them from retaking the space, and he's already dealt with. Time ticking away as Rien's finally let go from his prison, but they're about to be set free from the map as Fnatic claim this one dominantly at 13-4.
Okay, no, Fnatic got... Wait, how did he win against Fnatic on Lotus and Masters Toronto?
Victories.
Wait, Fnatic is actually looking insane. The one in the other match? PRX won against Gen.G.
It definitely isn't a sealed deal.
Yeah, Fnatic is so freaking good. No, Kayak today is on fire. And everybody else is just playing so good in general. And like, Kayak is crazy. No, that's such a defeating... No. Fnatic is so good. Boaster is so good. Bowman is... Bowman, Joman, and Bowman... Wait, Bowman, Joman, and Foeman are all so good. Damn, the Omens are... Oh, the Vipers too. Oh my god, 22 and 8 Chronicle. Jesus. Jesus, is Chronicle really just the faker of Valorant? What are we getting, Noman? We can get Noman once I get like motion sickness pills and I don't feel sick when I'm smoking with Omen. Bowman. The Fnatic is so freaking good. Okay. I'm gonna go get more water. Be right back.
Is calling.
It is an overwhelming start here for the side of Fnatic as they take care of business early on and leaving no doubt who were the favorites after map number 1. Digon here alongside Baby Bay and Kakuka joining us for a little bit more EMEA Inside Pal for BBL.
Oh, I
the
got
head
my
coach back here. How's it going, man?
Thank you very much. Not exactly where I was hoping to be sitting on the grand finals day, but more than happy to be here regardless. Thank you very much.
Yeah, your insights will be sorely missed once you depart, but I'm glad that you're able to join us here. That was pretty one-sided. Give us the quick coaches talk right now if you're on Team Heretics.
Again, it's like what we saw the other day. If you're Heretics, you know that you've got your map pick coming up. You've just played Fnatic's map pick. It's the first in their best of 5. There's plenty of time to recover the series. Brush it off, move on, go again.
I think the interesting thing for me was that all-time record of like Heretics versus Fnatic on Lotus specifically is actually in favor of Heretics at 4-1 against them. So to see such a dominant like bounce back for Fnatic here at EWC in such like an important time in a grand final, to me is insane, and it's because of that man on your screen. Chronicle had a crazy highlight.
Not only Chronicle, I think that we saw it all through and through. I think everybody from Fnatic had their moments. At the beginning, we actually saw Alpha.
I gave Pocarius with their Slash delicious. Yeah,
Pocarius
sled
first
is
in
real
so many of
good.
those rounds. These rounds that actually Fnatic managed to turn around. But we have to be realistic. Lotus is a very, very good comfort pick for Fnatic. They mastered this composition. They know exactly the length that they can go to with it. And they also have very well spotted the weaknesses in the side of Heretics that I think are struggling to deal with it a little bit after not knowing exactly where to place Minibu or how to like play around him, changing the initiators and whatnot.
I think the biggest difference that we've really seen is that individual level of comfort from the Fnatic players so far. We see rounds like that at 3-4, Crashies wide swinging straight into tree to trade Minibu after he gets the entry from the support. The Chronicle couple of multi-kills very early on in the half makes a big, big difference. These guys are super comfortable on this stage, on this map, maybe a little bit less so on Sunset.
Yeah, only one player on the side of Heretics is a close-up
What was
look
that
there
close-up,
at the mug of
Clemons?
Sam Natty, CEO of Fnatic.
What was that close-up just now? That is criminal.
Just like that, but only one
I'm
player, Benji
suing
Fishy, getting into double digits
EWC
in terms of kills.
production
and,
if I was
the
that
slumps are
guy.
tough.
Like,
but
what
now let's flip the side over to
close-up?
Fnatic.
What
I
was
mean,
that
they look so
slow-mo?
dang
Like,
good. How do you keep that train going?
I mean, you're going into Sunset. You got nothing to lose on this map. It's been rough showings every single time. I mean, you're bound to win one eventually, right? And maybe this is the opportunity, the golden opportunity to get that 3-0 like I was talking about against Heretics here on Sunset. I mean, I don't know. Boaster was looking pretty good compared to Minibu. I have to shout something out. Minibu did indeed pie on that first map.
He pied?
He pied.
Oh,
He
no, I
pied?
didn't know he was on Pie Watch.
Sorry, booted, not me.
Oh.
Apologies.
You sure he's
It was
okay.
the sheriff.
Yeah.
The sheriff.
He
And
pied.
did him wrong with the slow-mo right afterwards.
So tough.
Yeah. In my opinion, if Fnatic is to win this second map, probably it gives them some answers. The same way that I think Heretics still have not completely figured out what they want to do with Lotus and how to make themselves stronger. Fnatic has the same struggle with Sunset. For Team Heretics, it's a very easy pick. Last year, Sunset was their map, their home ground. They're flawless this year when with the map back in the pool. So, as Paul was saying, the first picks are usually the most comfortable one for the teams.
All right, well, let's take a look at a couple of the rounds that you guys were highlighting here for Fnatic. Round 1, 8, and 10. What made these stand out the most to you?
Well, this one is definitely Chronicle. Remember,
stun,
every
by the
single
way.
stun is cosmetic in
It's
this
okay,
game.
maybe
He
blue or
gets
blue,
one,
whoever
he gets two.
pied, it's fine.
Why not Akala as well with the Ghost? We know that he really wants that MVP that we're going to be giving away at the end of the Valorant part of EWC. So yeah, good luck, Team Heretics. If Chronicle, this is the first round that he has in a match.
Yeah, and when your MVP is the one that's doing stuff like this, it kind of gets the rest of your team fired up. And if you looked at the scoreline at the end, you saw big performances out of even Crashies.
This is insane.
Yeah, taking this 1v1, by the way.
Prowler at the beginning, and I'm like, oh no, and then never mind.
Yeah, this is just insane. Just completely locking it down, and then he buys enough time for Kayak to come through that broken door and just clean up house. But I mean, the confidence you have to like turn that flash and still be able to hit those shots, and also the reclear
No,
in the
yeah,
beginning
Crashies,
is
that
what was most impressive to me.
triple
That's the
kill he
biggest thing for me.
got
Just seeing someone
in
with that much
tree after he
experience both in
dodged the
Chronicle
breach
and in
flash
Crashies
was
as well.
actually
Feeling so
insane.
comfortable on a stage in
Like,
this kind
what?
of environment to go, yeah,
How
do you
is
know
that
what?
even
I've just
possible?
lost my IGL in this part of the map. I'm just
Oh
going
my
to dry
gosh,
spin
Kayak
this,
is just
win that 1v1, and then he goes on to win the rest.
This is so impressive by Kayak, and this is where
Dude,
the
this
composition
Kayak guy is
reaches like
actually
the full potential. We
shooting.
see the utility
Just
scattering and how the
wow.
wall goes up, how the
Are
rest
you
of the
eating and
supporting utility
watching? No.
comes on, and he,
I'm not
even
that
though he's
hungry
doing
right
a lot
now.
of things,
My
he's in a
tummy
very
just hurt.
comfortable place.
I'm drinking
We've got
Pocari Sweat
our
and
first
lots
best of
of water,
5 here.
though.
So how did the strategy change? We have a minute left before we head back on over to the stage here, pal.
It's something that you've got to be open to things not going quite as expected. You need to take your time, you need to pace yourselves. A lot of people have sort of different protocols for the vetoes depending on when they want their strongest maps to be in the 5-map pool. So it's interesting that both of these teams come out with their big guns, their heavy hitters straight out. And I think they'll kind of, now Fnatic will go, I'm happy, we're good to go. Sunset, let's see what happens with a double duelist.
All right, give me the player who's going to stand out here. Go ahead, Baby Bay, and then give me the player who's going to stand out here.
I think Rians is going to be a standout player for Heretics on this map. I think he needs to be. I think he needs to be able to initiate for
Once
Minibu
again,
to have
this
some
guy has
success and really
super
pop
long
off.
eyelashes.
But I wanted to get your thoughts real quick, because Heretics, last time in the grand final, dropped 3-0. How do you kind of get that out of your brain when like those similar thoughts, that PTSD is creeping up on you? Because you're already down 1-0,
yeah, that's so true.
and it was just so dominant.
Energy,
was
good
actually
leadership, and a bit of
tragic.
motivation from everybody on the stage. All you need is one good moment
This guy's
from a man
eyelashes
like
aren't that
Rians,
long.
and that will just set you going.
That's pretty good. That leader is the person that you need, because right now I think we're waiting for Poster on stage, so we have a little bit more time. Go ahead, Kukuka. What do you think? Who do you think is the key player that's going to step up in map number 2?
To me, I think it might be Gen.G. I think that all of those, the double duelists and whatnot coming in from the side of Fnatic, if you manage to put Kayak and Alphayear in that combined synergy, having a blast of a map,
she doesn't really
you need someone to
curl
step
her
them.
eyelashes,
To
though.
me,
That's
it
so
has to be
interesting.
Gen.G Fishy. And remember, that 3-0 that we saw in EMEA, it started out the same way with a 13-0, with a 13-4, sorry.
All right, all players are back to the stage. They're getting themselves into the lobby. Map number 2, will it be a 2-0 lead for Fnatic, or will Los Niños be able to fight back? Let's find out for map number 2.
This guy's such a good speaker. Whenever I watch casters or like interviewers, I'm like always in my head, I'm like, please stumble on your words. Please stumble on your words. Please stumble on your words. But that red guy, he like never stumbles over his words. It's so interesting to watch him speak.
A much better chance, perhaps. They even come in as favorites. Fnatic losing
Yeah, I'm
6
evil.
out of 7
I really
of the
am.
last
I'm like, are you gonna
Sunsets
stumble
they've
over your words
defeating
yet?
KC
And he just
in
never stumbles over his
overtime.
words.
This should be anything but
Yeah, he's
easy.
so smooth
But
and
after the
confident,
performance that
right?
they just put up in map number 1, momentum might be enough to change the course of history.
Yeah, I think that's the real danger, is thus far, all the players that Fnatic really need to be hitting are hitting. I don't think we saw maybe the best out
Their
of Alfia, which
triangle
if
is still
anything is
here.
terrifying if he can also be added in, but Kayak was
6
on fire.
times the
Chronicle is keeping up that number
Seriously,
1 rating.
they
I
have
think
to
he's
win.
gunning
Please,
for the
Heretics.
MVP of the tournament.
You guys need to win a
And
grand
thus far,
finals.
there was nothing to really write home about when it came to the other side.
Wow, Vice
map, though,
instead of Cypher on Sunset.
This was
That
their
is
first
very, very
battleground. This was their
interesting.
first fighting point. The map they looked to try and take away from Fnatic. I'm looking at Fnatic down on the stage with a fair amount of notes. They were well prepared for the last map. We saw even the few ideas that were very successful when they played against Gen.G yesterday. Fnatic were ready for all of them. They have been watching, they have been waiting in the shadows after winning their match. And while for Heretics, this is where they have a point to prove. Lose this map, and it's safe to say there will not be many believers in a clean sweep of 3 maps back in the other direction. Win this map, game on.
And realistically as well, when we talk about the successes of Heretics, the failures of Fnatic on this map, it's worth mentioning, at least in my mind, this should be the map that Fnatic prepared for the least. Not to say that they didn't do any, but when you think about the series, it's a coin flip for who bans first. If it's Heretics, they take out Pearl, and you can remove the Sunset. But if it's Fnatic, they remove Pearl, and you probably play the Sunset. Coming in puts it as a 50-50 chance you even play it. Probably the preparation goes elsewhere, but you have some core ideas. Maybe you haven't had a chance to put them to
that is
practice
actually
just
really
yet.
true.
But for Heretics, that might be even more dangerous. Fnatic coming in on form, some new ideas to play with, some unknowns that they're up against. But the main thing they have to do before defeating their opposition is defeat the issues of the previous map. I mean, there were shots just not hitting.
Like the
I don't think
stage
that
looks
was anything
so
to do
cool
with
right
the
now
color
with
of
all
the
the
walls behind the
screens
players.
showing the
They
different
have to
parts
come
on
in
Sunset.
hot to the touch, or this could be a very quick grand final.
Yeah, and I think although the critique will be on someone like Boo, it's his brother that I'm looking at here. You're going in as now that solo duelist. Woot's impact a lot of the time on this map is a bit more diminished, and you are the focal point of so many moments.
What? I'm tilted if I'm mini Boo, come on.
Try and fight forward directly in towards this B-site Fnatic. They've already rotated.
That's actually...
Chronicle in position with Alpha. The numbers flooding in, the eyes on Crashies, but round the side they go. Crashies even gets one with the shock dart. Heretics are crumbling here in the pistol round. Tilrien's steps up to the plate. He's got 4, and he could knock this one out of the park. It's a shot to both feet, and it connects, but not for enough damage. 20 HP away from an ace. Both pistol rounds have been pretty much the same. A good Chronicle cosplay. Oh, that was desperately
Did he just
close.
get saved by the shields? Was that the difference between a round
Did he
win
get
and
saved by the
last
shields? Was
player
that
who
the
came up
difference?
against
Yes,
just
Mike, that
happened
was
to have
the
shields?
freaking difference.
That was almost one of the greatest pistol rounds. Yeah, it was. He hits the head. I think it's purely, yeah, it is. It's the shields. The difference is the shields.
Yes,
Rienz
the difference
hits the
is
shot.
the
If it's on
shields.
anyone
Yes,
else, he
Mike,
wins
yes,
the
Mike,
round.
what the
thinking.
Yes, it's hot.
He did everything to put his name in contention for play of the tournament, and Boaster, just those light shields made the difference. Boo has managed to get a little bit further than maybe he should have done, but I'll be honest, I'm still reeling from the last round.
It's fine.
Your Heretics, that felt like your hope, your chance. What a shot from Alpha. That was a
Is this your
headshot
Mad
on
accent? No, I was just trying to copy the
They
caster.
just come flooding on through. He's even downgrading his weapon to slide on in and close this convincingly. He's risking the swap before the time's
Wait, I need
up.
to tell you guys the funniest.
2-0 start for Fnatic, and they look confident here.
Oh my
for Heretics,
days.
it must have felt like they had a real shot.
Yesterday, I was watching Jessica. Okay, because like my tummy hurt. Like I was watching, like Jessica was like screen sharing her she was screen sharing her Valorant Discord game for me on Discord, right?
Heretics can't afford another slow
Because
start.
she was playing with her friends, and one of her friends is so funny. He does this thing where he just like says the absolute obvious. But I'll say it after this round.
But they're going to try and break back immediately. A pacey start for Miniboo. But he's being shot in the back. Just doesn't have the support to play with. Brian's, by the way, has already got that Hunter's Fury. But even while throwing that in alongside,
I watched the most funniest
push,
Jessica crash out yesterday. It was actually so freaking funny. I need to tell you guys about
Brian's is
it.
the only player with kills on Team Heretics, so that kill distribution, the deaths easily get him that Hunter's Fury across the line. One man down, a weapon upgraded as well, an Outlaw, I believe, left on the floor, which means Alpha now has that Vandal to work with. Got the pick off of a classic thanks to the damage done by Kayak on the other side. But the rotations to A, it's the wrong read. Team Heretics are walking into a mostly open B site. They've gotten rid of the trap, gotten rid of the cam in a moment.
Oh, the whip! Kayak's also human, guys! Kayak's also human!
yeah, 40 seconds.
Okay, that confirms.
If they are to make a move back, it would have to be off Boo, and he's already managed to catch one. They're going to try and pressure him, but I'm saying he's holding his ground, but Kayak still picks him off, even with 6 HP. Chronicle also finds Gen.G. This is looking like another bonus round that might just be going the way of Fnatic, and all that stands in their way as Ria.
Okay, so what happened was Jessica was playing Valorant with her friends, right? And like I wanted to watch, but I wanted to watch in bed because like my tummy hurt too much to watch like behind her. So like she was screen sharing on Discord for me, right?
They need to
and like her friend does this thing where he just like says the absolute obvious when he's dead and he's spectating someone. And like my little sister, okay, so like Jessica, she was like trigger disciplining, right? She was trigger disciplining, and like a Killjoy walks past her without checking the corner that Jessica is in, right? And then the guy is just like, 바로 앞에 Killjoy, which translates to right in front of you there's a Killjoy, and he said it in the most like serious, like in the most serious tone ever. It was so funny. Like this guy needs to shut up when he's dead. This guy needs to shut up when he's dead. Seriously. And then like after that, my little sister was like crashing out. She was like, bro, can you just shut up? You don't need to say the obvious. I know there's a Killjoy in front of me. She just walked past me. It was so funny. It was so funny. I
Been a
can't.
walk in the park. They've had tougher scrims.
Did Jessica get 2 from her trigger discipline? No. After the
13-4
Killjoy like walked
map.
past without checking Jessica, she waited for like 3 seconds, and like nobody else came. So then she killed the Killjoy and then she
On their
died.
opponent's map choice. And normally, a
It
pause
was
this
so
early
funny because the
would
guy
be a
was just like,
surprise, but with the
right in
manner
front of
in
you,
which
there's a
this map
Killjoy,
series
and
is
he was like calming
you
so intensely. He was like, "There's an omen
why
outside,
Neil's and
right in front of you. A
Neil's
Killjoy just
lead
walked past you."
to get in
And he
there
was saying
early.
it in the most like.
They
He
know
was,
this
like,
map
he was
is
saying
integral.
it. He said it in the most like serious voice ever, as if he was
With
being like
Icebox
dead
up
ass. And she was just like, "Bro, just shut
I think we
up.
all know
Just shut up
what
when
is
you're
coming.
dead." And I was dying. I was dying.
But this round at least is going to be a lower purchase. Couple of SMGs, couple
No,
of
literally,
pistols.
poor Jessica.
If they could break back here, it would be huge, but the likelihood is slim.
Alpha
Oh, yeah.
taking a risk. That's been what we've seen from Fnatic, but they haven't been punished most of the time. This
What?
looked like the time they would. But
No!
Kayak's got them all! It just keeps on going in favor of Fnatic and Heretics, looking like they didn't even show up to the stage today.
The 2024 Ascension winner moves to Fnatic. They win a domestic, they get to a final, and now he's styling.
How did he get the KO out of this?
Breaking the back of Heretic. Sure, it is a low by round, but that's one of the cleanest aces you will ever see.
What's the
Didn't even need a reload in the middle, and
the
even
YouTube
standing
channel
up to tell
that
them
posts
to
like
sit
all the
down.
insane Valorant aimers? It's aimers, right?
No surprise.
Aimers and
got his
Jarso,
ultimate.
like hello.
That's so
What
much
was
information
that?
as well. 3 players, 4 players spotted. Alpha's gonna go walking elsewhere, and even with Benji Fishy waiting, it will be 4. They don't check the angle, but luckily Rienz is there. They managed to take an advantage. They managed to stem the bleeding. While Kayak's confidence should be the death of him and will.
Yeah, that aim is
They cannot lose this one.
Kayak? Wow.
4-0 start.
Okay, I take it back, guys. I know Patman
that Heretics are favored
is the rookie of the year right now, technically, because PRX won an international event. But like, if Fnatic wins this EWC,
it's
I don't know. I think Kayak might be
good, and maybe the only reason that doesn't go to Alpha here.
No, that is the flip of the tournament, guys. I'm not gonna lie. That might
you
be
have to respect in the clutches, but he might just call it quits.
No, that might be the cleanest ace I've seen this entire year.
Playing for the exits, but
not just this tournament. That is probably the cleanest ace I've seen this entire year.
Yeah,
maybe in the past 2 years too.
Painful, but this one was important for more reasons than one. Firstly, getting onto the board, but more so, it's going to put Fnatic at least back in the box a little bit. Look at the way this round started. It was hyper-aggression.
Jesus. What's the other clean ace you remember? I remember a clean meteor ace. I forgot which exact one it was, but I remember a clean meteor
and they
one.
catch the aggressive positioning of Fnatic. Even look at the way Kayak played. He was disrespecting his opponents, and at least now might have to respect them just a bit. Already, Alpha's aggression punished once again.
What team is she rooting
it's a
for?
solid Hunter's Fury.
I was rooting for PRX.
So much damage.
But now, I'm not really particularly rooting for any team, but if I had to choose, I would choose Heretics because I feel like it's time they won a final.
Kayak in the corner will just get out. He's made the right call. Like you said, Fnatic back in the box.
Do you remember the Yay Chamber ace?
Play again. If it was the round before, he'd be swinging wide. Looking for a pick, spams through a little.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah. The Chamber ace is pretty clean, but I don't know.
Heretics are avoiding some of those early
Kayak's
pitfalls,
ace just now is pretty hard to beat. I'm not gonna lie.
They're going into the spawn. There's 3 players. Fnatic are waiting for it. They're beckoning them in.
Oh yeah, the 1v5 Sylvan one was also insane. Yeah. When he was playing, was it the Omen one?
The drone going through, but a player caught in the corner. It's Boaster still winning that fight through the wall. 1 round for Heretics off the hubris of Fnatic, but that has faded, and they're right back to winning ways.
Yeah, the Hunter's Fury, well, just the utility in general. Go back to the pistol round. Crashies was shot dying them all to low HP, and then just the reveal, just constantly pinging them after the ult hits.
I feel like the ace that Kayak did just now was the flashiest. It was like the fastest. I think it was the fastest, flashiest ace. Like they were all one taps basically, and like his target switching was insane, and like it all happened within like 5 seconds. That one was satisfying as heck.
Already the half escaping
Are they 3-0ing on the finals? Dude, no, but if Heretics get 3-0'd again in the finals, I feel like they would actually get like...
I don't think it matters what side of the map they're on.
Oh no, look at the minimap. Look at where Fnatic are. Look at how many of them are towards that B side, and it looked like Heretics were looking to accelerate into a B split. They don't.
Yeah, and it was in the grand final.
As Kayak pushes out, they're looking the other way. A rare miss, at least in this series, certainly for Kayak. And that gives Heretics another chance.
Watch party for stage 2 Pacific. I can only do watch parties when I get permission, so like I already have asked Monassans to like try to get as many permissions as I can.
Seems like the plan.
I'm not sure about Pacific, but I am definitely going to try watch party the VCT champs this year.
Instead though, this has been so slow from Heretics that the rotations are going to be coming in. A chance to spam some ultimates, the Steel Guard.
Wait, Kayak is actually insane. I already knew this guy was a shooter when I watched him play against PRX, but like today he's a shooter, like holy crap.
The two duelists of Fnatic are already encroaching on their backline. It's been spotted at least. Minibu's going to join his brother, try and help out, but the shots just aren't hitting. Eventually he will get
they're
one.
actually all just
And now the
whiffing
steel
for the
gun has gone in, but this
Mons.
ultimate from Althea still becomes a point of damage. He can keep using this,
The
clearing
Mons,
these
they're all
back angles. Another comes
whiffing.
up for Boaster. He's running. He was reloading it, but even still has found the kill. And they take their guns away from a moment, but it makes no difference.
I think TH is actually tilted for the Mons. Their shots are not hitting today.
6 now for Fnatic. The train on the tracks. It's rolling full speed. This is
so
devastating.
sad. And if
for
they lose
Heretics.
another
We said
grand
they can't afford
finals
to start
3-0,
slow.
that's gonna be so disheartening. And like
is
everybody
they
on
haven't
Team
even
Heretics are like babies, aren't they? Aren't they like 18, 19, 20 years old?
Seeing him run through like that. Can't even shoot as he makes it through the smoke, but the shots, as you said, Tom, they're not landing. They weren't on the previous map.
Yeah, when
they're
Kayak
certainly
isn't
not
shooting
here.
that well in a round, Kron and
now there won't
Alpha
be
are
much to
just there.
fire
It's
with that.
unfair.
In general, it's all just
And
pistols.
Crashies is also
Minibu,
freaking
the only
insane.
player to
Everybody
have
is
a rifle to
insane.
work with. And Heretics likely to go 7-1 down in this first half.
Yeah, it seems like Fnatic are playing a great game, but the pressure of the occasion
Only
is
Blue was
making
born
this
in
Heretic side look
1997,
like
and all of them are pretty young.
they are not
no,
even
yeah.
in the match just yet.
Where is everyone?
While Fnatic are known for many things, but choking.
But also, like,
not one of
20
them.
years old to me is actually 18 because, like,
An
I'm so
extra kill
used
at
to
least
Korean
re-ends.
age that when
Yeah, the
somebody tells me
majority
that
of
they're
his kills
20
in the
years
first
old, in
couple of
my
rounds, he
head,
will at least be able to get
it's the
one.
equivalent of
Genji's
somebody
found a
saying that
trade.
they're 18 because in Korea,
They're making
20
this one
is
costly.
Hongin.
Weirdly,
so,
this is one of the best scenarios they've had
actually,
so far.
maybe they're not that young.
Second Vines to try to deny that space being taken, but Kayak's already ahead of it.
Like, because you know how
He
Korean
found his gap.
age, like,
He
before they
stood his
removed
ground.
it,
The
Korean
TP
age
to
is, like,
backside, they hope
faster.
will put the pressure on, give them that angle
Yeah, so
to
maybe
work
they're actually
from.
not that young. I guess 20 isn't really that young
Eventually,
in, like,
Kayak might
international
think that they're not coming
standards.
his way, but the patience pays off.
Yeah, that's
Benji's
why I never
down,
asked for the 8. I asked for the year they're
Spike
born in.
alongside
That's what I've been
him.
doing
Kayak
too
knew that
now.
that TP, that
Do you still
from the
use Korean
shadows was
age?
in play.
I don't use Korean
Tucking
age
in and
anymore,
letting
but like
Boaster
it's
do the
still
dirty work.
like the
It's
remnants
7-1.
of having
There was some
used
hope,
Korean
some
age
promise
is
there,
still
but it was broken.
imprinted in my brain.
And it looks like
So like
Heretics
if I ever
broken
meet somebody
alongside them. They
new,
need to dig
I
deep
ask for
to
the
push
year that they're
themselves
born in
back
instead
into
of their
this map,
age now.
back into this series.
Yeah, so basically Korean age, you're like
That hasn't been
everybody is 1 year older
week
than
late.
the international age
A
because
spot to
once you're
exploit.
like in like you're already 1
safe
year old
haven.
as soon as you're born
For this
in
squad.
Korea. Well, like in the Korean
took
age when
their
they
first
used it.
pause
So
in
like
this map
when
at
you're born,
3-0
you're
down.
already 1 year old.
The second
So by
pause
default,
is being
you're 1 year
taken going
older
into
than your
round 9.
international age, and
You
then
could
at the
join us
start
right
of every
now, not
year,
see the scoreline
everybody
and know exactly what that means.
becomes older.
This squad.
So like if your birthday hasn't
Filled
passed
with
that year,
youngsters.
you add 2 years to your
Has
international
been
age. If your birthday
so
already passed that year,
many
then you only add 1 age to your international
grand
age. Does that
finals.
make sense?
But when stuff like this
But yeah.
is happening
Dude,
to you,
this is the greatest.
one of the
Oh my
cleanest
god.
aces
Dude, this shot is
we've
wow.
ever seen, but in this
No,
tournament, it's
no,
just
that
right
is
at the
just
top of the
criminal.
bill.
That is just criminal. That is just
It
criminal.
becomes
That is
so
just
much
criminal.
more
That is just
difficult
criminal. That ace is actually
to
just
try and
criminal.
dig yourself out of that hole.
Holy.
We can go back to previous matches
No,
they played.
literally
EMEA
what?
Stage 1 lost 3-0, Tramps Grand
Dude.
Final, Shanghai Grand Final, Stage 1 last
Yeah,
year,
they consider the
kickoff. They've
fetus
had
part of the
many
age.
opportunities
Yeah,
to
the
finally
fourth
get
and the last
themselves a
shot.
trophy.
Oh my days.
And although there's no doubt the caliber of this team, when they get to these moments, it looks different.
This is it, out of the pause. The mid push was the call. 4 players sent that way, only 3 remain. An immediate shutdown as the split through market is undeniable. And the B side under threat. Double trips, waiting for that full dive, waiting to catch that Neon. But with Chronicle down, those trips go alongside him. Alpha standing alone, and he falls just the same. 3 versus 3, as the spike can now be planted. But a deep drone used first to grab that extra intel.
Oh, an aggressive Hunter's Fury. Oh,
Hold on.
He's almost hit Boo, but that's about it. Trying to find at least a little bit of information, even if it wasn't the kill. 2 players coming around the corner. Boaster has already made it in, and now all that remains is Boo, but he's done well, but not well enough. It's close, but no cigar.
Yeah.
It is another on the board. 8 rounds already for the defensive side of Fnatic. And even though that was a decent attempt, a decent recovery from Heretics, they just can't quite get it over the line.
It's always the way for these grand finals, but never quite like this.
One enemy remaining.
After defeating Gen.G, a squad that beat them in the grand final before, they faced the team that did it twice.
But also, I'm not that sad because Boaster looks happy.
That hope turning to a dream that will soon be forgotten. As their flame of ambition is
I was not really that
on that attacking side. A deep push from Mini Boo,
but
again, they will be shut down.
Am I a Kayak fan now? Well, I'm a fan of a lot of players, but like,
remain a stinger
I feel like
Fishy,
everybody who just witnessed that Kayak ace is secretly a Kayak fan now.
It seems like Fnatic have places to be.
No, that was actually such a clean ace. I need to watch that again after. I need to watch that again after. Like, oh my. Yeah, I like players who shoot real good. I agree. That was satisfying.
As the first ever victor in Valorant, unless Heretics have something to say about it. The fact is, a best of 5 is always a marathon and not a sprint.
I wonder what DPI and Sense
Kayak
Kayak
themselves
uses.
very far ahead. This round looking unlikely.
I'm curious, actually, yeah. I wonder if Kayak is low sense or high sense player.
Okay, the ults are about even, but that doesn't help anyone.
Do you watch your plays yes then? I do not watch your plays
The
yes
HP of a few players is low, but we're clutching at straws.
He's a very low sense player, I believe. Yeah, I feel like those...
I don't think any will be found. It has to be created by Team Heretics. Ice wall in play, has to be baited. That could buy them some time. Plank coming through. They've got a bit of delay to work
flaming
with. The
Kayak for not performing immediately. After they watch this series, I don't think those people can say anything anymore.
4 versus 2 though. Boo and Benji Fishy need to dig so desperately deep.
Yeah, Bosa deserves to be happy.
Anything done here, and a double from Boo. It's admirable.
Wait, guys, are they gonna get 13-1?
In this situation, it's just not enough.
Yeah, getting them low, like
No,
doing
I'm
some damage in a round
scared,
like this.
I'm
Take this round in
scared,
isolation, and it's not bad, but we can't do that in the grand final. It's still 9-1 for Fnatic, and it is a map, as we mentioned at the beginning of the day.
Yeah, they were flaming Fnatic for ditching Dirk for him. Some people that blame Booster. Oh.
This is it.
I mean, yeah, he was replacing Dirk, so I
They
guess.
showed that they were impressive on the defensive side of this map versus RRQ, an 11-1 defensive side. They will almost definitely have to repeat it, but can they at least give themselves some wiggle room? These last couple of rounds can help them if you believe in curses. And look at this sprint through already. It is so damning!
Extra info off the Hunter's Fury and 1 man left alive. Chronicle seeing him with the hat off his head.
This is literally just like
The
so
Team
cute,
Heretics
no?
have only Rien's. All hope resting on his
I still
shoulders.
think Dirk is low-key better. No, yeah.
Even slightly recovered,
Dirk
and
with his
Chronicle,
little
the one
like
to put him to
snake
bed.
phantom on Abyss.
10-1.
Oh my
This is looking worse than the map we came in saying Fnatic were favored on, than their first pick. Well, I talked about them banning this map, Tom. They could have picked it.
Well, the crazy thing as well is you go back to the analyst desk just before this match. BBL coach Pal was talking about how both teams have sort of top-loaded this series. They have put their best maps at the beginning.
I hope
they want
that's
to
not
get
true.
they want to get off on the front foot. Well, it seems like right now Heretics need to win Icebox.
No, but like when you just look
to
at Heretics
survive
like
in this
shooting,
series. They are getting slaughtered. These rounds are barely lasting more than 20 seconds, and it just isn't stopping. Kayak with another triple to add to his collection.
Dude,
It
Kayak
will
is
join
just
the ace
actually...
he got earlier in
Dude,
this
we
game.
could literally just... Dude, Kayak could literally just
Boo
like
now
edit
stands
all his
between
clips
them.
from this one Sunset game, and he would
And
have
the
like
second
literally one of the best Valorant montages like ever.
Damning half.
In a in a grand
He's at least
finals.
got one for free crashes. A little bit lost in the source, but look at the spike They're even blocking it ready in case he tries to TP. Fnatic are so far ahead, even just in the mental game.
He's literally in the zone right now. Yeah, man will have 80% of his clips as jars, so he's
not
literally
even
just
going for the
kills
TP,
right
at least
now.
not yet. Now they've spread the flash through the smoke. That's what he's waiting for. That's his chance. An angle around that smoke. Chronicle down, but the spam from Kayak is too good. This guy is too good.
Fnatic,
and Fnatic 11-1 in the lead. The map that should have favored Heretics, and they barely got around on the board. Disaster spelled out on the
Fnatic doesn't
stage.
have a hype person.
Let's see if they can bounce back after the break.
They need a hype person. This is like another thing that I see in PRX too. When they start losing, like there's nobody who like yells and like brings up the team morale. Dude, that ace was so crazy!
Shut up.
Fnatic? No, yeah. No, Boaster's also a shooter. Boaster is also a shooter, but like Boaster is the hype man plus face of the group. Yeah, Forsaken kind of tries, but like the energy was not very up for PRX when I was watching them just now. Yeah, no, yeah, Kayak. Okay, I was not a Kayak believer before I watched this, and I was like, Patman is definitely Rookie of the Year, and I still think Patman is like really good. They won an international trophy as soon as he joined. But after watching Kayak shoot here, maybe he is actually the Rookie of the Year. Maybe. True, Patman has more impact. I think Patman is more impactful, and he definitely was the reason why, like one of the biggest reasons why PRX won Toronto. I think Kayak is just flashy. You know what I mean? Kayak is just super flashy. Yeah, he can be Aimer of the Year. He can be Aimer of the Year for sure.
And we're back with Fnatic 11-1 in the lead. They are looking hungry for that international trophy. They want to put their key in the slot and raise that trophy high. And it looks like they are very close to doing it. Team Heretics asleep at the wheel so far, Tom. 5 rounds across 1.5 maps of Valorant. This one of which,
Did
favored them.
ever pause this game? Didn't they already use both their pauses this game?
The difference between first and second place is $270,000. It is a
they have no timeouts
because
they already paused like twice on
the line.
Sunset.
But the worst thing about it for Heretics is they lose this map and they're going to start imagining Boaster twerking while he crushes their key. It is a nightmare that they'll be living
Boaster
for
twerking while
years
he
to come.
crushes their key.
And for Fnatic, they are proving why, for a very long time, they have widely been considered one of the best in the world.
Oh,
they are
man.
a team that at times are impossible to beat. And for Heretics, they can't even believe in curses at this stage. They need to believe in miracles.
Defeating Gen.G was a big step, but their demons have come back to haunt them. It could be 3 grand finals in a row for Fnatic when facing against Team Heretics. At all stages, all levels of the game.
Gotta go.
This won't cement it, but it will certainly set up a near impossible task if they win this map. Now, Team Heretics, they've lost the opening, and that's not pretty.
No, the shots are just not hitting
One or two
Team Heretics,
in
come
favor
on.
of Miniebu.
Everything's going Fnatic's way,
shots are just
and that
not
causes
hitting.
panic. It causes rotations towards the other side of the map. But the spike is retreating. They are pulling back and sending this into the B site where they've taken all the space. At least a punish onto Alfier seems possible, but even that won't be connected by Heretics, Tom. Maybe we rely on Rian's acing this one.
Don't know what you can rely on other than that. I think he got more kills in that round than
some of his teammates have in this map.
10 seconds left.
It is a bleak outlook, but one that they have to try and dig deep and find something, but all they found is a bullet to re-ends, and now another hero is needed. Benji Fishy at least gets one, but a 1v5 ace to take their first pistol. Let's just say I'm not a believer. He's gonna fall to the force, and might to Fnatic, a 12-1 domination. Fnatic are putting on a show of their own, a different class, a different caliber, a different level to the opponent they're facing right now. And they are just one way from going 2-0 in this best of 5. And heading into Icebox, which, well, they are widely considered one of, if not the best in the world. Even the map that they won in their previous grand final in a 3-1 defeat was Icebox. And if you're a Heretics fan, you better start praying.
All prayers to Leo Faria for this one. Oh, it's dominant, but of course they only have the pistols.
Wait,
but
did
it is a
Benji
forced buy up.
did Benji not even flash the?
They tried to give themselves a chance.
Did Benji's flash even hit anybody on Fanatics just now?
And indeed, the TP out. Heretics will soon connect the pieces of the puzzle. Boo. He doesn't know whether to stay or whether to go.
I don't think so.
Because they're about to round the corner. This Sheriff needs to do so much, and it gets almost nothing.
Dude, the shots are actually just not hitting today.
A rifle for Miniboo, a stinger for Woot, and all hope now rests on their shoulders.
Normally they'd be the players you'd want. Miniboo has no idea. Woot, #1 coming in, but there is nothing he could do but stand between the might of Fnatic. They have walked into their opponent's ground, and they have left it desolate and bare.
Well, it seems like Fnatic's strength befits a crown, and they are now just one map away with their home ground of Icebox up next. Who knows what Heretics will hope for?
Did he just twerk? That's poster for ya. No, yeah, winning 5 rounds in 2 maps is diabolical. Oh man, oh brother. So sad. Is Heretics good on Icebox? I know Fnatic's good on Icebox. I don't know if Heretics... I think Team Heretics has mind jinxed themselves into losing grand finals. No. Last year. yummy. I'm here drinking like my 4th bottle of Papari Sweat. What is that pose?
It is the most lopsided match here in all of EWC Valorant. 13-1, map number 2 goes the way of Fnatic. And it does not look like it is slowing down at any time. All players firing on all cylinders. And Team Heretics cannot find any traction quite yet. But it is a best of 5. There is a glimmer of hope known as map number 3. Dig on here alongside Baby Bay, Kakuka, and Big Time. Welcome back, Big Time. How you feeling, man? I mean, you know, it could have been a Pacific team there, but not quite.
Man, I mean, I think it's hard for anybody to feel great after watching that. I feel for the boys over on Heretic. That's rough. That's about as rough as it gets.
I mean, listen, I wanted a
Yeah,
3-0 from Fnatic. I didn't want them to speed run the 3-0. I wanted some suspense. I wanted it to be close. We don't even have any type of fight from Heretics.
Good night.
Oh, no.
Pretty sure we know who's gonna win. Oh my gosh, Satellite, what if you wake up and it says Team Heretics won?
Take a moment of silence.
This is supposed to be like the easier map. We're hyping it up, being like, this should be easy for Heretics, and they struggle to even get on the board. If we take a look at this, obviously they only managed to get the spike down in 4 of the rounds, and that one that you see there is what they managed to convert. Yeah, not the best attack in half. Good to see Fnatic very comfortable with that double duelist. I think that it is something that they needed. I don't think it's only just because it was against Heretic. This play from Kayak and round 4, that's when they knew, I believe.
We screamed in the green.
Yeah,
this
no, that is. I could watch it over and over
clean.
again.
It was just as smooth as you could get. Look at this, all headshots. You can't ask for a better play.
And keep in mind, I know this is against a thrifty buy, but we've seen how much damage the Stingers can do, especially at Toronto. You see G2 using them. This is the way you eliminate that.
I could watch this over and over again. Like, it's like, wow, I didn't realize this clip was so long. I could just loop it.
Professional player right here on the desk. Thank you very much, Baby Bay.
Yeah, and for those of you keeping track at home, the Big Time crazy count is at 1 now. That round
the
deserves
coaches'
it.
reactions are so cute.
Probably deserves 5 of them.
That's crazy.
Even the performance coach that Philip was like, yeah, these guys are winning it.
Yeah, and here's Crashies, who also has had a standout map as well.
I think that in the first one as well, and throughout all the tournament, Crash's utility is so impactful. In so many ways, we see him use, for example, the shock darts in so many maps, dealing so much damage. Here we see, obviously, the Recon. His ultimates also just granting in here an opener, I believe, a couple of kills as well, and just vibing. He's so happy now that he's in EMEA.
He really is just vibing.
Yeah, 100%. I would be happy too. I'm happy for him right now. But no, you're absolutely right. Like, this is all of that experience that he has under his belt. It really forms him into the player that he is right now. And without all that experience, you kind of have to teach your new Sova to do all this stuff, but you don't have to teach Crashies a thing. He just knows. He has that internal time, and he has that instinct on the character.
If this was a regular season match, as these two teams will do battle over at VCT MEA Stage 2 in just a little bit, would be over, Big Time. There would be no map number 3, but there is, because this is a best of 5. You've been in some tough situations before in the past. Where do you go from here when it's this lopsided?
I wish I had an easy answer for you here. I mean, this is about as hard as it gets for Heretic, especially because that was Sunset. That was the one they're supposed to win. You're heading into Icebox. Every map is winnable in Valorant. That's what you kind of have to trust and believe. You have to find a way to have that short-term memory loss. Block out what just happened. You come in fresh, you go to a new round, it's a new game, it's 0-0. That's the only attitude you can reasonably take to try and correct the ship here, but man, it's hard.
I'm sorry, you talk about some ships, but you were shipping something out.
Okay, Dre. What was I going to say? Oh, yeah, I was going to say, I want to bring back something that Coach Powell was saying. Not about the Sunset, but actually about the Icebox and how Fnatic really wanted to dodge. Well, go to the maps that are strong for them, but also at the same time, they're dodging the maps where Team Heretics is going to be playing with that double duelist, because we are going to Icebox. And Heretics, funny enough, play a no duelist comp. It's a comp that we've seen in the past, that we've seen that is actually getting very popular with that double controller, but we expect Wood to be in that KO and Miniboo to be in that Omen. As we're saying, it's uphill from that. I mean, reverse sweep, it's still a possibility, but I think it's the mental reset that they need right now.
It is a possibility, and I think the person that needs to step up here is Miniboo on that Omen. I think he's been struggling on it. I think it's kind of hard. We've seen even duelists like Zekin have to swap off John picking it up, and it's awkward because everyone's like, oh, Tyson did it, Tens did it, right? Like, I can do it too. But it's not as easy when you actually try to apply it yourself.
Big time final thoughts.
You know, he's got to get loose with it. I mean, everyone on Heretics feels tight, they feel wound up, they feel stressed. Just remember, this is Valorant, it's a game. You got to try and relax yourself somehow, have some fun, otherwise Fnatic are going to run away with this.
It has been a one-sided affair so far in our best of 5 between the two EMEA squads. We're going to find out if this is just the steps before the coronation or the beginnings of a miracle run. Team Heretics and Fnatic, map number 3.
Map number 3. No, they're not smiling. Oh, Benji's smiling.
Well, this is what it all comes down to. A comeback that would be remembered for generations to come.
Are we supporting Narin? Well, I like both teams, so it doesn't really affect me. Like, okay, who wins this doesn't really affect me, but like, I would like to see Heretics win their first ever international event. I would like to see Team Heretics win their first ever grand finals.
The test of time,
if I had to choose.
That which is eternal.
But I like both teams.
Always divine.
Let's go Heretics!
They need something to go their way here.
Oh, that's
they need
such
to start
cute.
hot on the coolest map in the pool.
Win, Boaster!
Shut down Kayak, who's just
That
looked
is for
surreal.
TH. Tell me
that ace
more.
you've seen many times now in the replays. The last 3 one-taps. He didn't even bother firing a second shot.
I genuinely think coming in, if you'd said to Fnatic, give you a map that you can end this series, end this tournament on,
without a doubt,
what would they choose? I think it'd be Icebox. They go into this one after playing this tournament.
Your tummy okay now?
Beating
No,
Gen.G,
my
100
tummy's still
Thieves.
hurt. I threw up TMI, but like, I
PRX,
threw up like
Wolves,
2 times
Sentinels
yesterday.
regionally.
I've just been drinking a lot of.
Beat twice in a row,
I've just been taking the meds my mom gave me. Been drinking water. Been drinking Pocari Sweat. Been eating congee.
Strengths on opposite sides of the map in both wins. They might be sat there and going, "Now these costs are sounding kind of biased right now. Are they on the Fnatic payroll?" It's just a bleak outlook. If Heretics come in and win this map, it would be a shock.
Yeah,
and that's what they need to do. They need
food
to shock
poisoning,
us.
I think it is
so
food
far they've
poisoning,
been
yeah.
shocking.
But it's
They
like
have
mild.
been
So like I've only
battered.
ever
They have
had
been
food poisoning
bruised.
once in my
And
life.
they have not been themselves.
And when I went to the doctors,
And for
they
Fnatic,
said it
they
was
are
mild.
proving
So like it's not as bad as that
why
one. So I
they
think it's
are a
like
team
mild food
that
poisoning.
has
But yeah.
international titles. They're proving why they're the roster that got the back-to-back that no one else has been able to achieve.
Don't you go see a doctor?
And they are proving why they might be the first ever Valorant roster to make it onto the totem. And more
I'm like kind
importantly,
of scared to go to the doctors because I feel like I always get sick after I go to the
something
doctors.
you might not be too aware of with the club
And like this food
championship. This will be
poisoning
their
is like not as
first
bad as the
points
other
and first
time that I got
victory,
food poisoning.
which is so
So my
important. If
mom
you want to
was
be the
just
club that
like,
takes the dub,
we have the meds at
you
home,
need to
just
make
take
sure
these
you
meds.
win one
And
of the
like
games.
if it doesn't get better
Right
in like
now,
a few days, then like
they already
go to the
have half
doctor. So like I
their
always
key
get sick when I go to
pressed
the
in
doctors
to that
because like
totem
so
to be
many sick people go to the
immortalised for
doctors.
history.
You know what I mean?
And
People
Heretics
with like
have got to pull them
viruses.
down off their high horse if they are going to turn
Like last
this
time
series
my
around.
throat started hurting a lot and like I got sick. It was after I went to the
Crusher
doctors.
is calling out to Team Heretics.
Yeah,
Their key
so it's like,
seems to be set on a path.
if I don't get better within the
comeback
next like
needed.
1 to 2
3
days,
maps in
then
a row, and they start with what could be the strongest.
I will go to the
On the
doctors.
next,
But hopefully I feel better
Heretics
before
have
that.
stolen
Mine has
the
the,
old composition of
I just
Fnatic,
sleep
but on
it
this
off and
one,
I will
a
feel better
slight
tomorrow
change.
mindset. Yeah, I'm a firm
KO
believer that
in play
sleep can
instead
fix
of the
everything.
Sage. They won't try to match
Just need to
Fnatic
sleep
pound for pound
good.
with that comp, but with any
Just
comp,
need some good sleep.
almost any team will struggle to match Fnatic on this map. Starting out,
Wow.
Miniboo's being caught on the Omen.
I wanted to mention that a focal point of their icebox when they managed to beat out RRQ was him dropping 30 kills over on that Omen.
Wow.
Thus far in this series, Heretics have won 0 of the 4 pistols on offer. It's not the greatest of starts in this one. Alfier already being spotted, but can afford to fall back. Also taking a lot of damage even just from the orb. It makes these kills so much easier for the likes of Kayak, who hasn't needed any help throughout this series so far.
But then it doesn't matter because Kayak can just get a heal from Chronicle.
Snake bite in. Woot gets tagged on the way out. The decay almost drops.
Oh, can we watch Kayak's?
Third of the round. Shock dart kill.
Okay, he just gets another 4K.
Closing another 4K in a pistol round. It was Chronicle in map number 1. It's Kayak in map number 2, and Team Heretics.
Just wow.
Every round they lose now is a step towards defeat.
Kayak's story as well. It's one of playing through Ascension, winning it.
No, Team Heretics coaches look so sad.
Given the task of replacing the duelist who was part of the team that had the most successful year in Valorant. That was his goal. That was his task. And boy, is he doing a good job. 4 kills in the pistol round, an ace in the last map. If it wasn't for Chronicle's tournament success, he'd be a shoo-in for the MVP, but it's definitely still up for grabs. For Heretics, they've claimed the orb. Oh, sorry, the defense have claimed the orb. They're now gonna go battling towards this A site. Normally the easier to get at least some space, but Crashies from the same spot as his teammate in the last round will find the opener.
Oh man, the reveal not shot again. We saw this on the previous map where the Hunter's Fury reigned supreme. A few picks back in the other direction, but only classics left in this 2 versus 3. They say in suffering you find your true strength. Well, Heretics may come back very strong indeed because they are suffering right now. Boo! He finds one, but there's the wall. It's popped up, and that may prop them up for the victory. The defuse already underway. He's got to be quick, and Kayak's waiting around the side.
I mean, at least that was kind of expensive for Fnatic.
As the orbs
kind
build,
of,
so too
little
do
bit.
the rounds.
That's not a bad one, though. They made it costly. Boo at least managed to find a couple of kills, so the purchase for the next round likely not going to be as strong as it could have been. Getting off to a solid start on this
Okay,
attack.
no, that's like kind of toxic. Why are they saying bye-bye Heretics? Why don't we just cheer for Fnatic instead of saying bye-bye Heretics? What the heck? Why don't we say, let's go Heretics instead of saying bye-bye? I mean, let's go Fnatic instead of saying bye-bye Heretics. That is so sad.
This is where we need to see
That is so sad.
the last chance, really.
No, yeah, the bye-bye feels so toxic. Just cheer for your team. Why are you flaming the other team?
Will live on.
Oh man.
The fans in the crowd
they're
still
Valorant
flying.
players.
Team Heretics.
Yeah, it's like they care more about Heretics losing more than
representing.
Fnatic winning. Like,
They won't back down just yet, and nor will Heretics.
Does Kayak get like 3 here?
Every time they've been running into a brick wall.
Oh, he actually
Nice
gets one
opening
there
by
though.
Kayak.
That was insane.
2 players there, he still gets one. And the rest of the squad armed to the teeth.
TSM,
Wall up,
TSM.
and so is Chronicle. He was on top.
Oh,
drops
wow,
down, and there's a gap for him
Chronicle.
to take the kill. That's usually where you end up seeing the Sage fall. As soon as they're knocked off that wall, caught at a free fall, and still, Heretics fail to claim an advantage. Now look to move it back towards the A site. Fnatic may read this, and even if they don't, Alfier's playing passive with utility to detect or deny on the cross.
Yeah, the alarm bot is his one blind spot. They're sending the drone through on the other side of the map as well. That's the moment that Fnatic realize they have all the information. Will start sprinting their way into support.
Too slow.
20 seconds. Nice shot from Boo at
Oh,
least. That's the
boom!
opener
Shots
that
are
they
hitting
needed.
again.
Even still, they're going to have to just tank that utility. Will at least be able to fall back, but they've taken a bit of damage. The shock dart with a little bit of extra chip.
Oh
And
my God,
Crashies has
Crashies
just
gets
found
2.
2 for it. I think one of them left. vulnerable. It leaves only one man standing, but Boo is still fighting forward, giving it his best, not wanting to give this up. Chronicle's gone walking across. I think he's seen the ponytail, that little bit of extra information, and a crucial round grabbed with both hands by Boo. The in-game leader is not giving up just yet.
And he was the one to start this series slow. He was the one that was missing on both of the previous maps. Now, there were plenty of players missing in that regard. Here, so crucial. Obviously, finding 3 kills, it's an easy solution. But the snakebite that landed where Crashies is right now stopped them from punishing the cross back from Woot, bought them that little bit of extra time, and gave him bodies to play off of. Really nicely handled in that 1v2, because it looked like Crashies had just swung it back into their favor. And with the big investment Fnatic made, the confidence to put their credits on the line in the previous and fight for that third, means that they don't have a lot to play with here, but they send everything towards middle. It was the Blade Storm, it was the rifle.
It's a weird
Heretics avoided.
You've got Chronicle full investing. You've got the rest of the team somewhat on eco. You got Althea with a rifle. Definitely a peculiar buy.
I love it though. The chances it gives you with that Outlaw, the classics can still play a key role with just one shot hit at any range. That Outlaw can follow up, and in Chronicle's hands, there's a damn good chance it will.
Yeah, Blade Storm as well for Kayak. They've avoided him, but potentially walking into that exact danger that you were mentioning.
3 light shields too.
There's a real chance for damage. Utility could be taken away. Woot having his ult. Could be impactful. Althea's gone walking up, and the patience pays off for Boo. That's the opener they were looking for. That's the rifle on the deck. And now they should be able to get in for a plant.
He doesn't want to give away the Outlaw play just yet. That's a shock dart snakebite combo. But it's only one, and the Outlaw is on the floor. The Blade Storm put down to a classic by this null command. And so they have to wait. But as they wait, as time ticks, Benji's flank comes
there's
closer
no
to
way Heretics
completion.
loses this round. It's literally impossible.
Seems like they've gotten rid of most of the danger, and
nice.
they finally
Nice.
Those shock darts were deadly, though. Another for Crashies before the round was over.
Crashies, his utility throughout this game has been insanity. Be it the usage of the shock darts, the darts that he's setting up for himself as well for the recon. And then the Hunter's Fury, I don't think I need to even mention how good that's been. It won't matter in this round, though. A round with danger, but a round that ultimately still goes the way of Heretics. They've already matched the rounds from last map, and they can start a streak. We know that this team plays well with the momentum at their back.
Here.
Well, Heretics spotted moving towards this A site. Look how passive
They're
Boo
still
is.
cheering
They're
by
really
Heretics.
expecting
Like,
some of
why?
that deeper rotation from Fnatic through the attacker spawn for now. That's certainly not the case.
When TH is winning, the crowd is listening to Disturb. Wait, really?
Safely crossing back. No real info around where this play is coming
Is
through.
that why?
The drone goes out in mid. Take flight. It's clearing all of this space. It's seen the turret now. They know that they'll be spotted if they go deep. And on the A side, as they hear Team Heretics put their own drone through, they know that they've got players in position. The snakebite already playing a big role with the shock darts. And this time, both players are close by to deny the plant, but it's the Hunter's Fury that's
Not
sent
again.
through, and it's already finding one. Mini Boo gone.
Wow.
Boo out of the round, and it's a 5v3 before Heretics even see an opponent.
So much impact already. And while for the Heretics, they're yet to even get the spike down. They're worried that the second they tap it, someone's going to try and make a move, and they look to get ahead of it. Fnatic are giving them nothing, though. Controlled in their protocols, as now the retake begins.
Hi, Aaliyah.
Same backside fight. It's worked out for Heretics before, but we saw Crashies with a big punish on it as well.
Nice to
Leave Benji Fishy to go that little bit deeper.
I hope you had a good stream. Oh my days. Oh my days. At the watch party is going well. It is. Thank you.
Some
I hope
damage
you had a good stream.
but nowhere near enough. That is a clean round from Fnatic. A big economy builder and a huge shutdown off the commitment of that Hunter's Fury.
Yeah,
that boss hope Cremons. Why is Crashies popping off with his Jutsu? Is he playing Valorant or is he playing Overwatch? This guy? No, Crashies has gotten more kills with his Jutsu. Wait, he's top ranking right now. He has gotten more kills with his Jutsu than like...
There is not a foot out of place.
Then like, wait, Crashies has already gotten like 4 or 5 kills with his Jutsu. He's gotten more kills with his Jutsu than like the amount of kills Chronicle, Boaster, and Alpha has combined right now.
They look weak. But throughout the year, they have grown into
flip?
a squad that everybody should fear.
Crashies actually playing Hanzo right now. What the
Now for
heck?
Heretics, there is still a bind. There's some good ults to play with. Hunter's Fury, Viper's Pit.
Oh, I think they saw
Crashies. From
Crashies.
the TPs,
That's
at least
nice.
from Big Brother Boo. For now, though, it's this A-site push once again.
Much more direct.
What was that flash?
Fighting for the left side control, wanting to take it towards Crashies, off rip, and that drone going out could be a problem, but the rotates are already through. All 5 members of Fnatic ready to take this fight together. The off forced back by the nade. That may delay the play just a moment, but Boaster catches Gen.G out of position. Rian falls and moves. Caught reloading. Has no chance in that fight. Miniboo already tagged heavy, and the spike down in the open. It's on Boo to cover him on the right.
Well, I mean, the kayak has an operator, guys. Never mind, he has a vandal. Just run away.
Kayak and Crashies,
I was gonna say, guys, it's winnable. Kayak has an operator. It's not a vandal. Don't be scared. Okay, now we should be scared. He has a vandal.
To remove any of the risk
I'm scared.
of reclaiming that spike, but when he goes to plant, that's when you assume there'll be a move from the side of Fnatic. They're looking to take this from 2 different angles. Crashies at the back can get into this pit of fairly close range, get himself around the corner, and Kayak's just trying to bait for the time. The reveal is not going to give the game away, but he's found Boo anyway. That's the pit dissipating, and now they wait for the decay. This is the chance of Miniboo to find them while they're low, but that HP is going back up, and he's not quick enough.
Actually,
the deadly duo of Kayak and Crashies has got them another round.
Crashies. Wait, this is actually Crashies' game. Wait. Whoa.
They're just looking unstoppable right now. Not just Fnatic as a squad, but Crashies and Kayak. Starting out this map, they have been doing the heavy lifting, and you see them in that clutch. You think that's the best chance for Fnatic with the foreign players looking for those fights, but Crashies on a sliver of HP. A shot from anything would have taken him down, but he's the one to fire the first bullet, the one to drop the pit and leave Miniboo in a difficult position. They both have, Tom, 11 and 4 right now on Crashies. Halfway to his Hunter's Fury.
It's safe to say, for the beginning of the year, the North American import, pretty big surprise. Miniboo
Nice.
An important opener in a round where he has
Wait,
to
I think Kayak's dead here. There's no way he comes out alive from this, right?
It's been going decently well so far. Miniboo managed to find another Kayak, just looking to do this all on his own. Already managed an ace earlier, but this time it will be taken away. It is Alfia to combine. There was moments where you believed for a second that maybe this would be a round for Heretics, but Kayak is in god level form.
They had like 3 whole seconds to kill him while he was literally, oh my days.
Chronicle could get 2 kills and I'd still give him the MVP.
How does he live
Kayak is having a performance where we actually have to start asking,
like he was pinged 3 times.
This is one of the best grand finalist performances I think I've ever seen.
He was pinged by Silvador 3 times and he gets 3. He gets 3.
Because they just keep on winning. They pushed them one at a time there, Tom.
Oh
they found the opening on the site. They said, let's accelerate. They revealed them with a drone. And yet they go in one by one. Every pick giving him that opportunity to reset and posture for the next fight. That's a huge mistake.
Yeah, I would
and one that Heretics won't let go by without a tactical pause.
Each of these pauses must get tougher
this
and
guy
tougher
has good skin.
for Neil Zenio and Weber. The first map, 13-4. The second map, 13-1, with 2 pauses in the first half that made no difference. And now, in map number 3, they've had a couple of big rounds. Boo saved them at least once.
What keyboard is Miniboo using? It's like
and
all
even
pink.
still,
That's kind of cool.
Fnatic have looked better.
Hot pink. Hot pink, hot pink.
For Milan and Scott,
I don't even know if they have to unmute the mic.
Here.
More of the same, boys. Just keep it up. It's about all the depth that there needs to be. Great wall. Great setup. Turret spotted one in mid. They'll come back to check that soon. They heard the rifle break it, and as they go in to check, actually avoid the op shot, take down Alpha, and now they can accelerate to this B site. Kayak will be in position in just a moment, though. Again, that little bit slower making their way in. And he's not going to let that wall deter him. Okay, he should have.
Well, one of their win conditions throughout this tournament, their main win condition, has been Woot online. It was mentioned on the desk. The opportunity for his double duelist hasn't been there yet, but maybe the KO will be enough. A good catch from Rians as well.
Nice.
Gives them a 2-player advantage. Fnatic, after already using a res in this round, might have to start to consider whether this is worth it. They're still fighting, feeling confident in these moments. A solid flash will force Alpha back. And another one will leave him completely blind. It's been a superb round from Woot individually.
Okay, Woot is online.
And the remaining 2 from Fnatic are forced into a save.
Oh my gosh, look at that movement.
At this stage of the game,
look at that movement.
You can't underestimate a play like that. The confidence starting to build on an individual like Woot. Sonic Chronicles only got 4 bullets left. But it really is so important for a team that has looked dejected so far. Heretics, the heads have been low, the shots.
Let's go Heretics, let's go Heretics.
The thing is, how many times will you avoid that opening pick from Kayak? How many times will you punish that aggression? Because in this series, it feels like that's a 1 in a million play. This was a good round, but they need to be perfect to climb back into this series.
Now we know as well that Fnatic are no slouches on that attack side, so it's not going to get any easier. But what I will say from Heretics, starting to see some of those players online is the main thing for me. Seeing Woot have big rounds. He's been their best player this tournament. He's been the best player in terms of ACS up until today. Kayak, though, has been a little bit better. He was moving through as he finds that kill onto Rians.
Oh my gosh.
As
soon as he shot the gun, he already had dashed out.
Woot, he tried to break it! He tapped twice, but Alpha only needed 1. That lockdown, making it all the way, and it looked like Boo thought that perhaps that lockdown was down below, but it was up top. A misread as he's now being caught. 40 seconds on the clock. They still have the Viper wall, but they can't put it up.
Here.
And now getting the chance to. As the detain subsides, the wall goes up. Their final approach in this round is now underway. There's a small gap there, though. Kayak waiting to get the opportunity.
They're going to need something to go their way, and it just isn't. Benji Fishy with 1, a second as well, but it's going to be left off the Boo. He's given them a chance. He still is unaware of Crashy's position, but he is going to be able to get that plant in. Dart sent through will reveal him. Crashies now knows exactly where his opponent is, but dealing with him is another thing altogether. He's gonna stick this defuse at least to half. Boo may just have to swing this one. He needs to peek, he needs to peek, and he gets it just about right.
Can you imagine if Crashies just stuck
was
that?
bang on as Crashies tried to take it under his nose.
Oh, I forgot to breathe for a while there. That was a little bit too close.
What is an Anagram doing here? Why is my father not come back with the milk
Give it that extra split second. And this could have been done and dusted here. Mental in the bin, but a big triple for the IGL of Boo.
The Heretics is coming back.
He went an entire half with 3 kills starting this series out. And right when Heretics need him the most, he's online, but so is the utility for Kayak. He didn't get hit by that knife. He makes it out with the dash and doesn't even claim a life in the process. Up goes the null command, and that's going to buy a lot of time and a lot of space for Heretics.
Same as yesterday, back versus Gen.G. In the final map, it was where Boo activated
and dragged the youngsters through, kicking and screaming. That experience paying dividends, the pressure seemingly not getting to him. And now they've needed him once again. Minibu is going to try and play onto the spike. It's a lower buy, but Boo is there once more. Minibu running through. He's been killed out by Riens. If there's a round for that to happen, this was probably it. It's not going to hurt them too much. And for Alfier and Crashies, removing a gun, stealing a gun would be nice. That will be the case for Alfier. Crashies is just going to try and take them as they retreat, but in the end, he will go down to the spikes. Heretics have found their footing in this map. 5 and 5, and even getting rid of Alfier at the end, he will still have a buy for the next round.
Okay. This is good. This is good. This is good. This is good.
Little by little.
Let's go, Heretics. Let's go, Heretics.
Heretics making their way back. As you said, the buy's still there for Fnatic in the next. Boo's been a critical part of these rounds swinging their way.
W word? You think they're gonna win? I think they're gonna win.
The faintest glimmer of hope shines
I think they're
bright.
gonna win.
And it is Boo. A blinding light of hope for this Heretic squad. 2 rounds left to play for. And there's a world where Heretics end this half with the lead. They've already got as many rounds on this map as they have in the series so far. But they need so much more.
Oh, Chronicle.
Dude, Chronicle is
already
so
going to deal with one,
clean.
but Boo was still lurking. Dealt with as well.
Wow.
Fnatic just a second. It looks like this is going to be close.
These
Chronicle
shooters,
activates.
these
And while
aimers.
Minibu has been spotted, revealed, noted by all parties, and is slowly being surrounded.
Ooh,
One
I
will
like that
go his way,
movement
but
from
he is so
Minibu. That was
desperately
pretty
low.
clean.
A second as well. This should not be possible and won't be. Kayak gives the lead back to Fnatic as they look to try and close out this half.
Well, Heretics won't be leading at the
The
halftime,
one guy
but still
screaming
possible
Kayak at the
to
top
tie
of
it
his
up
lungs
neck
right
and
now
neck.
at the back is
Give them
so
a chance
funny.
to move into the next.
Like, hello.
More of a battle than we've seen throughout the last 2 maps. Players stepping up across the board. A good round for Minibu. Boo's been online as well. We look to that second half, and if it's a 7-5 lead for Fnatic, with how the pistol rounds have gone, it will still be a gargantuan task on Icebox.
There's been positives. That's the main thing. The last 2 maps.
Enemy tag.
If you went for a toilet break, you might have missed the whole thing. But this one, Heretics have been in contention throughout. Still looking for some of the pieces to awaken. Benji Fishy has been having a rough series. Minibu has been far from his best, and well, Woot the same, even though he's had a round or 2 here. But if they can come alive in this map, that's what matters most.
They missed
has
Kayak.
been
Wait, Kayak can actually
phenomenal
timing
from
them
start
so...
to finish, and
Wait.
he's their first point of contact. Boaster is almost just trying to sell the idea that there's nobody else here, and they believe it. They fall for it somehow. He survived longer than expected, but Minibu is trying to fight back, but it's the IGL this time. Boaster leading the charge of taking them through with an advantage. Woot will deal with him. But there are still 3 more players. 30 seconds, no Viper wall to cross, and even a res.
Yeah, I don't think that res is going to be coming through.
Wait,
but,
Woot's
well,
online,
now maybe.
Woot online,
Alpha
Woot
actually might be safe.
online.
The wall goes up. That's the res play. Chronicle's going to make it in. Crashy's going to cover that cross. 12 seconds left. Plans has to be gone for. They've got to look for it. No, they're looking for the kills instead. They want to win this off the fights, and it's down to a 1v1. They know Chronicle's close. Only 4 seconds left. Woot has found him in the corner. Just in time. 6 and 6 at the halftime. Woot has given Team Heretics a chance.
It's going to have to be one hell of a turnaround from a 2-0 deficit, but this is the best we've seen from Heretics so far. Fnatic could close it in 3, but we'll find out after the break.
Okay, I see you, Mr. Woot. I see you.
Enemy remaining.
There's just stickers on his face. Why? Why? I'm still in PRX shirt. Yeah, I'm pretty cheering for PRX right now.
Riyadh, can we see a bounce back here from Team Heretics, or will Fnatic close the deal? Who's taking it?
He looks
Team
so
Heretics?
stressed, guys. Don't be stressed. Woot just aced, man. Woot just aced. He's
Or will we
online.
see
Woot
our
online. Woot
first
online.
Valorant winners crowned after this map? Is it Fnatic? Let's get back into this huge series.
Well, it certainly seems like the crowd is on Fnatic's side, and maybe they've even stolen some of the Heretics fans, because this has been an outrageous performance, at least in those first two maps. But closing out that last half, an ace from Woot. We said we needed to see him activated, and if that's not activated, I don't know what is. But coming into this half, there's still a big task at hand. They need this and 2 more maps to go their way. It all starts here with the pistol round, something that so far has evaded Team Heretics.
It's been almost 750 days since Fnatic last hoisted an international trophy.
Oh, it's been
They
that
are
long?
just
750 days?
7 rounds away from doing so, and it could start with this pistol round. Woot, though, he has been activated over the last few rounds, but they've gone walking into Boaster. He's run out of bullets. Boo's alongside Woot to give them a hefty advantage here. They have struggled with the pistols in this series, but this might be the most crucial of the lot. That duo, though, still stands in their way.
One of them already showing some scars. They have to push into him. Kayak almost catches one on the cross. They know now that he's close. Gen.G deals with him. His eyes never left that corner. And whoops, a little bit of a miss from Boo, but that's all right. The whole crew is there to close it out. The first pistol round for Team Heretics locked in, and the climb back commences.
Okay.
That's the thing. Though, if you were looking at the last 2 maps, you would have thought the Heretics would already have been defeated mentally. But maybe the fact is the pressure is off when all expectations are that you are already defeated. That's where they found their footing. Woot now top of the board, 15-9. He was muted in the last couple of maps. A man who has been #1 in ACS throughout almost the entirety of the tournament. It's good to see him sharp in this grand final. Now they've got Mitch's really favorite second round gamble over on the Fnatic side. A chance to do real damage, and well, you've just seen why.
A little heal as well from Chronicle. Tending the wounds of Kayak and making this 5v4 a real tangible advantage. This Outlaw is dangerous. The turret's still on mid, covering the cross, maybe even dealing 10 damage for the Outlaw. The Kayak maneuvering towards this A site. For now, it's the drone spotting it, but they won't be seen. Now they fill in the space. Often we'll see a passive play towards the screens, but if you're stood out in the open watching it, you're in big, big danger.
That's a lot of info. 2 players Oh, Rienz has caught a glimpse of his life flashing before his eyes.
Oh, I'm scared. Wait, I'm so invested in this round.
The conversion here is so important, and realistically, excluding that outlaw, the weaponry is so weak, and so are some of the players. The danger should have dissipated, but Kayak is still alive. He shot both bullets, though. The trade's still going back and forth as it comes down to just Boo. He's been great thus far, but he's very far away. It's a chance for Althea to not only get the plant, but potentially even retrieve a weapon to play with. However, he doesn't know how close his opponent currently is.
No! No! Alpha is just
always been a hometown for Althea. And he has just put a knife in the back of Heretics.
That is unbelievable from Fnatic. The damage was done with the Outlaw. A shot landed onto Wood. He was so
Alpha is so clean.
Rienz
is so clean too, by the way.
To close him out, but it's Alpha's 1v2. It's the Sheriff on angles up high. And the high ground, a fight won.
Wait, that was actually so intense. That was so intense.
Into the confident team Heretics, 7-7. But now the economy in Fnatic's favor. Just as they win a pistol round, the early half still favors Fnatic.
It's got to be difficult. You fight your way back into the game. You get yourself that early start that just hasn't been with you the entirety of the match. And the second you do it, Althea shows up.
Okay,
Rienz,
it's fine, guys. We'll just thrifty them back.
3
it's
kills
fine.
in the last round, even with the defeat, and he started this one off well. If they can find a response, it would be the best case. But Kayak is
He's
just
too clean.
not
No, Kayak is too clean. Kayak is actually too clean. Holy, did you guys see that movement just now? Bro was literally every dude.
Still, though,
he was up, down,
there is
center.
damage, there is cost, there is players falling
What
for
is
Fnatic.
this
This
orb?
has been anything but clean.
Chronicle question mark.
And the denial will at least slow things down. That wall slowly being broken, and Chronicle actually decides, you know what, this isn't worth the risk.
Boaster landing another.
Oh, man.
Numbers back in their favor. 35 seconds, though. They're going to have to make a move. No flash left for Woot, though, to try to pop that through.
30 seconds left.
Rienz on 70. The classic in the hands of Woot. It's certainly not going to be an easy connection for that defensive side.
여기 사고 날 수 있는데?
They're out in the open.
Wow.
That's an easy finisher.
Wow,
Another
they
round on the
were
board for
just
Fnatic.
they were just
Decent
out in the
attempt by
open.
Heretics,
Booster
at least
was
in that
like
first
literally looking at
engagement.
a different
there
part
was
of the
some moments
map.
in this
It's fine,
round where
it's
it
fine,
looked
guys,
like
it's fine. Guys, it's fine,
get
it's
themselves back
fine,
into
it's
it.
fine, it's
But
fine.
Fnatic, ever resilient, ever diligent.
Dude, Kayak is just so
They're able to turn things into
clean.
their favor. Oh, Boaster. Moving himself up the board as well. 8-7. This is where the buy comes back up already, though. An operator in hand for this attacking side. Althea prepared, and Kayak watching for that aggression, watching for a player on the close angle of the orb, but Woot. He's been a different gravy this map. 18 kills already, and he doesn't look like he's stopping.
Okay.
Toxins going up.
The B-side hold needs to be strong from Benji, or just conceded. That spam a little
so close.
A little close to taking him down. 9 HP left, but still drawing breath. Still keeping that mid control, that orange control. 4 Team Heretics with the turret online. Allowing more bodies to be committed to this side hold. And the tap as they're clearly expecting that utility, but Hunter's Fury doesn't come from the side. It's straight down the laneway. Free pick on the Chronicle.
But that's unfortunate. He wasn't even the man with the spike. Boaster tried to fake it, hoping someone would swing and take a risk, and that would be where Chronicle can break back. Instead, he gets slammed by a Hunter's Fury. Well, this is the added bonus of all of that utility. Without that duelist, they're able to delay for such a ridiculous amount of time. They're able to delay for such a long time that the opposing side seemingly have given up on this round. 12 seconds left. I'd be surprised if they're still trying to hightail into the A side. No, they're not. Fnatic, similarly to the first map, willing to take those early hits to keep their economy strong. But for Heretics, this is a big win. You keep all of your weaponry alive
Those
after
teams
a
that
pretty
rotate,
shaky
no, they just
start
gave
to this
up. They were
half.
like, nah,
and now
we need to
level
save
things
our
up once again.
we need to save our monies.
Yeah, really, the outcome of that round could play well for either team. It just depends on how this next one goes. They're both set up with opportunities.
It's 8 and 8, not
as well,
bad at all.
Neck and neck. When you look back previously, it was the defensive sides where Heretics would struggle. Or more so up against the defensive side of Fnatic. It was, what, 10-2 last time. They built up their rounds on the attack. Their defense a little bit more stabilized, but they need round wins.
Alpha
They
just
need
got
to
a kill
have
with an op, and we
10-8
did not
before
even
I feel
see
like
it.
they've got that safe little buffer to play with. And with the op
That was
already
mid.
ringing out and landing its mark onto Minibu. Defensive side loses quite a lot of their reactionary utility, of their space-denying utility. A minute 10 on the clock, and Fnatic can take this wherever they want.
Yeah, they're patient. They've dodged the drone. Woot was getting ready to get aggressive in that position, and instead they're now gambling, and they're gambling wrong. At least based on the current positions of Fnatic, they have got a fairly open sight, but I think Heretics, with how slow things have been, they've started to realize that maybe there's still a chance they go this way. The drone being heard, the fragment well placed will at least stop Crashies from getting that additional information, but he's going to claim himself a Hunter's Fury, and now Woot looks to try and take the fight.
Hero!
Oh, Rienz has already done most of the work. From up top on Rafters, 25 seconds left. They lose Minibu at the start of the round. But there's no ground seized back by Fnatic at this point. The same call as before. Save the op through to the next. There's no point throwing these weapons away.
10 seconds left.
At Team Heretics, that is it. This is the game swinging back into their favor potentially.
God, I'm not gonna say it, I'm not gonna say it, but I'm thinking it. I'm thinking
the Hunter's
it.
Fury of Crashies has been so impactful every time it's used. With an AWP and a Blade Storm in play, Fnatic will be fighting for this coming one. And that's why we're getting a timeout called.
Yeah, is this the first one that they've actually called? ever. I remember all the others have obviously been from
Oh,
Heretics.
she's thinking it. Sorry, guys, I can't help but think
Up
it.
until this map. I believe they were 5-2 down and then started their comeback. A lot of it, the catalyst has been Woot. But in this round, Rienz again stepping up to the plate. They have got themselves into a position where they're sat on a map that expectations were fairly low. Not a bad map for them, but an excellent map.
No.
for Fnatic.
Let's go game 5.
And even with losing that first
She's
pistol
thinking it?
and
Okay, I'm not
losing
even
the
thinking it.
second
I'm
round
thinking nothing right now. I'm
of
thinking
this
nothing.
second half, they find themselves in the lead. It has taken a long time for the young
No, yeah, everyone's
men
sleeping
of
right
Heretics
now.
to find their footing. But they have found it at the very last opportunity.
Well, correct me if I'm wrong, but I'd be very surprised if I am. This would be the first tactical timeout from Fnatic at all. The first moment that they've needed any form of guidance. The first moment they felt pressure from Team Heretics. And it's a one-round gap. This game has been dominant for Fnatic, but it looks like the torch has been passed over. And Fnatic's light shining so bright not long ago is slowly fading, but we know that that spark can kickstart very quickly.
To be honest, that might be a confidence boost for Heretics to know that they finally managed to at least make them think about things that are happening.
Oh.
Minibu going out. Still not quite having the impact he desire. Looking for that opening off the back of the operator, but nothing claimed, and Fnatic immediately move towards the other side of the map, or at least the majority. Boast is still lurking, keeping the space, but it's been this duo of Rienz and Woot that have caused them plenty of issues.
Well, it seems like every time the Kayak's playing that Blade Storm, he's up against Woot with the null command, and it's going to be activated here and now on that A site, sending them towards the other side of the map. They have to be so careful
There's
here.
an op,
with
guys.
the op in play, already seen here.
guys. Minibu's alone with an
He
op.
swings in on the side. This is now dangerous
As
because Jen is
Omen,
here, but the
looking
dash
nice.
can't even be used. Kayak's already dealt with the TP out. He's actually made it right back to the site scot-free. A 3 versus 5 that they're now left in, and Heretics have got all the control. All the players here up top. An attempted fight by Boaster falls apart, and Heretics, they found their mice. They found their shots.
What?
And even though Alpha lands one, he's got a whole bunch of players to take down. Double digits for Heretics. They've beaten
Oh
the
my gosh, wait. Okay, I'm not gonna say anything. I'm not gonna think about it, but
finally starting to show themselves in this series. It took a long time, but they are on the server. They are fighting. They are brawling, and the pressure is finally onto the backs of Fnatic. This round is where we saw a lot from the brothers Boo. That operator doing so much work, but the support that he had definitely helping out. And a 3-round streak on this defensive side is still going to be met with a purchase. The operator back into Kayak's hands, the lockdown Hunter's Fury, the ultimate's still there. Now Minibu looking to hold on to that mid control, but there might be a closer swing than he would be expecting. Never mind! It's the rifle shown, but he's quick enough to catch Alpha's peak.
wait, that reaction time was kind of insane just now.
No lockdown anymore for Fnatic to defend their space after they've taken it, or even to get them into that A site. Late lurk coming through from Boaster. The turret will be watching it. There's no space for free. The orb taken, though, gives them the res. They could commit a lot on this attack side. Res Alpha, potentially commit that lockdown. And it could turn the tide of this A site push in their favor.
Look at Woot. Woot's already walking, though. They seem ready for this, but he's very likely to try something around a flash. Timing here is going to be everything. He's a second too late, and he could lose his life. He gets it bang on, and he might just find 3. There goes a smoke that's kind of made it awkward, but he hits it. Woot has taken over the round. His 22nd kill of this map. Now, more Boaster. There's nowhere left to go. Spike down, 20 seconds. Saving a gun is all he can really hope for, but he might just look to try and do some damage. The damage won't be felt. There's so many credits now for Heretics.
On the upside, I think Boaster's about to get his Viper's Pit online, so that's always a positive. On the downside, he's going to lose his weapon, and Team Heretics are going to continue that climb. On Icebox of all maps, with 5 rounds so far in this series before we stepped into this map. This is not where I expected to see the scariest face of Heretics showing up on the server.
Spike down.
Finding strength in their scars. Woot activated, shots landing, plays being read. And now just 2 away from at least securing that 4th map. From at least
You guys did her
bringing us to
dirty.
Haven.
You guys did her
But
freaking
this
dirty,
is also where the
man.
series could flip. Haven was a map that we really rated Heretics all the way through the season. People had to start banning it versus them because they were an unstoppable force. They win this map.
No, literally,
and they get to
I
go
wrote
there,
talking.
and they would go there as favorites. Now that didn't matter when it came to Sunset. That was the one that we thought was theirs to lose, and when they did, we thought the series was over. But they've come into Icebox, and with our storyline so based around Woot playing that duelist, playing that aggressive agent, well, he's been aggressive, but it's been the KO. He's been phenomenal throughout this map so far. But as we know, until Fnatic are beat, especially on Icebox, it's never over.
All those ultis to play with. But one was almost removed with Minibu swinging in. Luckily, the drone goes first for Fnatic, so that op doesn't get the opportunity. But now they know it's here.
Here.
Doesn't look like they'll decide to go back in a different direction, using the Viper Orb to cross through mid, potentially splitting the B side, but they don't need to. They've just taken Mini Boo down.
What?
Holding the gap in the smoke was Chronicle.
Oh my god!
Boo pulls it back.
Yeah, they're putting him under pressure.
God.
He's trying to fall back behind the screen. Gen.G is watching and waiting, and he will catch Alpha. Yeah. The advantage that Fnatic had is quickly diminished. And Chronicle atop the wall is trying to find an opponent, but Heretics are being far more patient than maybe their opponents expect. They're taking damage on the way in, and the spam onto the wall is an attempt to make things interesting. Woot already quickly on the scene, maybe expecting someone in the corner, but now spots Chronicle. He hasn't, however, seen Crashies. This snake in the grass, this sneaky corner, that one was easy. The rest will be tougher.
Hunter's Fury for the post plant. 33 as they go up the rope. Oster falls and Chronicle does too, but that pick, it enables Crashies to use this ult to deny. And he almost catches Boo on the rope. Shock dart through. Boo barely avoids it, but time is ticking. He has to force Crashies into a fight. And he will, but he's not gonna win it. Crashies keeps Team Heretics away from map point as the climb continues now in Fnatic's favor.
It's fine, it's fine, it's just one round. This is like, the momentum is not gonna shift. The momentum is not gonna shift, it's fine.
The catch onto Woot was important. The dealing with Gen.G was the beginning of the end. And when it came to the clock, when it came to the clutch, that is where you feel the confidence in this man goes through the roof. Him and Kayak still atop that board.
Revealing it.
While for Heretics, nothing would be more cruel than coming close.
Oh, Crashies doesn't have his ult anymore.
Yeah, he doesn't.
Mistakes were made.
That's what he was saying in the replay. Yeah, he ulted by accident after the round. Oh no. At 11-9, that's gonna let the Hunter's, or not the Hunter's Fury, there's no Hunter's Fury. That's gonna let the lockdown go in for Gen.G. That's pretty disastrous for Fnatic. What the hell?
Oh, we'll see if it comes back to bite them.
Flashbang.
Flashbang gonna be thrown over his left. So many blind is perfect for Ian, but Booster swings back in response. Woot still on the site though, has kept the advantage in Heretics' favor, and there's still 2 more players to deal with. Boo playing ahead of the curve. The first comes easy, but Alpha got 2 there.
How is it a 1v1
must have been standing
again?
directly behind him. And now it comes down to the battle of the Killjoys. Gen.G Fishy has not had his best series, but this round is more important than maybe all of the rest combined.
The time is on Gen.G's side. He spotted him. Now they both got the info to play with, but Alpha still won't be able to find a spot to plant. He's looking for the pick, and he finds it! Fnatic on their feet, just 1 round behind!
Alpha smiling. No,
between game over.
He's trying to. Alpha's reaction. His little smile, and then he got shy, so then he was acting. He tried to act cool just now. He was like, guys, I'm totally not happy right now.
Gen.G Fishy. He had to take down 3.
No, he had W
But
chance.
the fact is, it was so unbelievably close.
Oh,
to already being
wow. Wait,
over
okay,
in
no,
this
like
map
watching
for
Valorant in a
Fnatic.
crowd like this
But
would
that
be
is the
so
problem
fun,
with this
no?
team. That is the problem with this map.
Wow.
If you thought them being 3 behind was an issue, oh, watch them. When they're 11-3 down, 8 rounds behind, it didn't matter. And while for Heretics, this map has been a display of what they can do. A display of the skill that sits on the other side of the stage from Fnatic. But if this map slips away, I can tell you for free, it will hurt much more than the rest.
It was a 1 versus 3 in the end for Alpha. That puts them 1 round behind. Missing that Hunter's Fury could be a key piece of the puzzle for Fnatic missing. Punish utility sent through to defend the orb. Good job too with Brienne's 1 away. but instead the fight for Team Heretics is on B. Look at the deep control they've taken. They've already pushed all the way through B main. Knife goes down, Minibu's there, Rian's as well, but the rotate after orb taken is going to take a long, long time. And he won't be close enough, nor will it be worth committing to try to get rid of that lockdown. Counter pits go into play.
This is everything. Both teams have 2 players that are currently stuck in the mud, and while Rians is going to try and act off of this, using that Hunter's Fury, he's done damage. They'd love to have one on the other side, but that was fat-fingered a couple of rounds ago. Into the pit they look to fight. Dealing with Boaster is the goal, but it's Kayak that already falls. Boaster hiding in the corner. Up top goes Whoop, but he's actually going to win that. I thought he'd be dead to rights for sure, but they picked them all apart with ease. It is finally time to say that Heretics have a map point.
I didn't think we were going to end up here. I'm not sure that Heretics did either. After those first 2 maps, a quick grand final was on everybody's mind, but hold your horses, say Heretics.
Hold your horses.
What a retake this was.
How did he not die?
So convincing. Clean in every single duel. The Hunter's Fury helped. It tagged up some players. It took one out of the equation. But for Heretics now, 2 chances to close it out. And look at what Fnatic have to work with. Weaker weapons, only 2 Vandals. A res online at least, and sure, Heretics spent everything for that last round win, but it has set them up for victory.
They should have maybe been there already on this map. The clutches have saved Fnatic for at least a couple of rounds, but the fact is, OT is not out of the question. You can never doubt Fnatic when it gets to these late rounds. But for Heretics, it now feels like they've deserved themselves a map. The first 2, they weren't even close, but they have found that little bit extra that they needed. And while Minibu's gonna go for the first fight, and this one's a little bit shaky. Gen.G hasn't managed to capitalize, and that might come back to bite them.
Those weaker weapons survive a little bit longer. Flank up now from Wood. He throws a flash in as well just to draw their eye, but they still have an alarm bot behind. As long as Alfier stays alive, they can focus forward. Look ahead at this push coming through. The res online, not easy to use here for Chronicle. He's gonna wait for someone to go down. Sheriff in hand for Boaster. Wrapping around in towards his orb.
Wait,
Reveal goes in, but most of the players are already dead and gone.
Never watched
it's
the
only
player
Boo
who just
tapping. But he's seen to not be on it. There's no way for him to get this done. And Chronicle with a 3-piece brings it down
with the bulldog. Like, why do they always watch the wrong person Clemons? That's why we're always so lost.
In regulation and overtime, potentially on the cards.
Like, they were watching Boaster just jumping, like falling back when Chronicle gets 3 with a bulldog. Like, hello?
The 3rd map.
Okay, let's watch.
Delivering more than the last 2 combined, but as said, for Heretics, it would have been nice if they could have got it done a little bit earlier. Because now the heart starts to race. The blood pumping furiously. And the pressure, even though they're in the lead, is on their back.
He got caught.
OT resets everything. Takes away all the hard work, the 2 poor starts that they had off a bonus, or sorry, a force buy of sorts. And a pistol loss. All of that is undone. And it would come down to just who has the stones to take it over the line. The Crusher will be wheeled out. And for Fnatic,
Saint Ryan 복수님,
we know their goal is to get it done in 3.
Thank you.
Well, it's almost back within reach again. Benji Fishy
개 무서워.
holding down mid. He might have an early flank on them, but that turret's still up, and on the other side of that smoke is Alfier. I'm not sure if he saw him. Don't think so. But he's waiting patiently for this play to come through. There it is, the hat seen by both players. The turret destroyed. Activating onto Crashies, but dealt with after one with the res online. This is a big problem. They go pushing on B. Kayak's there to catch them. Fnatic now in a 5v3 thanks to the res, thanks to the lurk from Kayak. But they're still going into the A site, still walking into the heavy numbers of Heretics. No ultimates to fall back on though, but time on their side, 12 seconds. It's running out, and it's all Kayak. He's too far away. They've done it. Team Heretics, short of the most incredible clutch, have taken it across the line. Map number 3 is not where this grand final ends. We are going to Haven.
They look down. They look defeated. They look like this series was already over. They went to the hometown of Fnatic and they took that map from them. Now Haven on the cards, a map where they will feel at home themselves. This series is going to 4 at least, as Heretics live to fight another day. We'll be back after the break.
After the break. Wait, is it doable? Kizzy-san, thank you for the 20 gifted. Arigato. Thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you. New members, make sure to check out all the membership wallpapers. Even all the ones in the past, you can still get them. Thank you. Arigato, arigato. Thank you, thank you.
This land is calling.
I'm at the Kadia Esports Arena for the grand finals of Apex Legends, and the doors are officially
Apex
open.
Legends?
I'm Victoria, joined by Lace, the reporter here at Apex Legends. Now, how excited is everyone for the grand finals?
I mean, the passion is absolutely roaring. I know a couple of the teams were here yesterday to sort of see our last chance, and they are very eager to see if they can take on that sort of competition.
And the winner will be on this stage. You guys still have one of the coolest stage out here, I have to say. Who are 2 of the teams we should be looking out for?
Oh, okay.
Look, I'd be lying if I didn't say Alliance. They did win last year, and in their pool play, they dominated. They had about 130 points. I think it was something like 60 points above the rest. And of course, Team Falcons won their pool as well. But I do want to sort of chuck in another name for my teams to watch out for, which is Ninjas in Pajamas. Because
Team
they
Falcons,
got a little bit
yes,
lower
they're
in the
so
leaderboard
good.
for
I
us, and
saw
then they
that.
kind
I
of
saw that game
skyrocketed
too.
up. So those 3 teams are going to dominate today.
All right. And do you have a personal favorite you want to share with us?
Look, Victoria, I'm from Apex South, so if I didn't say a team from my region, I'd probably not be allowed back in. So I'm going to go with Gen.G. They did have it a little bit rough, but look, they are a team to
Gen.G.
watch
They
out for,
actually
most
won
definitely.
against PRX.
Very nice. And just to remind you guys, they have one of the coolest key crushers over here. You don't want to miss it.
Okay. Thank you. Was that intentional? Wait! Saki-san, thank you for the 20 gifted. Arigato. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Welcome, new Kremons. Welcome. Arigato. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. New members, check out the membership wallpapers from all the previous months. You can get them all. Thank you, Zaki-san. Arigato. I think it was an ad for Apex coming in 2 hours. Oh,
Fnatic's
okay.
clean sweep
So it was
falls a
intentional.
little
Okay,
bit short as Team Heretics. They were holding
it would have been funny.
after
It would
12
have been
round
funny
wins.
if like
They're
Apex
able
is
to get it
happening
over
right
the
now
line
and they
in
just like
epic
messed up
fashion,
the
a
stream. That would have been
3v5
funny.
clutch, and they push us to
No, yeah,
map
Fnatic lost
number
Icebox.
4.
Like, what is
2-1
happening
the
right
score
now?
for
I don't
Fnatic,
know.
but Team Heretics looking like they have
Yeah,
some
the
life
Mingos
yet
left
again,
alone.
shaking off the past maybe ghosts of the EMEA finals. Welcome back. This is the Esports World Cup presenting Valorant. Tigon here alongside Baby Bay, Kakuka, and Big Time. All right, Kakuka, we were feeling a little shaky after that second map. You know, it's EMEA. Someone's going to win, someone's going to lose. How's it feel now?
It's on. It is absolutely on. I like the way that Team Heretics got their mental back, their minds back in the game. To me, it had to do a lot with the plans that they had on the attack. Do not get me wrong, we almost get to overtime, but even in those moments, even when the pressure was against them, they managed to stay calm, cool, and collected.
I can't believe that Heretics bring this back after what was such a monstrous performance from Kayak. I mean, we were sitting here saying, like, this guy might be MVP of the final with the performance that he was doing. He was insta-ing everybody. His movements were insane. They were immaculate, but it still wasn't enough, Big Time.
Yeah, honestly, I just kind of
Is Fnatic good on Haven Cremons? Apparently Heretics is insane
to
on
mentally
Haven,
recover.
so I'm
Sunset should have been this map. This map.
I'm not gonna say it.
Should have been Sunset.
Okay?
Not too late. Not
I'm
too
not
late.
gonna say it.
I'm flabbergasted by the fact that
And I was thinking about it 2 seconds ago, but now I'm not thinking about it anymore. But you guys know what I was thinking about 2 seconds ago. Now I'm not thinking about it anymore, though.
Now it's all up in the air.
And I'm not gonna
Heretics
say
are feeling
it.
good. They're feeling like, okay, we're so back.
There's a worse prospect if you're a Fnatic fan. Wood
Nothing
is coming
is
online.
wrong.
He's definitely coming online, thinking about the next maps, is thinking about
It's
him
the thought
on
that
that
matters. No, I'm not thinking
yeah,
about it
you better
anymore.
pray
I'm
that
not
he doesn't
thinking
keep it
about
up.
it anymore.
Yeah, same with Boo. Remember, we saw him have 5 clean share of shots over at Lotus with them all. Then they panned to the face. They did it in slow-mo. I mean, we didn't do him any favors, but he said, I don't need any favors here in map number 3 in Icebox, still dropping 20. But Woot, 300 plus ACS, looking so damn good here in Icebox.
Yeah, it was just a ridiculous performance from him, doing all these KO pop flashes. I mean, sometimes they weren't even hitting, and he was still getting kills through smokes. I mean, he just crept up on that scoreboard silently, but then at the end of the game is when he really, really shined.
And you see all of these advantages going in the side of Fnatic, but the confidence, as I'm saying, is back for the side of Heretics.
Yeah, I mean, it's crazy when we think about it because Fnatic's game plan in the retail, as Power was saying before, was, oh, let's keep this man off Duelist. Let's keep him away from Duelist. And now he's just gone, no, I don't actually care. I can just pop fast myself and go.
Have you eaten dinner yet? No.
Point. I mean, he just did a fantastic job this map. Really, really
The last
great.
thing I ate
To
was
be able
at
to bounce
3
back
p.m.
as well. I mean, mad respect to this guy.
And this is where things get a little bit scary. Yeah, they're the stats. Look at the difference from map 1, map 2 to this map.
And the first one is the
No,
last
game 1 and
So,
game 2 never happened, guys. Game 1 and game 2 never
this map
happened.
more than the other 2 combined.
Remember, it was trending backwards. That game 2 loss,
right
that
now.
13-1, was the worst loss in EWC Valorant, and now it's going to be the worst loss in EWC Valorant history in terms of
I'm
maps.
eating the mini
And it would have been over. It was a
Chocozomi
best
pack
3,
that
but
has
it's
like
not.
5
And it's great to
inside
see
it.
Team
'Cause
Heretics
it's
and
the
Los
mini
Niños
one.
bounce back in this one.
I mean, I'd like to say, Trey, I think you could be a fraud with that 3-0 Fnatic prediction.
No! That's why I was shaking
Okay,
my head in the beginning. I was shaking my head. I can't believe it.
I said 3-2
halftime
Heretics
for
heading into
Haven,
this.
I will go get food
Seems
and then
like
I will eat
one of
while
us really knows
watching.
what we're talking about. 'Cause I got some
No
belief
leftover
coming back to me
popcorn,
now.
yeah, no
Root is
popcorn.
online. The boys are awake, and I'm feeling better than ever about my prediction.
I could actually see why you would make that case, because what I was going to get into before we showed the stats card was the way that Heretics won that. 13-11.
I will probably
it was,
eat kanji.
It wasn't pretty, it was
Just kanji
gruely.
again.
But that is enough to build you enough confidence to like really make this go the distance.
What is this?
One thing we spoke about before is that, you know, sometimes you can bounce back quite quickly after those big matches. Like, you know, if it's 13-2, 13-3, you're able to bounce back quickly. We've said that before here on the desk, but when that happens kind of 2 games in a row in a best of 5, then it becomes a lot more difficult because the pressure is just ramped up even more. So, I mean, I feel like we can't talk enough about how well Heretics have done to course correct and, you know, now look like they're their former selves, they're confident. And their story of this tournament.
Yeah,
has been
notice I'm
nothing
never
if not
watching these
turbulent.
things IRL. That's why the
Let's
last
take a
time
look
that I
at
went
one of
to
the
watch
rounds that
a
made
VCT
Sam
Pacific
Matthews, owner of CEO, you
events,
just saw him on your screen react that way.
when I went to watch Soul
Champs,
Champs, I went with a mask. I mean, I always wear masks when I go outside, but most of the time, when I go outside, I wear a mask.
Maybe too feisty.
But like during the VCT Champs, I was like purposely like looking down on my phone when they were like looking for people in the crowd, and I was wearing a mask.
To get the rounds, maybe alpha pushing, just going too eager. And I think it's very important to highlight the way that Team Heretics needs to play with this composition. You do not have a duelist, but you need to be extra aggressive. You also know that you're
and I
playing
would like
against
go
Fnatic, and they're
outside because like usually they show the audience numbers during halftime.
Team. You know them very well.
So during halftime, I always go to the bathroom.
How they're going to manage to get
and then I
into
always
this.
come back when they're like resuming. They're not catching me on camera.
All right, Dre, you get the map win. We start turning the page here. Let's start role playing both sides here. One for Fnatic, one for Team Heretics. Which side do you want to take?
Well, considering the fact that we're going to Haven and it's going to be a mirror comp matchup, and the way that Heretics came off of that, I think we could go the distance on this next on this series. I mean,
that's a real change of tune from the.
Hey man, I think we're still gonna win, bro.
Okay,
I think Fnatic are still taking this one home, but I could see a world in which Heretics take away Haven.
I mean, I am with you because I think the mirror matchup, right? It's the Yoru, it's the ISO, right? But Fnatic were so infamous on this composition. They were very, very good, excelled with it. But now we're gonna have, those duelists come back in for Team Heretics, and they have all that fire, they have all that momentum. I mean, I want to stick true to my guns, stay true with my original predictions, and now this game could for sure be Heretics because after
what is this close up?
Sunset, I really wasn't sure.
They're
but
actually
I think
doing
that last
them
part might have
dirty.
just convinced me.
We have to think of the keeping in mind that when we talked about these veto, we said it's pretty one-sided for the first maps, but then the deeper that we go into the best of 5,
dude, that is
the
so
more even
close
the ground
up of just a random person in the audience.
The duelist is it really is about what
this
both
girl
of these
is
teams
like
have proven. This
zoned
map, back in the
out.
region,
She doesn't even know she's on
Heretics
camera.
We're gonna teach them how this comp is used, and they did.
Like, okay, this one's normal because like it's not so zoomed in on the face, but like, what are the ones before that? Like, it was so
held since you get to overtime, so I hope that's what Alpha has in his mind right now.
Poor girl. Yeah, she was serving though. She was
impactful
serving though.
First half, like, to close it out and make it 6-6, right?
Her eyeliner was
on the
clean.
KO, if I'm not mistaken, and it was ridiculous.
But like, she did not consent to it. Hello? She did not freaking consent to it.
That round was so important to make
just
it go
do
into
like
that
a zoomed out
win,
shot of like 5 people in one
going into the
frame.
next
Why are we
half,
zooming in
maybe
so
Fnatic have a
close
little bit
onto
more
a
in the
single
tank, maybe a little bit more
person?
confidence
Like,
to close that map
hello?
out.
Yeah, and quite frankly, like, I'm
They're
just
so weird
excited
for that,
this
seriously.
happened
They're
in a
so
way
weird
where
for
like
that.
it was a grind. Right, I think if it was an easy, like, oh, we return a 13-1 back at you, it doesn't quite get to the level of grit that's needed. Because last time that Team Heretics played Fnatic in a grand finals, it was a 3-0, but they never got to the championship rounds, right? The maps where it wouldn't exist in a best of 3. Now they're getting to go there on a high of grinding one out against one of the best teams in the world here, big time.
Yeah, I mean, I think Fnatic have been such a ghost for Team Heretics in the past, such a spectre haunting over them of really not feeling like they're able to escape. But now, this is just that first glimmer. This is, the clouds are parting, there's a beam of sunshine there coming in for Team Heretics. So they got to grasp it, have a quick sunbathe. Come on, soak it all up, guys. You can get back on this now.
Many times we speak about the momentum and how important it is for Heretics. We were seeing it also
okay,
in
I'm gonna
the
get water. They're
reactions.
talking too
How
much.
Gen.G, even though he wasn't having, and he's definitely not having the best of tournaments, he was cheering everybody up, keeping up that performance, helping keeping up the performance for the rest of his teammates. Fnatic on the other side, yes, we saw also some crazy reactions. The standing up, a little bit cursed at times. But also, think about it. You said for Heretics, it's been a grind. They've always had their backs against the wall, and this time we knew it was going to be no different. On the other side, you have a Fnatic that has just lost their second map this entire tournament. So I now that we've gotten this far into map 4, I really, really want to get into the number 5 because I feel like Ascent between these two teams could be outrageous.
Yeah, and then if we did get onto that Ascent, you'd have that unique composition that Fnatic have been mastering, right? Alfear on that chamber has been a monster on that map, but yeah.
And a double duelist for Heretics.
Yes, it would be a matchup that I actually do want to see now that it's not a 3-0.
Nice little cheer there for Team Heretics as they try to keep the vibes going. We know how important it is to them. We will name a tournament Sony MVP later on. Who is your leading candidate here, Big Time?
Or, I mean, I think it does ultimately depend on who closes out this match. But, you know, if it's Fnatic, I'm leaning towards Chronicle. I'm leaning towards Kayak. I think they've both had fantastic tournaments. Woot now showing up in a major way, and he's been consistent all the way through the tournament too.
Yeah, and then you also got to think about Boo on that side of Heretics as well, right, Bea?
Yeah, I mean, I would agree, but I side with Big Time on this one. If we look at the overall of the tournament, Chronicle has been absolutely insane, but so has Kayak. To me, also, the entire of the year has been amazing for Kayak. He is literally, he could have made any excuse to not have the performance that he has had internationally, regionally, and he never made that excuse. He always performed, and the fact that he's also doing it in the final is very surprising.
Before we head back to stage, Baby Bay, who is your Fnatic MVP?
I think I'm going to have to go with Kayak. With how he's been playing in this final so far, I think he's going to be surpassing Chronicle in terms of that leaderboard that we were talking about, because it was basically them two at the top, and then Woot is like the runner-up from the side of Heretics. Absolutely. So I think if Kayak can keep up the pace, because he's going to be on that duelist, getting a lot of those first engagements, he might take the throne from Chronicle, which is so funny because they're on the same team.
And again, for the STC Esports World Cup Club Championship points, it's more important for Fnatic here. They have went over their total from last year with this team here in the grand finals and their Apex team in the finals. But with a victory here, they would double their points and be in good position for all of the Esports World Cup. But will they be able to do it? Fnatic, Heretics, map number 4. Let's get to it.
Thank you once again, Degon. We have a series on our hands. We were worried about the 3-0. Nobody likes a 3-0 grand final. We've got at least one more to go. This one, the pick of Heretics. And on their side, how poetic if they manage to win this. The composition they run, all that there is about it comes from the one great on the opposite side of the stage. They've taken Fnatic's comp and ran with it over the last few months, Tom. For Fnatic, they went away from this composition. They abandoned it. Let's see if it comes back to haunt them, just like Fnatic did in those first 2 maps for Heretics.
Wow, you could already see the changes are massive from the side of Fnatic. Bringing in that chamber, Alfier's flare on that agent has been super impressive. If we get to the next map of Ascent, we're going to see something fairly similar in tow. They brought in the Astra as well, which I think at a point when Astra was very popular, Boaster was one of the best of the best. I'd also say, to be fair, the Boo was as well. But this is going to be a very different look. Vice has not become a massively popular pick on Haven. I think we've still seen a lot of that. Cypher, Killjoy, those have been the popular picks. So anything Chronicle does, I'm going to enjoy, but I'm looking forward to seeing what ideas he has. But the main thing we're going to talk about is the comp on the other side. Woot helped win them that last map. He was fantastic.
His ace to close the half, unbelievable.
And he is the man that we're now going to look to again. I'm bringing in that ISO. If you're not fragging, you're not bringing value. That is your goal.
I just got water and more Pocari
running around,
oh my gosh,
taking those
I
1v1s and winning them. And that's exactly what he does most of the time.
Fluids.
If we were coming in before yesterday's game, I'd be in the like 70% tile that they're going to win this map. But they lost to Gen.G. They showed that they can bleed. And sure, Gen.G are one of the best Haven teams in the world, but you still came in and had high hopes for Heretics, but they struggled.
Wait, so what's the TLDR columns?
No
who is the majority pick right now? So
to be vulnerabilities, but Icebox gave us that little bit of hope, that belief that this squad of 5
getting the lights
players who have now played in 5 finals and won 0 trophies can actually turn this into a series. For Fnatic, they win it here.
It is done.
They crush their opponent's key. They are immortalized in the totem. 2 very different outlooks, but both desiring this map.
I feel like I barely see this map.
It seemed like Fate had chosen a side after the first 2 maps, but now it seems to have swapped over to the other. Team Heretics already opening up with a double, and it's Woot to claim first blood here on Haven. A solid start, as Fnatic, no doubt, especially putting Alfier on that chamber. You're coming in and you're saying, okay, play comfort. You had some good rounds. The crowd was screaming your name, and this is an agent that could let him run away with the game. That's a shaky start.
This is like,
Crashy's
okay, bro, I got
too,
you.
though. He's given them a chance, but he is boxed in.
He's also but it doesn't seem to matter. The low HP is only making him stronger.
How?
And after the double opener, he's going on a wraparound, but so is Miniboo. Timing here will end up being everything. Boaster has got the right idea and he's won the fight. A 3 versus 5.
Oh my
Now
gosh,
diminished to
Fnatic is actually
Boo
just so
remaining.
good. I know I'm cheering for Heretics to finally win a grand finals,
but he does
but like,
not know where
I'm
Crashy
a
stands.
Boaster fan at the end of the day still. So like, I can't help but still like be surprised when like,
Now they've got everything to work with.
you know what I mean? I can't
Barrage
help
control,
but still be
long
hyped
control.
whenever Fnatic does something cool.
The only difference here, I suppose, no star down from Boaster. I don't know if one's regenerating as we speak, but there was one pulled back on B. Maybe they won't even need it. Boo's already tagged heavy. The tap comes in, there's a reveal to fire straight into that smoke. No need to fight, but
Oh my gosh, they got two. It started off as a 5v3.
Not quite quenched.
And they won.
And a 4-piece again.
That has got to be
in the
tilting for
pistol rounds.
Heretics.
This time it is Fnatic finding the
I
dub.
would body bug off if I was them. Oh my
That pretty much
days.
has been the case in the majority. Only a singular pistol round going the other way, and this one probably should have been the second. But for this man,
Wow.
having a worldie of a round.
Wow.
Boxed in the corner,
Dude,
stuck in the back of
Fnatic
sight,
are just
position known,
shooters. Like, hello.
and somehow he lives to tell the tale. For Heretics,
Couldn't
that's going to
sleep
be
too
a
locked
bitter
in.
loss.
Need that back.
Momentum with this composition is definitely important. We've seen them dominate sides, but we've mentioned it plenty of times. They were on the other side of the pistol victories when it came to their semi-final win.
That works.
And now when they're fighting for a trophy,
I feel like Chamber is
the
a way
only
better
time they
pick
won the pistol, they lost the second round.
for Alpha compared to ISO.
We talk
like,
about
Chamber,
Viper as
Killjoy,
a
same thing.
controller who bleeds into that
Alpha
Sentinel
Killjoy
role, and I think
goes
for Chamber,
crazy.
you can say the opposite. A Sentinel who bleeds into the Duelist. But for Alpha here, my expectation high for him here on
Yeah,
this
like,
map. I look to the other
He's so
side.
good on Neon,
Who
he's so good on
has to
Killjoy.
deliver?
Is Chamber literally not just like a
Has to be a
Sentinel
strong
duelist? Surely this is like Alpha's best agent in theory. What?
Here on this map, the same for Miniboo. Or this round, they shouldn't have much to say, especially the gamble early not paying off. The seaside open, the plant down, Boaster, okay, he's dealt with. He's one of the players who only has a pistol. The rest, that's where the real brawn of this round sits. A lot of spams going down.
Jesus.
They'll even take Miniboo. And at this point, they know this spike isn't being defused.
It's
as
not
that
even
smoke fades.
close.
This is the benefit of having so many of those rifles to play with. They couldn't
It's not
see
even
the spike wasn't
close.
being stuck, but they could certainly suspect it. 2-0, relatively
Oh, it
clean
is
for
not
Fnatic.
even close.
Trade out the Marshal, but ultimately for Crashies, the goal was to gain orbs, and that's exactly what he did. No real cost to be endured in this one, and the start from Fnatic is one I'm sure they'll be very happy with. Oh, there you go. But this is where things get interesting. A purchase, the first for Heretics. We know that
see anything?
their composition revolves around aggression.
Did you
but for
even see
now it's
that?
More of a stalemate.
Did you even see him
In
just
fact, this
pass or
kayak
no?
is looking
Like,
to take
I
space.
saw you did not see anything there
Great
just
economy
now.
management as well from Fnatic early on. They basically have a full buy
What?
already, and it stands to them in this early engagement. Your quasi-duelist. And the man himself tagged down to 16, but Kayak still draws breath.
There is
The
no
A-site
way
taken as a
Kayak
result.
just said, okay,
plant
I'm
soon
just
to come
gonna
in.
peek into the Omen blind and
Like I
just
said,
spray,
Fnatic,
and
you
he
know, this
doesn't
is
die.
their
He doesn't
bonus,
die. He doesn't
if you
friggin'
wanna
die
call it
because
that.
I don't know
It
who
still
it
has
was,
so
but
much
like,
hope
so
and
he had
promise.
cover.
There's a gate crash in, but for Miniboo to take this, that flash will need to be perfect. I think it will just be faked, and then they'll go swinging on in. The bow in hand, it's giving info, but it's not
Kayak.
needed. 16 health in that
Okay,
corner.
guys.
He stays aggressive,
I'm
and
a
it
little
works
bit
wonders
scared.
for Fnatic.
I'm a
very
little
comfortable in that
bit
post spawn.
scared right now.
This didn't look like a bonus round whatsoever.
Little bit
The
scared.
initial fights go their way, and from then onwards, it is comfortable. And this man, his name is
Okay, I don't know how to
slowly
explain
being
it, right?
etched into that MVP
Like, everybody's
spot.
aim is clean and everything, but just
As said
something
at the beginning of
about
the day, it was
Kayak's
almost
aim,
set in stone that if Fnatic won, Chronicle
like
would be
the
MVP. And let's not
contrast
pretend
between
like he's
like
had a bad performance, but Kayak has had an
his
incredible
like
one.
he has like jittery
Crashies as well.
movements when he aims, and then he like
once again,
and
they're
his
gonna start
crosshair just
off
like sticks
with a
onto their heads like
strong
a
start.
magnet. But like the difference
Heretics
between like
have
the
been
sticking
slow.
onto their heads and then like the
And then
little
first
jittery
two maps,
movements that he
that was
does
enough
is
to
like
kill them off. In the
it's so
last,
satisfying to watch.
they fought tooth
Like
and nail for the
Kayak's aim
victory.
is just satisfying to watch. I don't know what it is,
seems
but there's
like this
just
map-
there's just like something about it. I don't know what it is.
It's going to have to be the same.
There's still promise in these kind of
Thanks.
rounds.
Oh,
I mean, nothing is
oh yeah,
granted,
PRX
but
won in our dreams. PRX won in our dreams.
they would need something to go their way early, and the problem is the info that went their way pulls them towards this A site. Fnatic still have a wide net spread on this round, but they're giving it up. The mid control being conceded. Boaster moving towards C. I mean, he's got an outlaw. He's looking for a pick, someone to swing. Setting up smokes as we speak, though. This will be a committal at least to start with, and Heretics have read it. Their rotation is perfect. 4 players ready and waiting as their opponents knock on the door, kick down the gates, and then turn and flee. They've baited the rotation. Look at the space. If Boaster didn't fill this in, if he didn't connect the dots, they would have ran into an ambush. And instead, everything is there for Fnatic to play with on this side of the map.
Yeah, he's even spotted the kill trip in the corner and then just pinged it. Didn't want to break it because that would give the game away. That would tell Heretics that he was here. Instead, he points it out to his teammates and goes looking for the fight. A huge advantage already picked up.
What?
Wow, Alfia's position.
Oh, copy.
It's only going to get one, but well, it's more like one and a bit. Boo is on his last legs.
Great
Yeah,
shot.
Boo's
And
a
they're gonna
zombie.
need Woot
Enemies head is as big as
to hit
9-10
God
and
mode
Kayak's
to win this round.
Crashies has been nuts. He
Oh,
denied
wait,
the
what?
drone on the way through. Woot, though, pops down the wall. That could get us to at least halfway on the defuse, but in goes the Hunter's Fury. A big difference now as Crashies is going to... Time! Boom, still alive, and it doesn't matter, live or die. The round has gone to Heretics. They gambled incorrectly and still walk out with the victory.
I was almost certain he'd get it to half and let go. He was the man with the rifle, but clearly just the sense from this superstar that maybe, just maybe, I could tank myself an extra hit. And that was all it was. Just having that additional little bit to get him through the round. A victory that never should have been. And for Heretics,
Yeah, like if it was literally
kickstart
any other agent, that is not
boost.
possible.
for what is their defensive side.
And all the dominoes fell in their favor. Taking down Alpha, retrieving the weapon, that was Woot. Then he swings wide, catches
Paxel
Boaster
a rookie?
getting
Yeah,
a
he's
little
a
bit too
rookie.
aggressive. That removes the gravitational well. It could have stopped the defuse. It
Yeah,
could have
Brim
blocked them
would've
more
tagged it with
times.
the
Denied
sting.
that wall from Woot having any impact.
What?
What? He's just shot through the smoke and taken down Kayak.
What?
An unbelievable early pick in a round where
Kayak still
credits
did,
are
Kayak still
invested on
did,
the other
Kayak still
side,
did.
and they're on the line for Team Heretics after losing so many players in the previous. That's such a valuable pick.
Yeah, with dimensional drift now available, that would have been wonderful, especially in tandem. Ooh, careful.
Close.
Rian's almost sacrificed. Alfia in the walk up, there's a player in the corner the Chronicle has to be careful of. He's not checking, he's hearing the steps. The shield probably would have saved him anyway. And now the walk up from Boaster with the spike. He doesn't have any support just yet. They're only just making their rotation in. Alfia in a good position to try and get something done. He's looking for the players with the Hunter's Fury, but it's too little, too late. Woot has already closed out this round, and even
Oh, he
saving
doesn't
that
get
operates
that.
well. He should have been dead already. I don't know how he's lived that long, but
Oh, and
Heretics won't
they don't
care.
take the off?
It's a flawless round after a miracle round, and now they are getting closer to Fnatic once again.
That looked like it could have been a start that Fnatic run away
Not
with.
gonna lie, I would call a
4-0
timeout if I was
And
Fnatic.
who knows where it goes from there with the economy looking good. And after, as you said, the
Not
miracle
going
round,
to
the big
lie.
performance by Woot. They're able to fight their way back in similar fashion on that retake of site. Unbelievable opening though. The fact that Mibu is able to creep up, fire a shot through the smoke, and eliminate what has been the strongest individual for Fnatic so far. It holds so much value. The off shot not landing here though. And look at Kayak.
This is scary. This
in
is
another
scary.
dimension, but he will be conceding that fight.
It's what they were hoping for the last round, that he would lead the charge, but was picked off.
Post on Astra, by the way.
Already though. Fnatic
I just
not
realized.
looking like
I just
they're down
noticed.
and out just yet. 2 quick picks. The dimensional drift will be used on the other side. Boo.
Jeez,
a little bit of
was popping
redemption.
off.
They already know where 2 of these players are, trying to block the bullets, but it hasn't worked out. And bear in mind, Miniboo is left on just 10 HP. An impossible clutch.
Wait, okay, I'm actually a really big fan of Boaster's Astra. Like, when I used to be an Astra main, I used to like watch a lot of Boaster videos for Astra.
Where the claws
So,
are out on
like,
both sides. Heretics have found themselves. It took a while to warm up, to shake off those grand final nerves. They know that their story has so often seemed written when it comes to this
Mako's
stage of
Astra
the
is
tournament.
good too, I guess, but I feel like Boaster Astra is just like
Perhaps being
iconic,
reminded
though.
of that if Fnatic find a few more.
Wait, look how like
4-2.
saturated his screen
But thanks to
is.
them winning a low by round.
Yeah, I'm a little bit
Surviving
conflicted
with
right
so
now.
many in the previous, the
Like, I
credits are
want
still
Team
there.
I want
But
Team
they are
Heretics
now
to win
on
their
the
first
edge.
grand finals, but
And
then
it's
I'm
a
also a
long
Boaster
way
fan, so
down
it's like,
after the
but then
climb
Boaster's
back
also
on
playing
Icebox.
Astra, which used to be my main
Economy
agent
slips
before
up
she got
here,
nerfed
and
and before
Fnatic get that
Clove came
early
out,
lead.
and I used to
You
watch a
think
lot of
about the
Boaster
value
videos,
of
so I'm like,
defense from someone like Alpha here on that chamber. He's going to be a nightmare to deal with. They need as much of a buffer here as they can
yeah,
possibly
Astra
get.
is his comfort agent. On
And
Master,
it's
most
safe to
people are
say
playing
that
Oven, he still plays
in normal
Astra.
circumstances, Heretics
Did
attack
you also buy
side
an
is
op during
normally
overtime with Astra?
phenomenal.
No, I
They're
was not
normally
an
a squad
opper.
that are so comfortable, but it is something new. It's something different. And it's something aggressive.
Who is your top 5
the
players
Fnatic
of
are
all
pulling
time?
out. So I agree. As much of a
Probably
buffer as they can, so they at least
Forsaken,
have
GENG,
opportunities to figure out Fnatic's second half.
something,
In the last map,
Boaster,
I think it was 5-2 down. They took a
and
pause,
Texture.
came out with a pretty decent half.
Oh yeah, like that.
Fnatic though, they're trying to
So
sell
yeah,
a
like
ruse.
the whole of
They
PRX
pulled off
basically.
an
So like,
immediate
if I
dimensional
count whole of
drift,
PRX
which
as
gives
my
them
top
so
1,
much space. The cam,
so like
though, is going
all
to be
of
integral.
PRX as my
and
top
actually,
1.
Gen.G goes ahead, and so does Miniboo.
Kayak grabbing another though. Now this is now
Kayak
spiraled
is
out of
just
control.
different.
Heretics down by 1 just moments ago. They held the advantage.
Oh my
Now
god, he's
being
just so
picked
clean with
apart.
it. I don't understand.
Now you see the value
I don't
of that early pick
understand.
by Miniboo. He deleted Kayak, and they had to fall back on other individuals. But when
Wow.
this man is still drawing
Wow.
breath, you're soon to run out of yours.
Wow.
Stuck on 2 rounds.
Holy moly,
Heretics
holy moly.
shut down by the
Okay, yeah,
familiar
if
face
it's
on
all
the
of
other side
PRX
of the
roster,
stage.
so like my number 1 is the entire
thing
PRX
that
roster.
Heretics
The
thrived
number
with
2
going
would
into
be
last year was
Boaster,
picking up
then
young
Texture,
blood. They went into
then
the
Buzz,
tier 2,
then Kangkong.
raided it,
like that.
and brought in superstars. Woot was only just old enough to play when he joined the team halfway through the year.
Yeah, he's just
Gen.G
playing
Fishy
A-Labs right now.
Went through the grind
He's
to get
just
there.
playing Deathmatch right
Fnatic
now.
this year decided, you know what, I want a piece of that. Picked up Kayak, and well, it's looking like they're ready to make history with him as, at minimum, the grand final MVP. Crashy's definitely close behind, but this man has been on a tear. Well, unfortunately for Heretics, that is the end of their purchases, at least for now. But what I will say is Woot's hero rifle has saved them more times than I'd care to admit.
True. This is also
Not
true.
only that, Miniboo on a Marshall we've seen before. Great timing, and Woot's
Wow,
gotten out. Activates his shield just in case those spams through the wall could catch him. It's just 1 bullet without that. It will soon be fading. The rest of the squad not so well equipped for these battles. Alfier, he's gone right into Miniboo.
They both
hit. A shot from the Sheriff that takes him down easily and gives it off into their opponent's hands. Team Heretics, they're now favored in this round.
30 seconds
Woot's
left.
already given his rifle over. Happy to play the sacrificial lamb, but they have heard those rotations over into the B site. It gives them space, as they will be able to get themselves into a post plant. And this is where Boaster, I think you could see, was reclaiming one of those orbs. A chance to have that post plant set up and buy themselves extra time.
Now, Woot, as you said, he's going to be that sacrificial lamb. He knows he's got to go down first. Get them around those initial corners. Rienz and Boo, they've done what was needed to trade out those picks. Kayak's down, and it's all on Boaster. He's found his first. Here's the steps. Knows they're both there. Time on his side. Boaster! An unbelievable clutch!
Guys, who am I cheering for? Who am I cheering for at this point? I'm cheering
He may not
Who am I
always
cheering
top
for?
the
Who am I
board.
cheering for,
He
guys?
may
I'm
not
cheering for
always
Team
be the
Heretics
man
because
to
I want
lead
them
the
to win a
way.
grand finals,
You
but
put
like
this
Boaster
man
is
in a clutch
Boaster.
situation, one that could change the course of a grand final, one that could change the course of any match. And
Yes,
he
I'm
will
cheering for a
deliver.
good game.
And that might just be one of the moments that Heretics are going to live to forget. He chose his moment to perfection.
No, I like both of the teams. So like honestly, this finals is like just
And
fun
there's
for
one
me because I
around
like both of them.
could've
Like I like both of them. So.
Been the lifeline. Boo in trouble,
Oh
already
my god,
stunned
Kayak.
up. And an aggressive
Whoa,
position
the
hasn't
shots are not
worked out
hitting
for
again.
Miniboo either.
Oh no.
This leaves Rienz out on an island. And while that island is going to be discovered.
Oh no.
Oh, Rienz, he's in trouble. The shorty to the back trades out Chronicle. They don't even lose their flank protection thanks to having Alfier in here. So again, all eyes focused forward. The drone goes through. Heretics are kept back. And look at the credits. Economy so desperately low.
It's a
That
depression.
even in the face of a
The economy
7-2
is depressed
lead
right
to
now.
Fnatic. They will be conceding this round. The 2v4 not looking worth it. It's not like they can dent Fnatic's economy that much.
What are they saying? What are the
They would
crowd
only do
saying?
more damage to
FFE?
their
What?
chances. Putting a few more rounds up before this half is over.
What are they saying? I don't know.
Yeah, the save is a must. We've mentioned it already, the value of a single rifle
Oh,
in the
they're
hands
saying
of Woot. It came close.
FNC.
But
Oh,
for the Boaster clutch in the previous round.
I see.
The previous map seeming more like a blip than any change
Whoa,
of fate
the lights
or
are
change
so
of
pretty. They're like
direction for this
actual
grand final.
stars. The way they like
As
shine.
Fnatic have a date with destiny. They were the first team to have themselves back-to-back internationals.
Mikure. FF15. No, like
They were
that.
a
Why was
team
that
that
literally the first thing that came into my head when
were
I heard them say
feared for the
FFE? I was like,
entirety
FF?
of
Surrender?
2023. 2024 didn't quite go to plan, at least on the international stage. In 2025, they had to change.
It's like when I see Boaster and
way
Fnatic go
that they were
crazy, I'm
going,
like happy, but then I
bringing in a
see
player,
Team
but more
Heretics
importantly,
being
I think,
sad because they have
changing
lost like
the
every
coaching
grand
staff in the
finals, and then I'm
backlines.
like, oh, I want
Whoever
to cheer for
since
Team
joining
Heretics.
have
But then
made this
Fnatic
team
does something
look
crazy, and then
even
I'm
more
like, oh my
terrifying
god,
than it
yes,
was before.
Boaster!
The
I'm so
Heretics, this is their
conflicted.
last
I'm
check-in.
so conflicted.
You can tell how poorly this first half has been going with the fact that Neil, alongside Weber, have felt the need to use this pause
Wow.
again. But they know that that attack
But
side
also,
especially,
Boo and
this squad
Gen.G, why
thrives
did
there.
they peek one by
They
one?
just need
Like,
to give
really?
themselves a chance.
They're tilted. They are tilted.
You can see it in all of their faces, even just that snippet of Crashy's there at the end. Chronicle losing his mind as Boaster hit that 1v3 that, I mean, they were already charting their course for victory, but this one truly set them along the way. 7-2.
Oh. Oh, and they don't
5-round
expect.
gap
They're
now
not gonna
between
check
these
Woot. They're
squads.
not gonna check
And
Woot.
Heretics
Why would they
putting a
check
decent
Woot?
investment
Unless
into this.
Oh.
Woot does well. That's ult online, but he can't quite use it from this position, or it'd only be a one and done at best. He'll get out though, and now that's a real. Oh,
what? Kayak gets 2.
Again! This guy's absurd.
This guy's actually absurd.
42. It crumbles to dust just like that.
Yeah, we
Bro,
mentioned
Woot
the
literally
hero
just
that
like played
Woot
with
can be,
fire
but
to get 2, and then Kayak
been
just
nothing
jumps
but
and he
a
sprays
sidekick
with his Vandal
to
and
the
he gets 2.
superstar that is Kayak. Anything you can do, he can do better.
Anything you can
And
do,
for
he can do
Benji
better.
and Boo,
Here.
it comes down to what can you even achieve in this round. You go for it, maybe you lose a weapon. You don't go for it, maybe you lose the match. Benji at least going to try and make things costly. Boo, of course, has nothing to lose. He now at least finds himself a Guardian, but he'll be able to buy in the next round anyway. And while caught with a
did
smoke
Boo not
in
see
hand,
him in the
this
corner,
is looking
I
comfortable
guess?
once again for the side
I thought
of
he saw
Fnatic.
him, but then he just
The
pulled
work
out his
has been
smokes
done.
and I was
The
like,
prep has been heavy.
Guess we did not see that.
With an already dominant looking first half. It's his own flash that sets him up as well. He'll write the theme tune, sing the theme tune, and perform a dance to go with it.
No, Kayak is just, wow.
That is just 16-4. An unthinkable talent on the side of Fnatic. They found the opening, man. I thought Woot was out. I thought
Okay, guys,
he
I
made
don't know. Boosters on
but a
Astra.
flash
Boosters on
jump peeked
Astra.
through.
But Team Heretics needs to win a grand
quick
finals.
picks
They've
and all
lost too many
follow-up,
grand
and the
finals
round
before.
is done.
But also Boosters on Astra. I repeat,
He's just
Boosters
bailing
on
them out of
Astra.
impossible situations, and then
Boosters on Astra.
if they're not on
Boosters
the back
on
foot
my
like
girl
that,
Astra.
he's the one to put the right foot forward.
Okay, no, yeah. I'm cheering for
6
Team Heretics,
rounds in,
guys.
a full buy for Heretics. They have been crushed by Kayak in so many of these battles.
How did they
and
not
of
get a
course,
single
even when a player
one?
hiding, it's the same again. Rianz has to cancel
No, the
ult,
shots
'cause
are just
guess
not
who's
hitting for
around
Heretics
that
right now again. That is just so
It's
sad.
Kayak. Once more, the death dealer from Fnatic and Heretics in a worse position than the round before. But they're running out of rounds.
Well, the main thing that I'm running out of is questions. At the beginning of the year, the question was, can he replace Durka? After that, it was, can he do it when it matters most?
The shots are not hitting again
only
for Team
question
Heretics.
that's
You can
left
tell,
is,
like,
can
just
he
now,
be
Boo should have killed
stopped?
Crashies.
Because right now,
Boo
the
should have killed
answer is a
Crashies just now.
resounding
It was so,
no.
like, he had such an advantage. He had such an advantage. Oh my. Wow.
Dodges both pulses and drops the Hunter.
He's got plot armor. That's what we're seeing at this point.
Like this,
He's
Boo
the
now.
hero
Boo
that,
is
well,
actually tilted,
the
I
movie
think.
would be over
They're all
if
living.
he died.
They're all living now. The shots are not hitting.
18-4 in his rookie season. In a grand final, Woot.
Wow, why was the quality of that ISO ult just so crusty just now? Did you guys see that? It was so crunchy.
Well, he eventually goes down. He took the decoy. The Steel Garden will take the guns away, though. Chronicle wary of the corners. You've beaten the beast, but can you take down the rest?
Wait, this is actually...
Nice angle by Boo.
What? He doesn't get a single
He already
one?
dropped one. He had the jump on them. He needed
He
more
only
from
got
that position.
one.
The flank watch there, but Alpha gets dropped. And G! Oh, it's Booster to fire right back after eating a full course of lead. He's left on 20 HP. It should be an easy conversion, and hell, Woot has been here.
Why do I
for
feel like
this
Booster's
team
actually gonna win this,
every
guys?
step of the way.
Guys, I
The
actually think
last
Booster's gonna win
round of the
this.
half, a 1 versus 1. But you think back to this C site, to Booster's
Wait, no,
clutch.
he's got time!
He took down 3. The odds were against him then, but he needs to move fast.
I
think he was spotted, but that wall gives him an out.
Did Booster see? No! Wait, this is winnable!
I think he's made the realization. Woot can run forward.
What does it know?
And now, as the Cosmic Divide fades, Boaster sells a ruse, sells a storm, but will not fall for it. He will keep them alive. And as a curse faces
Wait, that was
off
actually
against
so close to the
Heretics,
wall.
that
If Booster
second
had
place
more
curse
HP,
that has
he actually
held
wins that
onto
just
them
now.
for
yonks. Now the 9-3.
No, he
is
actually
all
played
they
that
have on
so
their side.
well.
We'll be
Boost,
back
I saw the vision
after the
booster.
break.
I saw the vision booster. If you just had more HP, you win that. Oh my gosh, that was actually Nar. He played that so well. Yeah, we didn't see the booster cross there, y'all. Actually, I don't know. Did he see? Actually, I can't tell. Poster. Oh, like Booster is just too funny. I can't. Booster is just too funny. I can't. Like, what is he doing? Oh my days. He hit the nuh-uh. He hit the boom boom nuh-uh.
Be the final half of the EWC Grand Final as Heretics once more glance at the Crusher with dismay. Their key could be on the way. Fnatic have pulled out an incredible half, but more so Kayak has 18-5. Whether he opens the round or pulls them right back into them, he has been leading the charge for this squad, separated now by 6 rounds. And they've won almost every pistol so far.
This was the map that
Scanning ahead.
Heretics were able to take away.
Oh my god, Alpha's
from
so
Fnatic.
fast.
It was the
Alpha's
map
so
that in
fast.
the last best of 5.
The flank is so
Fnatic
fast.
had a couple of bans. They took this one from them. Didn't allow them to play it. Feared Heretics on it. Now, they sit firmly in the driver's seat. And Heretics need to prove why this map, this attack side, has always been something to fear.
Oh,
Nice
wins!
start. Alpha down. We know that the attack side can be strong, but if this pistol goes the other way, it will have to be
Ooh, it's also
something
super
to
low.
behold. Heretics have lost control of their flank. Short at least still theirs, so Long and Heaven the dangers with that deep hold over Defender spawn itself. They'll concede it for now. Assuming there'll be utility, assuming that most of the players are coming from elsewhere, and they're very correct. Boaster caught, Short secured, Heaven taken, as Crashy's corpse falls down below. It's only 2 left. Chronicle and Kayak, and they will be dealt with. A much needed pistol round for Team Heretics.
Second
It's a
pistol
lifeline.
win.
That's what it is. It's a lifeline. They will be able to at least have an opportunity to fight on this attack side. It's been favored for them. It's one where they thrive. And with the conversion in tow, it gives them an opportunity. As mentioned though,
Aww.
it's a very different look
Aww.
from beating Fnatic with a composition that you stole from them and beating them on something new. A team known for innovation.
Time to jump.
A team known as one of the best. And well, in this round, not a lot to play with, but a Marshall in Kayak's hands somehow still seems dangerous.
Well, thankfully that danger's put to bed immediately. And the weapon, for now at least, not retrievable. Solid follow-up by Minie as well, as now we go 5 versus 3. Classics across the board from Fnatic. After that previous map where Heretics at times looked polished, they've come into this one, at least half #1, tarnished as can be. But perhaps the dead who yet live can find their way back out of the grave that they have 1 foot in.
Wow.
This round is necessary. It can't even be close. And it shouldn't be either.
They've got the info. That's about all Fnatic really have in their favor in this round. Weaponry is in the bin, of course.
Do you think there's one more Alpha? Do you
only
see
2
it?
bullets within it. Heretics are being incredibly careful. Boaster already being spotted as well, and so has Alfia. All danger is avoided.
Okay.
As Heretics keep that one
Guys, there's
squeaky
still
clean.
hope for Heretics. There's still hope for their first grand final win.
And once the buys come out, this is where the tides could turn, but for Heretics, they have to hope that's not the case. They're looking for plain sailing from this point
The
forward.
Jason Narin. Oh, okay. Sorry.
9 to
I take it
5.
back. I take it back. There's
We've
no
seen
hope,
many
guys.
teams
It's doomed.
make their way back
It's
into a game like this,
doomed.
but my worry rests with a man like Alfier. He's 5 and 8 right now. The attack side was not kind to him, but it was defense that I was waiting for him to show his true face, his true strength. Already that shock dart, that's going to eliminate the double tap. No second lease of life for Wu.
That means that that first shot becomes ever more deadly. They've got a pretty good bonus round in here. The Marshall, the only major weakness. Everything else is solid. And I think Heretics knew that they needed to put a hefty amount into this round. You can't really afford to allow Fnatic to get to double digits and you be on half. Even still, though, they've tried to feel out the map, but really not found anything for it. The dart won't clear a thing. With 45 seconds left, seems like the B site might be their current option, but with still 2 players heading towards A, it seems like they're going to try and sell a ruse.
30 seconds left.
Guys,
Yeah,
there's
it's
20 seconds
working.
left.
Decoy goes through, flash in, I think, for Minie, and he bails immediately. The B site wide open. And Chronicle taken down. I think that was through the smoke. Maybe just as it bloomed, they caught a glimpse of Chronicle. With 10 seconds to plant, undeniable. The side of Fnatic, a 4 versus 5 retake. They've lost garage control. This whole left side of the map is now a danger zone. But from what we can see, Heretics don't have a ton of control. Once that trip is broken, the pressure is very much on Boo.
Yeah, he does have the backline being watched by Wu. They're trying to play this one together, but instead have opted to reposition back to the rest of the team. And that time is now ticking quite far for a squad that hasn't got anywhere near the site. Wu is already going to add another to the death toll with Minie alongside. That is a clean bonus round coming out from Heretics. It needed to be a big boost coming into this second half, and that's exactly what they found.
Wait, this game.
Injection of rounds.
This series.
And we've seen them in this position before.
Referee's using aimbot. I think so
that might be
too.
for
We're talking about Kayak,
Probably.
right? Yeah.
I think I know who that's targeted at. Just at least slow down a little bit here. But I don't know quite how long that is going to last. The thing is, Heroes on the other side stepping up. And the win condition of Wu playing on that ISO. He's here for the team.
I can say right games of the
for now. Great connection from Alfier on the defense. As I said, this is where that value can be brought, posting on an angle, keeping information, and instantly getting out.
Of course, economically, winning your bonus like that sent the credits through the roof. Even damage in this round won't hurt Heretics too much, but it's more so just the nerves of losing that opening pick It's always going to make things just that little bit more worrying. And they're trying to figure out the map. The problem is they don't really want to leave their group. So they put Boo as a sort of lurker in case there's some C aggression, and now look to rotate back in that direction. The problem, though, is that Fnatic are starting to realize, okay, we haven't seen anything in a while. They're re-aggressing with the drone. The Bucky in position. This could be everything. 30 seconds left on the clock, and they're only just looking to put the pressure on. The Bucky's still there, and Chronicles found another. It's looking like it could just fall apart here, but Boo's trying to save them. That's the spike down. And now this is all that remains.
Poster asked for Q to stop them from flooding in after they open Paranoia. Like, they're just so good at the game.
They're not looking towards him. They're going to the only site he can face off against, and they are waiting patiently for him to try and plant the spike. Fnatic are going to win themselves a thrifty, and a lot of that came down to Chronicle.
Well, he has been
okay, yeah, but like Boaster's Q just now saved him.
Performances that he has put up throughout this tournament, he won't be forgetting for a long
like if Boaster
time
doesn't Q that, they insta flood. Boaster dies, and then Chronicle dies. They get no, like, you know what I mean?
It's the 21-8 Kayak to strike the final blow, and that one cuts deep for Heretics. 9-7 as it would have been.
98 is losing. I don't even know what I'm cheering for anymore.
Well,
it's just fun watching.
As it should have been.
It's just fun watching.
Their opponents fighting right back in. A gap of 4 and 3 away from lifting the trophy.
Oh.
Crashies has already been irritating.
Imagine Kayak just throws out a random clone.
Remove that shield with shock darts already.
Can we see the 1v1?
Boaster to be claimed. A chance to remove the
okay,
smokes, and Woot's not missing that shot.
Okay.
They might think the site's slider defended, but there's still 2 players here. There were just a second ago. Blink and you miss it. Woot and Boo have deleted the duo on that site and left to potentially just go for the save.
Ankles broken.
Chronicle and Alpha, one of which is an operator. Not something you're going to want to risk on a round like this. Indeed, it doesn't look like they're too keen to go swinging in.
I really like the pace change from Heretics. The last round is one where you run out of time. That's basically what it came down to. You had to gamble towards the end because you thought maybe there'd be more space or you could get an easy trade, and you walked into a Bucky. You got a nasty surprise and it went wrong. So they go back to basics. Quick push, use the ult, clear out the smoke and stuns and everything that comes with Boaster's utility, and then you execute in that direction. No complexity, no changes mid-round, no back and forth, just keep it simple, keep it basic. And they win it comfortably. And off the back of that, Fnatic are going to call a pause. Okay, once you didn't have the weapons, that could have been a less worrying sign, but that was clean.
Yeah, it makes it look like that previous win was a bit of a flash in the pan. The timeout, the course correct before this gets out of control. Your opponents closing the distance, looking like these are rounds that they can repeat. Even just giving the players a moment, take those deep breaths.
Look at the coaches. That's so cool.
This is a moment for Fnatic
like we can see their notes and stuff. That is so cool.
1 and 2. Hell, if we go to 5, this is anyone's game. Heretics, they're looking like a completely different squad to the team we saw.
Oh, they look so nervous right now. Fnatic looks so nervous right now.
Oh, for sure. But map 2 feels like a lifetime
away. Why?
Maybe because it was over in 20 minutes, but...
Time for Narin to reveal if under her kill cost gets to this entire time and the scoreboard is flipped.
And a reverse sweep.
Yeah, me too. I'm so curious. I don't know what they're saying.
Somehow,
I'm curious.
They've got me questioning whether or not they can do it to
FNC.
Fnatic. After what was a dominant first half, they're proving once again that although they may be youthful, they still have some resilience left. Of course, Fnatic are still in the lead. The pause taken early. And once again, it seems like they wanted to be pacey, but the Thorns is going to slow them down.
Nice shot. Crashies is being deleted and left Alpha here all alone on that A-long angle. holding with the op in hand. Looks like Heretics. Trap placement, rotate out a middle towards a main. They're going to challenge him. Has his TP. Fall right back to it, and that's exactly what Alpha Air was looking for.
That just changes things a little. They maybe thought they'd have that space for free. Kayak, he knows who's coming on the other side. He's going to try and fall into the close corner. They've already put the paranoia through. He's waiting, but he's dealt with. And on the other side, it's again another ultimate that does damage. The Hunter's Fury puts them 2 players up. The pause, as of right now, seemingly not making a difference as, again, a more direct approach from the side of Heretics leaves Fnatic in a spot where they kind of have to save.
Well, especially with the AWP as well. If Alpha was maybe one orb closer, you get your kill and your death, you're good to go for the next anyways.
Fun fact, in VDG Paper is banned from stage and oh, really? I didn't know.
You look to Boaster, they don't have the credits.
According to Mindfreak, coaches not supposed to read paper on 40 systems is allowed. Oh, so I guess in VCT you're not allowed. I see.
To have the round set
up
like
that's interesting. Why is it allowed in EWC then?
Taken out of play immediately, no trade. It takes a while, and eventually Alpha gets one, falls back, and the site crumbles so quickly off a few pieces of utility. The Team Heretics 2-round gap, and this map that at halftime was looking like it was close to over, like a pistol round could bury them deep. It's now very much back up for grabs, and a lot of that comes down to the attack side. You talked about it in that first half. We know Heretics are reliable there, but you never know when a new comp comes out on the other side. Alpha Air, if he's on fire on the defense, if Kayak can keep that spark lit, well then, I'm not sure the side matters.
Yeah.
But
it didn't on Sunset.
It absolutely did. But here, it's a different story altogether.
No, they've been great. Woot, 16 and 10. I think he told me in the first half that he'd only
they look so serious right
6 kills away from
now.
Kayak.
They look so serious right now. They look so nervous right now. Everybody looks so nervous right now.
That road to recovery. A player that, when they played in that grand final versus Gen.G, was by many considered at that moment the best player in the world. That it wasn't that far after his debut. That's the absurd thing about it. It's been said but that some in traditional sports burst onto the scene. And that's exactly what happened with Woot. But he's still showing that there is a lot left in the tank. Ascent, we've mentioned it. That's where you head into another realm of double duelist. Yoru on either side, and then a chamber jet. A lot of similarities to what we're seeing on this map. And in what will feel like it comes down to the individuals, less so the strategy.
I tried my best.
For Fnatic, they started this series off in such dominant fashion. The first 2 maps made it feel like the third was irrelevant. They went into Icebox, and somehow that's where Heretics found some footing. They'd invested in some ice shoes, got some grip, and now on Haven, after a 9-3 deficit, a pistol, a necessity, a bonus that came their way, the difference is down to 2.
Well, our technical pause, a short reprieve for both teams. Their breath stabilized, and now let's see if Heretics can stabilize those rounds. Again, they will be looking for this early fight on A long. Same old recon being destroyed. Alpha, though, he was suppressed. He couldn't get out of there. Couldn't click his fingers and bail out to the A site, back to the safety of his teammates. That's a great trade early on. For Team Heretics, a weakness in play for Boaster and Crashies.
Okay, it depends. It's all you, Kayak.
But he doesn't need to use it just yet. They know there's players here. Good flash. No follow-up pick. Fnatic really want that man advantage to work with. Another decoy sent out alongside that reveal, using their utility, but Heretics are avoiding giving anything away.
Also, look at Boaster. He's got so much information already, but the problem is there's been the teleport to the other side of the map. Now, of course, Boo is not willing to risk this with the spike, so he can't get them into the afterplant, and now the Dimensional Drift going to be used to try and figure out where these players are actually going. He'll spot them sending it towards C, and that means that the rest of the team can start to gamble on that direction. The problem that they have is that Boo's already here, and unfortunately for Boaster, he does not have the weapon to fight them on this cross.
That smoke grabbed well. It's allowed him to get a little bit closer, though. He's going to draw the eye, try to let Crashies follow up with a kill. It's a little bit messy, and Miniboo's already wrapped around. Boo just bought time, trust in his teammates. And it's left it into the hands of Kayak. If he wins this one, it will be another one to add to the books, but it's Miniboo, the duelist on the other side, to take him out.
Huge round. Even though there was a lot of weaknesses for Fnatic in that one, there was still moments of danger, opportunities that
now it's suddenly let's go Heretics
had to deal with, and they did.
Oh, this is actually sittable.
They brought this back to within just one round, a dominant half, and the smiles now starting to fade. It's never a Fnatic victory without at least a little bit of stress. Surprised he still got a full head of hair.
Yeah, him and Devard both. They're doing a great job. I don't know if they use Moose or what the secret is, but
no, I'm talking about the crowd, because the crowd was going FNC, FNC, and now we can't. Now I can't hear FNC. Now I'm just hearing Let's Go Heretics.
I'll send him a DM.
We'll get this sorted. The Team Heretics 1 round away from equalizing from the depths of despair, 9-3. I don't know how they've managed to make this work, but they are on the cusp of something beautiful, of something great. This comeback in the BO5, unlike anything that I've seen before. And for Heretics, with the storyline that's there, we know how much this means to them.
Who's next?
Already. Dimensional Drift has been used. Hunter's Fury sent out almost for a little bit of information. He's going to have to leave the other dimension as the rest of the team look to head in towards what is a pretty nasty trap setup. They've timed it well, though. They go through together, weaponry removed, but that doesn't matter for Woot. But a Sheriff in his hand, and he will still knock you down.
Well, this is the Woot that we were waiting to see. This is the Woot that was missing on map 1 and 2. The promise for this squad. And it comes in on the ISO, but this has nothing to do with the agent in play. Clean and clinical shots. There were teammates there in case he needed them. Trades that were possible. But Woot doing it with the weaker weapon. That has sent Fnatic into a spiral.
That's got to sting. You take his weapon from him. And if anything, it made things worse. If anything, it made him seem even stronger. And Fnatic, I said it at the beginning, they are not a team known for choking, for letting games slip away. They are renowned for comebacks. They are renowned as the squad that makes you struggle to breathe when you are firmly in the lead. Well, from 9-3 up, they now sit level. Heretics are proving that their attack side should be feared throughout the land. And they are silencing anybody who questioned this roster at this side. Tour de force in for Alpha, yeah.
It's you and me.
He's going to try and make a difference in the meantime. The kill contract has grabbed another. It's a nice shot. Woot will face off, though, against Chronicle, and in the meantime, his teammates are doing the work.
They're going back to grab the spike, but hopefully not to go to this A site. It is to go to this A site. It's to go right past Crashies. He's only got a Sheriff. inspired perhaps by Woot in the previous round. They don't clear the corner in time. He swings in and only one found. But that, it might seem weird looking at the sidebar, but it gives Alpha a chance. He's got his ultimate. He's got 3 shots still. He needs to be so quick. And he gets one and out. 32 HP though. The margin for error slim, and he checks the wrong side still. Boo was so quick. I don't think it would have mattered.
It was a
yeah,
gamble.
Kashi's needed 2. Kashi's gets 2 there. He actually winnable.
At a gamble that didn't pay off. The tour de force damaging, but at this stage, as we've said so many times for the other side, damage has become irrelevant. The whole squad of Heretics now believing that this comeback can be a reality. And in that belief has been an incredible second half. 8-1 thus far, and this pace is something that's been so difficult to deal with. Kayak is under pressure. They know where he is, and he's had to escape, but he's left Boaster behind. He's done well, at least. In fact, he'll take 2. The IGL leading by example in this round, and he might have just given a chance to Fnatic to level.
Definitely has, but Gen.G fishy. He's made the big play, the double takedown, and the reset as he falls on down.
Crashy spotted him though.
He knows he's got timing, but Gen.G might be able to slip right past that trip, and that's exactly what he's done. He's safe now from this play. A cam to fire through if they do go to smoke this off. But of course, who's going to be the one smoking it? There's no one left for him to deny that control, and Miniboo has just mowed down 2. Crashies alone. The rising tide of Team Heretics is sweeping Fnatic away. And it looks like he's got no chance if they play their cards right. He's made that realization, and he will run for the hills, taking the big gun with him.
This is just too funny.
9-3 down. They are just one away from taking us to map number 5.
13-4, a 13-1. A poor start in both halves of Icebox.
One enemy remaining.
And a 9-3
that one guy who went to sleep earlier. No, yeah.
And somehow they are one away from being bang even, level, with everything riding on Ascent. They've got to try not to get ahead of themselves, because we saw that in the last map, where it almost slipped away. But only a singular round so far in this defensive half for Fnatic. They need double that just to go to OT.
It felt like at some stage they would run into Kayak again and he'd pull out one of those plays, but it was the attack side benefit for this composition. Fnatic bringing in an unusual strategy. The Vice for Chronicle, the Chamber for Alphayer. It seemed to have promise for this defensive side, but it's been anything but solid for the defense. Team Heretics, a squad who, again, 5 rounds across the first 2 maps. The amount of shots missed, I think, trumps shots hit at times. And they're on the cusp of victory. Alphayer at least good for the first, but he will be dropped. Woot as consistent as ever, and Fnatic just now leaving. It's up to Gen.G's timing. Almost pixel perfect, but Chronicle still catches him.
3 players sit with a chance to take us to map 3, but Fnatic are not going to give this up without a fight. Boaster watches his teammate fall. Kayak, the king of the first half, has fallen flat, but Boaster's still standing. That time, however, is ticking, and they still have Woot to deal with, the Cosmic Divide, but now Boo is all that remains of 1 versus 3. The time in his favor. He needs to get this kill, and he will do, and the second they let go, it is done! Heretics have come back all the way, and we will head to Ascent!
A map number 5 seems
beyond
unlikely. I'd say impossible after those first 2. But now there's nothing left to do but head to one.
Wait, guys, I'm not gonna say it, but like,
Heretics.
Is it time for Heretics to make E Legacy?
Being broken. We'll be back.
I've never opened a 90 again. Guys, I'm not gonna say it, but like, I'm not gonna say it. I'm thinking it though, but like, is it time? Tell me hard. No, yeah, that like, tell me hard. Don't jinx it, Narin. I won't jinx it. Oh, Crashies looks pissed. Drink Pocari, Narin. I'm drinking Pocari right now. Actually cinema. Please eat a bit. Okay, I'll be back. I'm gonna quickly eat something and then I'll be back. Show resumes in... Okay, no, but they're gonna talk for like another 5 minutes, right? Okay, yeah, I'll be back. Bye-bye.
After 2 maps, we thought this thing was over. We thought it was an obituary. We thought this was just simply process to crown Fnatic Kings after 1 more. 2 maps later, we have one of the greatest finals we've had in a very long time in a best-of-5 international event. Team Heretics have gone through the depths and back out and now face eye-to-eye with Fnatic. 2-2, we are going to map number 5 in the championship rounds, the final map possible for the first ever tournament winner here in Valorant at the Esports World Cup. Digon here alongside Baby Bay, Kukuka, and Big Time. And Dre,
Can I just say I
can't, man.
I am getting scared right now.
I'm literally shaking. Like I just had 5 kilograms of sugar. I'm literally shaking. I'm physically shaking. Like, I cannot believe the second half that we just witnessed from the side of Heretics. We know, we've heard it before, there's a 9-3 curse, but what was this Haven? The way that they were playing with their minds, the fakes, everything coming into fruition. Fnatic looking a bit lost, not knowing like where to invest the utility, the ults, everything.
man, they cooked them so hard. I think we all thought it was over, to be honest, in this first half. I can't lie with you. It was 9-3. They get the pistol, and it's probably done for. But no, I can't believe that they managed to pull that back. But this has been the story of Team Heretics all tournament. They've been so close to being eliminated so many times, and when their back is against the ropes, that's when they're at their best.
I don't know if it's nerves, fatigue, or like the high expectations that Fnatic have, but they are choking this series, man. Multiple times on both the last maps the Heretics are coming back on. Multiple leads in the rounds, and I mean, it is very clutch though from Heretics.
I mean, you'll know better than anyone, Kakuka. Fnatic don't do this. Fnatic don't choke like this. This is not who they are, but now I don't know where their heads are going to be at. I can't believe they've just lost that map 4. It's absolutely insane.
Look at this head-to-head. Like, Kayak was giving it on the attack. It was crazy. We thought there was no way the Team Heretics was going to be able to deal with him. This new composition, everything that Fnatic was putting on the board. And Wood had different ideas. The way that he was using every single piece of utility, like, man, that wall, the ultimates. He was just frying up everyone. And let me tell you one more thing. I have seen Los Niños playing around the world, okay? I have never, ever seen Koreans standing up to their opponents and yelling at them. This guy's chill. He's, he takes it easy, round by round. He stood up at the end of that and he was like, stand up now. Stand up now. That was insane from Heretics.
I just love hearing you get so passionate about it because you're not rooting for either team. You're just truly rooting for the best Valorant, and you're such an expert there.
Yeah, you're not used to like this level of Valorant. It's like the way we do it in the NBA, sorry.
All right, I mean, we have multiple different rounds to pull for both sides. We were in the back just amongst us arguing, is it going to be Chronicle getting the MVP? Is it going to be Kayak getting the MVP? But then we have hero moments like this. This was crazy by the side of Heretics to pull it back, stop the MVP talk for Fnatic side, start the MVP conversation for Heretics.
Speak about playing with their minds. This is only one of the examples. All the utility from the side of Fnatic being right here. Wood goes with the gun. They know that they have that Vice ult and they play to the best of their abilities.
Yeah, the awareness to buy a Sheriff when you know the opponent has a Vice ultimate, it's something a lot of teams overlook, especially in the high pressure situation we're in right here.
It's so important also because Boaster also had his ult. So not only they knew that they had to be prepared to have their secondary gun out, and that has to be a Sheriff because they obviously had the money after all of those rounds, is the fact that they have to play within the site. Because if they're playing from the outside and Boaster uses that ult, then there's a lot of question marks. You cannot have a question mark with that scoreboard.
All right, time to set up map number 5, big time. It's just been a pleasure to watch, but we are not done. We need a winner here.
It's been insane. I mean, I predicted 3-2 Heretics at the start of the day.
He did. Yes.
Because one of us knows what we're talking about here on the desk. But I did not expect it to happen in quite this fashion. I myself have counted out Heretics like 3-4 times this series. It doesn't make any sense. But as I say, when their back is against the ropes, that is when they seem to be at their best. And Fnatic are not known chokers. Fnatic don't crumble. They're the one who make people crumble. I don't know if they know how to recover from such an insane mental boom.
Just, look back. The first two maps of this series, Heretics got a total of 5 rounds. Yeah, 5 fingers, you have 5 rounds is the ones the Heretic got in the first 2 maps. Now we're going into Ascent, where both of these teams have very different approaches. One player that has to turn up that I believe is a little bit missing is Alphayer on that chamber.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and that last map of Haven, if he plays anything like that, it's not going to be a good look for Fnatic. That being said, Fnatic are 6-0 on the map. Heretics are 4-0 on the map. The last time they played this map against each other, Bea, Mixwell was still on the team. So this is new territory.
Should we go back?
Bring him back on here and tell him the experience that he had. Fnatic did end up winning that one, but still, this is new grounds for both sides.
Oh, Prophet big time. You had the 3-2 for Team Heretics. Who is the player for Heretics is going to step up here to close it out?
We need to see Woot keep rolling. He was slow when he wasn't on that duelist. He warmed up into Icebox. electric that map, and we know he's going to go crazy map 5.
Yeah, it is going to be a huge one here. Have a slight delay on stage. You can imagine, after all the emotions and how long this one's gone, a little bit more time to make sure everyone's in the proper condition for an epic map 5.
It happens in the NBA.
That was basically what I said, just in bigger words.
So people say in track, like, guys, we've been here, you know, we had a small tag pause, and now players need to go to the toilet. It's the NBA, guys.
Just to add even more suspense on this match, though, right? I mean, this is just ridiculous what we're seeing. And Big Time, since you are the prophet right now, you got to give us a score. Give us a score line of what it's going to be for a Heretics win.
So it's Ascent. Do we know who's starting on attack?
No. Can we ask our producer Chris? Would you mind telling us who's starting on the attack in our ears, please?
Because I do think that is somewhat important, with it being that chamber and that vice composition where, you know, we've seen Chronicle look so great, especially on that attack side.
Heretic starting on the attack. Chris said.
I'm going to say 13-8 to Heretics.
Wow.
That's my, you know, I've looked into the crystal ball. I've seen ahead. You can take that to the bank.
It's been 2 for Fnatic, an emotional 2 for Heretics, but it's first to 3 in this best of 5. The first ever tournament winner for Valiant will be crowned right now. Will it be Fnatic? Will it be Team Heretics? Let's get into it for the call of their lives. It's Mitch and Tom.
Not quite yet, it isn't. We'll be getting to those two in a moment, but right now, we have to discuss the fact that we are going the distance. We're going the full 5, and we are on the brink of finding out officially who will become the inaugural Valorant at the Esports World Cup winners.
Absolutely. Everyone thought that Fnatic was going to take it on a sweep. They were just a few rounds away from being the first ever Esports World Cup Valorant winners, but not quite yet. Should we rile them up?
I think we need to do a sound check and find out who's got the most support in here. Do you mind if I go first, Fancy?
Go ahead.
So who's taking this trophy? Is it Fnatic?
Is it Team Heretics?
Is it Fnatic?
Is it Team Heretics? All right, Real, let's finish this.
It's time to get into the final map of this best of 5. It looked like a blowout, Tom. No one likes a 3-0, and Team Heretics woke up just in time. 9-3 down on the previous map.
I ate some, wow, just in time.
To bring it across the line. Now it's Ascent, where the winner will be decided. Weeks of competition from the qualifier to the group stage to playoffs.
Just in time.
And an EMEA final.
I ate some congee and some grapes. I'm ready. I'm ready to watch absolute cinema. Absolute cinema, I tell ya.
A team with titles to spare versus the next in line. The prince that has been promised for many years to come. A team full of youngsters.
You mix them together? No. I ate them separately. I ate my congee and my kanjang.
They should have been sat there
and then I ate my
watching
grapes.
their key get crushed
And now I'm here.
with tears in their eyes once again. But instead, they stand just one map away.
Ascent.
One map away from potentially being the greatest team at least the EMEA has ever seen.
Is Euro really that meta? Euro has always been good. It just depends on like.
It will be a painful loss.
How good? Like I feel like Zekken has always been saying
another
that.
to add to the collection, a 6th defeat.
Zekken has been saying Euro has been broken for like years now, and just like nobody is playing him
a team
that well.
That can come back in this
so like
sort of
now
fashion,
I feel like everybody is like tapping into the Euro.
5 rounds in the first 2 maps of play. And somehow live to tell the tale. Somehow still stand upon that stage, ready to make it to Ascent. This is our last map of the series. Riyadh, I hope you are ready for this one.
Well, this rune of death stands unbound, and whoever wields it here will be lifting the trophy. Their key as the centerpiece, and the crusher working away on their opponents.
If Heretics wins this 3-2 reverse sweep with Woot on Duelist.
And a quick maneuver towards this A side underway. The paranoia comes in just in time. And it's Foster to follow up.
Time to witness
down and out.
Absolute
With the face taken
cinema.
towards the site. The pressure on Alphayer, who stands alone, sits behind the boxes
Oh my days,
and
if
retreats
Heretics
just in
wins
time.
this, it will actually be so, like, actually cinema.
You can see it in the movement, the way that he's playing. He wants to get in the faces of Fnatic and try and put them down early.
It's like a full
The pistols
circle.
have been important in this game. They've been the difference between comfort and having a tough fight back. There's a lot of low players currently in this server, and Fnatic look to swarm back in.
No, yeah, Woot Duelist is like, how long has it been since we've seen it? It's finally happening.
A few shots needed now to close out this pistol for Team Heretics.
Boo, they're so low. They're both so
all
low.
of these final shots. The time against Fnatic, and so is Boo. It's 2 to close out the pistol for Heretics.
Guys, I'm not gonna say it, but I'm thinking it.
He's been a force to be reckoned with. We look back to
I'm
first
not
map
thinking
and,
it. I mean, I'm not saying it, but I'm thinking it.
Weren't we? People were sitting there going, well, is this guy really the right man for the job? And then we went to map 3.
One enemy remaining.
Where everybody else believed this team was done, but Boo believed it was just the beginning. That was where he started the comeback, and now he started their road to redemption.
I'm perishing the thoughts.
On map
Guys,
number 5.
is it gonna happen? The first Team
victory,
Heretics.
Normally we talk about the danger. The only real danger is this man. A chance to do some damage, but it's a fadeaway.
Please.
The kayak already gone.
Look how they slowed the round, waiting for that further aggression. We've seen the pistol go their way. We've seen a few rounds strung together, and a solid early half that Fnatic would steal back. The Heretics, they do not want that to happen again. This has to be clean. With Alphayer lurking, there's always danger. The numbers now even. And another found by Alphayer. One left in the headhunter, and every bullet finds its mark. A classic kill for Crashies, and it crumbles to ruin for Heretics.
He might have been the one player in this series so far that you could argue we haven't seen the best of.
Guys, like, both teams are just great. Like,
and there were calls for this man to
it's actually very rare that I like both teams,
but at least
like,
in the final today, we
equally.
haven't seen it just yet, but if he saved it for the final map, I don't think anybody
But like PRX Gen.G, I like
camp is
PRX a
gonna
lot
care.
more. I mean, I like Gen.G, but like, I don't know, I just like texture on Gen.G.
Another time where
for the most
Heretics
part.
take the pistol, but they don't get that advantage.
It's like
And
very
this time it's
rare
purely
that I
based
like
off
one
the brilliance
team
of Alphayer.
equally as the other.
Already,
Like, this is such a fun.
you look at the damage.
Oh,
and while
can we
Alphayer,
get
it really
one
seems
way?
like he's found his footing. Another opener in this round.
It's the best possible start for Fnatic. Alphayer, Boaster, both finding one. Combining towards the tree. As the early half is blooming for FNC, a 5 versus 2.
Guys, what's crazy is you genuinely don't know who's gonna win this.
Solo by win for Fnatic. You can't count out the team
It's
on the
literally
other
like
side, but those
PRX and
tags,
Fnatic last
they
I
leave
know.
Boo so low, and now it's the ace that's needed with Gen.G falling.
This round is locked in. The only thing Boo can really hope for is damage or holding onto the gun. Anything else is all but a dream. Don't get me wrong, he's had moments that, if this is the time they do it, will be remembered by the Heretics fans for many years to come, but
30 seconds left.
this one is not possible. They still go looking. You can see that the Fnatic players are...
Where are the
We'd definitely be
Heretics
happy
fans?
to
I
take
want
this
to hear
gun away.
equal. I want to hear
Well,
equal.
Crashies will get the job done. It's the lead taken from Fnatic, somewhat expected after that second round victory. But now is where Heretics will get their chance to fight.
They found my trap.
He moves a little far ahead of the play, but over here on short, that's where the difference was made. The paranoia fired through. It's been used very effectively as far as stopping power goes by Boaster so far. For Heretics, this half screeching to a halt, and it may continue in the same fashion. An operator brought out by Alfier. He's about to be challenged up close. The TP's out. They're ready for crashies. Woot. That's the opener we needed. And the shot doesn't land for Alfier. He's forced to retreat. The paranoia sends Kayak back. Space already taken by Team Heretics. And they're going to put so much pressure on towards this B setup. There's still the wall from Chronicle. Still the Thorns as well. Those two players
as well.
are creeping towards the market. Have decided to fall on back to mid. Heretics happy with the man advantage. They'll play this one slow.
Yeah, realizing where the setup lies. It's something that has definitely caused some issues, but the pause almost serves as bait.
Okay.
Now having that from the shadows means a likely TP to the back of site will be claimed as the ref go in. That was so quick. Even the teleport didn't allow it. It does get rid of the wall, but Alfier now in an open position.
Nice try. That was actually, yeah, that was actually
the harder of the two, and now Chronicle all that remains.
They wanted to play for that retake with the man advantage. The 4v4.
Nice I saw the vision, Alpha. I actually saw the vision. If it wasn't three players just like shifting in front of you, you get another one.
The op on the floor. Alfier, who
Guys,
has
it's
been
Kayak.
carrying them through those two rounds that they won.
Is it Kayak time?
Boaster, while he can try to TP past that wire, it's going to be heard. There's still a player in main. Boo. Blinded, but still lands the kill. A save surely
No, that
called
flash
with
was too
Kayak
long.
not
Like,
wanting to
come on.
risk that operator. You can already see him retreating.
Yeah, once again, their faith put into Luke.
Nice try.
And he's there once
Guys,
more.
it's so close. Guys, it's so close. I cannot. This is too
It
fun.
seems silly when you watch it, but they wouldn't have got through as a group if it wasn't for that sacrifice.
Is too close.
And then Boo himself, 2 high-impact frags. If he goes down, maybe there's a world where Fnatic fight
I
for
mean,
this.
yeah, it's like 100 and something K on the line, right?
He is so comfortable
Actually, I forgot.
into
How
these
much money is
later
it again
rounds.
for first place?
We've mentioned it throughout the series, the fact that although the other 4 seem to have those issues with pressure,
That's a lot of money.
Boo doesn't give a damn. There could have been any level of scoreline. This man doesn't seem to crumble. And as the leader of the squad, that is immeasurable in terms of value.
Like a 500k a year, if you're like a Valorant player at tier 1, wouldn't your salary be like, do Valorant players make 6 figures a
They have got a
year?
lot of control. Some
So
denied
is
by
500
this smoke.
is
not afraid to
500k
play inside
literally just like the salary
in
for
hand.
5 Valorant players,
Just
or
on the
no?
opposite side,
I
one
actually
dropping
don't
down
know.
Already, and now he knows there's someone close. But what's the play? Stepping through that smoke would almost certainly mean death. And that shot so close to taking Benji Fishy out of the round, but their flank protection stays online.
Could be. Wow, that's crazy.
Already you can see the gate crash going through at the top of the map. The same will be done on the other side. The paranoia could make things very awkward for Alfier, but he's still alive, at least for now. The counter paranoia does allow for a trade, but Alpha was lost. Still, the players up top trying to get ahead of things. Woot was playing anti-flash. He's getting ready to swing, but they have seen him. Still, Rians has taken one, and Boo's combined for another.
It's a 2v2
It was well played from Fnatic, but the response is just as good as the initial fight.
2 duos remain, and Heretics, they tried to take it towards the tree, but Boaster catches Boo on the push. Rian's now stuck in the corner. He's being pressured from both sides, and he knows it. Time not ticking fast enough to put the pressure on Fnatic, and not a step taken incorrectly by Crashies. Boaster's 3-piece, the operator saved, puts Fnatic into the lead.
Yeah, if anything, it sounds insane, but knowing when not to peek can be just as important as finding the kills, and it was the doubt that was put into the mind of Riens that meant he was consistently looking the wrong way when Boaster comes to swing the angle. A solid round from Fnatic that claims back the lead. This back and forth continues in tow. And for the side of
it's a ping
Heretics,
pong.
there are still going to be pieces missing here. Maybe those pieces can be padded by the ults.
Who's next?
After a dominant start to this series, it's a perfect storm of parity. At least beginning Ascent. Miniebu, he wants the kill. The flash used, he TP's outside of the smoke, but Chronicle is still gonna claim that kill. Heretics now flooding through. 2 have made it past the wall, 3 in fact with Boo. Their rifle in
Oh my gosh, Boaster, what was that
good for the
shot?
trade at least. But numbers all around these attackers. They have to find a way to break through this defense. If he TPs, he leaves the rest of these players in a very isolated spot, but the flash that gives the kill as Gen.G and Riens fall. Boo is not far behind. They were caught stuck between a rock and a hard place.
I mean, Ascent is the defender's side of map.
To close in on all sides to crush Heretics early on.
Actually, I don't know. In pro play, I feel like it still is considered defense side
maybe
itself.
you can try and catch players as they rotate, but the chances are Fnatic will eliminate the players there and leave Boo in a horrible clutch situation. The main thing from Fnatic, though, is their awareness. They knew where the danger was. They knew where these players could be, and were diligent in their reaction.
Like, even if Fnatic wins 9-3 on defense, like, you still never
It may have been a
know.
player on a pistol, but the others
Like, you still never know in the second half,
They
you know what I
even used the
mean?
Hunter's Fury in tandem with the Dimensional Drift. That round is costly for Heretics. But Fnatic, their ults are only just coming online.
Wait,
Miniebu
Boo, hello?
with a little bit of mechanical failure. I think he went to put down another gate crash, but the little
Wait,
unaware,
Boo?
the player stood
I mean,
just
Miniebu?
meters away. The A side is being pressured, and it's the op all alone. Without much help, he has to get out of there. Has to bail. Root on 5 HP. Where does he go? Down below, he'll be
I see the
spammed
vision.
out,
I did not see the
almost
vision, to be
certainly.
honest. Just now, like, I saw a lot of the visions earlier.
There's no one left to join.
But just now, I did not see the vision.
Fights his way back
Okay,
in cleanly. It's
Okay, Crashies is back online too. Guys, wait, I'm getting a little bit scared.
This has been the story of
I'm
Fnatic's
getting a
game.
little
They
bit
have had these
scared.
hot starts on, I think, every single map bar, maybe Icebox, and even then I think they were 5-2 in the lead at one stage. But they are looking in
Oh
complete
no, he
control.
looks so sad right now.
Of course, for
No,
Heretics,
Miniebu looks so sad just
part of me
now.
believes that the pressure kind of faded when they were so far down. The belief of winning this game was gone. Like, you've won 5 rounds in 2 maps. And then they climb back into it.
Okay, good time out from Heretics, I guess.
Peaks. They have been in multiple grand finals that they have tasted defeat 3-2. Champs, grand final 2024 to EDG, a 3-2 defeat. Shanghai, grand final versus Gen.G, a 3-2 defeat.
I don't know, both
EMEA
teams
stage 1 of the
deserve it.
very
Like, Kayak
same
has
year,
actually had
a
such an
3-2
insane series that,
defeat.
like, he
And that
low-key
is why
deserves
their
this
coaches are
win.
getting in once again.
Just as much
In
as,
the
like,
first 2
Alpha
maps,
and
these pauses
Boaster
were a
and
formality.
Crashies
They changed nothing.
and
In the
Chronicle.
last 2 maps,
But then
it felt
also,
like they changed
like,
everything.
Heretics,
For the sake
they
of
deserve a win
Heretics,
too.
you
They've
have to
gone
hope
to
that
grand
it's the
finals
same
like
again,
so many
'cause right
friggin'
now,
times. It's
even
like,
after letting a
it's like-
hefty lead slip away, Fnatic are still in the driver's seat.
yeah, like all 10 players on
There's
this
so much
stage
on the
deserve
line.
this win, which is like, it's so
$500,000,
fun.
a trophy to hoist, an international title, and to be the first to do it in the EWC for Valorant.
Oh my gosh.
For Heretics, it's not just about winning. It's about not losing again.
No, but I'm not gonna lie,
Oh,
if
dear. Not in
Fnatic
this
doesn't
fashion.
win
Hunter's Fury,
EWC, I feel
good
like they're
mark.
gonna be grand finalists for champs. I don't know, they're just like so
Deep
good.
TP though.
There's no
Kayak
way
comes
they
out
don't
of another
improve from
dimension, and
here,
he's
and they
in
already
his
look so
opponent's spawn.
good right now.
With a gate crash to fall back towards that A site. But they're coming hunting
Oh
him
my
down.
God.
1-for-1
Kayak
trade.
just
but
has
that
a
keeps
magnifying
numbers
glass?
in favor of Heretics.
Yeah, that's not bad. with Althea and Kayak gone from the round. Aggression comes with a
time to jump.
Hefty risk for the side of Fnatic. They don't have the two players that can teleport out of there. Minebu is still trying to sell the idea that this is a B site hit, but they are walking into really the 50-50 that they didn't want. The wall, the thorns, a pop flash, crashes, and Chronicle.
Yeah, that change up of Ice utility, they're only now going to realize that it's here, but 30 seconds left. There is no time to go back. The TP from the shadows committed from Boaster.
Wall trip.
The wall trip sends two through. Boo caught on the other side. He can't help out his teammates, and they start to fall. 15 seconds, and Crashies is at it again. He found two.
Oh my gosh, but I saw the vision though. I saw the vision. Okay, this is so close. Wait, this is so
The winds of change come in at full speed.
Yeah, it really came down to just sheer resilience in the end. Fnatic, in terms of their read, in terms of their utility, they did everything right. It was just that they couldn't quite find the shots without being traded. That early deficit proving to be too much, and considering a Hunter's Fury combined with a Dimensional Drift, they will be very happy to come out of that round with a victory.
Get out of my way.
2 rounds to play for here for Heretics to equalize. But they will be hard-fought rounds. Not only the off-in play for Alphayer, but the backup of a Tour de Force to work around.
Tour de Force.
Lots of credits. So it will be full buy after full buy with plenty of dangers presented. Fnatic have a big economic advantage. For Heretics, you can't think about those coming rounds. It's one at a time, 1 foot in front of the other. The rotation to the A site already. Thanks to that gate crash, Kayak can get back pretty quickly. I don't think he's going to need to. Heretics have set their sight on A again, and bypassing the utility from Vice, at least bypassing the wall, as we can see, the thorns are still there. And more importantly, the thorn in their side from that previous map, Kayak, is waiting for this push.
Paranoia once again. They have loved this, and they're looking to try and wrap around. I like the idea. Paranoia from Boaster as well is connected. But this is all a bait. It's a ruse to try and set up Minebu. He's at least traded out one. But they now need to get into that side. Chronicle underneath, looking to try and hold the line. He has got no support from this position, but sometimes that's where he does his best work. Boo, though, once again, clinging to life. Weaponry removed, and more importantly,
what was that just now? Why did he do that? Hello?
He's nowhere near. Benji Fishy flees for the hills, and Fnatic have got their 6th.
Why did he just run out like that? What? That was
a disappointing
random.
round for sure if you're a Team Heretics fan.
Wow, Chronicle. Wow,
Benji, the whole
really
time
everybody
waiting for that
deserves this
rotation
win
to come
on this
through,
stage
but it had
right
already
now.
happened. They'd already made their way across. Look at the mini-map here as we see Chronicle's perspective.
God.
All the numbers were up in heaven. Beautiful spray as we can see, but unfortunately it wasn't enough to see Boo step up once again. 3 rounds in it.
Launching thorns.
And while Fnatic had
Long
the economy
time?
to buy
I feel like there was in no world was there a way that Team Heretics could have caught this fight and planted it.
Quite transfer to Heretics in the same regard.
Survive that.
They now have weak weapons across the board with the saved rifle on Benji Fishy. The only
that smoke was really
beacon
good
of
though by
hope
Boo.
for this attacking side.
Yeah, he has not been the man to deliver in this series so far.
Boots?
But they still believe
Boot online?
that he can be the one to change the tide in this one. There are a lot of players just moving as a death ball, leaving Boo to catch aggression,
Guys, come on, we did not just win 2 maps after losing 2 maps just to lose. You know what I mean?
In this round, they don't want to be too aggressive.
Come on, Heretics.
They don't want to risk guns. It's a very passive position from Kayak, and
Kayak is already like very close to being the Rookie of the Year. All he needs is one international win. They'll probably win champs or
it's giving
something.
them space.
Realistically, they are very good. Fnatic is looking real good.
Could be their undoing.
Chronicle's been such a menace with the utility. This time he's only good for one, and Kayak's been spotted on this A side. Boaster dealt with up in heaven. Now Kayak's surrounded. He's even being spammed to death, 45 HP.
Wait, if Kayak
escapes with the smoke.
Oh!
But he's dropped straight through it.
Yeah, I can't believe they even bounced back after the first 2 rounds. Like, come on,
but they still have the advantage after that pick back. Fighting back in with an operator, not ideal, and the shot won't land either. This is looking more and more like Heretics have found the round. Like they can close in the gap. The shot from Alphayer may change the course of this round entirely. One man left. Rien's on 78 HP. He's in the open, but so is Crashies. A round for Heretics that seems so unlikely.
No, this is just too.
There have been so many heroes for either side. So many moments where the game feels like it's on a knife's edge. Minibu and Wu were the ones to kick it off, but also the Boo brothers going down to that operator seemed like an error, but not when you have someone like Rien's on your side. The smallest amount of information and the smallest margin for error is all he needed to get a 4th onto the board. Still though, they need more.
Carefully. Nowhere to run. Here we go. Hunter's Fury put through. Chronicle under pressure, surrounded now. The dimensional drift.
Yeah, that's too hard.
Getting that boathouse control for Team Heretics. They're able to get a stranglehold over this site, but Kayak is quick to challenge them for this control. Oh, what? Benji Fishy's gone! Deleted from this round! And it's Minibu! A 4K needed! And the problem, the spike is down in the open. But he's got plenty of time to play with, and he'll try the reposition. But how far will he go? The marketplace surely expected.
Check him, PC! Oh my gosh, his blinks are actually just different.
Reason.
Door closed. But is the round closed?
Oh, let's go, Minibu is so cute.
Already Boaster.
Wait, guys.
They closed the door expecting that to be the end of it, but instead he's walked backwards.
There's so much time.
His opponent.
I think Kayak's just gonna give him the plans.
To breathe life back into Heretics. Kayak on the angle, but it's a missed shot. Uncharacteristic. A chance for a 1v3 and a 4K to boot, and he will get it done! A round that Minibu steals from the hands of Fnatic on one that they may live to regret.
Oh my gosh, he got
that should have been theirs.
He got nervous. He got
After
nervous.
this shot hit, oh my.
He got nervous.
3 players alive. Alpha over peaks. They lose track of Minibu as he wraps all the way through. And
no, but also Minibu's movement just now, the shifts.
That is
like the way he was moving just now. No, I don't blame Kayak.
Like given a lifeline. The weak
Minibu's movement just now was just too good.
They managed to pull off a 1v3 that puts them within striking distance of Fnatic.
Guys.
And an economy now showing the cracks. There's Boasters left on a Stinger, Kayak on a Guardian, and a Hunter's Fury at least.
Yes, 5 on attack is so good.
Considering it's in the hands of Crashies, that could have a lot of value.
But also, we don't know because it's freaking Fnatic, and they're not chokers.
Seemed like they were in the driver's seat in this half, but a couple of wonderful plays from Heretics have put them right back in the map. That has been the case throughout the last 2. Fnatic could have closed it on Icebox. They should have closed it on Haven. But here we sit on Ascent with Heretics having a chance to even up the half. Gen.G millimeters away from spotting Alphayer, who's taken an aggressive stance once again. He's been having a brilliant map. But it's the B side that is the target.
There's the Hunter's Fury. It's
Oh,
always fine
that
against
tagged
Mark.
so many people.
Low HP on Minibu. He can't leave this corner. Chronicle had him held in. Kayak with a nice shot, and from the side, Chronicle swings in to help. 12 seconds left. Time is so desperately low, and the spike has made it to the site. Kayak now spotting that it's not being planted. He will just play the clock. Benji is trapped on the backside. Time ticking and running out as they
Nice
all close in around him.
No, 7-5 is kind of good for us, no?
Fnatic
I mean, good for Heretics. There's no us. I'm not on anyone's side. I'm in the middle. I'm a neutral party. I'm a neutral party who thinks every player on the stage right now deserves the win.
After the break.
But I would like to see Heretics win a grand finals, and a reverse sweep would be quite entertaining to watch, not gonna lie. Narin sus. Yeah, I'm on PRX's side, so... Yeah, it's good for us, the watchers. How about Boaster? Yeah, I'm a Boaster fan. I like Kayak, not gonna lie, his shots is like converting me to like kind of rooting for him, but also I think Heretics is... It's time that they win a grand finals, so it's kind of like, I don't know who I'm rooting for. I'm rooting for some good Valorant, that's what I'm rooting for. No, yeah, like, Kayak? I already knew he was a shooter from the PRX games, but like, today Kayak is like kind of crazy. Whoa, why is this guy shotgun 치네? They just have like an entire bowl of fruit in front of them, by the way, that's unpeeled. Are they supposed to just eat the fruit like unpeeled, like no knives? They just have, it's just, well, that's so random. What? Okay. Yes. It's time! Now they're gonna peel it, but like how? It's an apple. Like they have no knives. I guess they just eat the apple with the skin on. I'm not a big fan, personally, of apples with skin on, unless it's a Granny Smith apple.
We are now just a few rounds
Don't bother
away.
your neighbor coach. Oh my god, but yeah, you're so right.
EWC
If there's like other coaches next door, that would be so funny.
From a key being placed within it, and another in
you can
the
eat apple skin? I mean, no, some apple skins are too thick that it actually like ruins the taste. If the apple skin is like thin, like the green apples, like Granny Smith apples, then like yeah, I'll eat the skin. But if it's like Shinano gold apples or like the thick red skin apples, no, those are not good with the skin on, in my
coming
opinion.
into this half. And a pistol could be the difference between making or breaking their destiny.
I'm scared I can't disagree. Yeah. Rare Narin based
all will be decided.
Thoughts?
One will lift the trophy.
Yeah, the apple skin of the apple just clearly depends on what type of apple it
within
is.
I doubt either side is not going to pick the other to lay within their trophy for all eternity.
I'm
as
scared.
one becomes the first ever victor.
I'm scared.
At EWC, the fight taken early, but nobody tasting death just yet.
Not the pasta though.
A pistol round
Okay,
that
Wood
could
needs
change
to...
everything. A chance for a boosted lead from Fnatic, and a chance for Heretics to be level again.
It is a slow and steady start. The drone put through on B, the steps following it up. Fnatic creating the illusion of pressure on that side of the map. With no utility there until the camera went up. It may well have worked. We could have seen Heretics leave this A site, but they're suspicious. They're standing their ground for now.
30 seconds left.
Back. Yeah, there's 25 seconds up and coming on the clock, and the spike is only just making its way into middle. They are gambling heavily. The rotations are going to come in, but Boo, he's only spotted the one. In the meantime, there's still two players sat within this B site, and they need to run.
I hope you had a good stream. What the heck? What time is it? How did Rico end her stream already?
But over, and the spike is going to hit the deck. It's an error immediately.
Wait, guys, Heretics just won pistol round.
Gen.G has to do is sit
Oh
within
my
the
gosh,
site.
Heretics just won pistol.
This is not the time for a fumble.
Wait, Rico, I hope you had a good stream. You watch along? Wait, were you watching? What were you watching? Apex?
Fnatic, a team that loves to run that clock down. They thought the
Let's
push
fun Amlord. What the flip? How long has this been going on for?
Faking towards B and pressuring the A
Guys,
side would
is
get
it
a push
gonna
into main. It didn't.
Is it gonna happen? I don't want to jinx anything. I'm not gonna think it.
Pushed B main, they must have left the site. We can get in for free.
Thank you, Haiku movie.
But that
Oh,
was
wait,
not
is it
the
the
case.
new one or is it like wait? I didn't know there was a new Haiku movie.
One round ahead now. But it was in just the previous half where this headhunter, now loaded with 5 shots, found 3, and changed the course of that first half.
No, the one from last year. Oh, the Nekoma one. No, yeah, that one was so good.
That alpha, yeah.
That one is actually so
delivers
good.
Such a high impact round, not once but twice. But
As
who
a
else can you really
Kenma
rely upon
enjoyer,
in this round? The rest
that
are
movie
left
was
with all the
freaking
classics, and he is the only one with a truly dangerous weapon. He's had to use 2 shots just for the drone and executed by Miniboo.
Yeah, Kenma had fun.
Making sure that if there is
I like Kenma.
success in
I'm a
this round,
Kenma and Oikawa enjoyer,
it's
and
the
a
Fnatic
Tsukishima
Classic
enjoyer.
that gets it done.
Yes, guys, Team Heretics is doing it. Team Heretics is doing
Pistol
it.
seemed
They went
essential
from losing 13-4
for
and
Heretics.
13-1 in the first 2 maps, and suddenly we're on
The
map
most they found in
5.
the previous half
And they're
was 2
actually
rounds
gonna
in a
tie the
row.
score.
And it looks like they're about to do that yet again.
Not even me.
Already putting it down to a 5v3. Damage done to Boaster. An
Oh,
idea of where Chronicle
frickin'
is.
G.
There are no surprises anymore.
Yeah, I don't know
Except
why
for the fact
Rian's
that
just
Rian's
tanked
was
like
almost
3
dead to a
bullets
spam through a smoke.
when... Oh my gosh,
Classic
guys,
is
guys,
doing
guys,
damage.
guys.
But 12 seconds left.
9
It's time
stock?
to go.
Guys,
It's time to
guys,
take those
wait.
fights. You need to do it on the side
Guys,
as well.
it's side, it's side, it's
Cleaned
side.
up here.
We're good, we're good.
Crashies, no time
We're
left on the
good,
clock.
we're
And no more damage to be found.
Any weaponry that was there is going to be retrieved, and as it has been throughout the last 3 maps, our scoreline will find itself level again.
Deploying drone.
For Fnatic, they've definitely proven that.
Wait, guys, but now I'm
This
like
attack side
conflicted because like if like depending on who loses this EWC, I want them to win champs because I feel like they deserve a win, an international
Found
win.
ourselves in normal
You know what I mean?
circumstances in a
But
5th
then I
map,
also
you'd
want
bet on
PRX to
them
win
winning, but
champs.
from 2-0 up.
This series has
doesn't feel
actually
like the same
cemented me
story
as
of
like a
old.
Fnatic and Team Heretics enjoyer.
For Heretics, you'd have gambled the other way every single time. History stated that only one team was winning this final. A team with a plethora of trophies and a team that is known for second places. And yet here we sit in the second half.
Damn, you just had to say it, how Mr. Caster. A team with a plethora of trophies versus a team who's known for second place. Yo, you know what? They're not going to be known for second place after this game.
He's playing a very aggressive game.
They're not going to be known for second place after this game, Mr. Caster. I said it. I freaking said it.
The right way. Contact comes in.
It's so cooked to know Watch. Watch is absolute cinema and folds.
But the TP out
Watch,
right
watch,
away.
watch.
Benefit of this agent for Alpha,
Yes,
but he steps
Woot!
back into the waiting crosshair of Woot.
Watch, watch,
He
watch,
didn't have
watch.
the read on the player deep in wine. Paranoia lands, but there's no one there to follow it up from main. It gives Woot time and resetting.
Guys,
eliminate Kayak
you guys have to
and
realize
ignore any further
Woot is
fights.
bot
16
fragging
seconds,
right
the
now.
advantage valuable enough.
And like that's because like honestly, to be honest, playing like a duelist on a Sun attack is just like it's just hard. But like Woot, it's his playground now.
I think when you look at this double duelist composition, you are
It's literally
of that expectation that
literally
it's going
Woot's
to be
playground
constantly
now.
aggressive, that there'll be players facing.
So
That's a
why
nice
did we
couple of
just
shots
do
at
that?
least, but
I don't know why we just
considering it's a
gave
bonus round.
Chronicle
Heretics
a
won't
double
care.
kill, but that's
But my
okay.
point being that once they've taken those advantages, it is
Guys, like you guys have to
Heretics that sit back.
Team
It is
Heretics,
Heretics
they're 7 and 8 right
that
now,
lounge
but
in their
Woot is
chairs
bot
and wait for
fragging
their opponents to
because
make
he
their
was
move.
playing because like
And while
attack duelist is hard. But like now,
the coaching staff of Fnatic,
now it's time. It's time for Woot.
I'm going to assume,
It's Woot time. Oh my
likely
gosh, there's a headshot too.
giving this one last go.
I don't know what happened here though.
A kickoff failure.
I can't defend Team Heretics on that
to
one.
a Masters finalist, to an EWC finalist. But do they have what it takes to turn the tide one last time and to stop this trophy, this grand final, from slipping out of their hands?
The players have to nap in between rounds at this point? No legit. No legit.
No doubt that trophy was in their sights coming here. So much talent. The best teams in the world, but coming down to a regional rivalry to make the difference. It would have a different kind of sting to it here on the international stage. Especially after the start. In these maps, it's felt like Fnatic are teetering between victory and total collapse.
Challenging them. They know there's players on the other side. They were trying to activate the wall and succeeded in it. You could tell they wanted to try and get in their faces after the pause.
Yeah,
Heretics are not shying away from a fight. In fact, their confidence has been growing map by map, round by round.
Sick one.
And Fnatic has been floundering. Alphia in this map has saved them time and time again.
Oh my gosh, Alpha.
This round is one of the few rifles that they have with Boaster and Kayak. And I think Kayak's goal in this one is to be a distraction. Give Alphia the chance to thrive.
As an Australian, I feel acknowledged.
They're hesitant to take this fight for plenty more time on the clock than what we've seen before.
Go for a cheeky Macca's run, innit, mate? On a Tuesday. Wait, I don't think Australians say
Credits
Tuesday.
on the line.
Do they?
A reveal broken from further back as Kayak closes the distance, stinger in hand.
No, please do not give...
Great for this kind of a fight. He's looking the wrong way, but Alpha's got his back.
What?
Boo in the corner now, trapped, surrounded, and dealt with immediately. Just the one found by him. Leaving Wu and Miniboo a dangerous
We say
duel.
Tuesday? Oh, Aussies also say Tuesday.
What if you underestimate that will dish out defeat?
Wait, it's fine, guys. I've seen Miniboo in these before. He literally won against. He literally Eurodiffed Kayak before. Like, I believe.
Takes away. They even used the flash just to confirm it, but that is then now out of utility for the actual retake.
Yeah, they were nervous that there was a second player. Didn't think that Chronicle would be left behind on his own.
Wait, please,
that time, though, has already been ticking for quite a while. Kayak is the first spot, but Wu takes his head clean off. But now it's left all onto Miniboo. The trade was effective. Alpha's been seen, but there's one more to deal with. TP's into the open. Boaster now is all that remains, and he has a decent idea.
Oh my gosh, no, that was so close.
They've needed him in impact rounds, and he has delivered once again.
Neck and neck, it's the story of Ascent. These teams just can't pick up any kind of lead.
Boaster shooting today? I don't know. Boaster always shoots when I watch him. I think it's the Narin buff. It must be.
The faster approach for Fnatic working wonders. But it really is just that lack of utility. The TP here for Alphia causing issues. We look to those IGLs. Boo has had so many huge rounds.
조금 피곤하긴 하거든요. 네, 이거 끝까지 봐야겠어. 이거 진짜 끝까지 봐야겠어.
The same strategy. To get that wall out of play early on, but it actually doesn't make. Oh, it does make it the full distance. Just a slight delay.
I think Fnatic are trying to stop them from doing that because it is a wasted piece of utility if it can be taken out by the Yoru clone on the other side.
이거 참지 인정.
But after sort of failing the aggression they wanted on B, it's not like Heretics are just sitting still. They're now doing the same. Over on A, the drone taking control, while Fnatic are setting up for a short push. There is still the paranoia available. Rien's looking like the point of contact.
Falls back after grabbing that info. Boo sitting inside Wine. Paranoia won't even come close to hitting him. Miniboo under pressure though. Knocked down to 29. Rien steps forward, but has to be worried about main. Boo's not full clearing it. TP next to him! Smokes in hand, but Boo corrects in time. Pulls out the weapon and the pick. Fnatic have gone deep though. They're already wrapping around behind the spawn, moving up through heaven, but it's being watched. Miniboo turned to check it. He's TP'd out just in time as the pressure came through. The spike needs to be retrieved. 20 seconds sub. It's 15 on the clock. They need to move now as Boo is still inside main and they haven't cleared the site. Rienz is tucked in a corner knowing that he just needs to play that time, run that clock down, and that should be the round done right here and now. Team Heretics back in the lead.
What's
like
behind you? Nothing
we're seeing
personal,
players
kid.
go from heroes to villains, rounds apart.
Oh my days. Wait, guys, I need to check my Valorant store after this.
Almost worked
Please,
out for him
can I
even
have
still,
Recon Phantom?
teleporting into an uncleared angle.
So confused, I choose a side now? I'm like, I can't. I like Boaster. I like Boaster a lot, and like Kayak's ace on Sunset Loki is like converting me into becoming a Kayak Rookie of the Year believer. But then also, like I've been watching so many Heretics. Like I watched basically all Heretics Grand Finals last year, and like I just want them to win a Grand Finals. So I don't know who I'm cheering for.
Looking to try and have an impact on this
I like
game.
both teams. I like both teams. They're both awesome teams.
But instead, it's Althea. That hero rifle in his hands once more. Now the tour de force available. This just got interesting.
You want to play? Let's play.
But look to be double digits for Team Heretics under threat.
Yeah, so far Patman is definitely the Rookie of the Year.
B side still defended though by this side for utility. Benji's point of contact is his camera. Miniboo with 2 flashes, still locked and loaded.
They're gonna have no guns.
They've seen him. They know that Benji's in that corner. Getting out won't be easy. He has to sprint, he has to run for it, and just about makes it. The Thorns slowing the market play. Slowing that market push as TP goes in towards Boathouse. Now 3 players there to defend this. 37 seconds. Not a lot of time if they want to take it back. And the spikes now drop.
I mean, there's a lot of time, but like, there's no time because it's Fnatic.
The players are distracted, but they don't know how many numbers are here. At least they didn't.
Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. Wood's online, Wood's online, Wood's online, Wood's online, Wood's online. Wood is online. Can we see the scoreboard, please? I think Wood is literally like second fat now, no?
They get nothing for their trouble. Chronicle sent fleeing, and Heretics one step closer to breaking the curse that has haunted them since Shanghai.
Oh, this is a round it's got to be brutal for Fnatic.
It is 8:15.
You walk in, you take the guns away.
Okay, but like he's impact fragging. Like guys, when I saw Wu before, he was like 1-9.
Other than maybe even the utility from there.
He was literally 1-9 last time I saw his score. So like he's getting there. He's slowly climbing his way up. he's slowly getting there.
Those weapons were all back in hand by the time they made it into the site, as was the support. And that was enough for Heretics to now hit double digits. They have been on the back foot the entirety of this series. They have been falling further and further.
This kid is so lost right now. He's like, what am I doing here?
But now they find themselves in the lead. They find themselves 2 rounds to the good.
Another timeout.
And this is it. Milan and Scott, the new coaches as of this year. Milan promoted and Scott stolen from BBL. If the game turns
but now that I'm watching
here,
Fnatic, I'm like
heroes.
sad again. I'm like, wait, I don't want Fnatic to win another lose another grand finals. That means they lose. They lose against. They lose Toronto grand finals, and then they lose EWC finals. But then I can't really cheer for Fnatic and Champs because I want PRX to win in Champs.
Subsides and it has to feel good
so it's
for
like
Heretics.
I'm conflicted.
Building up rounds.
This EWC is like the only event that I can cheer for Heretics or Fnatic because in Champs I'm going to be cheering for PRX.
Is a signal that they are on the right path. Just a few steps away from a goal that has evaded them so many times in the past. The echoes of those forgotten
I don't want to
battles
see Booster cry again. Okay,
lingering
I'm gonna
in these lands, lingering in their minds. And they can finally put those horrors to bed with just 3 more rounds. And their opponent's economy already on the rocks.
Yeah, a chance to not just be a trophy winner, but a world first for Valorant.
Fun fact, Alpha stands up. Fnatic is likely to lose the match. Pretty sure that happened against Foot.
In EWC.
That's what they're called. They're called Foot. F-U-T. They're called Foot.
Ever believe the Fnatic
I said that happened
are
against
out of
Foot.
the series? They look to blast their way through into the A site, but the defense.
Yeah, consistently
is
getting to
one
finals is something
of
to
numbers.
brag about itself.
Three
This is also
players
true.
ready
This is
for
also
this
true.
fight.
That's a huge pick by Woot. He goes in for more. He's hungry. Wants to make this his round, but he gets out just about. The Hunter's Fury chasing them down. Fnatic already a man down. Rien's with a Hunter's Fury of his own, but it's the fight from up top. He's here to help. They'll go through the smoke looking for the battle.
Oh my gosh, what's happening? How is Alpha still alive? How is Alpha the last one alive right now?
And it's Team Heretics with 4 players. The spike at only 12 seconds to get that plant in. This one's done, and it's Mineyboo to land the final shot. Fnatic down, but not out yet. Just 2 more for Heretics, a squad that was 2-0 down, that had 5 rounds in the first 2 maps.
I'm thinking it, but I'm not saying it. I'm thinking it for sure, though. I'm definitely thinking it right now. You guys can't stop me. I'm definitely thinking about it right now.
Lucky number. 5 rounds in the first 2 maps, 5 previous defeats.
I'm definitely thinking it right
maybe
now.
the 6th.
But I used the timeout. They already used both their timeouts.
This could become a story of resilience, a story of getting back up when you're down. But that is a story that has been tailored in Fnatic's past. A story that
No, the momentum is there. The momentum is there.
your
Momentum,
opponent
momentum,
is
momentum.
11-3 in the lead. You still question if this team is dead. You still question if they'll be getting up to fight again. Woot has started to disrespect, and maybe that could be a problem. Mineyboo, however, is going to take one and then just escape. But that will leave an operator for this squad to retrieve. And in fact, they are playing this very safe. Hunter's Fury utilized, and more importantly, that's the spike found. Mineyboo sticks around a little longer. But Chronicle does at least deal with him.
Oster's wrapping. He's already found himself an operator or a vandal. The choice is his, and he wants the rifle to work with. From the shadows, in case things spiral out of control, and moving to this A site, it seems to be the right play, but Chronicle's left behind on B. It makes me think it's going to be a fake that might not work.
30 seconds left.
As he looks to get into this A site, maybe even tap the spike if he doesn't see contact, and from the shadows across.
Cover going out.
But I see Chronicle now
Okay,
joining
maybe
him.
this is just me, but like the
Fortunately,
movement
read
is getting a
there for
little bit
Heretics
messy.
as well.
Cover going out.
The smoke didn't
I think they're
quite
getting
cover.
tired. I mean, obviously they would be
Had to use
tired. It's like a
another.
freaking.
That's all the utility gone for him.
It's like
but
another
Chronicle still
best of
has a
5,
belt
like
to play
right
with.
after
even wall off part of the
Toronto
map.
Grand Finals. They
But he
have to
doesn't
do
wanna give his
EWC Grand
position away.
Finals.
He spotted a gap, and that
I feel like
gap could
Fnatic
be
would be like the
exploited.
most tired
Two players
team, no?
facing the wrong way.
Oh.
Chronicle at the darkest of times is the shining light for Fnatic.
Oh.
He is a man you can rely on, even if everything goes wrong. There is a reason that he has the most trophies of anyone in history, and there is a reason that you don't stop believing in Fnatic.
Guys?
That's got to be a gutting round for Heretics. That was theirs.
Okay, no,
The
after
chance to
that,
put it 12
Woot,
to
no,
8.
Woot, he got
The
cocky.
chance to have 4
After that,
rounds,
he's not gonna be cocky
4
anymore. It's fine.
opportunities to close this
Woot,
out
I'm hyping you up
and
so
right
much.
the
You cannot
wrongs
be
of the
doing this.
past. But they have crumbled.
Please.
Now they need to get right back up after that
Thank you for
knockout
3
punch.
Kitty. Thank you, thank you.
Or Fnatic spiral.
It's a lot of early damage to Gen.G.
My ultimate's ready.
The Steel Garden once again. But I'll be honest, that ult has felt like a burden rather than a benefit. They used it on Haven.
I got to spike.
Got shot 3 times by a Woot Sheriff. They
A Woot
used it a few
Sheriff?
rounds ago.
Be my Woot
It just took
Sheriff
too
in
long.
it.
For the side of Heretics, the operator has swapped hands. Woot was putting up some numbers with it, but it's gone to Mineyboo instead. Now that dimensional drift will be the start of this take into B.
Adapt or die!
It's not a lot to work with, knowing they've sent one player out of the site, but revealed up, he can't do much, has to just TP back. Rien's with a classic, managing to find one, but his rifle's now back online. Gen.G still desperately low from that initial fight. Flash pop from Vice. Crashy's good for one. That's a risky TP. Moster might have made a mistake as Minikure chimes in for one. He's looking the right way, but he can't land the shot. 2 health on Kayak, 72 on Chronicle. Boo's been in
You
much
have more
worse
HP than 2 of
positions,
these players
but
combined.
the stakes have rarely been this high. A 12th round for Team Heretics in this one.
Okay, it's like so funny because Boo's name is Boo, that when you're cheering for Boo's name, it sounds like you're booing.
Fnatic, and it's Kayak with 2 health to land the shot. A needed one. As now they are one
Like no, like how do you
hanging
cheer
in
for
the
Boo and make it sound like you're cheering?
Has to be
Like
one
all
of
you can
the
do is Boo,
closest
Boo, but then it sounds like you're
finals we've ever
booing
seen.
them.
And if you're left after map 2, well, I'll tell you for free, you've missed out.
Spike down.
But you're
I guess you have to
joining
go Boo, 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 Boo.
at the dying embers of a game that means everything.
No, Kayak? Okay,
Crush
oh my
is
god,
a fitting word for the loser of this match.
I'm
As their
scared.
key will be destroyed by their
Okay,
opponent.
Heretics, good time up from Heretics, but this is actually also a very good time off for a Fnatic, I would say.
Because this will be the toughest defeat. Be it Fnatic from 2-0 up, or be it Heretics from 2-0 down, bringing it back, being in the lead, and letting it slip. Now this will
No,
be
yeah,
the
this is
last
oh yeah, this is
chance
such
for
a
the
bad
coaches. It's
loss
still
for
overtime.
any of them. Oh my days. Oh my
As mentioned,
days.
for Weber
Guys, why don't they like
and Neil Zenio.
why don't they just like combine
In
the
the first
first
two
place and
maps,
second
I
place
can't
money
say I
and just like
noticed the
split it in
pauses.
half? Come on, you guys
In
are
these
like
last two
EMEA
maps,
friends, right?
It's impossible not to.
You guys are like
They have turned
you guys
the
are
tide, they
rivals,
have
but also you guys
brought
are friends with each
their
other,
team
right?
back, but the same can be said for
Guys,
Milan
let's
and
just
Sky. I
split
mentioned
it
that
in
if
half.
their pause changed the game, they'd be heroes.
What?
Well, since their pause,
Like
they've been
EWC
right back.
winner is not really that big of a deal compared
They
to
become as
VZT
important
winner,
for
except like besides the money. So
Settling
let's just split the
emotions
money,
as they do,
guys.
solving the puzzles, playing out on that mini-map. 11 to 10.
Let's go, Heretics.
round
It's not just
in
about the
and
money,
two
but I feel like
away
EWC title is
for
not
Heretics.
as like
From closing this out, and a victory in regulation possible
not as,
for
like,
either squad.
shiny as VCT. You know what
It
I
will be
mean?
Fnatic.
Yeah,
The
cut
pressure
the
to
trophy in
continue
half vertically.
This win streak. And Woot making a gamble, buying the judge, but this has had so many value in previous, so much value rather, in previous
It's about sending a
games.
message. True. It is about sending a message to the other because they are rivals. This is true. This is true.
A
This
little
one I
bit
can get
worried that
behind.
somebody had already made it past. Rians has been punished from fighting this position before.
Does the world? Does the
this
winner
time
technically
to back
become the
off.
world champion? I feel like no,
Play
because the rules are still
With
different.
his team, Ultimates
And like
will
the
not play a
bracket,
part of this
the bracket format
unless
is so
the
different to like
TP
usual
from the shadows makes a
VCT.
difference. They're pressuring
I
B,
feel like
but this is all but a
EWC
ruse.
is like
And I'll be honest,
a
the
lot
one
of
thing that's
like
really
it is a
impressive
lot
with
more
Heretics so far is
luck-based. I feel
they have
like.
really not fallen for these plays in the past.
Retrieving 30 seconds left.
And they're about to run into a judge. Wu is still waiting on the other side. This shot could be everything. 25 seconds left. And the same sort of issues for Fnatic arise again. That time is ticking away. They have got to run.
Time 9 minute alternate share the money.
12 seconds on the clock. 3 players on the B side. Heretics are ready and waiting with the From the Shadows giving back up, but they don't need it. Heretics, 12 rounds locked in.
I've seen it. 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 With all these Timo hats, Benji Fishy pants. It's freaking time.
The calls
Let's go,
in this game
Heretics.
have made a difference. And this is another time where we look at Heretics and go, I respect the fact you stood your ground. Oh, even a little bit of spice. You might live to regret that one, Neil Zenio, I'll be honest with you.
That's the Heretics spring.
Never
Thank you for the
celebrate
6
too
months.
early.
Thank you, thank you.
But the buy is definitely damaged. Chronicle left with little to spare for the best chance we've ever seen for Los Niños to take themselves a victory. They're going to try and fight them for B main control. But Fnatic flee the scene.
We've seen this grand final twice before. From regional to international. 3rd time lucky, I said earlier on, and I didn't believe a word I was saying. It was 2-0 down. A reverse sweep, just 1 round away from completion. And Fnatic, they
Wait a
from
minute.
worse. They've strung together more rounds, but now they've lost Chronicle. Woot, the man that they run into, has been reliable. And a paranoia slows them down. Miniboo in with another. The advantages keep stacking in favor of Team Heretics. 1 versus 5. Crashies has to do the impossible. And for Heretics, it's a simple solution. 30 seconds.
Wow.
20 HP.
Wow, who was here? Who was here? I was here. We were here.
Their demons. They have crushed the curse, and they have won EWC 2025.
Oh my gosh! No, the fish is crying.
This is a story.
One's crying. Everyone's crying.
Of resilience. A story of triumph. A story of a team facing their demons, looking them in the eyes.
Who was the chatter who typed on map 3? Like, I'm going to sleep. I think it's pretty obvious who's gonna win. Who was that chatter, Kremos? Do you guys remember who that was?
And try again.
Yeah. Oh, 7 sleeper viewers.
The charm for Team Heretics. A squad that
was you? Wait, Satellite, you're
when
back?
They were formed, they were a group of
Wait,
youngsters.
Satellite, aren't you so glad that you didn't go to sleep?
We are hoping for the future.
Oh my god!
A squad that even didn't start with Woot in the roster. He was too young. And a squad
that
overachieved. Then coming into this year, the question was, well,
as I said,
you've made it
to be
to
on
finals
when I woke up in the morning. Yeah, neither was I. Neither was I. Yeah, the animation canceled.
They have done it. They have taken everything and more. They have taken Fnatic from 2-0 down, and they have won it in the best way possible. A final
I am
that will
glad.
go
That was the best thing
in
I've
history,
seen. Right.
as they will be the first
Wait,
ever
guys, am I low-key above?
winner for Valorant.
PRX
no
won
one can ever take that
Toronto.
away from them.
And then Heretics won their first. Guys, I'm not above. Guys, are you guys really gonna act like I'm a curse or a jinx? Really? Really, come on, really?
As the princess.
We're really gonna go act like Narin is a curse and a jinx? No. I don't think I'm a curse or a jinx. I think I'm a buff at this point. Please support TFM next, okay, guys? I mean, like, I can't support everyone. Like, at the end of the day, I am still a PRX fan. You're a buff.
And now they shall be engraved alongside the greats. Your EWC 2025 victors for Valorant.
Guys, come on. They've had the same roster for like a year and a half now. That's like one other team besides PRX. Even PRX, they've changed Mind Freak to Patman. Like, this is a family, come on. This is not just a team, they're a family. They're a group of friends. They're a group of homies. Oh, the triangle, the circular. Wait, why are we calling it a triangle? That's a circle. Wait, why are we calling it a triangle? That is a circle, guys. No, they're literally family. Boo and Mini Boo. The Boo brothers. No, that's so cute. Aww. The triangle with the circle. The triangle with the circle. Oh, the triangle. Yeah, the triangle with the circle. What is bro eating? Aww. Not even
What a
Thank
grand
you,
final!
for the
What
super.
a magnificent way
Thank
to
you.
showcase this game and its incredible
thank
players.
you.
You couldn't write
There's
it.
no
Boo,
angle
just
in
come
the
and
circle,
join me
right?
up here. Let's have a conversation.
Oh yeah,
How
the Boo
long
family.
ago does Map 2 feel
Nice
right now?
dish you got there though, yeah.
like it was
And
a
also all
different
the
team.
new members,
Like, we
make
played
sure you guys
5
go
months ago or
download all
something.
the membership
That was not
wallpapers
us.
from the
That was
past
not us in
months
the
and
last
this
3
month.
maps.
They're all available.
I'm so proud that
in the membership
we
tab.
actually started playing
Yeah.
the game. And yeah, we won.
Thank you for the gifts,
I know
thank
you're
you.
so proud for so many reasons. One of them has to be you guys have gone through some tough times. You've tried again. you've stuck with this roster as of late, and this is proof of why you made that decision. It was the right decision, and now you are winners of an international title. What does it mean?
Yeah, we stuck with the same rosters. I don't think many organizations
yes,
will do the same,
the
but
members, the Mean Girls membership watch party.
They want fast changes and stuff. The organization trusted us, the coaching staff trusted us that we can bounce back. We work hard for it, and yeah, I mean, when you work hard, it actually, finally, one time you win.
But you deserve it. Where's Mini Boo? Mini Boo, come up here. Let's get Mini Boo over here. Come on over here. Boo, stay as well. Because I know how tight this roster is. You're all very close. These two, in case you didn't know, are brothers. Hence the Boo and the Mini Boo. What does it mean to win your first international trophy alongside your brother?
I mean, I'm not gonna lie. I feel more happy for him than for myself. Because like, this guy deserves it. This guy lives for Valorant. He's the genius. He's trying so fucking hard. Like, when I joined this team, like, I wanted to bring him a trophy, and I'm really proud of him. Honestly, like, he's just genius. Like, I'm so happy for him. I'm not gonna lie.
Oh,
Very
they're
kind words.
so cute.
You're very good yourself as well. If you take a look over here, you can actually see Fnatic's key about to be crushed. The final key that will be crushed here at EWC 2025.
Okay, guys, I'm gonna ask
the brutal
a question.
part of the process. But surely,
who
part of you
cares?
enjoys this right now.
Yes. Yes.
Like, is the key crushing supposed to be cool?
Let's go!
Am I the only one who doesn't think this is cool at all? Sorry, I'm just so confused by this whole key crushing thing. Like, it's not a key, it's a triangle. First of all, it's like this random triangle, and then we're just crushing a triangle, and then it's crushed. Wow. That was great, guys. Loved watching a triangle get crushed.
Woots, come up here.
Like, that is so random.
How are you guys? You got a lot of fans out here. A big part of the reason for that is because you had a phenomenal performance.
Wow,
so
the triangle got crushed, and now it's a trapezium. Wait, if you cut a triangle in half, it's like a trapezium, right?
I hope, like, haters gonna just keep hating, but I hope.
Oh, never mind. Unless you like do it right down the middle, then it just becomes another triangle. You crush the triangle just for it to become another triangle. For it to become a right angle triangle.
I can barely hear a word you're saying because the crowd are chanting 3 letters. What are you saying? MVP is what they're saying. Well, I can confirm that you are our Sony MVP of this tournament. Fancy, come on up here and give this man his well-earned medal, please. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for our MVP, Woot!
Let's go, Woot!
What a player. And one more time as well, I want you to make some noise for these history makers standing behind me. Guys, come on up here. Your very first ever Valorant at the Esports World Cup winners, Team Heretics!
Let's go, Team Heretics! Oh my gosh, wait, yeah, you're so right. This is a redemption year. PRX won their first international trophy. Heretics wins their first international title. It's a redemption! Wow! Awesome! Yeah, Buzz and Stacks finally reaching the peak. Oh yes, you're so right. Buzz and Stacks finally also winning a yeah.
And as they
wait, this year is actually just a year of redemptions. Wait, but now, like, who's left to be redeemed, though?
Play a 3-2 after
For
being down
finals.
2-0 to not just anyone,
the only thing
but
I can think of
the
is
holders, the demons.
I'm not gonna say it though. I'm not gonna say it though.
Against Team Heretics, they get the job done and are your
G2?
first
Sorry,
ever
I'm just not a very big
tournament
G2
winners
fan.
of
Sorry.
Valorant,
That's
as
like
we now
one
have
team that
the
like
traditional
I'm just not that big of a
process
fan.
selecting the keys
I like Giacomo
in
though.
the looting phase.
I like Giacomo and Valen.
And it's
I think
just
Giacomo and Valen are
easy
cool,
to
but
go
like
ahead and
I don't know.
take
I just
Fanatics.
don't.
Who else jumps
I
out
just
in
don't
my
like
opinion?
G2 because of their stupid social media team. I said it. There, I
Gen.G,
said it.
all of those finals going to that 5th map, never being able to overcome their demons.
I like
Everything
Giacomo
is
though. I think
over in
Giacomo's
that sense
cool,
for
and I think he's really
Heretics
good at
now.
the
A
game.
new era of Valorant is born with them.
This is one of the greatest finals I think we have ever witnessed. I've never seen a team with so much grit and resilience, not only in this grand final, but throughout the entire tournament.
one of the best
Remember
finals
the
I've ever
interviews,
watched.
we almost lost to Titan.
I mean, it's so rare to see comebacks like that at this level against a team of the caliber of Fnatic.
EG redeeming themselves after the 2023 champs, but I feel like for redemption, it's more about the players than the team.
That door wide open and robbed whatever was inside.
And just for a second here.
Like if a team, like if PRX won their first international trophy, but they changed most of their team,
that foresaw,
then like that wouldn't be a redemption.
this
You know what I
possible
mean?
outcome on the stage. It was big time here.
Like the reason
the
Heretics,
3-2, we laughed at
the only
him.
reason Heretics and PRX are considered
And it
redemptions
was
is because
Team
it's the
Heretics
same
coming
team
back with
members.
the 3-2 victory.
Like it's the
Big
same
time. The
roster.
moment is yours. Along
You know
with
what I
Team
mean?
Heretics.
Like that's why I don't like teams where the roster
optimism.
changes so
When they were
much. Like
2-0
it's just
down,
so
I was drowning
annoying.
in pessimism. I can't lie to you.
Yeah, I
but
just want to see Ye
Heretics
back on
showed
international stage
just
again.
how
No, that would be
strong they are.
awesome.
And when you look at the story, all
Yeah, not
the
much
way
of a
throughout
redemption
this
if a different
tournament,
roster
they have
does it,
been
exactly.
on a razor's edge of elimination. They've danced that blade the whole way through to this grand final. So
Like,
how
and the
could I
fact
not
that, like,
give
yes,
them
they
such a
did
storied-
change
a
Mindfreak and
storied
Patman,
ending,
but
and they went and
Mindfreak was
grabbed it with
there
both
every
hands.
single
Seeing
game
their
of
faces
Masters
now,
Toronto next
lifting
to Alex.
that title, knowing what
With the
it
coaching,
means
helping
for
with the
them,
coaching.
knowing, thinking
Like,
back to that third
you know what I
map
mean?
that could have perfectly gone Fnatic's way. Let me tell you, I don't think Fnatic is going to forget that in a while. But for them, mentally also to overcome every single thing that Fnatic put on the table after that. The new composition
No, they
on
look so
Haven,
happy,
then going on to that Ascent that
they
no
look
team
so
was able
happy.
to figure out. And now look at them, so happy, collecting their keys and on their way to put their keyframe down in history.
Baby Bay, you and I had the opportunity to head on over in that game 5 to
Wow, wait,
the
Krevons,
stadium.
that
It
was actually so
rocking
worth it. Can you
inside
guys
the STC Arena.
imagine?
It was
Can
so
you guys
loud for
imagine
Heretics.
if we
Every
watched
single kill that was happening from Woot there at the
a
end.
fake
it was
comeback
just
and a Fnatic won in the
but
end?
It was the
I don't know
look
how
on
I
the
would have felt,
faces
to be
after they
honest.
had
I think
won.
I would have
Benji
still
Fishy
felt okay
showed
because
so
like I
much
like
emotion.
Boaster a lot.
It like just it
But,
gets me
like,
so teary-eyed. Just like we
You know
were
what I mean?
in the beginning
It
watching
was so
Fatal
worth
Fury,
it. Like
right?
this ending is the only way that a
Exactly, but,
7-hour
I think that
watch
for
party of
Gen.G
Valorant
means a
would
lot.
be worth it.
Starting this tournament, losing
You know what
to
I mean?
NRG with the past, with the history that he has
Wow.
there, and literally when we got into that
I was
third map,
definitely not
to the
expecting this.
fifth
It was
map,
so perfect.
knowing how
It was
strong
so
Fnatic
perfect.
was and
Wow.
how different the approaches from both of the teams were, how good
That
the
was awesome.
performances have been throughout the tournament, especially these
It's okay,
past 2
Boaster's gonna
days. I know
twerk
that
anyway.
Wood got the MVP. Massive
So I'm stage 2 for
shout-out
Pacific. I'll try to get perms for that, but like I'm not sure how easily I can get perms for
I do
that.
not think that it would have been possible with any other
Wow,
5
Team
players.
With that
Heretics,
victory, the lion's share
500K.
of the $1.25 million prize pool for the first ever Valorant tournament here at the Esports World Cup goes the way of Team Heretics. Something that no one could have predicted at the beginning of the tournament. $500,000 heading to the way as well
$500,000.
as tournament winners. Fnatic, a second place,
Yeah, I'll even see some PRX and
230,000.
Korean games with you. Yeah,
But
I'm
it
still
just
down
stings
to
a
watch
little
like
bit
a
yet
Gen.G
again
versus
on a
T1 or like a
string
Gen.G
of
versus
second
GRX,
place
like a
finishes
GRX versus
over
T1 game.
several tournaments now.
I mean, the story for Heretics.
What
is
do you
just
do if you get
unbelievable.
500K?
The
I buy
Cinderella run that they
I
had.
buy
we
my
ranked them
parents
so low in our power
a
rankings,
mansion.
and then we redid the power rankings for playoffs,
And I
we
send
ranked
them
low again
on a
because how
holiday
could you have
to
seen
like Hawaii or
such
something.
a run coming from Team
And I buy
Heretics?
myself a
It's
new
ripped
PC. That's what
straight
I
out
would
of
do
a
with
book,
500K.
And I'm so happy for this group of young players. I think they're so deserving. Finally, of an
On the
international
16th?
title.
Okay, I don't think I
Bruce
can
saying
get
the same
perms that
thing
quickly
5
though.
months ago. He couldn't believe what had happened to their team. the team that we saw here today, if this is the future for Heretics, this is what we always knew they could do. EMEA is going to get a shaking.
I would also buy myself VR, and I would make my grandma try VR. Like, I would make my grandma try VR chat and take her to like
Champs is at the end
to
of the competitive year, and
worlds in
wants to
VR
shoot
chat
their
where you
shot.
can listen to music and it's like really
Now,
pretty.
with the performance
I
that
feel
we
like my
saw from
grandma would
Fnatic in the
low-key enjoy
tournament,
VR.
also
She's like such a
crowning,
she's so hip.
Going back to EMEA is going to be a pleasure.
My grandma, she's so hip. She does
to see
stocks
the trophy
at her age.
finalized with the key.
If there's a grandma
And the
out
other
there who
part
would
of
enjoy
the
VR, it
ceremonies
would
here
be my
at the
grandma.
Esports World Cup. The frame, the thing that holds everything together, the hopes and dreams of every single team. As Gen.G Fishing now rises to the top for the first time ever to live in immortality.
Yeah, I want to buy my
Team
grandma
Heretics
a VR
placing
kit.
it on in the first ever.
Heretics of Valorant! Oh, this is kind of cool. Okay, this is cool. This is cool. Okay, nice. Oh, he looks so happy. Where's TFT? TFT is in like August. I'm also going to be Watchparty in TFT EWC probably.
Many super fans from around their teams get
Do you guys have
knocked out.
sauce for your pasta? I'll
Continue to
think
show
about
up
it.
and cheer, and Team Heretics
I'll
as
think
the
about it.
underdog, as the surprise, continue to gain momentum, and the fans support
Okay,
them
come
as well.
on.
It
I'm gonna
is
go to
the
sleep
first
now.
ever winner, now locked on into the totem for 2025.
Thank you, Krabons,
at the
for
Esports
watching
World
all
Cup.
7 hours of Valorant
And now
today
take a
with
look
me.
at
It
that.
was really
Yeah,
fun.
that is the Club Championship
I'll see you
trophy as
guys
well.
soon. I'll release the
His
schedule
Royal
tomorrow.
Highness
I won't be
Prince
streaming tomorrow
Faisal
though, but I will
shaking
release the
hands,
schedule tomorrow,
for
and I will see you
all
guys
of the
very soon.
players, and
TFT
congratulating
Finals
them
is
on their
ongoing, by the
victory.
way. Yeah, but I don't have perms for TFT Finals. I only have perms for TFT EWC. Yeah. Bye, Clevos! Thank you! Thank you guys for watching. It was really fun. Thank you for the watch from Narin Mikure. Otsukaresama. Tanoshiikatta. Tanoshiikatta. Arigato, Zaki-san.
On behalf of
Thank you for
everyone
the
here
super.
at the
Thank you,
Esports
thank
World
you.
Cup, all the
Arigato.
casters, all the production,
Thank
all the
you,
operations, we thank you
guys.
so much
Sayonara.
for watching.
Sayonara.
It is the first
Otsukure.
ever tournament winners of Valorant at the Esports
This was
World
awesome.
Cup.
This was such a
Team
satisfying ending.
Heretics.
Oh my days. Okay, tummy feels better. Thank you. Bye bye. Peace. Peace, peace, peace.